Upon discovering that he and his cousin were little wizards, Harry joyfully ventured into the magical realm to commence his studies. Although his cousin was engrossed in various peculiar magical research endeavors, even contemplating reforming the magical world alongside Hermione, Harry expressed his unwavering support. However, when exactly did that insufferable Malfoy abscond with his cousin? Harry found this utterly unacceptable. Chapter 1. The Birth of Ollie. On August 31st, 1980, a momentous event unfolded at number 4 Privet Drive within the Dursley household. Indeed, after welcoming a son the previous year, this family was now graced with the arrival of a beautiful daughter. As Margot entered the room, the Dursleys were meticulously rocking a cradle. The couple wore identical smiles, peering down at the child with affectionate adoration. "Oh, is the little darling asleep?" Margot inquired softly, her plump figure shifting unceremoniously beside the cradle, her face soon adorned with a matching smile. "Yes, just look at how sweetly she sleeps. She is undoubtedly the most adorable child in the world." Vernon spoke without a hint of guilt, his tone brimming with pride. For the child nestled in the cradle was indeed charming. At that moment, she slept with an innocent expression, her hands raised beside her head in a gesture of surrender. Her pale golden curls were remarkably thick, and her long eyelashes cast shadows upon her cherubic face, while her rosy lips formed a delightful pout that rose and fell with each breath. Margot glanced up at Vernon's chubby visage and then at Petunia's rather unremarkable countenance, voicing her inner curiosity. "Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would truly question whether Ollie is your biological child." At these words, Vernon widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering whether he and Petunia were truly so lacking that they could not produce a child like Ollie. "How can she not resemble us? Look at this golden hair. It is strikingly similar to mine, and observe her features, which bear a remarkable likeness to Petunia." Perhaps too incensed, Vernon inadvertently raised his voice, awakening the child in the cradle, who stirred slightly and slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of emerald green eyes, glistening with the dew of awakening, reminiscent of the pristine droplets upon early spring grass, unblemished and pure. As Vernon beheld his daughter opening her eyes, he felt he had gained further evidence, eagerly adding, "And just look at those eyes. They are a clear inheritance from Petunia's sister, Lily." Petunia, who had been attentively observing the child in the cradle, refrained from interjecting into the siblings' conversation. However, upon hearing Lily's name, she paused momentarily in surprise. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Margot had already taken the initiative, holding up a toy to amuse the baby in the cradle. Seeing the baby awake, Margot paid no heed to what she said to Vernon, her focus solely on the little darling who gazed back at the adults, calm and unperturbed. Not to be outdone, Vernon joined in the intimate interaction with his precious daughter. Ollie, still slightly dazed from her slumber, gazed at the toy before her, instinctively waving her tiny arms in an attempt to grasp it. Observing this, Vernon promptly brought the toy closer to the baby's small hand. Upon encountering the soft object, the little baby likely felt an immense sense of comfort, unconsciously breaking into a smile. "Oh my God, look at her smile. It is simply adorable," Penny exclaimed, momentarily captivated by her daughter's radiant expression. "Indeed, this sweet smile seems capable of healing all wounds." Vernon wholeheartedly concurred with his wife's sentiments. "Oh, little darling, look over here." Maggie, adopting a high-pitched tone, gradually brought the toy closer to the baby's face before swiftly retracting it. After several iterations, it appeared that Ollie had grasped the game, responding with delighted ah sounds whenever the toy approached. The three adults found the exchange increasingly amusing, vying for the infant's attention with their own antics. Suddenly, a child's wail from next door shattered the serene atmosphere. "Vernon, it's Dudley waking up. You must go check on him," Maggie declared, seizing the opportunity to divert her formidable competitor. "Why must it be me? Did you not once dote on Dudley, your beloved nephew?" Vernon protested, unwilling to accept the task of tending to that troublesome child when he yearned to cuddle his sweet, soft daughter instead. "You yourself admitted that was in the past. Now we have baby Ollie," Maggie asserted without a trace of guilt, nudging Vernon aside with her arm. Vernon wished to retort, but Dudley's cries grew louder, even catching Ollie's attention as she twisted her body and craned her neck to see. Observing his wife and sister-in-law still engrossed in adoration for Ollie without making any move to stand up, he begrudgingly rose, grumbling as he headed next door to attend to Dudley. By the time Vernon emerged with the still-crying Dudley in his arms, Ollie was nestled in her aunt's embrace, sucking contentedly on her bottle. Dudley, now over a year old, was perplexed by the sudden addition of the little bundle to his home upon waking from his nap. His beloved parents had begun to revolve around that very bundle. Today, he had cried for quite some time before his father finally came to soothe him, and even then, it was a rather half-hearted attempt, neglecting to prepare his milk promptly. Wait, what sound is that? Who is drinking milk? Dudley turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing the bottle in the little one's hands, Dudley was filled with fury. It was her again. Why was she holding his bottle? His first instinct was to reach out and snatch it away. He then noticed that it was indeed his Aunt Maggie cradling the bundle, and Dudley's anger boiled over. He erupted in a cacophony of cries, thrashing about in Vernon's arms, his chubby hands reaching desperately for the bottle in Ollie's grasp. In that moment, the towering Vernon struggled to maintain his hold on his plump son. Hey, you little rascal, why are you squirming like a fish? Hold still. Daddy can barely keep you. Dudley, oblivious to his father's pleas, responded with even louder cries and more vigorous writhing. Penny approached, intending to take her son, but Vernon, mindful of his wife's recovery, only allowed her to comfort him from the side. It was then that Penny noticed Dudley's fixation on the bottle. Goodness, we didn't prepare his milk. Vernon paused, a twinge of guilt washing over him as he realized he had indeed forgotten. Observing her husband's expression, Penny quickly sprang into action, heading to the kitchen. Oh, my darling Dudley, it's all your father's fault. He completely forgot that our little one needs milk upon waking, Maggie soothed, gently patting Ollie while offering comfort to Dudley. The bottle in your sister's arms isn't yours. Look, your mother is back, and what does she have in her hands? The arrival of the bottle was a salvation for all. Finally clutching the bottle, Dudley fell silent, sucking greedily, and Vernon felt a wave of relief wash over him as he settled beside Maggie with his son. The days following Ollie's birth had been hectic. She was remarkably well-behaved, rarely crying out, and only making soft whimpers when hungry or needing a change. Upon waking, she would lie quietly, fiddling with her tiny fingers, and when an adult approached to entertain her, she would respond with a toothless smile. Having raised a child as boisterous as Dudley, Ollie's quiet demeanor elicited greater concern. They worried that she might be unwell yet unable to express it, thus they paid her constant attention, leaving no detail unnoticed. Moreover, Ollie's exquisite beauty endeared her to the three adults, who devoted more of their energy to her, inadvertently neglecting little Dudley. Yet, in truth, there was nothing amiss with Ollie. She had simply grasped the art of communication early, understanding that even the softest sound would summon adult attention to her needs. Why cry when the adults would cater to her comfort? Look at that chubby little fellow, perpetually making noise and crying with such fervor. It was quite peculiar. She had no desire to emulate such behavior. Even though Princess Ollie had only just entered the world, her mind remained a blank canvas. Yet she exhibited an intelligence beyond that of ordinary children, coupled with an unparalleled grace and poise. Chapter 2. Nocturnal conversations between husband and wife. The tumultuous day has finally come to a close. In the nursery, two children, one large and one small, slumber peacefully. Dudley, as usual, sprawls unceremoniously, drooling in his sleep, while little Ollie curls up on her side, her tiny hands clasped against her chest, a faint angelic smile gracing her lips. Vernon, observing the disproportionate space occupied by his son and the cornered position of his daughter, feels a wave of dissatisfaction. His paternal instincts surge, prompting him to unceremoniously nudge Dudley towards the edge of the bed, thereby creating a sanctuary for his daughter. He then places two pillows and several stuffed animals between the siblings, creating an impenetrable barrier, fearful that in the dead of night, Dudley, the mischievous rascal, might encroach upon Ollie's space. Penny gazes at her children, whose contrasting sleeping positions elicit a sweet smile upon her face. In this moment, she feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. At last, Dudley is capable of coexisting quietly with his sister, and she fervently hopes he will soon adjust to the presence of a new sibling. Yet, her thoughts drift to her husband's earlier mention of his sister Lily, and her smile wanes slightly. Vernon, having arranged what he believes to be a safe and equitable division of the crib, notices the shadow of concern etched on his wife's face. My dear, fret not. I assure you that Dudley will not encroach upon Ollie, he declares confidently. Look, he could never scale that mountain of stuffed animals. With an air of pride, he crosses his arms and leans against the crib, showcasing his handiwork. Penny, wishing to shield her true worries from Vernon, finds his earnest desire for validation rather amusing. Unable to suppress her laughter, she chuckles softly. Vernon, perpetually childlike, insists on undertaking what he deems righteous actions, occasionally resulting in laughable blunders that only serve to amuse Penny further. She has long recognized her own complex and unlikable nature, often failing to voice her desires, allowing them to fester into grievances, leaving her secretly melancholic. Surely, no one would favor such a version of herself, not even her own parents, who seem to prefer Lily. However, everything shifted upon meeting Vernon. From the onset of their romance, he has consistently focused on her well-being, striving to bring her joy when she is down and sharing laughter during moments of happiness. This fervent and candid affection is precisely what Penny has always cherished yet lacked. Vernon's unwavering love has bestowed her with courage and illuminated the truth that no matter her flaws, there exists someone who appreciates her. After ensuring that both children are well, the Dursleys prepare to retire for the night. The bedside lamp casts a gentle glow, amplifying the serenity of the evening and the emotions it evokes. Penny tosses and turns in bed, finding herself unable to drift into slumber. As she shifts yet again, Vernon suddenly wraps his arms around her from behind. Penny, are you thinking of Lily? I apologize for mentioning her earlier. Startled by her husband's perceptiveness, Penny recognizes that he has unearthed her thoughts, yet she is reluctant to admit it. Oh no, it's not that. I'm merely concerned about Ollie. I'm still uncertain about how to care for her. And Dudley. Lately, we've been overlooking him. He is still just a child. And stop lying, dear. I saw you lost in thought just now. Vernon interjects, fully aware that his wife's tendency to over-explain indicates she is evading her true feelings. He understands that his inadvertent mention of Lily has stirred Penny's sorrow. Despite the peculiarities of her sister, they grew up together, and recalling her own relationship with Maggie, Penny acknowledges that despite past quarrels, a bond endures. Vernon comforts her. It's all right, Penny. Regardless of everything, Lily is still your sister, your only sister. With that, he pulls her closer, enveloping her in a tighter embrace. Penny grapples with conflicting emotions. Indeed, as her husband suspects, her thoughts are occupied with Lily. Yet, she has always feared discussing her sister with him, given Lily's unique circumstances. The Dursleys are staunchly traditional and wary of anything out of the ordinary, which is why she has never broached the subject of her sister's family in Vernon's presence. Perhaps it is the tranquility of the night that relaxes her defenses. Or perhaps the exhaustion of the day has worn her down. Ultimately, Penny finds herself unable to withhold her thoughts from her husband. Sigh. The last letter from Lily arrived 8 months ago. She mentioned she was pregnant, but I wonder how she is faring. Feeling as if she is overly concerned about Lily, Penny quickly turns to face Vernon, her eyes sparkling with urgency and excitement as she explains, No, I'm not worried about her. It's just Ollie's eyes. They resemble hers so closely. Vernon refrains from interrupting, gently caressing Penny's back, silently conveying a sense of reassurance. Perhaps it is the warmth of her husband's embrace that instills courage in Penny, as her emotions gradually stabilize. Sigh, she exhales, once more astounded by how well Vernon understands her, always knowing how to coax her into opening up. All right, I am concerned about her. The Evans family comprises only Lily and me now. This is her first pregnancy, and that Potter fellow hardly seems reliable. I worry whether he can take care of Lily. Penny confesses, her anxiety intensifying as she unconsciously clutches at Vernon's shirt. Noticing her small gesture, Vernon realizes her lingering anxiety. He tightens his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, and reassures her that arrogant Potter fellow thinks they can achieve anything, doesn't he? And with all their peculiar little tricks, Lily will be just fine. Observing Penny's still furrowed brow, Vernon racks his brain for a solution. Lily likely hasn't met Ollie yet. Why don't you write her a letter? The children are of similar ages. They might enjoy playing together. Perhaps you could even meet? Penny's eyes widen in surprise, and in her eagerness, she collides with Vernon's chin. Yet, she hastily seeks confirmation from her husband, her voice laced with an excitement she herself does not recognize. Really? You wouldn't mind? I mean, inviting Lily to our home? Rubbing his chin where he was struck, Vernon feigns indignation. Of course, but she better not bring that Potter along. Penny, unfazed by her husband's mock ferocity, smiles and kisses the spot where she collided. I'll make sure to specify in the letter that the arrogant Potter is not welcome at our home. Don't think this means I'll forgive you. My chin still hurts, Vernon quips, intentionally steering the conversation away. How about I prepare your favorite smoked bacon tomorrow? Penny, understanding her husband's intentions to divert her from fretting over Lily, agrees to his proposition. Only bacon? How about adding a roast chicken? Now that it's negotiable, their conversation continues, harmonizing with the chirping of crickets outside, as the day quietly draws to a close. With her eyes closed, Penny contemplates how to articulate her sentiments, hoping Lily understands that she genuinely desires reconciliation. Given Lily's character, she might very well respond with an eager letter before visiting. But what could she possibly write? Lost in these thoughts, Penny drifts into a sweet slumber, unaware that she will never receive a reply from her sister. Chapter 3. The daily life of a baby. Ollie remains blissfully unaware of her mother's longing for a letter, for as a mere infant, her sole focus is on growing up healthy and happy. It is uncertain when exactly Dudley began to acclimate to the presence of a younger sister in the household. Yet his curiosity towards this diminutive bundle of joy grew tremendously. Thus, within the Dursley residence, a repetitive scene unfolded daily. Upon awakening, Dudley would fixate his gaze upon his sister. Initially, he would take advantage of the moments when others were distracted to forcibly rouse her from slumber. After numerous corrections from their parents, Dudley learned to engage with his toys while observing her from the sidelines. Once she stirred, he would eagerly pile all his toys around her, hopeful that she would partake and play with him. Olive's infant life was rather mundane. Yet upon witnessing her brother's enthusiastic invitations, she would reluctantly indulge him for a brief moment. This allowed their mother a modicum of respite, freeing her to attend to other tasks without the constant concern of Dudley's mischievous antics. Thus began a harmonious coexistence between the two children. Dudley presented a small rabbit puppet to Olive, who regarded it with approval and did not object. When he offered her a toy car, however, Olive recoiled, wishing to refuse it. Yet her limbs were still uncoordinated. Her tiny hands opened and closed, but she could not articulate the gesture of dismissal. Dudley, believing his sister to be enamored with the toy, gleefully placed the car in her palm, while Olive attempted to resist in vain. Dudley babbled AOL, and Olive responded with a continuous stream of data, their exchanges perfectly synchronized in a delightful manner. From Penny's perspective, the sibling duo seemed to be engaged in a most enjoyable conversation. Dudley endeavored to emulate adults by affectionately kissing his sister, yet Olive was unwilling to cooperate, twisting her head in protest. After a series of antics, she begrudgingly succumbed to her brother's saliva-laden display of affection. Upon Vernon's return from work, he noticed the red marks upon his daughter's face, and, upon learning the circumstances, Dudley found himself on the receiving end of his father's firm but loving reprimand. After dinner, while enjoying his fruit puree, Dudley noticed his sister was without any. On one occasion, he stealthily concealed a half-eaten apple slice and, seizing the opportunity when the adults were distracted, attempted to feed it to Olive. She gazed at the slobber-coated, misshapen morsel, erupting in a fit of indignation. After holding back for what seemed an eternity, she finally articulated her first word, no. Seeing Dudley persist in his attempts to feed her only fueled her frustration, and, with that, Olive unleashed her first full-blown cry. This commotion drew Penny's attention, bringing an abrupt end to Dudley's mischief. Penny, noticing her daughter's newfound ability to speak, was filled with excitement, and the family celebrated this milestone. From the moment Olive turned 7 months, she seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world, her speech becoming increasingly fluent, eventually surpassing that of her brother, who was 10 months her senior. A remarkable scene unfolded in the Dursley household, wherein the younger sister taught her elder brother how to speak, patiently correcting his mispronunciations and even grasping the basics of simple grammar without formal instruction. With her remarkable memory, Olive could recount simple bedtime stories shared by their mother, utterly enchanting Dudley, who became entirely attentive to his sister's words. By the time she approached her first birthday, Olive was capable of expressing her thoughts with clarity, yet, as an astute child, she delayed learning to walk. The more intelligent a child, the more they ponder. During her initial attempt to walk, her first step faltered, resulting in a collision with the railing that left her disoriented. Olive felt a twinge of injustice but restrained her tears, already understanding the importance of maintaining her dignity at such a tender age. The clumsiness of her fall was far from regal, causing the little princess great displeasure, yet she could not bear the thought of failure. After numerous attempts, she finally recognized that her soft, unsteady feet were not yet equipped for standing, and her head felt oddly dizzy. Oh, it was a matter of her physical readiness lagging behind her ambitions. Thus, for the ensuing months, she persisted in crawling on all fours. When tasks proved too challenging, Dudley was always there to assist. Indeed, under his sister's tutelage, Dudley developed into quite the doting brother. In private, when their parents were absent, Olive would laboriously raise her chubby little arms and legs, occasionally gripping the railing in a determined effort to stand. Despite Dudley's constant interference, it could not deter the princess's quiet determination. Finally, at her first birthday celebration, Olive confidently declared to Vernon her intention to stand upon the table. Although Vernon was uncertain of her motives, he complied unconditionally. Dudley, puzzled by his sister's intentions, bounced around, eager to join her, but Vernon, aware of Dudley's weight, promptly refused, inciting a fit of frustration from Dudley, who stomped his feet in protest. With unwavering confidence, Olive positioned herself atop the table, lifting her chin and spreading her arms. Prancing like a little peacock, taking step after step to showcase her newfound walking prowess to her family. Vernon stood protectively behind her, arms outstretched, while Penny nervously clasped her handkerchief, overwhelmed with emotion and wiping away tears. Maggie, too, showered the little darling with praise, exclaiming her admiration. In summary, Olive's debut walk was a resounding success. Not only did she navigate with remarkable stability, but she also demonstrated agility by crouching down and rising again, before turning and returning, even managing a few playful runs into Vernon's embrace, leaving the entire family astounded. Previously, no one had suspected that Olive could walk. They had merely assumed her reluctance to crawl stemmed from a lack of interest. Vernon had even discreetly discussed with Penny his belief that their daughter possessed an extraordinary intellect. Although her motor skills seemed typical, perhaps even inferior to Dudley's. Now, witnessing Olive transition from crawling to running, Vernon was overjoyed, lifting her high into the air. At first, Olive was bewildered, but soon adapted, bursting into peals of laughter as her father continued to toss her joyfully. This spectacle alarmed Penny and Maggie, who quickly intervened, taking Olive into their arms and showering her with kisses, praising her as the most intelligent child in the world. Dudley, intrigued by this new game of play between his father and sister, tugged at Vernon's pant leg, eager to join in. However, Vernon, fatigued from the exertion, could only manage a few more lifts before succumbing to exhaustion, much to Dudley's discontent. That afternoon, Olive's first birthday party was a resounding triumph, with the Dursleys inviting neighbors and friends to celebrate. Almost all the friendly residents of Privet Drive came to offer their congratulations, bringing an array of birthday gifts for Olive. Upon first sight of her, the neighbors collectively praised her beauty, remarking how she resembled a golden-haired doll, prompting several older girls to express their desire to play with her. Olive patiently entertained her little guests, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities as the guest of honor, nestled in her father's arms as he introduced her to the neighbors. Her small mind quickly grasped the connections, sweetly greeting those who approached her. When she spotted Uncle Ross, she instinctively called out to his wife, Aunt Smith, delighting the adults who eagerly engaged her in conversation. No one had explicitly prompted her. Rather, after listening to her mother recount tales of princesses, Olive had innocently inquired about their nature. Penny, gently tousling Olive's golden locks, replied that a princess is the most beautiful girl in the world, elegant and adored by all, and that Olive was also her little princess. Thus, a seed was planted in Olive's heart. She aspired to become a princess. After all, she was clever and lovely, just like them, and she too wished to embody the grace and charm of a little princess. Consequently, at the conclusion of the festivities, she stood upon the platform, emulating the poise of a princess, and delivered a brief yet articulate expression of gratitude to her guests. The attendees, having never witnessed such eloquence from a 1-year-old, responded with enthusiastic cheers and applause. While the neighbors had always heard Vernon boast of his daughter's intelligence, they had assumed it was mere paternal pride. However, today's display compelled them to acknowledge that the Dursley girl was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 4. The Arrival of Harry. Following the conclusion of the birthday celebration a month prior, Ollie embarked on a quest to map out her surroundings, as her home no longer sufficed for her spirited explorations. With a heart full of curiosity, she ventured into the garden, captivated by everything outside. She reached out to touch the soft tufts of grass, leaned closer to smell the climbing roses on the hedges, and even contemplated tasting the hazelnuts scattered along the path, though this notion was swiftly curtailed by Petunia. Even the tabby cat that sauntered past the door drew her attention, prompting her to mimic its meows, and on occasion, she would surreptitiously offer the feline treats when her mother was not looking. In essence, she was a curious child, brimming with enthusiasm for all that surrounded her. Each morning, neighbors on Privet Drive would witness Ollie, with her little legs, meandering joyfully about her yard. Dudley, unable to remain still for even a moment, pranced around his sister. Petunia sat in a chair on the porch, knitting while indulgently watching her 2 children. Ollie greeted every passing neighbor by name, her cheerful salutation becoming a customary delight for the residents, who could not resist the charm of an angelic child beaming a sweet smile in their direction. However, on the first day of November, Ollie's absence from the yard was noted with concern by several of the ladies who had taken a particular liking to her, prompting discussions about inquiring after her well-being. Meanwhile, within the Dursley household, a significant turmoil was unfolding. Vernon discovered a child and a letter on the doorstep that morning, leading to a chaotic upheaval within the home. Petunia, upon reading the letter, collapsed on the sofa in tears, and Vernon had no choice but to take a day off to comfort his wife. Dudley, awakened and famished, wailed in hunger, but no one attended to him, leaving him to cry inconsolably in his bed. Ollie, disturbed by the commotion, was bewildered by the unusual events of the day. Typically, her mother was quick to attend to Dudley as soon as he awoke, yet today, after his prolonged cries, Ollie could no longer bear the piercing sound and reluctantly got out of bed. The two children, still unaccustomed to wearing shoes, held hands and padded barefoot down the stairs in search of their mother. Upon entering the living room, Ollie was met with the sight of her mother weeping, prompting her to release Dudley's hand and stumble her way to the sofa. Petunia continued to sob, uttering words like reply, Lily, and final goodbye, terms that Ollie did not fully comprehend. Vernon enveloped her in his arms, leaning closer to Petunia. Sensing her mother's profound sorrow, Ollie wished to alleviate it. Imitating her father's gestures as she clumsily patted her mother's shoulder, seemingly trying to impart strength and dispel the negative emotions. Noticing her daughter's arrival, Petunia's gaze fell upon Ollie's worried green eyes, which caused her to break down anew, pulling Ollie into a tight embrace as if trying to hold on to something precious. Though Ollie felt a twinge of discomfort from her mother's grip, she reciprocated the embrace gently. Vernon held both his wife and daughter close, patiently attempting to console Petunia, while Ollie made an effort to listen, occasionally wiping the tears from her mother's face. Under ordinary circumstances, foolish parents would have praised Ollie's actions to the heavens. Yet at this moment, none of them were in the mood for such sentiments. The sound of a child's cries shattered the trio's reverie, prompting Ollie to turn her attention to the source, her brow furrowing in confusion. This was not Dudley's voice. Who was this other child in their home? Was her mother weeping because of him? The child's wails finally roused Petunia from her sorrowful stupor, and she gestured to Vernon, signaling him to investigate. With her parents surrounding her, Ollie finally caught sight of the child on the carpet. He too possessed a pair of vibrant green eyes, glistening even more brilliantly with tears, mirroring her own reflections in the mirror. Instinctively, Ollie reached up to touch her own eyes. Dudley, who had been momentarily released from Ollie's grasp, was the first to notice the newcomer. Thrilled to see another child, he rushed over, eager to play, oblivious to the sorrow that lingered around his mother. He began stacking various toys around the child, recalling that in the past, this would entice Ollie to join him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the little one began to wail even louder. Upon witnessing their parents and sister approach, Dudley's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the child remained ensconced amidst the toys. After a flurry of activity, Ollie and Dudley found themselves seated in baby chairs, with Vernon expertly feeding them both bottles. Finally satiated, they gleefully wiggled their toes, synchronizing the rhythm of their sucking. Petunia gazed at the child in her arms with a complex expression. The letter indicated that his name was Harry, Lily's son. Yet aside from those striking green eyes, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his arrogant father, complete with a tousled head of jet black hair. As she brushed her fingers over the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, Petunia found it difficult to fathom the malevolence of the person who could murder her sister and brother-in-law, only to inflict harm upon such a tender child. "Mommy, who is he?" Dudley asked, his discontent palpable at seeing his mother holding another child. He attempted to pull Harry away from her embrace, clearly feeling possessive of her affection. Ollie, who had been trailing behind, grasped her brother's hand to halt his actions. "Dudley, Mommy is tired." Harry, already exhausted from a day of upheaval, had fallen asleep in Petunia's arms, his bottle barely touched. As Vernon emerged from the kitchen, having tidied up, he effortlessly took the child from Petunia. "Dear, let me handle this. You take a moment to rest." He skillfully cradled Harry as he ascended the stairs to the bedroom. With her husband's assistance, Petunia felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to turn and find Dudley waiting with an unhappy expression, evidently still bothered by his mother's attention towards another child. Ollie stood beside him, clutching his hand, her small face etched with concern as she gazed at Petunia, displaying an adult-like expression that elicited the first smile from her mother that day. "Dudley, Ollie, listen to me. He is your Aunt Lily's child, and his name is Harry," Petunia explained earnestly, squatting to meet their eyes. "Aunt Lily?" Ollie pondered, having never encountered this individual, tilting her head in confusion. "Yes, Aunt Lily," Petunia confirmed, pausing to blink away tears, her emotions threatening to overflow. "Lily is my sister." In that moment, Ollie comprehended the weight of the term aunt, grasping that it denoted a familial bond with her mother. "Sister?" Dudley echoed, still perplexed. "Sister, Ollie, my sister," he emphasized, shaking their joined hands. Petunia felt a pang of sorrow, struggling to maintain her composure as she encouraged the two children to play on their own. Ollie seemed to understand that her mother wished for solitude, especially Dudley, whose words often brought her to tears. Thus, she gently coaxed Dudley to the carpet to engage with the toys, occasionally glancing toward her mother. Petunia slumped helplessly onto the sofa, unable to uphold her usual elegance. Indeed, the bond between Dudley and Ollie mirrored that which she had shared with Lily. Both pairs were bound by the same parents, having grown up side by side. She yearned for Dudley and Ollie to remain inseparable, supporting one another throughout their lives. Yet she pondered whether her own parents had wished for the same for her and Lily. Reflecting on the late Mr. and Mrs. Evans, Petunia's heart ached with sorrow. She was now the last of the Evans family. What was she to do? Should she take Harry in? However, the complexities surrounding his father's situation loomed ominously. The circumstances surrounding the demise of Lily and her husband were shrouded in mystery. Had the perpetrator truly vanished? Would he return to seek out Harry? Will Harry truly not bring any trouble to the household? Chapter 5, Petunia's Dilemma. After Vernon settled little Harry down, he gazed at his wife, whose face was awash with confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "My dear, I respect your thoughts. The decision to adopt rests solely with you." A bittersweet smile graced Petunia's lips, yet she admitted, "I do not even know if I want to adopt." Vernon stepped forward, enveloping his fragile wife in a tight embrace. "It is all right. We can take in young Potter for a few days, allowing you to gradually explore your feelings." With that, he tenderly kissed her forehead. He disliked seeing Petunia in such turmoil. She deserved to be happy every day. However, he understood that the bond between the sisters was exceedingly complex. Harry was not merely a nuisance. He represented the sole continuation of her sister. Thus, he was willing to honor Petunia's sentiments, standing unconditionally by her side, regardless of whether they decided to keep him or not. The following morning, Vernon had to leave for work, leaving Petunia alone with the 3 children. The energy required to care for 3 children multiplied exponentially, and Petunia was still adjusting to the chaos. Fortunately, Ollie could somewhat look after Dudley, leaving only the taciturn Harry. The 3 children sat on the mat, playing with toys. Harry appeared somewhat bewildered by this new environment, retreating to a corner to observe quietly. Dudley was intrigued by the sudden appearance of his younger brother. Mindful of having made him cry the previous day, he refrained from direct confrontation, merely fixating his gaze upon him. Then, as if making a discovery, Dudley excitedly tugged at his sister, exclaiming, "Look, their eyes are the same, just like Ollie's." Ollie comprehended his words and nodded in agreement, her little curls bobbing with the motion. She too was curious and cautiously approached the boy, having just left his parents. Harry found himself in a realm that felt utterly foreign. Without the presence of his father and mother, he was overwhelmed with shyness and fear. The previous day, Dudley had attempted to engage Harry in play, but being over a year older and nearly twice his size, he clumsily pushed toys towards him, causing Harry to burst into tears. However, young children typically find it easier to accept peers of similar stature. Since Ollie was only a month younger, they were comparably sized. Thus, after Ollie carefully initiated a few interactions, Harry soon forgot his trepidations and began to build blocks alongside her, watching the 3 children play harmoniously. Petunia found herself once again ensnared in a quandary. Should she adopt this child? All 3 children were of similar ages. Raising one was not merely about providing for his basic needs. Unbeknownst to her, the financial burden on the household was increasing. Vernon's income barely sustained the expenses of their family of 4. What would they do about the additional costs of Harry? Surely, they could not skimp on the necessities for such a small child. According to the letter, she was his sole remaining family member. The relationship between her and Lily was fraught with complexity. Although there was genuine sisterly affection, jealousy and resentment could not be overlooked. It had been 2 years since the sisters last met. At their parents' funeral, Petunia had unleashed her pent-up emotions, resulting in a fierce argument that left them parting on bitter terms. Eventually, it was Lily who extended an olive branch, inviting Petunia to her wedding through a letter, but Petunia chose not to attend. Once the closest of friends, the sisters had grown apart as Lily possessed the magic that Petunia lacked, drawing their parents' attention away from her. The jealousy and grievance accumulated over the years, creating an invisible rift between them. It was only during their quarrel that Lily became aware of the burdens her sister had carried for so long. With only the 2 of them remaining in the Evans household, she endeavored to mend their relationship, sending several letters afterward, none of which received a response. Even when Lily became pregnant, Petunia remained silent. In truth, Petunia's heart had softened long ago. She recognized that the deterioration of their relationship was partly due to their parents' actions, but her own disposition contributed as well. Yet, during the argument, the words exchanged had been so absolute that Petunia was left uncertain on how to respond. The shift began with Ollie's birth, those identical green eyes. Petunia recalled how Lily used to gaze at her with those very eyes, and she found herself yielding to her sister time and again. How wonderful those times were, and how had they devolved into this? Thus, encouraged by her husband, Petunia penned a letter to Lily, genuinely hoping to break the ice between them, yearning for a conversation. However, as days turned into weeks without a reply, she surrendered to despair, believing Lily had no desire to reconnect. The next news of Lily was the heart-rending revelation of her passing, leaving behind a child. Petunia realized she would never see her sister again, nor would she have the opportunity to apologize. All that remained from those bitter, poignant memories was her solitude. A knock on the door interrupted Petunia's reverie. She hastily wiped away the tears that had gathered unbeknownst to her and gathered her composure before rising to answer the door. Outside stood Mrs. Smith, holding a plate of treats. Upon seeing Petunia, Mrs. Smith's face lit up with her familiar, warm smile. Oblivious to Petunia's reddened eyes, she eagerly inquired, "Petunia, where's Ollie? You know I haven't seen my little sweetheart in 2 days." She raised the plate of treats, gazing at Petunia with anticipation. "These are the thumbprint cookies I specially made for her this morning." Petunia initially intended to dismiss her, but seeing Mrs. Smith had gone to such lengths for Ollie, she reluctantly invited her inside. However, Mrs. Smith, ever the chatterbox, wasted no time regaling Petunia with the latest gossip. "Did you hear about the new Mrs. Fig across 2 streets? I had no impression of her before, but recently I discovered, my goodness, there is indeed such a person in our neighborhood." "Oh, indeed. I had no impression either," Petunia replied distractedly. "She is quite an eccentric old lady," Mrs. Smith continued. "Oh, is she? And she has numerous cats. You must keep Ollie away from those furry creatures when you take her out. We wouldn't want them scratching our Ollie's lovely face," she said, bursting into exaggerated laughter at some thought. In the past, Petunia would have patiently engaged, but today she had little energy, hastily leading her into the living room. Upon entering, Mrs. Smith spotted the 3 children on the floor and gasped, "Oh my goodness." Ollie and Harry turned simultaneously, looking up at her with wide, similar green eyes. Without hesitation, Mrs. Smith crouched down to kiss each of them, then turned back to Petunia with a smile, joking, "My word, Petunia, it seems Ollie has a twin." Petunia found herself at a loss for words at her rudeness, not wanting her to focus on Harry. She simply explained, "This is my sister's son, staying with us for a few days." She then scooped Ollie into her arms. "Ollie has been keeping her cousin company. You were wondering about her, weren't you?" Ollie, taken by surprise but not resisting, nestled obediently against her mother's shoulder. Sure enough, Mrs. Smith remained blissfully unaware of the diversion, producing cookies to entice Ollie. Oblivious to her mother's maneuvering, Ollie delightedly sampled the treats. For the duration that followed, whatever Ollie said or did evoked astonishment from Mrs. Smith, punctuated by her frequent laughter. Feeling overwhelmed, Ollie resolved inwardly, "I must not succumb to this. I must be graceful. I must be elegant." An hour later, after finally sending the exuberant Mrs. Smith on her way and closing the door, both mother and daughter sighed in unison. Each time Petunia beheld her daughter behaving like an adult, she marveled at how she could have such a delightful child, unable to resist showering her with kisses. By the time Vernon returned from work, the 3 children were already fast asleep. 2 boys both yearned to be closer to Ollie, ultimately resulting in her sleeping in the middle. However, being sandwiched between them proved to be quite uncomfortable, leading to an unsettled slumber. Unable to bear the sight, Vernon gently lifted his daughter and carried her to the couple's bed. Chapter 6. The Awakening of Magic. The day after Harry's arrival dawned bright and sunny, a rarity in the autumn season. Petunia decided it was time to bring out the winter clothes for airing. In a flurry, she prepared milk for the 3 children, allowing them to play together while she busied herself with the laundry. After spending a day together, Harry, guided by the instincts of a small creature, discerned that Ollie was the leader among the 2 children. He realized that as long as he followed Ollie's lead, the larger boy would not bully him. Thus he stayed close to her. Dudley, now aware that this small boy was vying for his sister's affection, unceremoniously scooped Ollie into his arms and exclaimed loudly, "My sister." Harry wore a look of dejection, casting a pitiful glance at Ollie. Their eyes met, and he shrank back in fear. Ollie believed Harry was merely a guest at her birthday celebration, recalling her father's advice to take care of guests. Therefore, she held one hand for each boy, encouraging them to play together without quarrels or fights. In the end, the 3 children sat together, gulping down milk. Dudley, with the largest appetite, finished his milk first. Spotting his mother outside, he snatched the bottle from Harry's hand and shoved it into his mouth. Harry attempted to reclaim it, but his limited strength proved futile, and in his struggle, he was pushed to the ground by Dudley. Ollie, witnessing the commotion, implored them to stop, but her small arms were of little use. Suddenly, Harry erupted into a shrill cry, unleashing a power he was yet unaware of. The milk bottle flew from Dudley's grasp, careening chaotically around the room before hurtling towards the door. Just then, Petunia entered, catching sight of the bottle heading straight for her. "Ollie," she shouted in alarm, and the bottle abruptly halted midair, swaying slightly before soaring into Ollie's hands. Intrigued, Ollie examined the bottle with wonder, while Petunia rushed over to embrace her daughter. her expression a mix of anxiety and astonishment. "Ollie, is it you? How did you? You saved Mummy?" Ollie, as if discovering something fascinating, nodded proudly and directed the bottle to fly back into Harry's hands, turning to her mother with an expectant look for praise. "It's Harry, yes. He didn't finish it, so I'm giving it back." However, instead of receiving commendation, Ollie was enveloped tightly in her mother's embrace, leaving her bewildered. Petunia held her daughter close, casting a deep glance at Harry, disregarding the fuming Dudley, and stood up to call Vernon, her voice trembling as she urged him to return quickly. In the interim, Petunia separated her children from Harry, still wary of his unpredictable powers and concerned for her two children's safety. As for Ollie, it was her first realization of her parents' attitude towards Lily. No matter what transpired, they remained their own child, did they not? Petunia continued to hold Ollie, while Dudley sat beside them. Petunia smoothed out Ollie's tousled hair, earning a sweet smile in return. Not far away, Harry sat helplessly in the playpen, the earlier incident prompting him to notice that it was Ollie who had returned the bottle to him. He gazed at her intently and suddenly exclaimed, "Mummy." As if confirming something, Harry raised his voice, "Mummy." His small finger pointed at Ollie, his face alight with the brightest smile he had worn since his arrival. "Mummy, Mummy," he called repeatedly. Ollie frowned, thinking Harry even dimmer than her brother Dudley. She was not Harry's mother, so why was he calling her that? She was destined to be a princess, not a mother. He should refer to her as princess instead. Displeased with this thought, she pouted, realizing that her brothers were rather foolish, and Harry still struggled with his words, mistaking identities. It seemed no one was as clever as she was, indeed. Only she could be a princess. Harry stubbornly pointed at Ollie, calling her Mummy, while Petunia understood Harry's intention, sighing inwardly. Perhaps Lily had once used magic to hand Harry a bottle as well. Vernon, anxious about what might have transpired at home, sped back, only to find his wife with a worried expression cradling their daughter, with Dudley eagerly attempting to rush outside. Relieved to see his family safe, Vernon leaned down to kiss his wife on the cheek. "Dear, what's the matter?" He took Ollie into his arms, using his leg to block Dudley's antics, and closed the door firmly. Then, recalling the little troublemaker at home, he wondered, "Is it that little Potter? I knew it was him, just like his father. Always causing trouble. What has he done?" Vernon's voice escalated into a roar. Afterward, he glanced nervously out the window, ensuring no one was watching, before lowering his voice and asking, "Is it that damned magic?" Petunia offered no reply, walking over to draw the curtains, ensuring they were shielded from view, before handing a bottle to Ollie in Vernon's arms. Ruffling Ollie's tousled hair, Petunia gently said, "Sweetheart, show Daddy what you can do, just like you did earlier." Ollie, eager to showcase her newfound ability, gripped the bottle and concentrated. Why isn't it responding? She thought, trying harder. 2 minutes passed. Yet the bottle remained still in her grasp. Vernon watched his daughter, whose face was turning crimson from effort, finding her determination utterly adorable. He leaned closer and kissed her. "What are you trying to show us? Are you trying to push out a poop?" Ollie felt her composure shatter. How could he say that a little princess was doing such a thing? She had mastered her potty training long ago, always discreetly asking her mother for help. How could her father possibly have witnessed that? As her thoughts grew more animated, the familiar sensation surged within her again. Ollie resolved never to forget this feeling, and with a determined flick, she sent the bottle soaring, perfectly aimed at her silly father's head. Vernon, still chuckling at his daughter, was abruptly struck by the bottle, his smile transforming into a look of shock, creating a rather comical scene. Ignoring the pain on his head, he turned to Petunia, eyes wide with fear, and asked, "Our Ollie, is she?" Petunia's expression was one of bittersweet acceptance. "Yes, both Harry and she are." She recounted the earlier events in detail. Upon hearing this, Vernon fell silent, pulling Ollie closer. Petunia recognized how difficult this was for him. "You needn't worry. It was just us. No one else will find out." "Petunia, let us keep Harry," Vernon suddenly suggested, his voice earnest. "With Ollie like this, we are just ordinary people and cannot protect her forever. Harry, like her, can be by her side. I don't want Ollie to feel like an outcast." He paused, knowing the next words would be difficult to articulate. Moreover, if something were to happen and others found out, Vernon bit his lip. If I hope Harry can shield Ollie." After he spoke, silence enveloped them. Moments later, Vernon hurriedly added, "I know this is selfish, but I am Ollie's father." Vernon then gazed quietly at Petunia. She looked at her resolute husband, then at their daughter, who was lost in thought, nibbling on her fingers, and sighed, "I am Ollie's mother too." They exchanged a knowing smile, as if reaching an unspoken agreement. Once the words were out, the stagnant air in the room began to flow freely again, and sunlight graced the Dursley household once more. Outside, the sun hung high in the sky, while two entwined roses swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze. Chapter 7. The Start of Primary School. 5 years later. September 1st. Today marks the commencement of the new school year for the children of the Dursley family, with Dudley, the eldest, embarking on his first year of primary school alongside his siblings. Early in the morning, Dudley wore a glum expression, his mood dampened. At the breakfast table, he only managed to consume 3 small rolls, despite typically devouring at least 5. Little Ollie understood the reason behind her brother's discontent. It was simply that their mother was returning to work today and would no longer be able to deliver their lunches at noon. Ollie found this rather exasperating. For despite Dudley's considerable stature, he was, in truth, the most dependent on their mother. As for Harry, he had long grasped that he was not a biological child of this family. His demeanor was always tinged with a hint of reserve. And while Petunia and Vernon did not treat him harshly, he felt a subtle distinction when compared to Dudley and Ollie. Consequently, Harry was indifferent to the possibility of Aunt Petunia not delivering lunch, reassured by the presence of Ollie, knowing that as long as he accompanied her, he would never go hungry. Ollie had always exhibited a maturity beyond her years, rarely troubling her parents, and thought that dining out for lunch was not a significant issue, as their mother could always prepare whatever they desired for dinner. Finally, as Dudley sluggishly sipped his juice at a pace comparable to that of a snail, Ollie could no longer contain herself. "Dudley, my dear brother, could you please hurry?" she implored. Dudley, reluctant to expedite his departure for school, found himself disheartened by the thought of attending primary school, which promised an array of new subjects in the absence of their mother's delightful home-cooked meals. He reasoned that delaying his departure for just a moment was inconsequential. "Perhaps you ought to have a heart-to-heart with Dad?" Ollie suggested, observing Dudley's leisurely pace. She closed the travel magazine she had been perusing and revealed her secret weapon to motivate him. With a sigh, Dudley gulped down the remainder of his juice, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and prepared to tidy up. "Oh, Dudley, you can't wipe your mouth like that. Those are Mum's freshly laundered clothes," Ollie exclaimed. Fine, I'll change," he retorted, darting off towards the bathroom. Ollie was perplexed by her brother's untidiness. Did he truly believe the orange juice stain on his sleeve was appealing? Turning her gaze to Harry, she noticed him deftly tousling his hair. "All right, my princess, I'll head to the restroom to fix my hair," he replied, chasing after Dudley. Ollie sighed, feeling fatigued. She stood before the mirror, smoothing her shirt collar and ensuring her skirt was neat. As she gazed at her reflection, she sighed once more, realizing that not everyone could embody the perfection of a little princess. When Petunia descended the stairs, she observed her daughter sighing with the demeanor of a little grown-up. Reaching out to tousle her hair, she instead noticed the intricately braided style Ollie had fashioned and pinched her soft cheek. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Did those 2 boys upset you?" Petunia inquired, knowing all too well what had transpired, given the similar scenes that had played out each morning since kindergarten began. "Come and see what I've prepared for you. The red bag contains extra fruit for lunch, which your brother will carry. The blue bag holds your textbooks. Harry will take that. And the green bag contains your handkerchief and tissues. I've also tucked in a little comb for you," she said, displaying the items with a fond smile directed at Ollie. "Oh, thank you, Mom. You know me best," Ollie replied, and the two shared a warm embrace. Just then, Vernon entered from outside. "Ollie, darling, where are your 2 brothers?" he asked. Before she could respond, Dudley and Harry emerged from the bathroom, having been hiding to avoid Ollie's incessant chatter. At the sound of Vernon's voice, they quickly reappeared. "Hurry up, boys. Don't keep your sister waiting. She has to speak as the representative for the new students." "Yes, Dad," they replied obediently, picking up their assorted backpacks from the table. As the family piled into the car, Petunia bestowed a farewell kiss upon Ollie, watching as her husband took the 3 children to school. Inside the vehicle, Vernon offered a stream of admonitions. "Dudley, take care of your sister. Don't let anyone bully her. Ollie, focus on your studies and remember what I told you yesterday. Harry, just stick close to Ollie and avoid using your tricks. Stay attentive in class." The 3 responded affirmatively, but before Vernon could elaborate further, they arrived at the school. Once Vernon parked and exited the car, Dudley dashed off, his voice echoing in the air. "Goodbye, Dad." Harry called to Ollie to keep up. He ran a few steps before noticing his sister lagging behind and hesitating about whether to return. Only Ollie remained, patiently waiting for Vernon. After receiving her father's farewell kiss, the 2 shared a tender moment before slowly making their way into the schoolyard, leaving Vernon to reflect on the joys of raising a daughter. Meanwhile, as Harry followed Ollie into the school, many of her classmates greeted her warmly. Ollie responded with smiles, not only recalling each child's name, but also engaging in brief conversations about their holiday experiences, which endeared her to them further. Harry marveled at this, perplexed by how she remembered that Jeff had gone to France, that Megan had adopted a puppy, and that Rachel had attended a wedding. At last, they arrived at their classroom, where they placed their belongings in the front row just as Ms. Morgan entered. She made a beeline for Ollie, enveloping her in a hearty embrace. After they parted, Ollie produced several postcards from her backpack. "Dear Mrs. Morgan, My aunt went to Hawaii over the summer, and look. Inside are those palm trees you adore. I thought these photos would suit you perfectly, she said, winking playfully at Ms. Morgan. This prompted another grand embrace from Ms. Morgan, who exclaimed, "Oh, dear Ollie, thank you for remembering my preferences. I love them, and I think I'll hang them in my living room to enjoy every day." "Of course, it's my honor. My aunt will be thrilled to know," Ollie replied. "Oh yes, I wish I could thank her in person. But perhaps we should prepare for this morning's opening ceremony?" Ollie replied with a shy smile. "Of course, I've prepared a speech. Could you take a look at it for me?" "Wonderful. You truly are our school star," she said, wrapping her arm around Ollie as they headed outside, their laughter echoing as they conversed. Seated at his desk, Harry felt utterly bewildered. When had Ollie written a speech? Hadn't the three of them spent the entire summer together? Wait, could Ollie truly compose a speech independently? And did Ms. Morgan really have a fondness for palm trees? Was that the reason for the postcards from Aunt Maggie? In the back of the classroom, Dudley observed the exchange, shaking his head inwardly. Harry, unlike himself, seemed unaware of his own limitations. How could mere mortals like them ever measure up to Ollie, the perfect princess and radiant school star? Chapter 8. Petunia's employment. Meanwhile, the impeccably dressed Petunia arrived at her workplace, a company specializing in fashion design. The owner, a Chinese woman named Miranda, had somehow become acquainted with Petunia, who had been recommended for the position when she expressed a desire for employment. Petunia's interview was exceedingly successful, having studied tailoring and design in university. She possessed a keen aesthetic sense, and despite lacking work experience since marriage and motherhood, she effortlessly secured a position as a design assistant. As the morning commenced, Penny found herself rather flustered at work. To her astonishment, the overall atmosphere of the company was remarkably harmonious. Her colleagues were exceptionally kind. And although her boss Miranda possessed a commanding presence, she was not an insufferable person. Consequently, the somewhat introverted Penny quickly assimilated into this familial environment. During the lunch break, she received invitations from several colleagues to join them for tea outside. Cradling her coffee, Penny felt a twinge of anxiety for her 3 children. It was the first time she would be away from them for an entire day, and she wondered how they would adapt. Particularly concerning was Ollie, who would be delivering a student speech that day without her presence. Would she feel disheartened? "Penny, what's the matter? Are you worried about work?" one colleague inquired. "Don't fret. I heard Miranda just praised you." Indeed, chimed in another colleague, offering words of comfort. Penny regained her composure and quietly explained her concerns about her children, especially her guilt regarding her daughter being a devoted mother. She cautiously retrieved her wallet from her bag to show them a family photograph. Suddenly, one colleague pointed at Harry and Ollie in the picture and exclaimed, "Oh my, Penny, you have a pair of twins? They truly have beautiful eyes," another remarked. "You and your husband are absolutely wonderful," a colleague praised. Gazing at the ordinary couple in the photograph, Penny had grown accustomed to this. Over the past 5 years, Harry and Ollie had always been mistaken for twins whenever they ventured out together. Initially, their only similarity was their eye color, but over time, they had begun to resemble each other more closely. Ollie's beauty was evident from birth, while Harry, raised in the Dursley household, received no particular attention or neglect from his parents. Overall, Harry was well cared for, with rosy lips and white teeth, and indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Having adeptly clarified her relationship with Harry, Penny chose to steer the conversation away from her son, as she preferred not to draw excessive attention to him. Thus began Penny's journey in the design company. Meanwhile, at school, Ollie remained blissfully unaware of her mother's work situation, preoccupied with rehearsing her afternoon speech with Miss Morgan. During lunch, Harry and Dudley awaited her at the office entrance with their meals. Upon seeing her emerge, the trio found a spot to eat. "Ollie, how are you feeling? Nervous?" Dudley queried. Having never spoken in public himself, merely imagining standing before hundreds made him feel terrified. Ollie, slowly eating from her lunchbox, replied, "Not at all. I've prepared my script and practiced many times this morning. Don't worry, Ollie. Dudley and I will cheer for you from the audience." Harry reassured her, being more perceptive to their mother's absence at Ollie's speech today, fearing it might upset her. "And you will undoubtedly be the best." Adjusting his glasses, Harry gazed at his sister with unwavering determination. Noticing Dudley's obliviousness, Harry nudged him with his elbow, prompting Dudley to hastily concur, "Yes, Ollie. I believe in you too." Seeing her 2 brothers' awkward encouragement, Ollie felt they were overthinking things. After all, it was merely a back-to-school speech. Nevertheless, she appreciated their clumsy concern and resolved to guide her brothers in their studies, ensuring they became exemplary students. Indeed, Ollie's speech in the afternoon was a resounding success. She not only expressed her aspirations for the school, but also extended her gratitude to the teachers who had assisted her, concluding with an inspiring message. Her address was profoundly impactful, invigorating the newly enrolled students, while Harry and Dudley seized the moment to lead the applause, which soon resonated throughout the auditorium. After concluding her speech flawlessly, Ollie performed a graceful curtsy before leisurely descending the stage. Behind the scenes, the moved Ms. Morgan enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "Ollie, you are such a wonderful child. Promise me you will always seek my help when needed." Ollie smiled in agreement, cherishing the pleasant exchange. She thought to herself that fostering a good relationship with Ms. Morgan might allow her to join the chemistry interest group. After school, Vernon awaited the 3 children at the gate, having already spoken with the teachers. Upon seeing his daughter, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Darling, you were incredible. I am so proud of you," he exclaimed, embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek, reminiscent of when she was younger. Although Ollie considered herself a big girl now and protested against public displays of affection, she still cherished her father's affection. The father-daughter duo chatted and laughed, while Dudley occasionally interjected with details about the speech. Harry, sitting in the back, felt particularly jubilant today and boldly joined the conversation. Upon arriving home, Dudley tossed his backpack aside and prepared to head out to play with friends. Recalling her decision from the afternoon, Ollie firmly insisted, "Brother, we have homework to complete first before going out." Harry, feeling bewildered, wondered why he was dragged into this, as he had intended to play soccer first. "But it's just the first day. I have so much to share with them," he protested, attempting to sway his sister's mind. "No, brother. We must finish our homework first, regardless of the day," Ollie asserted, standing defiantly at the doorway. Just then, Vernon, who had parked outside, overheard, "Dudley, listen to your sister. Learn from her, and Harry, if you both were half as easygoing as Ollie, it would be a blessing." Without hesitation, Vernon ushered the 2 boys to the dining table, intending to supervise them. Soon, the Dursley dining table was occupied by the 3 children. The room fell silent, save for the soft scratching of pens on paper. Ollie, having completed her homework first, continued perusing her newly acquired textbooks. After she finished one, Harry finally wrapped up his work, leaving only Dudley still scratching his head in confusion. Vernon permitted the 2 to play while he kept an eye on Dudley. Having not seen Penny all day, Ollie decided to wait for her mother in the yard, hoping to be seen upon her return. As she stepped into the garden, Ollie suddenly noticed that the climbing roses on the hedge appeared parched, likely forgotten by her mother in her rush to work. She resolved to water them while her mother was unaware. However, Harry, practicing soccer moves nearby, quickly intervened, saying, "Ollie, let me handle that." Reluctantly, Ollie paused. She understood her uniqueness and wished to give it another try. Surely watering the plants wouldn't cause any significant issues, right? Did her cousin really need to guard her like a thief? Feeling discontent, Ollie sat on the porch with her chin resting on her hands, frowning as she watched Harry busying himself. Harry swiftly retrieved the gardening tools and began watering the plants in haste, fearing that, given Ollie's special nature, it would be best for him to take care of the flowers himself. Chapter 9. The Peculiar Ability. Shortly after finishing watering, Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up a fallen flower, walking over to Ollie. "This is Aunt Petunia's favorite rose. Don't dwell on it. Here. This one is for you," he said, offering the rose from his palm. As he concentrated, he noticed that the rose, which had appeared wilted due to lack of water, slowly unfurled in his hand, displaying its most exquisite form. Ollie, witnessing this marvelous transformation for the umpteenth time, was astounded. "Such a miraculous power," she exclaimed, taking the flower and bringing it to her nose, thoroughly satisfied and ready to forgive Harry for his earlier disdain. However, just as in her childhood, the rose began to wither in her grasp within a minute, prompting Ollie to feel exasperated. Yet, she maintained the poise of a princess, ultimately pouting as she handed the flower back to Harry. Indeed, for every instance that astonishes Harry enough to make flowers bloom, there are just as many instances that cause him to lament his ability to wither them. Throughout her life, every plant she has tended to has met with decline, the least of which wilted, while some even met an untimely demise. Why is it that, despite possessing similar magical abilities, the disparity between the 2 is so vast? Feeling despondent, Ollie pondered, what girl does not cherish fragrant blossoms? Yet here she was, unable to casually engage with any greenery. Even the most resilient wild grass would droop its leaves at the mere touch of her watering can. Suddenly, Ollie, whose senses were always keen, spotted a familiar figure in the distance. She turned and urged Harry, quickly, "Harry, Mum's back. You must make it bloom again. I have a use for it." Without hesitation, Harry made the rose in his palm blossom anew, just as Petunia reached the doorstep. The 2 children rushed forward to greet her, with Ollie sweetly taking the bag from Petunia's arms. "Mum, you've worked hard. These beautiful flowers are for the lovely Mrs. Dursley," she proclaimed. Harry, wanting to emulate Ollie's charm, attempted to say a few words but faltered at the crucial moment, ultimately managing a dry, "Aunt Petunia, you've worked hard." "Petunia, taken aback by the surprise awaiting her in the yard, felt her fatigue from work dissipate instantly. She accepted the rose and pinned it to her lapel, showering Ollie with a tender kiss. Upon noticing Harry's eager gaze, she hesitated momentarily before awkwardly pulling him into an embrace, ruffling his dark hair. A slight pang of disappointment stirred in Harry's heart due to the unequal treatment, though being held by his aunt was not entirely unpleasant. Seeing their mother so joyful filled Ollie with happiness as well. Inside, she busied herself with pouring water and massaging Petunia's shoulders, leaving her mother utterly touched and showering praise upon her daughter. Meanwhile, Harry silently hung Aunt Petunia's coat on the rack, listening to Ollie's endearing words. "What a precious darling I am to Mom. I wish to accompany her to work and never part." Feeling both amused and envious, Harry mused that perhaps this was how biological parents and their children interacted. If only his own mother were present. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered Harry's reverie. Dudley, descending the stairs like a bulldozer, began to whine. "Mom, Dad just hit me. Mom, Dad called me a fool. Mom, Dad said I can't have dinner tonight. I want a little steak." Harry promptly retracted his earlier thoughts, observing Dudley's interactions with their parents. It was clear that only Ollie held a special place in their hearts. As Dudley stomped his feet while complaining to Aunt Petunia, Ollie stood patiently behind her, gently massaging her shoulders and occasionally inquiring about the pressure. A revelation dawned on Harry. Dudley's increasing unpopularity in the household was starkly contrasted by Ollie's endearing behavior. "What is that little brat whining about now? It seems I didn't hit him hard enough," Vernon grumbled, descending the stairs with his hands clasped behind his back, overhearing his foolish son's complaints. Ignoring Dudley, he exchanged a reassuring glance with his daughter, then approached his wife. His previously clasped hands suddenly revealed a beautifully wrapped box. "Darling, I appreciate your hard work," he said, gazing at Petunia with deep affection. Love often breeds a sense of guilt. Vernon was acutely aware that Petunia had taken a job to alleviate their financial burdens. If only he were more capable and could earn a bit more, she could enjoy leisurely tea and gardening like the other women in the neighborhood. It was his own lack of diligence that forced her into such labor, prompting him and their daughter to prepare a gift for her. Petunia, not recognizing the significance of her employment, was taken aback by Vernon's thoughtful gesture and felt overwhelmed with emotion, tightly clutching her handkerchief as tears of love pooled in her eyes. Dudley, meanwhile, was making a ruckus, while Ollie urged her parents to sit on the sofa together. "Mom, please open it and see if you like it. Dad and I picked it out for a long time." Petunia carefully unwrapped the box to find a pearl necklace resting on rich green velvet. Each pearl was plump and lustrous, exuding a soft glow. "Oh my, what a beautiful necklace. I adore it," Petunia exclaimed, gesturing for Vernon to help her put it on. Indeed, Ollie's taste was impeccable. Petunia's long neck, though perhaps excessively so, was perfectly complemented by the necklace's slightly larger pearls, which shimmered brilliantly even under the indoor lighting. As the family basked in their joy, Vernon gazed at his wife, who wore the necklace with a gentle smile, and tenderly touched her hands, now calloused from household chores and no longer as delicate as in her youth. An idea suddenly struck him. "Darling, today is a day worthy of celebration. Let us dine at that delightful restaurant. It's a bit far, but we can drive." Petunia, usually frugal, hesitated, but, seeing the tenderness in her husband's eyes and the eager expressions on their children's faces, she thought about her impending income and ultimately nodded in agreement. The two boys excitedly shouted, ready to change their shoes and head out, while Ollie tugged on her mother's arm. "Mom, why don't you and Dad wear that purple dress? I think it will be perfect for tonight." "Indeed, dear, it has been years since we wore it," Petunia replied, her enthusiasm matching Ollie's. Vernon instantly recalled the outfit, the purple dress Petunia wore when they were engaged, complemented by his own suit and purple tie. He felt a surge of warmth for his thoughtful daughter and gave Ollie a thumbs up, to which she responded with a proud, chin-up expression. Petunia wholeheartedly agreed, and she and Vernon rose to change their attire. Ollie beamed as she watched her parents ascend the staircase together. Turning around, she spotted the impatient Dudley, grumbling about having to change into formal wear and whining about being hungry. Ollie rolled her eyes internally, realizing he had no grasp of romance. Once the family was ready, they piled into the car, the headlights slicing through the darkness as they embarked on their journey toward happiness. Chapter 10. Miranda's persuasion. The family's work and studies had settled into a steady rhythm. Particularly for Petunia, her entrance into the workforce had transformed her presence. Perhaps influenced by her colleagues and supervisor, Miranda, or perhaps because she had discovered a greater purpose in life. In any case, Petunia was increasingly becoming the embodiment of a strong woman. Simultaneously, Petunia's career as a designer had a profound impact on Ollie. One day, after being dismissed from school early, Ollie intended to visit her mother at the design company to pick her up after work. At that time, Petunia was preoccupied with preparations for an upcoming fashion show and had asked Ollie to wait backstage. This marked Ollie's first genuine foray into understanding her mother's profession. Rows of models were rehearsing nervously, each tall and beautiful, adorned with makeup that Ollie could not comprehend. Petunia and her colleagues were adjusting the garments on the models one by one. Once ready, the models practiced on the floor, confidently showcasing their outfits, captivating Ollie utterly as she watched, entranced. At that moment, a small seed was planted in her heart. Perhaps being a designer was not such a bad idea after all. "Oh, dear Ollie, what do you think of these models?" Miranda approached, standing beside Ollie without her noticing. "Aren't they incredible? Is this what beauty looks like?" Ollie responded dreamily. Miranda burst into laughter, remarking on the little girl's wide-eyed admiration. "Would you like to be like them? Are you interested in becoming a model at Andy's company?" Observing the remarkably beautiful young Ollie, Miranda employed her charming persuasion techniques. She genuinely believed that with Ollie's exquisite visage, countless garments could be adorned, and as a shrewd businesswoman, Miranda would not overlook any opportunity. Ollie was taken aback. This was a path she had never contemplated. After a moment of reflection, she bashfully declined. "Why? Don't you wish to work alongside your mother? Or perhaps on the garments designed by her?" Miranda continued to persuade from a different angle. Truth be told, Ollie felt a twinge of temptation. In her childhood, Penny had crafted clothes for her, and now, having honed her design skills through rigorous training, Ollie longed to wear her mother's latest creations. However, considering her packed schedule, Ollie sighed and once again turned down the offer. "What if little Ollie came by after school to help your mother try on some outfits? Don't you finish school by 3 o'clock? Just 2 or 3 hours. Surely that is manageable? You could even leave work with your mother afterward." Miranda stepped back, gazing at the adorably sighing Ollie, still unwilling to concede. This time, Ollie was genuinely astonished. She was puzzled as to why Aunt Miranda was so fixated on her. "Aunt Miranda, what you say is indeed the routine of an ordinary elementary school student, but I have to attend Mr. Morgan's interest group after school. Following that, I have violin lessons twice a week and art classes twice a week. Moreover, I also need to tutor my 2 older brothers with their homework in the evenings. So I truly don't have time to assist you, Aunt Miranda." Ollie concluded with an apologetic smile directed at her. Now it was Miranda's turn to ponder. Are today's elementary students really this overburdened? ISNT had often said that children abroad enjoy a carefree education. Ollie's schedule sounded eerily familiar. Wait, ISNT, this reminiscent of the intense upbringing she experienced in her past life? A bold hypothesis surged within Miranda. Odd changes, yet even constants? Miranda exclaimed excitedly, uttering a phrase in Chinese. Ollie, bewildered, blinked her innocent green eyes at her. Imperial jade liquid? Miranda repeated another phrase in Chinese. Ollie remained perplexed but maintained her politeness. Responding, "Auntie, are you speaking in Chinese? I haven't learned it, so I'm afraid I can't converse with you. I apologize." Miranda felt utterly disheartened. Well, it appeared that Ollie was simply a bright child, and those coincidences were merely that, coincidences. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just speaking my native language. Hearing about your life suddenly made me a bit homesick." Ollie, though puzzled about the connection between her life and China, took her words to heart. Having heard from her mother that Aunt Miranda had come to the UK alone to start a business, with no family nearby, and having not returned home in over a decade, Ollie felt a surge of warmth. Pulling Aunt Miranda's hand, Ollie pressed her small face against it. Beaming radiantly, "Auntie, you can pinch my cheeks. The ladies at your company always say that pinching my cheeks makes all worries disappear. I'll let you do it today." Goodness, where did this little angel come from? Miranda was charmed and unreservedly reached out to pinch, though she did so gently. Simultaneously, her resolve to bring Ollie into the company strengthened. With each subsequent encounter, Miranda tirelessly endeavored to persuade Ollie. Yet, at this moment, Ollie remained more captivated by her chemistry group and art classes. Each time, Miranda returned defeated but resolute. Finally, at a celebratory gathering, she stumbled upon a revelation. It was a celebration held at an upscale restaurant, where the company permitted employees to bring family. Everyone was dressed to the nines, creating a grand spectacle. At the banquet, Ollie accompanied her mother, and as they sat down to dine, Ollie helped her mother with her coat, genuinely delighted to see Penny engaging in lively conversation with her colleagues. However, glancing down, Ollie noticed that the coat, worn just the day before, was already pilling at the cuffs. She began to discreetly pluck the pills away, believing no one would notice. Yet Miranda, not far off, observed the entire scene and quickly settled beside Ollie. "This garment shouldn't ordinarily exhibit such wear, knowing your mother. She must have taken care of it yesterday. So, I suspect she might have prepared breakfast for the family this morning, or perhaps tidied up the house," Miranda casually remarked. Shaking her glass, Ollie felt quite offended. Could this truly be the words of the usually amiable Aunt Miranda? "My dear Princess Ollie, your parents have shielded you too well. Just look at that dress she's wearing. It's probably from 7 years ago, Miranda continued. Watching from a distance as her mother stood among a group of urban sophisticates, Ollie felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Yes, she realized. This dress was indeed quite dated, one she recalled her mother wearing from her own memories. As a fashion designer, Penny was wearing a dress from several years prior. Ollie, you must understand the reason behind this. Miranda continued, aware that her words might be somewhat irksome, yet recognizing that certain truths were beyond a child's understanding. She resolved to unveil the veil of maternal love, driven by her own selfish motives. With your 2 older brothers and 3 children in the household, I've heard that everyone has their own extracurricular activities. That must be quite an expense. Ollie inhaled sharply, stifling tears welling in her eyes, and turned to glare at Miranda. So, Auntie, what exactly are you trying to say? Ollie decided then and there that she would not like Aunt Miranda anymore. She no longer felt pity for her solitary existence. Gazing at Miranda, adorned with smoky eye makeup, Ollie thought of her as a venomous black widow. At that moment, the little girl was unaware that she would soon encounter another equally sharp-tongued figure, a black bat. Chapter 11. Ollie's career. Realizing she had nearly brought the little girl to tears, Miranda chastised herself internally for a fleeting moment before donning the guise of a ruthless capitalist. What I mean, Ollie, is that you might reconsider my suggestion. Becoming a child model 1T consume much of your time. Yet the rewards could be substantial, especially with your face, your greatest asset. You could help your poor mother. Couldn't you? After uttering these words, Miranda longed to slap herself. Oh dear, Ollie would never again allow her to pinch those cherubic cheeks. I will think about it. Leaving the cold remark hanging in the air, Ollie clutched her clothes and departed towards her mother. All right, Ollie. Let us arrange a time this weekend to discuss it in detail, Miranda hastily added, seizing the opportunity as the little princess seemed to waver. Such a rare chance. That night, mother and daughter returned home, but Ollie lay in bed for a long time, unable to drift off. From the adjacent room, the sounds of her 2 brothers squabbling reached her ears. It was evident they were bickering once more about bedtime. Indeed, Daryl and Harry were squeezed into one room, where a bunk bed stood, and they often quarreled over who got the lower bunk. Although Ollie had her own little room, it was merely separated from the next by a wooden partition, so any noise from there was easily audible. Moreover, her chemistry experiments could only be conducted at school, as there were no conditions at home to practice. Thoughts of her mother's dress from earlier that day solidified Ollie's determination. She truly needed to earn some money. Before long, Ollie's career as a child model officially commenced. Penny believed that her daughter's behavior was influenced by her own, and after discussing with Vernon, she decided to respect Ollie's wishes since she could accompany her at the company. Dudley and Harry had no objections. After all, their sister was so delightful that it was only fitting for more people to see her. Even if they had opposed, it would likely have been futile. Once Ollie officially began earning an income, Penny had no intentions of taking her daughter's money. Instead, she diligently saved a portion of it each month, ensuring that the bank card remained in Ollie's possession for her convenience. Upon discovering this, Ollie began using her funds to buy gifts for her family, including, but not limited to, a new dress for her mother, a scarf and belt for her father, Dudley's favorite comics, and sports shoes for Harry. However, she still lacked a proper laboratory, as their home was too cramped, and conducting experiments posed certain dangers that their living conditions could not accommodate. Additionally, Ollie hired a cleaner to come twice a week, justifying it by saying that her mother was very busy with work and hadn't spent much time with her lately. She wanted her mother to have less labor to do at home, and her father wouldn't have to return from work late only to clumsily tidy up. Vernon and Penny were deeply touched, realizing they had been somewhat neglectful of their children recently, and began discussing the possibility of a family trip. However, they advised Ollie against spending her money frivolously, leading to her first display of defiance as she resolutely continued on her chosen path. Dudley was particularly pleased, as his sister often gifted them with things they desired, and household chores no longer required their assistance. Their pantry was stocked with endless snacks, which, despite their mother's restrictions, they could sneakily indulge in. Especially when paired with Harry's little magic tricks, their enjoyment knew no bounds. Ollie gradually gained a reputation, firmly believing that one must strive to be the best in whatever endeavor they pursue. Within the school, she was recognized as a star, adored by teachers and admired by her peers. Beyond the school gates, she diligently pursued her career as a child model, with the garments she wore consistently selling out. To photographers, she was the epitome of an obedient little model, effortlessly mimicking poses and occasionally surprising everyone with her own creative ideas. What an exceptional child she was. Yet, Ollie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While modeling brought in income, it consumed her extracurricular time, hindering her other aspirations. The earnings she accumulated still fell short of her dreams of a grand house with a live-in nanny, prompting her to seek alternative avenues. Miranda felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that her words had propelled Ollie into a whirlwind of relentless money-making. Today, she had even cornered Miranda in the office, brandishing a flyer for a competition she intended to enter. Miranda glanced at the substantial prize money, quickly comprehending Ollie's intentions. "Perhaps you should discuss it with your parents," she sincerely suggested, puzzled as to why Ollie sought her out first. "But if you approach them, my parents are more likely to agree, don't you think?" Ollie clearly articulated her objective. Since that incident, Miranda found it impossible to regain Ollie's trust. Even during their private meetings before signing the modeling contract, Ollie had employed her savings to hire a lawyer, firmly refusing to allocate a larger share to the manipulative Miranda. Of course, after Miranda reluctantly signed the highest-level contract, the two put on a facade of camaraderie in front of Penny, leading her to believe that they were on amicable terms, which accounted for Ollie's favorable treatment. In truth, while Miranda may have thought so, Ollie remained skeptical of her intentions and instinctively sought someone to act as a guiding light. With her first impulse being to turn to Miranda. With a resigned gesture of surrender, Miranda raised her hands. All right, Princess Ollie. It saddens me that you are using me like this. If you're willing to take on another modeling assignment, perhaps I might find some happiness in it. And the work can be done more swiftly." Ollie smirked, fully aware that Miranda would seize any opportunity to exploit her. A few days later, Penny approached her daughter for her opinion, completely unaware that the true mastermind behind the entire affair was her seemingly obedient daughter. She meticulously introduced Ollie to a competition named the Most Beautiful Sweetheart. The contest aimed to select the most beautiful child models aged 6 to 12 in the UK, with the grand prize of $200,000 contingent upon participating in a film financed by the organizers. The second and third prizes were $100,000 and $50,000, respectively, without specific requirements. "Sweetheart, whether you participate or not is entirely up to you. Your mother respects your wishes," Penny added, genuinely believing that showcasing oneself for judgment was not in Ollie's character. However, given the recent success of child modeling, Penny felt a twinge of uncertainty. Children's thoughts often change rapidly, even for little Ollie. Coupled with Miranda's various promises regarding the competition, Penny sought her daughter's opinion. "Of course I want to participate, Mom. Am I not the most beautiful little model?" Ollie declared, narcissistically holding up a mirror to admire herself. Penny was taken aback by her daughter's confidence, marveling at how she had given birth to such a stunning child. Yet, as Miranda had pointed out, it would indeed be a shame for Ollie not to enter this competition. Once Ollie confirmed her participation, everyone began helping her with the registration. The competition required each contestant to have a unique promotional angle, and while Ollie pondered this, Harry eagerly suggested, "What could be more fitting than Princess Ollie?" Turning to the others, she found their expressions resonating with agreement. At just 7, Ollie adapted well to the title of princess and readily consented. However, many years later, at the age of 70, when addressed as Princess Ollie, she would feel nothing but profound embarrassment. Chapter 12, Winning the Grand Prize. Ollie's participation in the competition proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Miranda recognized a tremendous business opportunity, actively reaching out to various instructors to provide intensive training for Ollie in etiquette, speaking, and walking. Consequently, Ollie's performance in front of the camera became as graceful and poised as her promotional slogan suggested, complemented by her fairy tale-like beauty and attire, garnering her a multitude of fans. Yet, in the final competition, the champion was a well-known child star who had been active on the big screen since childhood, making Ollie's loss understandable. Although she finished as the runner-up, her unfamiliar face nonetheless gained considerable fame. While she could not participate in the film reserved for the champion, many renowned directors still invited Ollie to audition for other projects. This left Penny feeling utterly flustered. She had never encountered such a scenario. After work, she and Vernon arranged to dine with the formidable Miranda, hoping to obtain her insights. Miranda was not surprised by Ollie's sudden rise to fame. Having navigated the complexities of life as a modern individual in the 21st century, she had successfully completed her education in a new China and established her company in a foreign land, proving her keen judgment of character. Remembering the girl who had been cautious enough to hire a lawyer when signing contracts, Miranda was confident that Ollie would achieve great success in the future. In a corner of the restaurant, noticing Penny's evident turmoil, Miranda objectively explained the potential ramifications. "Perhaps you should consult the individual directly involved? But Ollie is only 7. She is a clever child, and we have always respected her opinions. Nonetheless, we are truly concerned about this significant matter. Does she genuinely understand the entertainment industry?" Penny furrowed her brow, sharing the same worried expression as her husband. It appears that this couple has yet to truly comprehend their daughter. Miranda candidly revealed the truth, recalling the time when Ollie came to her with a lawyer, negotiating in pursuit of the most favorable contract. Leaving the couple in a state of bewilderment, Miranda gracefully departed. her mind whimsically conjuring the thought that the Dursley household would undoubtedly be quite lively that evening. Upon returning home, the Dursleys found Ollie inquiring about the kind of rooms her two brothers desired. Derry and Harry were elated upon learning that their sister intended to use her prize money to purchase a larger house, and they eagerly began to discuss their preferences. Derry insisted on a room spacious enough to accommodate his boxing bag, with ample room for movement surrounding it. Harry envisioned a vast lawn for playing football, ideally accompanied by a glass house for cultivating plants. Ollie, on the other hand, was singularly focused on acquiring a well-equipped laboratory. The trio enthusiastically debated the design of a communal activity area. After listening intently, Ollie nodded, jotting down notes, as she began to sketch the vision of their future home. Momentarily entertained by the idea of becoming an architect, the couple lingered at the door for a while before entering. Upon seeing their parents return, Derry excitedly rushed to inform them about Ollie's plans to buy a larger house. Vernon exchanged a few words with his son before turning to his daughter. "My dear Ollie, today your mother and I learned something astonishing. Could you explain to your father why you wish to participate in the modeling competition?" Ollie immediately surmised that Aunt Miranda must have leaked the information. Every time you trust her a little, she promptly betrays you." "Yes, Dad. Everything Aunt Miranda said is true. I entered the competition for the prize money, with the ultimate goal of securing a larger home for our family and hiring a housekeeper to relieve us of household chores." Ollie candidly disclosed her motivations for becoming a model and her reasons for entering the contest. However, her revelation was met with a profound silence from the family. Ollie had never felt so anxious, awaiting the judgment of her parents. She naively believed she could conceal the truth for an extended period, thinking that by the time it was uncovered, her parents would likely not be upset. Thus, she carefully observed their reactions. Derry seemed about to say something, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth, pulling him back behind the sofa before releasing his grip, discreetly wiping his palm on Derry's trousers. Visibly disgusted and vowing to wash his hands thoroughly later. Oh, how Derry never learns to read the room. Ollie needed the support of her uncle and aunt at this moment, not their interference. Ollie waited for what felt like an eternity, although it might have only been a few breaths, before finding herself enveloped in her parents' embrace. "My dear Ollie, it turns out you have been carrying such a heavy burden. It is my oversight, and you are still so young." Vernon, who typically prided himself on his masculinity and rarely displayed vulnerability, was now weeping like a child. In contrast, Penny, who often seemed weak, simply caressed Ollie's small face, saying, "Sweetheart, you should have told us sooner. We would never deny you the opportunity to earn money. We just wish you would be open with us. We can figure things out together." "Indeed, Ollie, you are clever, but you are still a child. You need not bear all the responsibilities alone," Vernon added. "So, can you promise to tell us right away next time? Hearing it from someone else afterward truly saddens us." Penny cupped her daughter's face, gazing earnestly into her green eyes. Ollie felt an overwhelming sense of shame as her emerald eyes glistened with tears, large droplets streaming down her smooth cheeks, soaking her clothing. Upon witnessing Ollie's tears, Vernon and Penny did not immediately comfort her as they usually would. They simply watched quietly, knowing that some lessons must be imparted. After a brief moment of silent weeping, Ollie looked up and met her parents' concerned gazes. "Mom and Dad, I promise I won't deceive you again." Unable to contain himself, Vernon fumbled to wipe away her tears with his sleeve, but soon realized the roughness of his clothing. Anxiously searching his person, ultimately, it was Penny who retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, gently and affectionately dabbing at her daughter's cheeks. As the atmosphere softened, Vernon feigned nonchalance, saying, "Actually, your mother and I have been saving for a house all these years. Now that we have Ollie's prize money, I believe we can arrange for a laboratory for her in the new home." Noticing Derry desperately gesturing from behind the sofa, Vernon pretended to remember something. I suppose constructing a boxing room in the basement wouldn't be out of the question." Turning to see Harry gazing at him with the same glistening green eyes as Ollie's. Filled with anticipation, Vernon added, "Well, a large yard would also be quite nice, though I'm not suggesting it for football. However, if certain individuals can refrain from damaging the grass, then perhaps it would be permissible." Vernon's words elicited laughter from Ollie, and seeing this, Penny affectionately tousled her daughter's golden curls. "Of course, we must allocate a room for a housekeeper on the first floor." She understood that Ollie's desire to hire a housekeeper stemmed primarily from her own burdens, as she carried the heaviest domestic responsibilities. After work, the two tasks often left her utterly exhausted. Thus Penny comprehended her daughter's intentions. Feeling her mother's understanding, Ollie grew slightly bashful and nestled her fluffy head deeper into Penny's embrace. With the atmosphere lightening, Derry finally dared to speak up, ambitiously requesting a game room, only to be met with a united front of disapproval from their parents. Undeterred, he cheerfully expressed various other wishes, and the family engaged in a collaborative discussion, gradually piecing together their vision of the perfect home. Chapter 13, primary school graduation. After much deliberation, the family resolved not to purchase a new house, but rather to buy the vacant lot next door and construct a larger home combining the two properties. After all, they had lived in their current abode for many years, familiar with the surroundings and enjoying harmonious relationships with their neighbors. No one wanted to relocate to another area. A year later, when the three children had progressed to the third grade, the Dursleys moved into their new home. 3 years later, as the children graduated from primary school, the entire family remained exceedingly pleased with their residence. Today marked the final day of school for the three children. Ollie and several close friends sat on the lawn, bidding farewell as they reminisced about their years together. The moment was filled with a poignant sense of parting, and a few of the more emotional girls couldn't help but shed tears. Ollie patiently comforted them, offering warm embraces and promising to keep in touch. Not far away, Harry watched the girls endlessly recounting their farewells, feeling perplexed. England was not so vast that meeting up would be a challenge, with a myriad of tasks awaiting him. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached them with purpose. "Ah, Princess Olivia, your Knight Potter has come to escort you. It seems it is time for our goodbyes." A round-faced girl chimed in as Harry approached with a playful jest. Ollie felt a wave of embarrassment every time someone called her that. She wished she could transport herself back in time to eradicate that mortifying title. The girls, noticing Ollie's flushed cheeks and indignant expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter, lightening the mood of parting. After exchanging heartfelt hugs, Ollie and Harry hurriedly made their way to their next destination. Along the route, familiar and unfamiliar schoolmates greeted her, causing Ollie to pause for brief exchanges, which significantly delayed their progress. Finally arriving at the edge of the small grove, Dudley stood impatiently in the distance, and upon spotting the two figures, he began to jump and wave. Olivia was just about to hasten towards him when suddenly, her path was obstructed. "Miss Olivia Dursley, I have long harbored feelings for you. Might you consider becoming my girlfriend?" A boy with a sprinkling of freckles across his nose stood before Olivia, nervously extending a pink envelope. It was evident that he had mustered all his courage. His face was flushed as if it might scorch, and the hand clutching the envelope trembled slightly. Olivia wore her customary polite smile, adeptly soothing the boy with a few gentle words before gracefully declining his proposal. Meanwhile, Harry stood by, speechless and gazing skyward, pondering how many times this had happened. Since the first grade, Olivia had been inundated with a plethora of love letters. After the competition, it became even more pronounced as young boys from all over Britain began penning letters to her. Harry himself had become somewhat numb to the numerous confessions he had witnessed, while Olivia had developed a proficient routine of smiling, comforting, rejecting, and reassuring. The freckled boy had braved a substantial emotional undertaking, but evidently, he was not yet ready to concede. Just as he was about to utter another word, he was forcibly pulled away. "Stay away from my sister, you little rascal." The newcomer was Dudley, who expertly brandished his fist in a mock threat to intimidate the freckled boy. "If you don't leave, do you wish to experience my punch?" With that, Dudley flexed his bicep confidently, showcasing his well-developed muscles. As expected, the freckled boy retreated a couple of steps and fled. "Oh, it seems my fighting prowess is growing. Look, I can scare someone off even before throwing a punch," Dudley exclaimed with pride, flexing his arms left and right. Olivia offered a half-hearted compliment and urged her brother to hurry along with his tasks. Subsequently, the three children, laden with gifts prepared by Petunia, expressed their gratitude to the various teachers, the gardener, and the school nurse. Once all was concluded, the trio found themselves utterly exhausted and detoured to a fast food establishment, each purchasing an ice cream as they made their way home. "Olivia, I can understand your connection with Ms. Morgan and the others, but the gardener? I had no idea you knew him," Dudley inquired while licking his ice cream. "Oh, I know. The gardener is a retired botany professor. He introduced us to the plants at home. Whenever we have time, we go listen to him recount tales about flora," Harry interjected eagerly. "And what about the school nurse? Don't you remember? In 4th grade, you fell on the playground, and the school nurse treated your injuries," Harry added, recalling the incident. Dudley scratched his head, finally recollecting the event. "Later, seeing you get injured while practicing boxing, Olivia even bought special ointment from her. Otherwise, why would we keep those supplies at home?" Harry wondered, perplexed by what occupied his cousin's thoughts daily. As they conversed, the trio finally arrived home. Harry pushed open the door and made his way directly into the sunlit greenhouse. He delicately tended to the plants within, picking up a notebook to select the necessary floral materials based on the requirements listed. The events surrounding the modeling competition had not only impacted Olivia, but had also left a significant mark on Harry. He always felt that his sudden arrival had caused his aunt's family some discomfort. Witnessing his younger sister's determination to improve their family's financial situation deeply moved him. No longer timid in voicing his desires to his aunt, he sought ways to contribute positively to the household. Harry boldly ventured into various jobs such as delivering newspapers, milk, and maintaining lawns, but ultimately, on Olivia's suggestion, he decided to utilize his unique ability to cultivate plants for profit. This inexplicable talent allowed him to accelerate plant growth or delay decay. With this gift, Harry could provide customers with timely blooming flowers, offering them a unique solution. For instance, the flowers used during Aunt Petunia's company meetings were often sourced from Harry, resulting in a substantial income for him. Of course, to the outside world, everyone merely believed Harry had an innate talent for caring for plants, completely unaware that it was a little boy's secret magic. Dudley, there are 3 pots of dahlias reserved for Mrs. Smith that need to be delivered before dinner, Harry said, handing him the order list. Not a problem, I'll deliver them right away. Indeed, as Harry's horticultural venture flourished, Dudley had also taken on a part-time job assisting Harry in transporting the plants. After all, while Harry's small frame was adequate for watering and fertilizing, it was Dudley's larger build that was essential for deliveries. Efficiently pulling his little cart from the storage room, Dudley began to transport the 3 pots of dahlias. At the same time, Olivia assisted Harry in verifying the remaining orders. With graduation season upon them, the demand for flowers surged, and the 3 children were wholeheartedly focused on their profitable endeavor. After several trips back and forth, they finally completed the orders. The 3 collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. Even Olivia, who usually maintained her composure, lacked the energy to uphold her poise, leaning against the chair while rubbing her face. I've laughed far too much today. Harry, I want a hamburger, Olivia suggested, eager to reward themselves. Me too, me too. I want fried chicken as well, Dudley exclaimed, springing up to voice his desires to Harry. Feeling confident with the day's fruitful endeavors, Harry readily agreed to their requests. Chapter 14. A Mundane Morning, Part 1. In the early morning, at number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley residence, sunlight quietly crept into the girl's room on the 2nd floor. Olivia, still with her eyes closed, felt the warm rays upon her face and instinctively rubbed her cheek against the soft pillow, choosing to linger in bed a little longer. Her light golden curls sprawled across the pillow, and the gentle sunlight cast a shimmering glow upon them, combined with her delicate features, making her resemble a princess from a fairy tale. Upon entering the room, Petunia was immediately struck by this scene, marveling for the umpteenth time at how she could have given birth to such a beautiful daughter. Olivia, my dear little princess, it's time to rise. Hearing her mother's voice, Olivia drowsily opened her eyes. Petunia tenderly brushed the stray hairs from Olivia's face, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. All right, Mommy, I'll be up shortly. Olivia nuzzled against her mother's hand, much like a newborn creature seeking its mother's affection. Seeing her daughter awake, Petunia felt reassured and proceeded to call the 2 boys in the adjacent rooms. Before leaving, she couldn't help but remind them, this morning, your favorite bacon is on the table, and after breakfast, we're going to the zoo. Haven't you been looking forward to it, my dear Olivia? At the mention of the zoo, Olivia fully awakened, climbing out of bed to start dressing. Her outfit hung neatly on the side of the bed, freshly ironed the night before, smooth and devoid of wrinkles. For their outing to the zoo, Olivia had chosen a light yellow puff-sleeve dress adorned with delicate pink and white flowers, which appeared both fresh and adorable. Since the competition, Olivia had frequently engaged in various Lolita and royal-style children's clothing endorsements, thus preferring simpler designs for her everyday wear. After completing her morning routine, she gazed into the mirror, feeling that something was still amiss. Olivia attempted to find 2 yellow crystal butterfly hair clips on her vanity to adorn her ears, believing they complemented her dress quite well, and carefully adjusted their height. She also selected 2 equal strands of hair to fall gracefully in front of her chest, while the remainder of her golden locks cascaded naturally down her back. Worried that the wind might touzle her hair while they were out, she dipped her comb into the styling gel on the table and meticulously brushed through her long curls, ensuring each strand remained neatly in place yet retained a hint of volume. With a gentle twirl before the mirror, adjusting her skirt to ensure that from her tousled hair to her socks, every detail was impeccably coordinated, Ollie finally felt satisfied, embodying the essence of a perfect princess. She pushed open the door and descended the stairs, following the corridor to the kitchen. The floor beside the dining table was nearly overwhelmed with gifts for her brother Dudley. Leaving Ollie perplexed, with Dudley's rather unpleasant demeanor, it baffled her how so many people would bestow gifts upon him. Despite her disdain, she couldn't ignore that among the heap of presents lay her own contribution, a pair of boxing gloves. After much deliberation with her cousin Harry, they had ultimately decided that one would gift boxing gloves while the other would present a punching bag. With these 2 pieces of boxing equipment, Dudley's fighting prowess should significantly increase, and she anticipated he would appreciate them. With this thought, Ollie's steps became noticeably lighter. Harry was in the kitchen, busy flipping the bacon, and upon glancing up, he spotted Ollie gliding into the kitchen like a delicate butterfly. Harry, your hair. For heaven's sake, could you please comb it? Ollie couldn't help but voice her critique. "Oh, Ollie, I forgot again," Harry replied, embarrassment washing over him as he awkwardly raked his hand through his hair. This exchange was nearly a morning ritual. Ollie found it utterly incomprehensible how someone could be so indifferent to sporting a bird's nest on their head. Taking the spatula from Harry's hand, she instructed him to tidy his unruly locks in the restroom while she adeptly flipped the bacon in the pan. Ever since they moved into their new home, they had been searching for a housekeeper, yet the years had slipped by without finding a suitable candidate due to various reasons. Consequently, household chores had become a shared responsibility among them. During such times, Ollie often wished for a housekeeper who could meet the family's expectations, regardless of the salary. After all, Uncle Vernon had been striving to ascend within his company, and Aunt Petunia had garnered a modest reputation in the design industry. Moreover, Ollie occasionally appeared in commercials to earn some pocket money, and both Harry and Dudley had their respective ventures in gardening, resulting in a commendable household income. Alas, a good housekeeper remained elusive, and there were peculiar little issues concerning Harry and Ollie that they preferred to keep under wraps, which had prolonged the search until now. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Harry finally returned, his hair neatly styled with a side parting, held in place with a copious amount of hairspray. He bowed to Ollie with exaggerated formality. "Esteemed Princess Ollie, may I request the spatula from your gracious hands?" Unable to stifle her laughter, Ollie complied, handing over the spatula. "Very well, Sir Harry, please proceed to demonstrate your esteemed flipping skills." Feeling a bit theatrical, Ollie lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied in return. As the siblings were engrossed in their playful performance, Aunt Petunia and Dudley entered the kitchen. "Oh dear, Harry, has a fly taken a liking to your scalp? Go wash out that hairspray immediately. My little Ollie, hurry out of the kitchen before you soil your dress. Dudley, why are you just standing there? Come and help in the kitchen." With that, noticing her husband Vernon was not around, she began to bellow towards the master bedroom on the first floor. "Vernon, are you not ready yet? Don't make me call you a second time." Aunt Petunia's arrival signaled the swift orchestration of household duties, as everything seemed to operate with the precision of a well-oiled machine. The illustrious designer, Mrs. Petunia, managed the household with effortless proficiency. Dudley attempted to interject. "But it's my birthday, don't you want to eat bacon?" Petunia retorted. "Of course I do, but do you have any further objections?" Dudley gazed at his mother, utterly bewildered by her transformation into a forceful matriarch since returning to work. Gone was the gentle, nurturing mother. In her place was a woman who commanded the household with vigor. Yet, for Ollie, their mother remained the epitome of kindness. After a few stammered protests, Dudley acquiesced. "Never mind, Mom." He promptly joined her in the kitchen to help prepare breakfast. Harry had already sensed the impending danger, instinctively taking action at the first command issued by Aunt Petunia. Without questioning why, he acted purely on instinct. Ollie, too, complied and exited the kitchen, settling at the dining table to arrange the flowers in a vase, feigning busyness, knowing that after scolding her brother, she could not scold her sister. Observing Dudley diligently working in the kitchen, Ollie found it astonishing. Her brother, who had once been a plump child in elementary school, had transformed significantly. Since joining a boxing class, Dudley had grown taller and more muscular, the ample exercise lending him an impressive physique. As a result, no one dared to bully Ollie or Harry at school. The once chubby little piglet had evolved into a figure of security, garnering several admirers. However, the most significant transformation within the household belonged to another. Chapter 15. A Mundane Morning, Part 2. Hearing the master bedroom door creak open, Ollie turned to see her father, Vernon, emerging. Over the past 3 years, he had shed half his weight, now presenting himself as a striking and robust man. Since his wife began working and mingling with numerous handsome models, Vernon had developed a profound sense of insecurity. After moving into their new home, he had committed to a rigorous fitness regime. Gradually, his belly had disappeared, his health improved, and his complexion brightened, though he still sported a dense beard that Ollie despised. She had always found his beard bothersome, as it would scratch her face whenever he held her as a child, and he would laugh heartily at her displeasure. "My dear Ollie Princess, are you ready for today's adventure to the zoo?" "Absolutely, Dad." As he spoke, Vernon embraced his beloved daughter, feigning to nuzzle her cheek. Startled, Ollie swiftly slipped from his grasp, provoking another round of hearty laughter from him. Yet, upon seeing Harry descend the stairs, he quickly masked his smile. Settling down to peruse the newspaper at the table, Harry had grown accustomed to Uncle Vernon's demeanor, which seemed to carry an unspoken task that warranted his disdain. Whenever Vernon saw him, a few disparaging remarks were always in store. At this moment, Ollie, ever the considerate sister, noticed Harry's eyelashes drooping, lost in thought, and she took the initiative to engage him. "Harry, your hair looks so much nicer this way." After a morning of meticulous grooming, Harry's hair was no longer a chaotic mess. The damp strands now lay obediently over his forehead, the subtly parted fringe gracefully concealing the lightning-shaped scar on his brow. Of course, I just washed it and spent quite some time drying and styling it. It's very smooth now. Casting a glance at his sister's head, Harry added, though it cannot possibly compare to the silky strands of Princess Ollie. I think you'll need a visit to the barber to resolve that issue, Harry. Uncle Vernon interjected, unable to resist. But no matter how hard you try, it'll never rival even a single strand of Ollie's hair. He winked at Ollie, seeking her approval. Ollie felt overwhelmed, wishing her father would refrain from his relentless teasing of Harry. Did he not tire of critiquing Harry incessantly? It was quite a feat how he could pinpoint Harry's flaws from every angle. Considering her response, she lamely remarked, "Yes, Harry, my dad means to say that your hair grows quickly, which is indeed enviable, isn't it?" Upon uttering these words, Ollie felt strained. Yet Harry felt a warm glow inside, though his expression remained one of feigned indignation tinged with gratitude. Uncle Vernon, witnessing Harry's reaction, inexplicably felt a surge of irritation and was about to launch another jab when he was interrupted. "Ollie, breakfast is served," Aunt Petunia announced cheerfully, entering the scene with Dudley trailing behind her with a plate in hand. No one dared to voice any objections now. Harry rose to clear the dishes, while Vernon pulled out a chair beside him. It seemed that everyone had become engrossed in their own tasks. "All right, Mom," Ollie said, carefully assisting her mother in removing her apron. "The fried eggs today are simply perfect. I bet it was you who made them, right?" She guided Petunia to her seat as she spoke. "Indeed, dear. Do make sure to have plenty later. They're your favorite, with that delightful runny yolk." "Wonderful. I want 3. Dudley observed his affectionate mother and sister with a blank expression, silently shedding tears, wondering if anyone remembered that today was his birthday. At the dining table, Petunia deftly distributed the larger fried eggs and bacon to Ollie, the slightly smaller portions to Dudley, Harry, and herself, leaving the least appealing ones for Vernon. After all, Vernon wouldn't mind, and he received the most anyway. Everyone accepted this distribution with customary ease and without complaint. Once the family finished their meal, Dudley finally had time to begin inspecting his gifts. 47 in total. He looked up at his younger siblings who were helping him, pleased to find it more than previous years. Ollie eagerly pulled out the gifts meant for Harry and herself. "Brother, hurry and unwrap these too." As Dudley tore open the packages to reveal the gloves and punching ball he had long desired, his excitement was palpable. "Happy birthday, brother. I noticed your old gloves were too small, so I chose these for you." With that, Ollie tugged at Harry's sleeve, prompting him to add a few words. "Yes, Cousin Dudley, happy birthday. You seem stronger now. I hope the new punching ball suits you well." Harry adjusted his glasses, contemplating before adding, "And thank you for helping me last semester, for driving off Ryan and the others." Dudley suddenly felt shy. The cousins had grown up together and had never exchanged such formal expressions of gratitude. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Harry's intentional thank you made him feel quite awkward. "It's nothing. Just mention my name next time, and they won't dare bully you again." "All right, I'll remember that." Ollie found their awkward exchanges amusing, wondering how 2 boys who spent every day wrestling on a bed could suddenly act like shy girls confessing their feelings. She quickly urged them to continue unwrapping gifts. In the end, Dudley received a race car, a camera, a remote-controlled airplane, and a plethora of gifts, along with several pink love letters that exuded a sweet fragrance. Curiosity piqued, Ollie stealthily grabbed one of the letters and darted towards Vernon, eager to uncover the secret words of Dudley's admirer, especially since he constantly mocked her. However, Dudley soon caught on and began to chase after her. "Harry, quick!" Ollie shouted, disregarding decorum as she ran, urging Harry to intercept her brother. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical prowess was too great. Dudley easily shoved Harry aside and swiftly caught up with Ollie, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. Ollie squirmed in protest, but Dudley had her firmly in his grasp. As he snatched the letter from her hands, he noticed that his father was already loudly reading another letter. "Oh, my brave Dudley, allow me to call you by your name," Vernon read aloud. "Your arms are as broad as walls, your—" Dudley reached out to snatch it back, but Vernon held it high above his head, far beyond Dudley's reach. "Your legs are like iron pillars, deeply embedded in my heart." Ollie and Harry erupted into laughter, while Petunia sat nearby, chuckling and occasionally smoothing her daughter's tousled hair. Dudley turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, still striving to reclaim his letter. Eventually, Petunia could no longer bear it. She felt it necessary to protect her son's tender heart and insisted that Vernon return the letter. Vernon, perplexed by his son's embarrassment, even expressed pride. "Dudley, your father was just like that in his youth. Don't be shy. It is a symbol of our masculine charm, back in the day." Petunia coughed lightly, as if by chance, prompting Vernon to change the subject. "Back then, it was your mother who captivated me." Witnessing this swift shift, everyone else could no longer contain their laughter, and a wave of mirth echoed throughout the house. marking the start of an ordinary summer morning. Chapter 16. A trip to the zoo. After tidying up, the family finally set off for the zoo. On the way, several young motorcyclists zoomed past, making Dudley envious as he wished for a motorcycle of his own. After receiving a firm refusal from his parents, he could only watch longingly as the motorcycles grew distant. "I once dreamt of a motorcycle," Harry said, hoping to shift the topic and cheer up his despondent cousin. "That bike was flying in the sky." Vernon turned back to mock Harry cruelly. "Motorcycles don't fly, you little daydreamer." Dudley and Ollie giggled, with one claiming to have dreamt of piloting a spaceship, while the other chimed in about walking on the ocean floor. This left Vernon at a loss for words, begrudgingly continuing to drive. It was a brilliantly sunny weekend, and Dudley had long wished to see tigers and lions. Thus he had wished for a trip to the zoo for his birthday. At the entrance, visitors formed a long queue. While Petunia went to purchase tickets, Vernon spotted an ice cream stall and approached to buy 2 cones. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy 3, one for each child, winking at them to hurry and enjoy their treats. When Petunia returned, the evidence of ice cream consumption was already concealed, but noticing the remnants at Dudley's lips, she could easily deduce what had transpired. However, she chose to turn a blind eye, for after all, they were a family enjoying a day out together. At the ticket booth, a silver-haired elderly gentleman was counting the attendees. Once verified, he handed the tickets to Petunia. "Have a wonderful time. I must say, your twins have remarkably similar eyes," he remarked, observing the trio in matching sun hats. Petunia was accustomed to such comments, knowing that Harry and Ollie were of the same height and wore identical hats, greatly increasing the chance of being mistaken for triplets. Upon entering the zoo, Dudley pouted in dissatisfaction. "What kind of eyesight does that old man have? Clearly, all 3 of us look the same. Why didn't he recognize us as triplets?" Fortunately, he merely grumbled internally and did not voice his thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely be mocked. After all, which family has one triplet towering over the others? Given his robust physique, it was a miracle the old man did not mistake him for an adult. The family first visited the big cat exhibit. Upon entering, Dudley forgot all his grievances, his eyes glued to the ferocious creatures in their enclosures. He teased a leopard, imitated a tiger's roar, and even knocked on a lioness cage when no one was watching. In short, Dudley reveled in his solitary amusement. In the afternoon, they proceeded to the aviary, Ollie's favorite place. Various birds were preening their beautiful feathers, and Ollie engaged in discussions with her mother about the marvelous color combinations found in nature, planning to create outfits featuring bold color contrasts. "Oh, darling, look at that one. It resembles you." Vernon's words captured everyone's attention. Following his pointing finger, Ollie spotted a white peacock, strutting proudly with its head held high. "Indeed, Ollie, it's practically a mirror image of you," Dudley exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world, nodding vigorously in agreement with their father's observation. Ollie harbored a fondness for the resplendent white peacock, its beauty and nobility evident even whilst confined within its cage, exuding an air of sovereignty as if surveying its domain. However, when her father and brother openly expressed admiration, Ollie felt a twinge of awkwardness and embarrassment. Suddenly, the peacock strolled towards her, coming to a halt nearby, and unfurled its immaculate tail feathers with a flourish. To her astonishment, it displayed itself before her. Daryl, noticing the peacock still preening its exquisite plumage and seemingly about to vocalize, was hastily silenced by Ollie. Did he not notice the onlookers scrutinizing them? Ollie was determined not to be recognized because of this, prompting her to quicken her pace. Their family's final stop was the reptile house, where fatigue had begun to settle over them. Observing the cold, dim atmosphere within, Ollie suggested a swift tour before departing. Confessing an inexplicable aversion to reptiles, Daryl quickly located the largest python in the exhibit, eager to have a glimpse before moving on. Unfortunately, the gigantic serpent remained motionless, as if in repose. "Move, come on, move." Daryl pressed his nose against the glass, fixated on the glimmering brown python. When it continued to lie still, he rapped on the glass with a forceful knock. All eyes turned toward the spectacle, with Vernon feeling mortified by his son's antics, pulling him aside to the corner, intending to impart a lesson in decorum. Meanwhile, Harry and Ollie shifted their stance in front of the glass, when suddenly, Harry hissed at the python in a manner that seemed to provoke a response, as the snake flicked its tongue in an almost conversational manner. Ollie gasped in astonishment, witnessing the peculiar exchange between boy and serpent. The subsequent events unfolded with alarming suddenness. None could comprehend what transpired as the glass barrier before the python vanished, allowing the enormous creature to glide forth. Ollie felt a surge of panic, gripping Harry's hand tightly. "Ollie, it merely wishes to return home," Harry whispered, sensing her trepidation. "No, it cannot. There are people outside. It is far too dangerous." Ollie understood Harry had utilized his abilities, yet she did not condone such actions. and thus summoned the glass to reappear. For the first time, the siblings found themselves contesting in this extraordinary realm, where they had typically collaborated, now finding themselves evenly matched. A mesmerizing scene unfolded as the glass wall appeared and vanished repeatedly. The python seemed to be drawn back by an invisible tether, creating a spectacle that captivated onlookers who momentarily forgot to flee. Suddenly, Petunia emerged, and realizing the situation, she forcefully pulled the two children away, ushering them toward the exit. The commotion finally subsided as the zookeeper arrived to escort the python away. In the aftermath, the zoo director profusely apologized, while Petunia, usually protective of her children, unexpectedly extended her understanding. En route home, Daryl clearly had more to say regarding the python incident, but upon seeing his mother's stern demeanor and his father's silence behind the wheel, he wisely chose to remain silent. Upon entering the house, Petunia headed directly for the basement, with Harry and Ollie dutifully following, too apprehensive to voice any objections. Daryl, perplexed, instinctively attempted to follow, but was halted by his father, leaving him baffled. "Dad, are Harry and Ollie in trouble? Why is Mom taking them to the basement?" Vernon, observing his son's bewildered expression, furrowed his brow, internally lamenting the burdens of parenthood, and ultimately, unable to tolerate Daryl's naive inquiries, coldly sent him upstairs to complete his homework. Turning his gaze toward the basement, Vernon sighed, pondering what to do next. Chapter 17, Confinement. In the basement, Petunia sat wearily in a chair, her normally upright posture slumped, while the two children stood at a distance, heads bowed in silence. Upon descending, Vernon encountered this scene and promptly offered Petunia a cup of warm milk. However, she declined, taking a moment before addressing the children with a sharp tone. "How dare you behave so recklessly with so many onlookers? Are you not afraid of being taken away for experiments? I have told you countless times not to misuse such tricks." She glared at them coldly, adding, "Do you think highly of yourselves, Mr. Potter and Miss Dursley, believing you are somehow exceptional?" After her reprimand, Vernon interjected, "And let us not forget that was a python, capable of easily snapping your little necks. How could you dare?" He huffed, "I suspect you two have engaged in such antics privately before. Perhaps it's time for some serious reflection." Vernon quickly proposed a solution, uncertain of how far Petunia intended to punish them. He wished to be stern without being overly harsh on his daughter, concluding that confinement would be a suitable choice. Petunia did not object, and together they exited, leaving the two children standing helplessly. Harry and Ollie watched as the basement doors slowly closed, the air growing thick with tension. Neither spoke, choosing to sit in the farthest corners from one another. This basement, typically a training ground for Daryl's boxing, was sparsely furnished, creating an expansive emptiness. A skylight allowed soft moonlight to filter in, illuminating the darkened space. In the stillness, the sound of a stomach growling broke the silence, piercing through the tense atmosphere. "I don't think Mom said we couldn't eat," Ollie ventured, not wanting to remain at an impasse with Harry any longer. Harry, caught off guard by her sudden voice, momentarily froze. He was still embarrassed by his own stomach's betrayal. "Oh yes, my stomach has taken to singing," he replied, attempting to lighten the mood with a little jest. But then he remembered they were still upset with each other. "Well, that python just wanted to go home. I wanted to set it free." "Harry, it's a giant python, capable of swallowing a small child. Have you considered the consequences of releasing it in the city? Moreover, it's clearly a Brazilian snake. Do you really think it could find its way back to its home from England?" Ollie recalled the events of the day, still fuming at Harry's reckless and impulsive nature, which often hid behind his timid demeanor. "I'm sorry, I just felt sorry for it. I didn't think it through," Harry mumbled, his head bowed, his tone tinged with remorse. "You only saw it and thought of yourself, didn't you?" Ollie interrupted. "Harry, didn't we agree not to use our abilities recklessly until we understood them better?" Harry's head drooped even lower, realizing the absurdity of his actions and the trouble he had caused Ollie. "I know I was wrong," he whispered. Ollie sighed, recognizing that Harry had a soft spot for lost souls and creatures, often projecting his own feelings onto them, even offering change to homeless individuals. Sighing again, "Who can blame him for being my cousin?" She suddenly had a revelation. "Harry, were you communicating with that snake today?" Harry blinked in surprise. "Yes, Ollie." "Can't you hear it? Was its voice too faint?" It said it was. He carefully recounted the dialogue between himself and the snake, noticing the solemn expression on his cousin's face. "But Harry, what you are speaking is not English. It resembles a hissing sound akin to that of a serpent." Ollie gazed intently at him, her words imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "Am I not speaking English?" Harry, bewildered, pondered Ollie's statement, and a dreadful realization seemed to dawn upon him, causing his complexion to drain of color. "Could it be that I am a serpent's offspring?" He recalled the Chinese comic book Aunt Miranda had gifted them, which depicted creatures strikingly similar. "Do not frighten yourself. Look into our eyes. I am the child of my parents, and you are undoubtedly as genuine as I am." Furthermore, our abilities are not entirely alike. Perhaps this reflects individual differences. As he gazed into Ollie's earnest green eyes, Harry found solace. Indeed, how could he not be human? He was, without a doubt, human. Perhaps, just as his sister could poison every plant, she might have an adverse effect on animals as well. Harry exhaled slowly, relieved. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach grumbled once more. And with Ollie nearby, she heard it clearly, observing as Harry buried his head in his neck, yet she refrained from mocking him. Meanwhile, upstairs, the Dursleys were wide awake, mulling over the events of the day. My dear, they are still young. Did you not say that Lily could never control herself at that age? At this moment, Vernon had entirely calmed down, his heart now aching for his precious daughter. He wondered if the basement was cold and whether Ollie was frightened in that dark place. Thus, he persistently urged his wife to cool her temper. Besides, aside from that one incident when Harry acted out, provoking Ollie's outburst, when has our little darling ever acted on a whim? I suspect this time may indeed be influenced by Harry. Vernon suddenly found his whimsical rationale quite convincing. And upon reflection, he wondered if it implied that without Harry in their home, Ollie would merely be a perfectly normal little girl. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck Vernon, and he panicked. Penny, could that ability be contagious? You see, it has happened twice with Harry. Penny shot her husband a look, retorting, if it were contagious, how could I have been devoid of magic? I spent so much time with Lily and that Snape without any issues. Reflecting on her jealousy that had led her to write to the headmaster in hopes of enrollment, Penny felt a wave of nostalgia for her foolishness in her youth. Noticing the familiar melancholic expression on his wife's face, Vernon instinctively embraced her, gently patting her back. All right, I'm fine now. I have come to terms with things over the years. You were right. They have managed to keep things under wraps. Today, Penny contemplated the peculiarities of the day, seeking to uncover the reasons behind Ollie's and Harry's lack of control. Vernon, however, quickly interjected, it must be that snake. Ollie must have been frightened. She has never liked those slimy reptiles. Indeed, Dudley insisted on visiting that reptile house. Vernon grew increasingly convinced of his theory. After all, our Ollie has always preferred birds that soar freely. Birds and snakes are natural enemies. It's no wonder. Penny, influenced by her husband's reasoning, found herself lost in thought. A loud thud echoed, snapping the couple back to reality. Chapter 18, Chef Ollie. Half an hour earlier. Ollie, is it appropriate for us to be out like this? Harry whispered in a strained voice. The two bent low, tiptoeing lightly, with Ollie leading the way. Her light golden hair shimmered under the moonlight, and Harry thought how conspicuous it was. Anyone nearby would surely notice. Surely, it will be fine. We'll take what we need and return without being detected. Ollie replied in a hushed yet confident tone, assuring him that the kitchen in their new house was far from their parents' bedroom, and they wouldn't hear a thing. Gurgle, gurgle. Harry's stomach rumbled again, and he was beyond caring at this point. Look, even your stomach agrees. Ollie turned her head, chin tilted. But her swift motion caused her ponytail to swish against Harry's face. He rubbed his aching cheek, nearly calling out in surprise. The two paused to survey their surroundings before stealthily continuing toward the kitchen. Inside, Harry watched in bemusement as Ollie meticulously crafted sandwiches. For the first time doubting his sister's reliability, he observed as she aligned the slices of bread, ensuring that each cut was perfectly symmetrical. Harry could accept this. His cousin was indeed quite meticulous. Next, Ollie began slicing ham, taking her time to ensure uniform thickness, occasionally pausing to scrutinize the side. Harry felt himself growing impatient. The outside remained eerily quiet, and he chose to remain silent. When it came to washing the lettuce, Harry watched as Ollie meticulously rinsed each leaf, turning it over and over, scrubbing and ensuring that even the creases were thoroughly cleaned. He longed to say, "Let me do it." But her earnest expression suggested that she was treating this task as if it were an experiment in her laboratory. Harry observed once more indeed. It seemed Ollie was applying her experimental techniques to sandwich making. With only the frying of the eggs left, Harry seized the opportunity. Ollie, it's fine now, you've done enough. Let me handle the eggs. He grabbed the frying pan with a determined air, signaling that it was non-negotiable. All right then, you can fry the eggs. I'll prepare the sauce. Harry swiftly cooked 2 eggs, achieving near-perfect circles. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to see Ollie weighing various seasonings. My goodness, he exclaimed. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open, and Harry's words caught in his throat as his heart leapt to his throat. In unison, he and Ollie turned stiffly, both bracing for the worst. Why is it Dudley? I've caught you. What delicious treats are you making? Share some with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Dudley lunged forward, his siblings covering his mouth. Dudley, keep your voice down. Do you want to summon Mom and Dad? Ollie snapped at her brother, though her tone was still hushed, lacking in authority. Harry glared at Dudley, feeling that he had tolerated Ollie for long enough, almost losing it to Dudley's loud outburst. Dudley, sensing the anger in their eyes, nodded in understanding, gesturing that he would keep his voice down. Once they released him, Dudley was undeterred, eagerly leaning forward. What are you making? I want some. You can't eat it all by yourselves. Ollie stepped aside, revealing the ordinary sandwiches. We skipped dinner, while you've already eaten. But I'm hungry too. Did you make these, Ollie? Mom never lets you in the kitchen, so I've never tasted your cooking. I want to try some too. Could you make one for me, please? Dudley implored, attempting to muster a pleading expression. No way. Before Ollie could respond, Harry interjected, at your sister's pace. By the time she makes another, Aunt Petunia will be awake. I meant to say we're still grounded and can't stay out too long. Harry felt his refusal was too blunt and quickly added, yes, Dudley. Once my grounding is over, I'll make you one. Ollie agreed, acknowledging that they had been out long enough and that their parents could easily discover them. Well, you both must share half with me, or I'll just have to scream. All right, Dudley, I understand. I'll give you this, and by the way, there's a bag of jerky on the third shelf of my cupboard for you. Please hurry upstairs. At this moment, Harry was merely eager to rid himself of this bothersome character. Oh, you've been hiding jerky, have you? How did I not notice? Dudley exclaimed, his face lighting up with the thrill of discovery. He stepped closer, draping an arm around Harry's neck in a brotherly manner, asking, what else are you concealing? Olive could no longer tolerate it. She had been standing by with her arms crossed, observing Dudley's antics, and he was truly insufferable. All right, my little princess. Dudley recognized his sister's irritation and dared not overstep further. As he attempted to withdraw his arm, a resounding crash echoed through the night. Bang. It turned out that Dudley had accidentally knocked over a metal basin behind him, which fell to the floor with a clatter. Dudley, you're finished, Olive exclaimed, hands firmly on her hips, glaring at him. Harry, too, felt the weight of their efforts crumbling. After all their attempts to remain hidden, had they truly been discovered? I didn't mean to, Dudley stammered, regret washing over him as he sought to explain, but neither Olive nor Harry had the slightest interest in listening. Time was of the essence. They exchanged a quick glance and simultaneously turned their gaze towards the kitchen window, their hearts aligned with a common thought. As Vernon and Petunia descended the stairs, they noticed the kitchen lights still aglow. Upon entering, they found only Dudley bustling about in front of the cupboard. Hearing their footsteps, Dudley turned, feigning surprise. Mom, Dad, did I wake you? I accidentally dropped the basin. Vernon surveyed the room, noting the absence of anyone else. Is that so? You didn't skip dinner, did you? Were you not satisfied? Yes, Dad, so I made 2 more sandwiches. Would you like some? He offered the food to his parents with an earnest expression. Petunia, gazing at the perfectly symmetrical sandwiches, suddenly grasped the situation. Oh, darling Dudley. Were you the only one here? I could have sworn I saw 2 little mice when we came downstairs. Oh my Mom, that is frightening. I think we need to borrow a cat from Mrs. Fig tomorrow, Dudley asserted, though his furtive glances toward the window belied his bravado. Oh, it's probably just the darkness playing tricks on my eyes, Petunia deduced, having already surmised the whereabouts of the other 2 children. However, it was late, and she had no desire to pursue the matter further. Rising to return to their room, Vernon glanced outside, but ultimately followed his wife's lead. As Petunia and Vernon stood to leave, Dudley's grin was impossible to conceal. Just as the kitchen door was about to close, Petunia suddenly turned back. Oh, by the way, your brother and sister haven't eaten yet. Make 2 more sandwiches for them. Tell them to stay at home during the summer and not to think about going out to play. Chapter 19. The Owl's Letter from that day forth. Olive and the others received the longest punishment of their lives. By the time they were finally allowed outside, Harry's birthday was fast approaching. On a July day, Petunia took the children out to purchase school uniforms for the 2 boys. Indeed, Dudley and Harry were to attend Vernon's alma mater, Smeltings, while Olive had already received an invitation to St. Paul's Girls' School before the holiday. This was still the suggestion of Aunt Miranda, although she often exploited Olive. She never faltered on important matters, having arranged for someone to write the recommendation letter for the girls' school. That evening, Dudley and Harry could hardly contain their excitement as they donned their new uniforms, wielding makeshift swords and engaging in playful duels, their voices echoing with hey, whoosh, ha. When Olive descended the stairs in her new attire, Vernon intercepted the 2 boys. Oh, my darling, that uniform suits you splendidly, he exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. Clad in a crisp white shirt, a tailored deep blue blazer, and a blue plaid pleated skirt, Olive descended gracefully, clutching the banister. Seeing the school emblem embroidered on her tie filled Vernon with immense pride. What could surpass the joy of having one's children attend the finest school in the nation? Petunia inspected Olive's outfit thoroughly before returning her gaze to her daughter. Overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of her now-grown daughter, she found herself in tears. Pretending to adjust her hair, Petunia hastily wiped her eyes, murmuring, "My dear, you've grown so much, I can hardly believe it." Dudley and Harry stood at a distance. hesitant to speak, as they witnessed the touching scene of their family. Olive was softly comforting her parents in their embrace. Harry, I must be Lily Aunt's child as well, right? Dudley uttered solemnly, startling Harry. With a playful nudge to Dudley's sturdy chest, Harry replied with certainty, rest assured. The probability of Olive being my mother's daughter is far greater than yours. With that, Dudley, feeling challenged, engaged in playful tussles with his brother once more. The following morning, the family gathered around the breakfast table. A sudden clatter from the mailbox indicated the arrival of a letter. I'll get it. It must be a letter from Aunt Max. I've been waiting for it for ages. Olive elegantly wiped her mouth and rose to retrieve the mail. Upon discovering 4 envelopes in her hand, she felt a flicker of confusion. Indeed, one was from her aunt, a long-awaited postcard from the Isle of Wight. Another appeared to be a bill from her father, while 2 others bore identical envelopes. Comparing the backs, she noted, someone has written to both Harry and me. The envelopes felt notably thick, crafted from parchment. Who still used such antiquated materials for correspondence? Carrying the letters back inside, she exclaimed, Harry, are we being pranked? Can you believe someone is actually writing on parchment? As she handed the bill to her father, Harry continued to eat his fried eggs. While Olive placed his letter on the table and prepared to open her own, Vernon leaned in, saying, Olive, let me handle the letters. We wouldn't want any bugs or the like. Olive agreed, believing her father's caution was wise, and obediently passed the letters to him. Expecting another fan letter for his daughter, Vernon expertly unfolded the paper, but his expression quickly fell to one of dismay. Dear, dear, he shouted towards his wife in the kitchen. Petunia rushed out, curiosity piqued, and upon glimpsing the elaborate crest on the paper, a capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, her thoughts spiraled back to that fateful summer when Lily received a similar letter at the age of 11, ushering her into a new world while forever leaving her sister behind. Roughly crumpling the letter, she snatched Harry's letter from the table, crumpling it alongside her daughter's. Remember, there are no letters. You've received nothing, Petunia declared, her expression bearing an unprecedented seriousness that startled the children into silence. The couple retreated to their bedroom, and as they scrutinized the address on the letter, a sense of dread enveloped Petunia. How could it be so accurate? The only discrepancy lay in the final information regarding Harry and Olive. More frighteningly, they observed the address shifting as the children moved about. Vernon paced anxiously in the room. Could we inform the school that the children aren't attending? Petunia contemplated this, recalling her own childhood when she had written a ridiculous letter pleading to attend that very school. Now, she too could pen a letter on behalf of her children to decline, and they began to discuss how best to respond. Meanwhile, Olive's mind raced with unease. What kind of letter could evoke such a reaction from her parents? Was it a warning of kidnapping or extortion? Harry did not contemplate the matter deeply. He hardly noticed the appearance of the letter and thus felt no curiosity. After finishing the breakfast on his plate, Harry and Dudley adeptly began tidying up the kitchen, washing the dishes, and mopping the floor. Ollie felt confident in her assumptions, considering the deteriorating safety conditions over the past 2 years. With celebrities indeed having been kidnapped and extorted, she thought perhaps she could request a bodyguard from Aunt Miranda. The following morning, as the family gathered around the breakfast table, the familiar sound of the letters arriving echoed once more. Vernon sprang from his chair with astonishing speed and rushed outside. When he returned, his hands were empty, indicating he had dealt with the letters efficiently. Harry sensed something was amiss, yet seeing Ollie calmly enjoying her breakfast, he suppressed his doubts and continued eating. As the 3 children busied themselves in the greenhouse that morning, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Ollie, do you know what those letters are about? Don't worry, I found a way to handle it. As long as we stay honest at home, there won't be any major issues, Ollie replied without looking up, continuing to tend to the weeds in the basin. Feeling reassured by his experiences growing up with his cousin, Harry believed that with Ollie in front, there would be no significant problems. However, on yet another day, during the familiar breakfast time, and with the arrival of the letters, Uncle Vernon was thoroughly enraged. He skipped work, ferociously nailed the mailbox shut, and inspected the garden walls to ensure there were no loose spots. Ollie, who was reading on the 2nd floor, observed her father's reaction and felt her suspicions solidify. Therefore, when the letters began to infiltrate the household on Friday, she sensed it was time to clarify matters. In the kitchen, Petunia and Vernon were busy shoving the letters into the stove. Today, there were surprisingly 24 letters addressed to both Harry and Ollie, which indeed took the couple considerable effort. Ollie walked into the kitchen, her demeanor calm as she declared, Mom, Dad, I know what the letters are about. Petunia was taken aback, wondering how Ollie had discovered this. Had she seen the contents of the letters while her parents were unaware? Ollie, being exceptionally clever and with her particular insights, must have pieced it together. Sweetheart, that is far too dangerous, Petunia exclaimed, pulling Ollie into a tight embrace. After burning the remaining letters, Vernon stood up and wrapped his arms around the mother-daughter duo. Indeed, darling, fear not. Your father has a gun. You stay at home. And if those people dare to come, they'll be in for a surprise. Upon hearing her father's words, Ollie quickly looked up. Dad, please don't act impulsively. I've already contacted someone. Now it was Vernon's and Petunia's turn to be puzzled. Who did you contact? Ollie, with a confident demeanor, replied, of course, a bodyguard. They'll be here to start their duties tomorrow, and those kidnappers will surely be apprehended if they dare to come. Ollie was quite certain, after all. She had hired the best bodyguard, reputed to have a zero failure rate. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, understanding that Ollie had assumed the letters were threats from the kidnappers. While she remained oblivious to their true contents, they both quietly sighed in relief and mutually decided to maintain the deception. Oh, darling, you are so thoughtful. How did I not think of that? Vernon praised Ollie in his usual foolishly affectionate manner, while Ollie, still immersed in the joy of having resolved a significant problem, failed to notice anything amiss. Early Saturday morning, Vernon awoke at dawn, eager to meet the bodyguards who were arriving at 5 a.m. for a briefing. However, as they sat down, the situation began to spiral out of control. Letters began to appear in every corner of the house at unpredictable intervals. It was beyond human capability to manage. The bodyguards were equally bewildered, questioning what kind of kidnappers possessed such capabilities to slip letters beneath sofa cushions and under egg baskets without seizing their target. Determined, Vernon climbed upstairs to discuss his thoughts with his wife. He intended to take the family back to the countryside to evade detection, reasoning that it would be difficult for anyone to find them in such a sparsely populated area. The couple did not hesitate, descending to collaborate with the bodyguards in eliminating the letters from their home. By the time the children came downstairs at 7, everything appeared as usual. In fact, with no letters to disrupt them, breakfast proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Ollie believed her hired bodyguard was making a difference and happily relished the meal. Once they finished, Vernon suddenly announced that they would be taking the children back to their old home in the countryside. The 3 children whispered among themselves, none of them knowing where the Dursleys' old home was, until Ollie spoke up. Dad, where's our old home? Oh, Ollie. Yes, you don't know yet. It's a quaint village in Gloucestershire, beautiful scenery, perfect for summer. You'll surely love it, Vernon replied, bending down to stroke his daughter's silky hair. Attempting to appear at ease, Dudley, sensing his father's pleasant mood, eagerly inquired about various things, curious if there were any fried chicken shops or if he could bring his boxing gloves. Harry, too, wondered if he could take his soccer ball. Since it was a small village, there ought to be grassy fields for him to play in. He began to envision the joy of weaving through the green pastures. Dribbling freely, Vernon patiently answered his son's silly questions and urged the children upstairs to pack. At that moment, Ollie suddenly felt something was off. Had the matter of the threatening letters still not been resolved? Emulating a scene from a movie, she approached the window, gently lifting the curtain to peer outside. Sure enough, she spotted several tall figures lurking at various angles. They must be the bodyguards. With no new letters arriving today, why was Dad suddenly eager to take them away? Ollie began to doubt the legitimacy of their trip to the countryside, suspecting it was merely an excuse to leave, and an inexplicable unease settled within her. Thus, before their departure, Ollie stealthily retrieved a few items from the basement. Vernon drove swiftly, rarely stopping for food or water, and even Harry began to sense something was amiss. Dudley, however, still had the energy to lean against the window, pointing out interesting sights to his siblings. Ultimately, accompanied by Dudley's incessant chatter, they arrived at a charming little town before sunset. A warm-hearted elderly lady, said to be a distant relative of Vernon's father, greeted them and generously offered a vacant cottage for the Dursleys to stay in. After unpacking, the family, exhausted, found the accommodations modest yet felt no inclination to complain, each retiring to their respective rooms to rest. In bed, Dudley quickly fell into a deep sleep, while Harry remained awake, pondering the events that had transpired. He fiddled with the small bottle Ollie had given them before bedtime. Well, at least Ollie was here. Harry carefully tucked the bottle under his pillow and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning dawned as an utterly normal day. Nothing unusual occurred throughout the morning, prompting the Dursleys to decide to venture into town for some supplies. The 3 children, captivated by the pastoral scenery outside, chose to remain at home. Before leaving, the couple specifically instructed them to stay within the vicinity of the house. Seeing the children nod obediently, they drove away. Oh yes, hurry. I can't wait to get out onto that grassy field, Dudley exclaimed as soon as their parents' car disappeared from view. Harry was equally unyielding, though he remembered to bring along his football. After all, Ollie was still a child, and this was a life she had yet to experience. Following in the footsteps of her brothers as they ventured outdoors, the landscape was adorned with lush green grass, speckled with a variety of unknown flowers. Not far off lay a dense pine forest, stretching endlessly, resembling a formidable wall that sheltered this Eden, and upon closer inspection, mischievous squirrels could be seen scampering up and down the trees. Ollie was enamored with this place. Its tranquility was undisturbed. Oh, but she had to retract that statement. For Harry and Dudley were nothing short of noise machines. Although surrounded by nature, she hesitated to linger too long on any one plant. Instead, Ollie chose to sit beneath a distant tree to read, a grand old tree that seemed ancient yet vibrant, sturdy enough to withstand her presence. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the grass, mingled with a hint of distinctive pine scent, Ollie gradually relaxed, immersing herself in the world of her book. Time passed unmarked until the melodic calls of a bird disrupted her reverie. Was that an owl? A majestic creature was gliding towards her from the depths of the forest. It landed gracefully on a branch of the great tree, its claws firmly gripping the wood, tilting its head inquisitively, as if to ascertain something. Oh, how she wished it would descend and allow her to touch it. Her affection for such avian creatures was profound. No, she adored all feathered beings capable of flight. But today, this curious owl would surely ascend to the top 3 of her cherished birds. It was simply too adorable. Ollie's face remained composed, and she held her position, fearful of startling the owl away. Soon, her wish was granted. The owl slowly descended beside her, gently pecking at her hand, revealing a familiar envelope tied to its leg. Alarm bells rang in Ollie's mind. Observing her stillness, the owl pecked her again, twice. After much contemplation, she finally removed the envelope and began to open it slowly. Chapter 21, The Whole Truth. In the distance, Petunia's voice called for the children. Ollie stood, brushing off the dust from her clothes, ensuring the letter was well concealed before making her way back to the cottage. Children, did you have fun this morning? Nothing strange happened, I hope? Vernon inquired while clearing away deadwood in front of the house. The 2 boys, drenched in sweat, were rinsing off the mud from their feet at the tap by the wall, splashing water at each other, clearly having enjoyed their morning escapade. Seeing them like this, Vernon felt reassured and shifted his gaze towards his precious daughter. Ollie appeared perfectly normal, expressing her desire to stay a few more days, which further eased Vernon's mind, and he promised they would remain for half a month. In the afternoon, the family strolled outside once more, with Petunia leading them to pick mushrooms. Everything felt so serene and idyllic. Oh, what was that knocking at the window? That night, as Ollie lay in bed, wrestling with her thoughts, she suddenly heard commotion from the boys' room. Without hesitation, she sprang up and dashed over. It was an owl. Dudley's voice rang out as Ollie entered the room, where he was attempting to open the window to let in the magical creature. Ollie, with an uncharacteristic burst of urgency, squeezed past her 2 brothers, seizing the bird before they could fully comprehend its presence, and cradled it tightly in her arms. This is my friend from the forest. It has come to find me, and I need to ask Dad if I can keep it. With a hastily concocted excuse, Ollie carried the bird downstairs. Dudley and Harry, seemingly unperturbed, had always taken Ollie's words at face value, and now they were even entertaining their own imaginative thoughts. Harry wished to befriend an owl too. While Dudley fancied a lion as a companion, Harry teased him, suggesting he'd merely become the lion's meal. In the bedroom downstairs, Petunia and Vernon were taken aback as Ollie burst in with the bird. Accepting the owl, Petunia noticed the familiar envelope attached to its leg, and panic surged within her. Although her expression remained calm. How clever of them to use an owl for delivering messages. These intruders are truly insidious. Yes, indeed. It seems this place is no longer safe, Vernon quickly concurred. Mom, Dad, I truly know now, Ollie said, her demeanor unflappable as she regarded them. The couple exchanged glances, believing Ollie would provide yet another self-assured explanation, just as she had before. Sensing their intent to conceal the truth, Ollie slowly articulated, Hogwarts School. This school teaches me and Harry how to use our special abilities, doesn't he? Their faces paled at her revelation, and as they attempted to respond, Ollie interrupted. If that's the case, then it implies that many others like us exist, indicating the existence of another world, as mentioned in the letter, the magical realm. This clarified why those letters had consistently found their way to Harry and her, feats beyond ordinary human reach, yet achievable through magic. Observing her daughter analyze her discoveries with growing confidence and even a glimmer of yearning, Petunia could no longer contain herself and urgently interjected, No, Ollie, that is not a place for you. Your Aunt Lily went there and never returned. It is far too dangerous. A shadow of pain crossed Petunia's face at the thought of her sister. Yes, Ollie, you must listen to your mother. We don't want to lose you. You can thrive without magic. Just stay in this world. Please, Vernon added, joining in the persuasion. You are already remarkable. Just as you have always dreamed of becoming a designer or scientist, even Harry could become a football player. Vernon knelt down, gripping Ollie's shoulders tightly, as if that could ensure her presence by their side. Please, stay with us. At least that way, we can ensure you grow up healthily. The last words were tinged with a pleading expression on his face. Ollie's heart was a tempest of emotions. She and Harry had always assumed their special abilities were a unique inheritance, exclusive to them, only to discover their aunt also possessed magical powers. It was not a tragic accident that claimed her life. She had ventured into that perilous world, which explained her parents' aversion to the magical realm. Oh, now everything made sense. It was no wonder her parents had repeatedly insisted they refrain from using their abilities and behave like normal children. Without much hesitation, Ollie stepped forward and embraced her father, resting her head against his sturdy shoulder. Of course, I will stay by your side. Yes, while Ollie was curious about how to wield the magic within her. Nothing held greater importance than her parents. Seeing her parents so anxious, even pleading for her to remain, how could she abandon them for that treacherous world? She wanted nothing more than to grow up happily alongside them, as she had always envisioned. Having made her decision, Ollie quickly aligned her thoughts with her parents, resolving not to disclose anything to Harry. With his impulsive nature, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist the temptation to venture there. Petunia and Vernon were taken aback at how easily their daughter's thoughts were swayed, exchanging a relieved glance. Following Ollie's lead, Petunia agreed that Harry must not go. At that moment, she regarded her daughter as a reliable ally and proceeded to share the contents of the letter that had arrived alongside Harry. Your aunt and uncle have been tragically slain by that enigmatic figure. Who can say whether they might turn their gaze upon Harry next? Thus, he cannot return. Vernon concurred, asserting that it was indeed far too perilous. With that reckless boy's temperament, I doubt he would survive until graduation. At this, Petunia shot him a fierce glare, and Vernon, sensing his words were rather harsh, stubbornly fell silent. Very well, we have reached a consensus. Let us move on to the next matter, said Ollie, deftly redirecting their thoughts. They must be employing some extraordinary methods to keep tabs on us. We can no longer remain here. Mother, do you know if their influence extends beyond the borders of England? Ollie turned to the only individual present with any semblance of understanding of the magical realm. Petunia pondered thoughtfully, recalling Lily's mention that this was a school of magic within England, hence it should not be possible, though she was uncertain about other institutions beyond. All right then, let us temporarily depart from England. Father, prepare the necessary documents tomorrow. We shall set off for France to visit Aunt Maggie. Vernon considered, recognizing that nearby cities could indeed facilitate the procurement of documents, and with an airport close by, they could fly directly to France. He nodded in agreement with his daughter, but noted that the documents would not be ready until the following day, meaning they could not depart until the day after. That leaves us with one more day. We must keep Harry unaware of the letters. Leave that to me. I will keep him company. Ollie quickly addressed the final concern. As for our reason for leaving, we shall say that France has invited me to serve as a spokesperson. I must say, Father, your last excuse was rather clumsy and easily discernible. Observing their daughter meticulously orchestrate the plans, the Dursleys experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Chapter 22. An Unexpected Visitor. Early the next morning, Vernon announced at the breakfast table that the family would be flying to France the day after. Oh, Father, I haven't had enough time here. Dudley immediately protested, discontent with the idea of leaving. Let us stay a few more days. No, your sister needs to go there for a commercial shoot. They are pressing for it, Vernon replied, reiterating the alibi they had concocted the previous night. Then you can take Ollie with you. Harry and I will stay here. Dudley's mind worked swiftly for the first time, reveling in his own cleverness. He turned to Harry, and indeed, he found Harry in full agreement with his suggestion. We can take care of ourselves, just leave us enough money, Dudley added, nudging his chin towards Harry. Harry immediately understood, enthusiastically chiming in, Yes, Uncle. We'll be good and stay here, we want to wander off. This was not the response the couple had anticipated. Vernon intended to use force to ensure the two troublesome boys complied. Oh no, brother, have you forgotten? Tomorrow is Harry's birthday. How about we go to France to celebrate it? Ollie's words caught Harry off guard. He had completely forgotten his birthday was approaching. Was it possible that his cousin was genuinely concerned for him? His demeanor shifted instantly, expressing his willingness to follow Ollie's lead. Only Dudley remained hesitant. Seeing his uncertainty, Ollie stoked the flames of persuasion. We can come back here any time during the holidays, but a trip to France is a rare opportunity. Isn't that right, Dad? Vernon quickly nodded in agreement, suggesting they could return for Christmas, when the winter scenery would be even more splendid. Afraid Dudley might voice another objection, Vernon fixed him with a steely gaze, emanating the kind of love that could easily turn into a fist. Dudley capitulated, confirming their departure for the following day and encouraging Harry to enjoy one last day of fun. The two boys dashed outside, and Ollie offered her parents a reassuring glance before following her brothers out. Thus, throughout the day, whenever an owl appeared, Ollie would rush forward to seize the letter, proclaiming her fondness for owls and her desire to interact with them more. Harry and Dudley, though perplexed, supported her, ensuring they pointed out any owls they noticed, even generously allowing her to claim the first encounter. Observing the owl in her grasp, still hooting away, Ollie suddenly recalled a detail she had forgotten. "Harry, can you understand what it's saying?" Harry paused, straining to listen before shaking his head. Relieved, Ollie concluded that Harry could only converse with snakes at present, so he likely remained oblivious to the fact that many of the owls were delivering messages for him. "What do you mean, understand? Harry, who can you communicate with?" Dudley keenly detected the inconsistency. "Well, I did forget to mention it." Harry explained the incident at the zoo where he conversed with a snake. "You didn't tell me," Dudley exclaimed, visibly irritated. He had always known that his cousin and sister possessed certain peculiarities, such as Harry's hair growing remarkably fast or Ollie's ability to accelerate the decay of plants. They could even occasionally levitate objects. Initially, he felt a twinge of envy over his own lack of special abilities, but as he began practicing boxing, he realized he could easily overpower either of them with a single punch, no matter how many tricks they attempted. Yet now he learned that Harry could communicate with snakes. How incredibly cool. Consequently, Dudley abandoned his football pursuits, turning instead to the forest in search of various animals. Capturing a small squirrel, he squeezed it gently, asking Harry if he could understand what it was saying as it chirped away. Harry shook his head, indicating he could not comprehend it. He then found a frog, listening to its croaks, and again inquired if Harry could understand its sounds. Once more, Harry shook his head, reiterating his inability to understand. The two boys speculated it might be a matter of species, noting that since snakes were reptiles, they would try to catch a lizard next. As it hissed, Dudley felt confident this time, thinking how similar it sounded to a snake. However, Harry still regretfully shook his head, indicating he could not understand it. Ollie watched the two of them fussing like fools and silently mused that it was quite all right. At least it diverted their attention, allowing her to focus on her own tasks. Another owl. Ollie expertly rushed forward. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a sudden gale swept through, darkening the skies ominously, prompting everyone to hasten back to the small cabin. As Vernon wrapped up his errands and parked the car, torrents of rain began to cascade from the heavens. A storm had arrived. Inside the cabin, Ollie sipped her hot milk slowly, appearing quite pleased. With the inclement weather, no birds could soar through the skies, and she was finally free from the need to chase owls. In the dead of night, the wind howled fiercely, branches outside swaying violently. Raindrops pounded against the roof, interspersed with the occasional rumble of thunder in the distance. Ollie inhaled deeply, detecting the damp scent of earth in the air. Disliking it, she bent down to add another log to the hearth. Soon, the distinctive aroma of pine wafted through the warm room, and Ollie felt satisfied, redirecting her attention to the chessboard before her. Indeed, the three children had yet to retire for the evening. They had agreed to gather in the same room at midnight to present Harry with gifts and birthday wishes. Thus, the trio huddled together. Dudley and Harry engaged in a game of international chess, their skills evenly matched, while Ollie chose to observe from the sidelines. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted that only 2 minutes remained. Urging the boys to clear the table, Ollie set out their gifts, including a sweet donut adorned with a candle. Harry gazed at the 3 simple items on the table, not feeling the slightest bit of their simplicity. After all, his cousin had promised him that once they arrived in France during the day, they would celebrate again at a renowned restaurant. In truth, Harry preferred this current arrangement over any extravagant French meal. Outside, the tempest raged, while inside, the atmosphere was warm and reassuring. It felt as if the world had been reduced to just the 3 of them. They awaited the arrival of his birthday with a sense of relaxation and anticipation. A truly wondrous experience. For a fleeting moment, Harry even felt tears welling up, convinced that there could be no better birthday than this. He found himself yearning for the future, next year, no, the year after, and the year after that. All the way until he turned 100, as long as he had these 2 closest companions by his side. Meanwhile, Dudley clumsily attempted to light the candles, only to be met with Ollie's disdain for his slowness. She swiftly snatched the matches and ignited them. The candles flickered quietly, casting a gentle glow and an unmistakable warmth that penetrated the heart. In just 20 seconds, he would be 11 years old, and Ollie suggested they count down together. Her timing always impeccable. With only 10 seconds remaining, Harry began to contemplate his wish. As the final 3 seconds approached, 3, 2, 1, a thunderous sound erupted. The entire little wooden cabin shook violently, and the 3 children immediately became alert, for they all heard the booming knock at the door. Someone was attempting to enter. Chapter 23, a critical moment bang. The rhythmic pounding at the door intertwined with distant thunder, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere on this stormy night. Ollie led the way, with Dudley bringing up the rear, as the 3 held hands and descended the stairs. Outside, the knocking grew even more insistent. Vernon stood at the door, brandishing a shotgun. while Petunia anxiously clutched a mop behind him. "What are you doing down here? Get back upstairs." Petunia shouted at the trio. There was a brief silence outside. And before Ollie could utter a word, a loud crack resounded. The cabin's front door suddenly detached from its hinges with a crash. The battered door panel crashing to the ground. Amidst the stormy night, lightning slithered across the sky like a silver serpent, and in that fleeting illumination, Ollie discerned a towering figure, even taller than the doorframe. His face was mostly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a thick beard, with only his prominent nose visible. At that moment, he bent down, attempting to enter through the doorway, and the family stood frozen in shock. Only when he had fully entered the room and began to attempt to reposition the door did Ollie regain her senses. An enormous wild man, taller than the door itself, had intruded into their home. Ollie was the first to scream, while Harry clutched his cousin's hand tightly, and Dudley dashed in front of them. "Hey, are you even human? I warn you to leave at once," Vernon shouted, pulling back the gun's bolt as a final warning. The giant turned his gaze upon them, and as he took a step forward, Vernon pulled the trigger. A deafening bang echoed, followed by Petunia's scream. Surprisingly, the shotgun's bullet did not fire. The barrel had inexplicably bent at a right angle, causing the bullet to explode within the chamber. Ollie felt as though her soul had left her body as she watched the three of them rush towards their father, momentarily losing her senses. Vernon's arm was gravely injured, blood streaming from it. While Petunia supported her husband as they retreated, the three children pressing closely behind them, none knowing what to do next. The giant paid no heed to the couple, squinting as his gaze shifted past them and scrutinized the two boys. Upon noticing the scar on Harry's forehead, he broke into a faint smile. "Harry, I finally found you." He began reminiscing with Harry, but Harry had no inclination to listen to his words. Realizing this person was searching for him, Harry stepped forward. "Please leave at once. You are trespassing." "Oh, Harry, you've wounded my heart. I know it is this lot that has led you astray," he said, extending his hand as if to pull Harry closer. Vernon, using his uninjured arm, grasped Harry and pulled him behind himself. "What are you doing? He's just a child." The giant's attention shifted back to Vernon, muttering an incantation Ollie had never heard before while waving his umbrella. To her astonishment, Vernon's large frame lifted off the ground and floated onto the sofa, suddenly crashing down. As Vernon struggled to rise, he found himself ensnared by an invisible force, pinning him to the couch. Petunia barely had time to scream before she too was rendered immobile. Her mouth opened in a silent cry, choked off by an unseen force. The giant, realizing her intent to scream, muttered another spell and waved his umbrella once more. "Be quiet. You are far too loud, Mrs. Dursley." At this juncture, everyone understood. Individuals from the magical realm had arrived. The giant then began conjuring various items, as leisurely as if he were back in his own home, producing a sofa, a coffee table, a teapot, and, in the end, even a transformed, sticky chocolate cake. Upon witnessing this, Vernon shouted, "Harry, do not touch anything he gives you." No sooner had he spoken than the giant waved his umbrella again, and Vernon's mouth seemed to be filled with something, rendering him unable to utter anything but muffled sounds. Ollie kept telling herself to remain calm, repeatedly reflecting on everything that had transpired from that moment until now. Suddenly, she realized something and discreetly wrote in Harry's palm, freeing her right hand from his grasp. It took Harry 2 attempts to sense that his cousin wanted him to continue conversing with the giant. "Who are you?" he blurted out. The giant beamed, pleased that Harry was finally willing to speak with him again, and reached out to grasp Harry's hand, but the three children, still holding on to each other, were inevitably pulled along. "Oh, and you, chubby boy," he said, eyeing Dudley, who stood in front. The giant uttered another incantation, and Dudley was similarly forced into silence, becoming immobilized on the sofa like his father. "Oh, and you," he paused, noticing the frail girl holding Harry's hand. For the first time, he hesitated. Harry seized the moment to inquire, "So who exactly are you?" The giant, indeed distracted, began to explain, "Just call me Hagrid. I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Harry continued the conversation, feeling his cousin's writing return to his palm. Realizing what it was, Harry stiffened momentarily, but complied. "So, do you know my parents?" "Of course, we were friends." "Then can you give me a hug? Today is my birthday, and I've never been tightly embraced by my parents." Upon hearing this, Hagrid displayed a sorrowful expression, setting down his umbrella and producing a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to wipe his tears. "Come here, Harry, let me be your father." Hagrid opened his arms wide, and Harry, with a blank expression, stepped into his embrace. Now was the moment. The instant Harry moved, Ollie nimbly seized Hagrid's umbrella and dashed a few steps to the side of the sofa. "Harry, get away from him." Hearing his cousin's voice, Harry bent down and swiftly slipped out from under Hagrid's arms. Hagrid was completely unprepared, and only when Harry reached Ollie's side did he realize what had happened. Watching Ollie, who struggled to hold the umbrella like him, Hagrid let out a hearty laugh. "Little girl, what do you think you were doing?" He reached forward to reclaim the umbrella, but Ollie did not hesitate. She recited the incantation she had just heard and mimicked Hagrid's gesture with the umbrella. Hagrid paused for a moment, taken aback. However, nothing transpired. The umbrella remained utterly unresponsive. Hagrid burst into hearty laughter, mocking the fanciful little girl. Despite her unsuccessful attempts, Ollie remained undeterred, reminding herself to stay composed. For it was just Harry and her in that moment. Grasping Harry's hand, she placed it upon the umbrella, and as they exchanged knowing glances, they once again chanted the incantation in unison, directing their focus towards Hagrid. With a flourish of the umbrella, a blinding beam of light erupted forth, causing the umbrella to explode, yet fortuitously, the radiant light bore directly towards Hagrid. He continued his boisterous laughter, one foot suspended in the air, clearly unable to maintain his balance. With a resounding crash, the giant fell flat to the ground. They had succeeded. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Headmaster. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the soft breaths of the two. "Did we succeed?" Ollie cautiously inquired of Harry. After calculating the passage of time, which seemed to have stretched over 2 minutes, she decided to step forward for a closer inspection. Harry gripped her arm firmly, and with a resigned sigh, they approached Hagrid together, hand in hand. Ollie picked up a mop from the floor and prodded Hagrid's broad hand. He remained unresponsive, his body rigid, save for his eyelids, which blinked at them. Ignoring his state for the moment, Ollie's priority was her father's injured arm. Calling over Harry, who was still crouched down observing Hagrid, they moved the Dursleys and Dudley together and retrieved some gauze to tend to Vernon's wound. However, due to the inability to bend her father's arm, the application of ointment was less than effective. As Ollie gazed at her blinking father, mother, and brother, she pondered their next steps. Neither she nor Harry knew how to dispel the enchantment, meaning they would need to seek out someone skilled in magic. Yet they did not know anyone. Wait, there was one person she had nearly forgotten. Urging Harry to stay inside and watch over Hagrid, Ollie hastily made her way outside. By now, dawn was breaking. The rain from the previous night had ceased, and everything appeared so pristine after the downpour. Standing before the wooden cabin, she scanned the horizon. And indeed, a bird-like figure soon appeared. It was an owl. Harry was perplexed by what his cousin intended to do, but it was clear she possessed knowledge beyond his comprehension. So he resolved to trust her for the time being. Before long, Ollie returned, cradling an owl in her arms. A letter clutched in her hand, one that Harry had always found puzzling yet had never seen. Ollie retrieved a piece of paper, paused to gather her thoughts, and began to write. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I am a new student set to enroll this year, and it seems we have encountered a bit of trouble that requires your assistance." Recalling her mother's mention of a cousin who was evidently well known in the magical realm, Ollie concluded the letter with both her and Harry's names, hoping that Dumbledore would take heed of Harry's connection. Following the customary format, she tied the finished letter to the owl's leg, fed it some crumbs of biscuit, and released it into the air. She hoped fervently that it would deliver the message swiftly. This was their only avenue of assistance. Back inside the cabin, Harry's eyes lit up upon seeing his cousin return. "Ollie, does this mean the headmaster can help us?" "I'm not entirely certain, but typically, a school headmaster is a person of integrity and should not dismiss a reasonable request from students." Ollie and Harry settled beside their 3 petrified family members, remaining vigilant for any signs of need. After a night of turmoil, fatigue washed over them, and Ollie leaned against Harry's back, taking a deep breath. "Harry, do you have many questions?" Ollie decided to no longer conceal the truth. Under these circumstances, it was futile to keep Harry in the dark. She believed that if her mother could speak, she would undoubtedly reveal the truth to Harry. They had yet to see what the headmaster would convey, but understanding the truth was essential for making judgments. Harry draped a blanket over Ollie, as the post-rain morning was still somewhat chilly, and they nestled together under the warmth. "Yes, Ollie, you all kept secrets from me. At first, you were unaware, but later on, you knew and still concealed it." Harry's tone was tinged with sadness. It was all too complex. Where to begin? Perhaps starting with Aunt Lily would suffice. Over the ensuing time, Ollie recounted all she knew, including her speculations. "So returning there is perilous. We initially planned to go to France, perhaps to evade all of this. But that seems unrealistic now, doesn't it? They have already tracked us here." Harry finally grasped the situation and voiced his concerns. "Indeed, our immediate priority is to lift the spell from our parents. Hence we must engage with that world. And I apologize, Harry. I also extend apologies on behalf of my parents for making decisions on your behalf without consulting you." Ollie lowered her gaze. Despite her good intentions, she had not sought Harry's input. Yet did Harry mind? Not in the slightest. For the first time, he felt the warmth of Aunt Lily's love. Yes, love, as she charted out his future from a place of care. Harry felt an inexplicable urge to cry. But just as he opened his mouth, a sudden noise interrupted them. Someone else had arrived. The two sprang to their feet, grabbing nearby mops and sticks. "Oh, children, please remain calm. I am here to assist you." Dumbledore entered the cabin to find the chaos within. He was an elderly man with flowing silver hair and a beard, donning a pointed hat and a shimmering silver robe. Ollie surmised that he was indeed the person they had been awaiting, embodying the warm and kind-hearted image of a school headmaster, at least more so than Hagrid. After a brief introduction, he waved his wand in the presence of the two apprehensive children, and soon the Dursleys and Dudley regained control of their bodies. Noticing the blood on Vernon, he recited another incantation, and Ollie watched as the wound on her father's arm vanished. At that moment, she felt reassured that this headmaster had indeed come to aid them. Only after ensuring the family could function normally did Dumbledore proceed to lift the spell from Hagrid. After listening to Hagrid's account, he squinted through his glasses, scrutinizing the little girl closely. Initially believing it was Harry who had instigated this, he was taken aback to discover it was, in fact, the girl. While Ollie busied herself with massaging her family members, who had been stiff all night, Harry was nearby, pouring hot water for the three of them. Suddenly, he realized there were still two people in the room. Observing his cousin still at work, he approached Dumbledore bashfully, scratching his head. "I apologize. I only have hot water to offer at the moment. Please forgive the lack of hospitality." Hagrid looked on eagerly, and since Dumbledore had already explained everything to him, Harry filled a cup with hot water for Hagrid as well. After a flurry of tidying up, everyone finally gathered around the wooden table. "Mrs. Dursley, it is a pleasure to see you again. It seems you have raised Harry exceptionally well. And your daughter, what a remarkable little witch she is." Dumbledore began amiably, waving his wand to conjure an array of sweets before each guest. "It has been a while, Headmaster Dumbledore. If it is not too much to ask, I simply wish for these two to grow up healthy, unlike Lily." Dumbledore instantly comprehended Petunia's intent, recalling her recent correspondence to him, realizing she truly did not wish for the children to return to the magical realm. "This is utterly unrealistic, madam. Every young wizard must systematically learn the art of wielding magic correctly. Otherwise, their latent powers may spiral out of control, potentially causing harm to themselves." Dumbledore summoned Hagrid's umbrella once more, gesturing for the Dursleys to observe. "You have already witnessed the magical prowess of Harry and Miss Dursley, who have yet to embark on their studies." Petunia interrupted him, questioning what if the children never use magic? This is a consequence of their desire to protect their family. However, that would only lead to greater peril. Suppressed magic will inevitably surge forth, and no one can predict the outcome. Dumbledore patiently allowed the Dursleys time to contemplate, sipping from the hot water on the table, finding it insufficiently sweet, and adding several pieces of sugar before resuming his drink contentedly. Chapter 25, A Change of Heart. Bang! Suddenly, Vernon's voice broke the silence as he slammed his fist on the table. "So, my daughter must attend that school? The one in France? Germany? America? Are there even schools there? As long as it's away from this perilous school in England." Dumbledore, clearly taken aback by Vernon's line of reasoning, nonetheless, being the foremost figure in the magical realm, did not dwell on it for long. He began to calmly reassure the agitated parent, confirming that such places indeed have schools. However, he added, wherever there are people, there will be conflict. For instance, in Germany, at Durmstrang, there is a profound disdain for wizards of Muggle descent. Miss Dursley would find herself unable to gain admission there. Observing the growing concern on the couple's faces, Dumbledore hastened to elaborate on Hogwarts' egalitarian environment, emphasizing that Lily's former classmates and teachers would be present, which would greatly benefit the two children. "Can you guarantee the safety of the children while they are at school?" Petunia voiced her foremost concern. Dumbledore placed his arms on the table, fingers interlaced, his azure eyes peering through his spectacles directly at the mother. "No one can provide such guarantees. Even in Muggle schools, accidents occur annually. I can only assure you that the professors will do their utmost to protect every student." The table fell into silence once more. Ollie and Harry exchanged glances, maintaining their silence. The matter was personal, yet they were the least able to speak. At that moment, Dudley suddenly chimed in. "So, can my brother and sister come back after they graduate? After they learn to control their magic?" His voice dwindled, as he felt it impolite to interrupt while the adults were deliberating. Yet he understood the headmaster's and his parents' implications. Not attending school posed a danger to his siblings from within, while attending would expose them to external threats. From the headmaster's words, it appeared the school would be relatively safe, so he resolved they should simply learn and return, firmly insisting they should not linger there. Vernon, feeling a rare moment of pride in his son's newfound wisdom, patted Dudley's shoulder, casting him an approving glance. Dumbledore was once again astonished by the Dursleys' unconventional thought processes. Once he regained his composure, he replied, "Of course, that depends on the two children. They are free to choose." The atmosphere finally lightened, and Dumbledore invited everyone to indulge in the desserts on the table. This time, Petunia did not decline, and after she began to savor the small cake before her, the rest of the Dursleys followed suit. Dumbledore observed this scene with a thoughtful glimmer in his wise eyes. Subsequently, Hagrid also apologized to the Dursleys, and they arranged to venture into the magical world together in 3 days to procure the necessary supplies for school. In front of the hut, the family bid farewell to the 2 wizards as Dumbledore grasped Hagrid's arm, and with a flick of his wand, their forms twisted and vanished into thin air. After a night fraught with worry, the family appeared fatigued. Petunia embraced each of the 3 children, urging them to return upstairs for rest. In the afternoon, they repaired the damage done to the hut. Since they no longer needed to hide from those letters, there was no reason to linger. The following day, the family returned to Privet Drive. They then meticulously examined the letters addressed to the 2 children, with even Petunia unsure about some of the contents. Ultimately, it was Vernon who decisively concluded that as long as they had sufficient money, they could procure anything. Thus, the family set out to the bank to withdraw a substantial sum of pounds. The much-anticipated 3rd day arrived. Hagrid appeared outside the Dursley residence at the appointed time, surveying the opulent house, nearly doubting he had arrived at the correct location. Hadn't it been a modest 2-story house just a decade ago? After double-checking the house number and confirming its accuracy, the chastened Hagrid politely rang the doorbell. The Dursleys, emerging in their well-tailored attire, appeared to Hagrid almost akin to the pure-blood aristocracy of the wizarding world, provoking a few unvoiced criticisms from him. However, he dared not voice them. Hagrid felt rather awkward in front of this family, particularly with Ollie, whom he could not bear to meet gaze, for he had not forgotten how his wand had been blasted to pieces by her. Subsequently, he led the family to a narrow, dingy pub, the Leaky Cauldron. Strangely, only Ollie and Harry could perceive it, while Dudley strained to widen his eyes, searching for the establishment. Upon entering, Petunia could hardly tolerate the squalid environment. The tables were coated in years of grime. Vernon guarded his wife closely, striving to shield her from the filth. The patrons inside were chattering animatedly, and upon seeing Hagrid enter with guests, they greeted him warmly, celebrating his role in guiding new students. Suddenly, the pub owner recognized Harry by the scar on his forehead, exclaiming, "Harry Potter, what an honor." He even excitedly emerged from behind the bar to shake Harry's hand, causing the pub to erupt in excitement as people crowded around, prompting Harry to repeatedly shake hands. The Dursleys, relegated to the periphery, gazed in astonishment at Harry in the center of the throng. Dudley even questioned whether his cousin was some sort of celebrity in the wizarding realm. Ollie was equally surprised. Did everyone truly know the savior? Clearly, there were many things she remained oblivious to. Moreover, regarding Harry's scar, she recalled correctly that it was the first thing the owner had noticed. Eventually, it was Hagrid who urged them to rescue Harry from the crowd. Ollie stepped up to gently push Harry's hair aside, ensuring the scar was concealed before feeling satisfied. Harry let out a sigh of relief. The earlier commotion had been overwhelming, and he, too, wished to avoid being recognized. Hagrid then led them to a small courtyard, demonstrating how to tap the bricks in the wall. After 3 knocks, a street materialized before them. The previous events seemed to have softened Hagrid's demeanor toward Harry, and he flashed a grin, welcoming them to Diagon Alley. The dazzling sunlight unveiled an entirely different world. If the previous pub bore any resemblance to the Muggle realm, the present street was a complete manifestation of the wizarding world. Ancient buildings, reminiscent of a medieval setting, jostled closely together on either side, each shop adorned with unique decorations, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye. As for the goods on offer, they were truly unlike anything the Dursleys had ever encountered before. Hagrid led them to retrieve some money, while Vernon confirmed once more by patting his bulging pockets. They arrived before a snow-white edifice, and upon Hagrid's introduction of the creature as a fairy, Ollie was taken aback. How could it be? Was this truly the fairy that always accompanied princesses in fairy tales? It was simply too hideous. With a stony expression, Ollie entered the hall, while Dudley, who had initially intended to discuss their childhood dreams of being a prince with his sister, hesitated to speak further upon seeing her expression. At the counter, as Hagrid announced Harry's name to withdraw money, Vernon's hand froze mid-motion. "Ah, Harry, did your mother and father leave you some money?" Dudley exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a grand revelation, completely oblivious to the disconcerted expressions of his parents. It was also the first time Petunia learned of this matter, and in a tone reminiscent of Miranda's usual sarcasm, she remarked, "So, does the headmaster not trust our family? We have been oblivious all these years." Hagrid stood there, utterly at a loss, unsure of how to explain the situation, as it indeed seemed that none of them had realized the need for child support. The towering giant resembled a child caught in a misdeed. The most uncomfortable one present was Harry. He had not forgotten the struggles of their previous financial hardships. If this money had been available sooner, would it have alleviated their burdens? "No need for that. We will cover Harry's tuition," Dudley declared with authority. Harry looked on in bewilderment at this uncle who had always mocked him. We were unaware that Harry had this money. His tuition has long been prepared, just like Ollie's. With that, Vernon dramatically tossed a bundle of pounds onto the counter, suggesting that the money Harry's parents left for him could wait until he was of age and ready to start his own family. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, unable to believe such words could come from Vernon, particularly Harry, who for the first time looked at Uncle Vernon with grateful, watery green eyes, as if he were seeing him anew. Vernon, feeling slightly embarrassed under Harry's gaze, seemed to realize he had been overly kind, and he ruffled Harry's unruly black hair. After all, a boy like Harry, without money, would hardly attract any girls. He quickly resumed his usual mocking tone to justify himself. Hearing the familiar tone, Harry lowered his head to conceal his joy, no longer feeling the previous confusion and sorrow. The fairy exchanged Vernon's pounds for gold coins, and as he beheld a large sack of coins, Vernon began to worry about whether he could carry all that money home. "Dad, could you open a vault for me too? Then I could withdraw money on my own." Ollie's suggestion struck him. Indeed, they could save the money. If magical families like Harry's were opening vaults for their children, their precious daughter must have one as well. Silly Dad Vernon imagined the discomfort he would feel if his daughter were mocked by other young wizards for lacking a vault, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he indicated his desire to open an account, even pulling out a bank card from his bag to deposit more. Unfortunately, the fairy would not allow such actions, and he begrudgingly withdrew the card, dividing the gold coins into 2 bags for later deposit. Hagrid finally located the key to Harry's vault and offered to retrieve something for Dumbledore. Once confirmed by the fairy, they were led through a door and out of the hall. Harry was curious about what Hagrid intended to fetch for the headmaster, but recalling his aunt's teachings, he refrained from asking out of politeness and respect. Hagrid, however, struggled to conceal his excitement, explicitly stating that it was a secret and not to be divulged. Ollie felt a sense of futility. It would have been better had he not mentioned it at all, as it only piqued the boy's interest further. Sure enough, the 2 boys exchanged eager glances, about to speak, when they were interrupted by Petunia's gentle cough, prompting them to extinguish their curiosity and obediently follow Hagrid. In no time, the fairy led them on an exhilarating ride on a railway cart. Dudley and Harry found it far more thrilling than any roller coaster, especially when they encountered a fire-breathing dragon at the end. It was simply too cool. Ollie, however, noticed the absence of any visible power source in the cart. Was it propelled by the fairy's magic? And the dragon, while capable of guarding the vault, was supposedly captured by the fairies. Did it genuinely consent to this role? Ollie suppressed these questions, maintaining a calm exterior while silently reminding herself that there was plenty of time to unravel these mysteries. As they disembarked, the 2 boys fervently discussed the dragon, while Ollie supported the pale-faced Petunia, and Vernon, already weak in the knees, sat slumped in the cart. The couple gestured for Ollie to proceed inside first, needing a moment to recover. Ollie distributed her handkerchief from her pocket to them before turning to exit. Before leaving, she cast a worried glance back at her parents. Petunia waved her hand, urging her to catch up to Harry. Upon unlocking the vault door, green smoke dissipated, revealing heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and bronze coins before them. "All of this is yours, Harry," Hagrid said with a smile. "This is simply amazing," Dudley exclaimed, pulling Harry into the mountain of riches, and the 2 excitedly began to sift through the coins, even playfully tossing gold at each other. Ollie, unwilling to indulge in the childish antics of these 2 naive boys, began to meticulously examine the vault structure. She noticed a stack of papers on a nearby table and learned from the fairy that they were the Potter family's deeds, property contracts, and other documents. To her astonishment, she discovered that the Potter family controlled the sale of all shampoo in the wizarding world. Observing Harry with his unruly black hair, she speculated that perhaps the ancestors of the Potter family had faced similar hair growth challenges, which inspired their dedication to researching shampoo. Vernon and Petunia, having recovered, entered the vault without her noticing. Vernon placed a bag containing half of the gold coins into the vault. Meanwhile, Harry took some gold coins to keep. Despite Uncle Vernon offering to pay for his tuition, he felt compelled to retain some money for himself. After all, what child could resist spending when surrounded by such an abundance of wealth? Petunia noticed Harry's small act, but chose not to comment, recognizing that it was his money, and as long as he didn't squander it, she wouldn't object. The fairy then guided them to Ollie's newly opened vault, where Vernon withdrew the necessary funds for her expenses and deposited the remaining money into the vault. Gazing at the solitary, small pile of coins and recalling Harry's mountain of gold, Vernon resolved that one day he would present Ollie with her own treasure trove. Following that, they accompanied Hagrid to vault number 713, where he mysteriously retrieved a dirty little bag, concealing it deeply in his pocket while the others pretended not to notice. Once back outside in the glaring sunlight of Gringotts, they realized they had left the realm saturated with the scent of money behind. Hagrid suggested that Harry and Ollie should purchase their uniforms first, as it would take the most time. He himself needed to find a place to rest and refresh. Vernon abruptly interjected, stating that they would accompany them. Ollie, glancing at Petunia, whose complexion was still quite pale, nodded in agreement and turned to remind her brother to take care of their mother. Dudley wished to tag along with his siblings, but, upon seeing the situation, reluctantly conceded. Thus, only Harry and Ollie stepped into Madame Malkin's robe shop. Ollie surveyed the shop's rather plain decor, astonished that this was the only clothing store in the wizarding world. It was even less impressive than Aunt Miranda's company showroom. Surely, without competition, there would be no pressure. Madame Malkin welcomed them with warmth, gesturing for them to wait a moment as someone was in the fitting room. She led the two to the rear of the shop, where indeed a pale-faced boy stood upon a stool. Despite his slender frame, he had begun to exhibit the delicate leanness of youth, and his poised stance suggested he had received a fine education in etiquette. Particularly striking were his meticulously styled locks, in stark contrast to Draco and Harry. Curiosity piqued. Ollie wondered about the brand of hair gel he used. Did wizards perhaps have a superior alternative? Upon hearing footsteps, the boy turned his head slightly, appearing somewhat indifferent. As Ollie's gaze met his cool, gray-blue eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 27. Their first encounter. Draco had been listlessly trying on garments, preoccupied with thoughts of the broomstick he intended to examine later. Thus he was not particularly invested in the fitting process. It was only when Madame Malkin announced the arrival of a young wizard that he turned to assess the newcomer. The brilliant August sunlight streaming through the window rendered the fitting room somewhat dim by comparison. Initially, Draco paid little mind to this, until the sun-drenched girl appeared, revealing the room's previous obscurity. He watched as she approached, backlit by a radiant glow. The sunlight seemed particularly fond of her, casting a shimmering veil over her thick, golden curls. In a sudden panic, Draco turned away, unwilling to gaze any longer. He hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of her face, and he felt an embarrassing heat rising to his cheeks. How dreadfully un-Malfoy-like this was. He feigned nonchalance, inclining his head slightly, attempting to blend into the shadows of the room. Fortuitously, Madame Malkin first called for the boy to take his measurements, affording Draco a moment to collect himself. There was another boy. Draco then noticed Harry beside him. Eager to alleviate his own awkwardness, he initiated conversation. Hey, are you also attending Hogwarts? Curse it. How clumsy that sounded. Would the boy think him rude? Draco regretted speaking up. Yes, Harry replied, regarding the aristocratic-looking blonde boy, who appeared somewhat haughty. The two boys began to converse, yet Draco's responses came hesitantly. He carefully considered each word, mimicking his father's elongated manner of speaking. Harry found his speech irksome, as if he were performing in a play. Did he fancy himself Romeo? Why not recite a few lines of Shakespeare instead? Their exchange was distracted and meandering, predominantly consisting of Draco extolling his own virtues. Ollie sat slightly aside, feigning interest in the street view outside, though her thoughts were a tangled mess. She endeavored to focus on her cousin Harry, yet found herself irresistibly drawn to the boy nearby. Finally, when the boy mentioned the sorting, Ollie looked over. Coincidentally, as he inquired about Harry's preferences, he glanced in Ollie's direction. Their eyes met for an instant, like two sparks colliding, before they quickly averted their gazes. Ollie felt her heart racing, placing her left hand over her chest in a futile attempt to slow its pace. Draco finally caught a clear view of the girl. Oh, she was truly beautiful, particularly her striking emerald eyes. He swore he had never seen green eyes more captivating, nor even similar ones. Soon, Harry had completed his measurements and stepped down from the stool, prompting Madame Malkin to signal Ollie to take her turn. Dazed, she followed instructions and stood beside the boy in front of the mirror, only then realizing their proximity. How close they were. She could even discern the scent of his cologne, a mix of green apple and mint, tart yet refreshingly crisp. His taste was rather refined, Ollie mused, entirely unaware of the boy's tense demeanor beside her. Madame Malkin observed the golden-haired boy and girl standing together in the mirror, inexplicably sensing a compatibility between them. She noted their similar hair color, attributing it solely to their shared blondness. Indeed, blondes are quite lovely. It seems your presence has illuminated my shop, she remarked. The two remained silently bowed, an awkwardness settling in. Harry glanced at them, recognizing the truth in Madame Malkin's words. At the very least, his cousin's golden locks were splendid, having been meticulously cared for by their aunt since childhood. Yes, my dark hair is always such a mess, Harry commented to ease the tension, scratching at his unruly black locks. Eventually, the boy completed his fitting, and as he prepared to leave, he pretended to bid farewell to Harry, his gaze flickering towards Ollie, extending his words. Then, I shall see you at Hogwarts. Harry found this somewhat perplexing. yet responded politely, "See you at school." After the boy departed, Harry quietly complained to his sister. He is rather arrogant, claiming that children from Muggle families shouldn't attend school. "Ollie, keep your distance from him once term starts." At this moment, Ollie finally regained her composure, gratefully accepting her cousin's concern. She indeed felt the necessity to steer clear of the boy, lest her heart could not withstand it. Although she was keen to inquire about his hair products, her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Draco hurriedly rejoined his parents. "Slow down, young Draco. Mind your posture." "Yes, father." Draco came to a halt, resuming his noble demeanor. "Indeed, you should pay attention. Look how flushed your face has become," Mrs. Malfoy noted gently, delicately wiping the beads of sweat from her son's temple with a handkerchief. Draco dared not confess the true reason for his flushed cheeks, settling instead for the excuse that it was due to his brisk pace, earning him a reprimand from his father. Yet, despite his outward appearance of compliance, his thoughts lingered on the girl from earlier. Meanwhile, Ollie and Harry emerged from the robe shop to find Hagrid waiting for them at the entrance. "There are too many people. Your mother is over at the ice cream shop waiting for us. She asked you to find her after you finish shopping." Observing Hagrid's anxious expression, Ollie wondered if she had left him with such a lasting impression that night. However, she remained concerned about Hagrid's injury to her father, thus refraining from displaying too much enthusiasm. "Thank you, Hagrid," she replied. Harry, brimming with excitement, began to share the encounter with the boy, inquiring about aspects of the wizarding world he was unfamiliar with. They subsequently ventured into Flourish and Blots to procure the textbooks required for school. Ollie had intended to purchase several more books to better familiarize herself with the magical realm, but Hagrid advised against it, explaining that the school library would suffice, thus preventing unnecessary expenditure. Harry sought a book on prank spells, but Hagrid intervened, explaining that underage wizards were not permitted to use magic in the Muggle world. In truth, Hagrid had intended to mention that their skills were likely inadequate for such spells, yet recalling the petrification jinx the two had cast previously, he opted for a gentler approach. In the apothecary, Harry wished to buy a pure gold cauldron for both his cousin and himself, eager to showcase his newfound wealth, much like every child with money in their pockets. Fortunately, Hagrid once more intervened, allowing him only to purchase the tin cauldron specified in the letter. Throughout this, Ollie remained oblivious to Harry's little antics, utterly captivated by the wonders within the apothecary. The modest shop was brimming with various materials from animals and plants, and as she observed the shopkeeper grinding herbs into powder, Ollie felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. The elegantly designed scales hinted at the rigorous nature of this discipline, akin to chemistry. It sparked a newfound interest within her, prompting Ollie to resolve to delve deeper into the study of potions upon returning home. Thankfully, Hagrid was by her side, diligently double-checking the shopping list before leading them to Ollivander's wand shop. "Ollie, your name is quite similar," Harry remarked, pointing to the gilded sign at the entrance. As Ollie leaned in for a closer look, she noticed the shop's ancient origins. It appeared that wizards had begun wielding wands as far back as 3000 BC. Did this imply that wands were the sole weapons employed throughout the ages? With this question lingering in her mind, Ollie stepped into the wand shop. Chapter 28, Wands and Gifts. Inside the wand shop, the proprietor, Mr. Ollivander, greeted Hagrid before casting a sharp glance at the umbrella he held. Hagrid, sensing the scrutiny, gripped the pink umbrella tightly. His newly repaired gift from the headmaster was not to be risked again. Fortunately, Mr. Ollivander soon shifted his focus, beginning to measure Harry for his wand. This was Ollie's first close encounter with a proper wand. They appeared to be crafted from wood, with one end pointed and the other adorned with various intricate patterns. She wondered if these designs influenced the effectiveness of spells. If not, she fantasized about customizing her wand with a preferred motif or perhaps adorning it with a whimsical doodle. Her imagination began to wander, contemplating adding a bow at the end of her wand or crafting various cases to change its appearance daily. Harry's antics while testing wands brought her back to reality. Indeed, spending too much time with Aunt Miranda has made me want to embellish everything, she mused. Harry had been experimenting in the shop for quite some time, creating quite a mess, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment, but Mr. Ollivander seemed to grow increasingly excited. Ollie discerned a hint of mischief in the man's demeanor. As Harry, feeling guilty, buried his face in his collar, she interjected, "Sir, could you please hasten? Our time is limited, and we still need to purchase other school supplies." "Oh, all right. Today's young wizards seem to possess less patience," Mr. Ollivander mused, retrieving a wand of extraordinary composition, holly wood with a phoenix feather 11 inches long. Indeed, this was the wand most suited for Harry. When he waved it, sparks erupted from the tip like a dazzling fireworks display. Mr. Ollivander then elaborated on the wand's history. Finally, with a solemn expression, he seemed to impart a prophecy to Harry. "Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you are destined for greatness, Mr. Potter. Harry shivered at the weight of the words, while Ollie observed this exchange, pondering whether the materials of a wand could truly reflect one's character and future. It seemed implausible, yet in the realm of magic, anything was possible. Eager to validate this notion, Ollie was uncertain if wizards were willing to disclose the materials of their wands. Soon, it was Ollie's turn to select a wand. Mr. Ollivander scrutinized her for an extended moment, noting her meticulously arranged attire and hairstyle. A young witch with a discerning taste, albeit a tad impatient, he concluded. As he proceeded to measure her arm, he turned and presented her with 2 boxes to try. This was Ollie's first experience with a genuine wand. She recalled the sensation from that fateful night and gave it a gentle flick. Bang! The wand exploded, not in a shower of fireworks like Harry's, but in splintered wood. Ollie's hand froze as she stared at the broken wand, its core exposed, enveloped in silence. Thankfully, Mr. Ollivander was a responsible shopkeeper, albeit a rather picky one. As he handed her another wand, bang! The same scenario unfolded again, leaving Ollie mortified. How could she have shattered Hagrid's wand? And now 2 more? The shopkeeper, taken aback, hesitated to allow this young witch to continue her trials. Fear not. We shall surely find the perfect wand for you. The previous ones merely indicate they were not meant for you. He began to inquire about Ollie's preferences, striving to identify the ideal wand. Ollie offered an embarrassed smile, truthfully answering each question while internally fretting about the potential costs. She cast a resigned glance towards Harry, who, sensing her concern, patted his pocket reassuringly, indicating he could assist with the expenses. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Ollivander cautiously retrieved a wand from the cabinet. Let us see how this one feels. Ollie grasped the 3rd wand with care and gave it a gentle wave. A sense of unprecedented ease enveloped her, as if all barriers had dissipated and her body had become weightless. She felt convinced that this was her destined wand. However, unlike Harry's magical display, Ollie's wand merely flickered and extinguished. She found herself uncertain. Do not worry, it is undoubtedly the one. Trust your feelings, Mr. Ollivander reassured her. Ollie closed her eyes to sense it once more, waving the wand again. That delightful sensation returned, and she could even feel the wand emanating joy. It was indeed the right choice. A marvelous combination, 9 inches long, with a unicorn hair core, crafted from pine. It seems you will be a creatively inclined wizard. As for the current situation, perhaps you simply need more time to bond with your wand. Oh, I almost forgot. A young witch just selected a wand with a unicorn hair core as well. Should your paths cross, you may find a kindred spirit. After Harry helped cover the cost of the 3 wands, Ollie clutched her own as she exited the shop. Was this truly the wand for her? Why did it seem Mr. Ollivander was eager to see her go? She still had yet to inquire about customizing her wand. Throughout their journey, Ollie remained somewhat disheartened. Even as Harry engaged Hagrid in discussions about various aspects of the wizarding world, such as Quidditch and the 4 houses, Ollie remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing her somber demeanor, Hagrid remarked, Ollie, do not fret. Wands indeed require time to attune to their owners. He even shared that after his wand had been broken and repaired, it took quite a while before it functioned properly again. I reckon it must have been angry. He chuckled, gently stroking the pink umbrella. Ollie realized that Hagrid had experienced a broken wand, and she considered beginning her research on the relationship between wand materials and their owners' personalities with him. Feeling somewhat consoled, Ollie greeted her parents with a smile upon their reunion. When her father presented her with a bowl of ice cream, she could hardly believe her eyes, casting a questioning look at her mother, as Petunia typically restricted such treats for her 3 children. Sweetheart, today is an exception. Enjoy your ice cream. Petunia smiled, having recovered her spirits. Dudley also handed Harry his portion, saying, I heard this chocolate one sells best. It's quite delicious. Hagrid led the group to their final destination, the Aesop's Owl Emporium. Harry, I have yet to procure a birthday gift for you, Hagrid remarked. Harry blushed slightly and replied, There's no need for that, Hagrid. After all, you brought a birthday cake that evening. I have already received your kind wishes. No. I am terribly sorry for disrupting your birthday that night. I have chosen a pet for you, one that I am certain you will adore. He then turned to Ollie, and Ollie, I apologize for what happened to your father. I have a gift for you as well to celebrate your entrance into school. Ollie, taken aback by Hagrid's thoughtfulness, gazed at him in astonishment. I consulted your family. They assisted me in selecting it. Come, let us take a look. The 2 children entered the owl shop with eager anticipation. Goodness, it's 2 snowy owls, Ollie exclaimed, her eyes wide as she beheld the majestic birds nestled at the bottom of the large cage. One of the owls flapped its snowy wings joyfully upon noticing their presence. Ollie noticed that this particular owl bore a yellow spot on its forehead, reminiscent of a star atop a crown. Ollie, it seems this one has taken quite a liking to you. I shall choose the other one, Harry said, joining his cousin at the cage. Ollie nodded enthusiastically. her gaze fixed on her beautiful snowy owl, from its star-dotted round head to its bright golden eyes, and down to its patterned belly feathers and pristine white wings. It's absolutely stunning. I am utterly enchanted by every detail. I have already decided on a name for my snowy owl. Hedwig, Harry declared, equally pleased with his gift. That sounds delightful, Dudley chimed in from behind his younger cousins. Since your pets look so alike, why not name Ollie's Hestia? Hestia, Ollie repeated to herself, finding it agreeable and readily consenting. On their way back, the three children animatedly discussed their new pets. As they exited the leaky cauldron, Hagrid patted Harry on the shoulder, signaling that he was about to leave. All right, you two little wizards, you can take your time playing with them at home. They are perfect for long-distance messaging. Once school begins, they can help you send letters home. Harry felt a twinge of sadness at Hagrid's departure, while Ollie reflected on Hagrid's dedicated efforts throughout the day. Feeling grateful, the memory of Hagrid's thoughtful gift to apologize for the previous night's incident caused Ollie to feel a strange discomfort. Vernon wrapped his arm around his precious daughter, gently patting her shoulder. Go on, Ollie. Look, your father is fine now. You can forgive him. He nudged her softly. Hagrid, thank you for your guidance today. And I apologize for the incident with your wand. Yes, Harry agreed, bowing alongside his cousin in gratitude. Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered by such earnest expressions of thanks and apologies, his wild beard framing a sheepish smile, and at that moment, he seemed inclined to retreat. Oh, it's all in the past, my little ones. We shall meet at Hogwarts. Oh, I almost forgot. Here are your tickets. He hastily placed 2 tickets in Harry's hand, disappearing into the crowd before anyone could respond. Such a flimsy excuse, Ollie murmured, watching Hagrid leave with a relaxed smile. In the final month, Ollie was consumed by the enchantment of the magical world, immersing herself in her studies. Not only did she complete all her textbooks, but she also familiarized herself with various potion instruments. Had she not read that underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside of school, she might have attempted every spell from her textbooks. Harry could not fathom this behavior. With only a month until school began, why not enjoy oneself? Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to his cousin's diligence, often recalling Aunt Petunia's reminders to encourage her to take breaks. Their leisurely pastime inevitably turned into playtime with their snowy owls. A proposal Ollie would never refuse, for her affection for her pet was boundless. She meticulously crafted various cages and birdhouses and even designed an array of stylish scarves for Hestia. Harry, though perplexed by such feminine whims, could not resist creating a matching ensemble for his Hedwig. With newfound wealth, he ensured his owl had everything any other pet might possess. Consequently, the residents of Privet Drive often witnessed the 2 flamboyantly adorned snowy owls soaring through the sky. Ollie found herself utterly captivated by every facet of the magical realm. To her, the texts were merely a gateway to knowledge, while countless foundational concepts remained foreign to muggles. Seizing the opportunity while her parents were at work and Dudley occupied with boxing, Ollie and Harry clandestinely ventured to Diagon Alley twice. Careful to keep their escapades hidden from their parents, who believed the magical world to be rife with peril, Ollie was prudent in her exploration, confining herself to the route Hagrid had shown them. If it was a place where young wizards could shop, it must be relatively safe. Thus, she became a frequent patron of Flourish and Blots, while Harry was more interested in ice cream and Quidditch. They occupied their own worlds, promptly returning home before being discovered. Ollie and Harry relished this lifestyle, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the school year. However, midway through the holiday, Petunia inexplicably fell into a state of anxiety, frequently dreaming of her sister Lily, and one day she dreamt of a bloodied Ollie and Harry standing before her. This frightened her deeply, prompting her to request leave from work to stay home with the children. Truthfully, Ollie and Harry felt quite uncomfortable under their mother's watchful gaze. After a heartfelt conversation with her mother, Ollie understood Petunia's concerns and sought to divert her attention. Mom, I think this robe is a bit ill-fitting. Oh, what seems to be the issue? Let me see. Petunia took the garment from her daughter and inspected it closely, realizing that Madame Malkin had likely provided ample room for growth. But Mom, I want something more fitted. This one makes me look a bit bulky. And the shoulders of the shirt are not structured at all. Could you alter it? Ideally, I'd like a few more designs similar to this for the weekend. Petunia never refused her daughter's requests, especially when Ollie leaned against her shoulder, playfully twisting her body and pouting. Petunia felt she would go to great lengths to fulfill her daughter's wishes, even if it meant reaching for the stars. All right, I'll take it to the office to have it altered. They have plenty of machines, and I promise you will look splendid when school begins. Without delay, that very afternoon, Petunia returned to work, utilizing her break to modify her daughter's clothes. Miranda noticed the black robe on Petunia's desk and mistakenly assumed she had experienced a burst of creative inspiration. Upon inquiry, she learned that it was Ollie's required Halloween costume for school. Petunia, Are you truly sending Ollie to an unknown rural school? It's such a shame she isn't attending St. Paul's girls' school. Petunia struggled to explain. One line necessitated countless others to maintain. Sigh. It has already been decided. Let us not dwell on it. Miranda, can you help me figure out how to improve this? Miranda examined the black robe, noting, so it's a wizard's robe. Quite peculiar for a rural school to have such a theme for Halloween. One might mistake it for a wizarding school. Despite her numerous complaints, Miranda diligently offered Penny advice. And the two engaged in earnest discussions, united in their desire to make Ollie the most beautiful girl at school. The alteration of clothing indeed consumed Penny's attention, leaving her with little time for idle thoughts, and allowing her to relax her vigilance over the two children. After the clothes were modified, Ollie expressed her longing for her mother while at school, yearning for the delectable treats and dried fruits that her mother used to make. Penny, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sadness that nearly brought her to tears. In the remaining days, she busied herself with the preparation of various homemade snacks, determined to fulfill her beloved daughter's wishes. Meanwhile, the newly liberated Harry discreetly gave his cousin a thumbs up. Chapter 30, Platform 9 3/4. At long last, the holiday came to an end. On September 1st, Vernon drove the family to see the two children off to school. At King's Cross Station, Vernon pushed 2 suitcases, patrolling back and forth between platforms 9 and 10, yet he failed to locate the elusive platform 9 3/4. Damn wizards, he muttered, resorting to all sorts of ridiculous tricks. Spotting his daughter standing with her arms crossed, he quickly added, "Oh, no, I meant the wizard's methods are quite remarkable." Noticing her father's concern for her, Ollie's heart ached with an increased sense of reluctance. Turning away, she feigned anger, fearing that she might once again succumb to tears. She had already shed so many that morning, yet her eyes felt heavy with sadness again. Ollie steeled herself, reminding herself to cease her melancholic thoughts, and began searching for platform 9 3/4 alongside the others. She suspected that entry might require tapping a specific spot, and she hesitated whether to try the third brick from the left. In her moment of uncertainty, she overheard a conversation behind her, where a plump woman, resembling a mother, was asking her children, "All right, which platform is it?" A cacophony of voices responded from a group of red-haired children, and the mother urged them to proceed. Penny, noticing this family, quickly realized that this was another mother sending her wizarding children off to school, and she approached them politely. "Hello, ma'am. Could you please tell me how to get to platform 9 3/4? Oh, hello? Is this your child's first time at Hogwarts?" Penny beckoned Ollie and Harry to her side, one arm around each. "Yes, they are both first years. Do you know how to get in?" "Don't worry, it's quite simple. I'll have them demonstrate for you," she said, calling a pair of red-haired twins to go ahead. "Oh, Merlin, you have twins as well?" The plump woman noticed the 2 green-eyed children beside Penny. "What a coincidence. Unfortunately, mine are both boys, and they can be quite mischievous. I had hoped for a boy and a girl like you. Just look at your daughter. She is absolutely lovely," she remarked as she pulled a shy little girl from behind her. "In the end, I was fortunate to have a daughter as well." "Oh, how lucky indeed." Penny felt grateful to have encountered such a kind wizarding mother. "So, I just passed through this wall, correct? We only have 2 children who are wizards. But I was wondering if my husband and I could also go through." "Oh dear, I completely forgot you're a muggle," the plump woman observed Penny's attire, noting that it resembled that of the wealthy elite in the wizarding world, clearly donned for the occasion. Sensing that Penny was a mother who embraced her children's wizarding identities with love, her tone softened further. "Only wizards can pass through. It's no trouble. I'll have my younger son guide them in while I wait outside. We can chat more. You must have many questions. I've sent 5 children to Hogwarts already." Penny expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and after embracing her children once more, she prepared to watch them enter the station. Ollie insisted on saying goodbye to each family member once again before reluctantly allowing Harry to lead her inside. With every few steps, she found herself glancing back repeatedly. At last, she stepped through the wall, entering a new world filled with unknown prospects. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself before a time-worn railway, where a red steam engine billowed smoke as it stood still, surrounded by a throng of well-wishers. Harry pushed 2 suitcases while struggling to navigate the crowd with his sister in tow. Ollie clutched tightly to the 2 owl cages, keeping pace with Harry. Finally boarding the train, they discovered that the compartments ahead were all filled. Harry had no choice but to maneuver through the throng with his sister until they found an empty compartment at the rear. Unbeknownst to them, Harry's hair was tousled, nearly obscuring the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "Need a hand?" spoke one of the red-haired twins they had encountered on the platform, noticing Harry struggling with the bags. He called his twin brother over to assist. Ollie and Harry both expressed their gratitude, finding the twin brothers' warmth reminiscent of their mother's kindness. However, they soon noticed Harry's lightning scar. "Merlin, could you be Harry Potter?" his twin brother exclaimed, both boys gazing at Harry in astonishment. It wasn't until they heard someone calling their names from outside that they jumped out of the window, stealing one last glance at Harry before departing. Once they left, Harry sank into his seat with a sigh of relief, while Ollie rummaged through her backpack for a small comb and mirror, ultimately producing a canister of hairspray. "Come here. Let me fix your hair. It must have gotten tousled in the crowd," she urged. "Oh, Ollie, thank goodness you brought that." Harry complied, sitting still as Ollie adjusted his hair. "I don't want to be recognized again." Earlier that morning, he had borrowed Ollie's hairspray to style his bangs, but he anticipated the mess they would become. Once tidied up, Ollie settled by the window, glancing up to see the red-haired family from earlier. The kind mother was tending to her children, even wiping the face of the youngest boy with a cloth. This sight reminded Ollie of her own mother, leaving her to wonder if she had returned home. Regrettably, she wouldn't be able to see her for the next few months, and the more she contemplated it, the sadder she became, unable to hold back her tears. Harry, having placed his backpack down, noticed his cousin staring out the window, her expression heavy with sorrow. Following her gaze, he too saw the red-haired wizards in their final farewell, and he understood why Ollie felt so heartbroken. Just as he was about to comfort her, a sudden blast of the whistle signaled the train's departure. The compartment door swung open unexpectedly, and the smallest of the red-haired boys stepped inside. "Is this seat taken?" Ollie, noticing the newcomer, turned towards the window, quickly wiping her tears, though her reddened eyes betrayed her recent sorrow. Harry greeted the boy with a polite smile, gesturing for him to sit across from them. Before long, the twin brothers entered as well, engaging in brief introductions. "Oh my goodness, so you're not twins?" Fred or George inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, my cousin and I share strikingly similar eyes. People often mistook us for twins when we were younger." Harry replied with a hint of pride, clearly fond of his cousin and pleased to be mistaken for her sibling. "That's true. But now you two don't look alike at all, one with red eyes and the other with green." The twins leaned lazily against each other's shoulders, standing idly. "George, I dare say, Olivia will be the most enchanting little witch at Hogwarts this year." "Hey, brother, does it even require a wager? Any wizard with eyes can see that. She might also be the most beautiful red-eyed rabbit." Indeed, the two brothers soon resumed their playful banter, nudging each other and pushing back. Olivia, charmed by the red-haired wizarding family, burst into laughter, her sorrow momentarily washed away. She produced the sweets prepared by Penny and offered them to the boys, who then playfully exited to witness the commotion outside. The compartment was left with just 3 individuals. Ron hesitated to speak to the beautiful girl named Olivia Dursley, his gaze flitting nervously between the ceiling and the floor, finally settling on Harry. Chapter 31, The Journey to School, Part 1. "So, you really are Harry Potter?" Ron suddenly whispered after a moment of silence in the compartment. Harry nodded, noticing Ron's eyes fixated on his forehead. With a resigned gesture, he swept aside the wayward strands of hair, allowing Ron to glimpse the lightning-shaped scar, before hastily dropping his bangs back down and pressing them down firmly. Ron's eyes widened as he began to inquire about the Dark Lord. Harry sensed Olivia's interest in the topic and engaged in a conversation with Ron. Indeed, Ron unwittingly revealed much about the lives of wizarding families during their exchange, and Olivia listened intently, temporarily forgetting her troubles. Suddenly, a cacophony of crunching noises echoed down the aisle. It turned out to be the snack trolley. With a flourish, Harry waved his hand, purchasing one of everything. He had sampled most of these treats during the summer and had grown fond of them. He intended to buy some for Olivia to enjoy along the way, hoping that a bit of sweetness would lift her spirits. Observing Ron's curious expression as he did not buy anything, but instead pulled out a sandwich his family had made, Olivia quickly understood that this family might not be financially well off. She recalled that the family on the platform was dressed quite plainly. "Oh, Harry, did you forget that Mum packed us some snacks?" Olivia said, retrieving the treats and juice her mother had prepared from her backpack. "Ron, let us share and sample each other's mother's culinary skills." Ron blushed slightly, and upon meeting Olivia's eager gaze, quickly averted his eyes. "I only have the sandwich. Just right." "I haven't tried a wizarding sandwich yet," Harry exclaimed, grabbing one and taking a hearty bite, praising it with enthusiasm. Olivia tried a piece as well, declaring it delightful and unique, something they had never tasted before. "Thank you, Ron. Would you mind trying some of our muggle snacks?" she offered, pushing her treats toward him. Ron, taken aback, felt reassured by their willingness to share his food, and he reached for the items on the table. Sweets and treats are the finest catalysts for friendship among children. Harry, having acquired a Dumbledore trading card from a chocolate frog, turned and handed it to his cousin. Olivia, upon seeing the inscription, immediately grasped Harry's intention and tucked the card into her backpack. "Don't you have any Dumbledore cards yet? I've collected over 500, Ron remarked, observing Olivia's enthusiasm for collecting cards, but his voice dwindled as she turned to him. "Haha, I was merely noting Dumbledore's achievements to encourage my cousin to aspire in that direction," Harry teased, casting a playful glance at Olivia. Indeed, after a brief introduction to the magical world, Olivia had set her sights on a new goal, to become a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, a great white wizard. Having mentioned this to Harry once, he took every opportunity to tease her, while Olivia silently noted this in her mind, maintaining a gentle facade. Thank you, Ron. But that's not necessary. I've already collected 6 Dumbledore cards. Olivia smiled, expressing her gratitude. And you can call me Olivia. We are friends now, are we not? Ron was momentarily dazzled by Olivia's radiant smile, caught in the depths of her green eyes, and his face flushed crimson as he struggled to find words. Harry, observing yet another victim of Olivia's charm, burst into laughter. Another soul ensnared by Olivia's allure. He wondered how long it would take Ron to converse normally with her. Harry's laughter jolted Ron back to reality. He composed himself, striving to avoid looking into Olivia's green eyes, focusing instead on her hair as they continued to discuss various matters of the magical realm. Just as Ron was about to demonstrate a newly learned spell, a knock sounded at the compartment door. A girl already clad in her school uniform entered with a boy in search of a toad. Oh, are you casting spells? Then allow us to behold, she said, making herself comfortable. Ron was taken aback, and his spellcasting faltered. However, the girl began to rattle off how she had memorized her textbooks over the summer and practiced some spells, even using one to fix Harry's glasses that had been askew upon boarding the train. You're incredible, but how can you use magic? I mean, doesn't the book say that young witches can't cast spells outside of school? Olivia exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement, yet tinged with regret for not having tried it herself. Yes, it does say that, but I tried it, and there were no consequences. I'm Hermione Granger. And you? You look somewhat familiar. Olivia Dursley. You can call me Olivia. Oh my gosh, it really is Princess Olivia. Are you a little witch too? What a coincidence. I once had a doll endorsed by you when I was younger. Oh, thank you for your support. But could we refrain from that embarrassing nickname? We're 11 now. It feels a bit inappropriate to be called a princess. Olivia wore an expression that suggested mutual understanding. Of course. So, have you read those books too? You know. Oh, yes, I thought the same when I saw. Harry, feeling exasperated, watched the two girls begin to discuss their textbooks, quietly shifting to sit beside Ron, ensuring that the two girls could communicate freely. Ron patted Harry's shoulder. Harry, what is going on? Your cousin is a princess? He glanced uncertainly at Olivia before quickly turning away, thinking to himself that Olivia did indeed resemble a princess. Harry flashed him a mysterious smile. Well, let's just say that Olivia is a child star in our muggle world. It's a bit complicated to explain. Many people adore her and buy things she endorses. Does that compare to your title as the Chosen One? Well, the Chosen One is unique. But there are several child stars like Olivia. Harry inwardly felt a sense of triumph, finally surpassing his cousin in some regard. Seeing Neville standing at the door, Harry beckoned him to join them. He had ample experience with girls who could chat indefinitely, especially when discussing textbooks. Olivia was certainly on a roll. Oh, I almost forgot. Neville. I apologize. We should continue our search. Hermione suddenly remembered that she needed to help Neville find Trevor. Neville shook his head, indicating that it was all right, as Hermione had already been quite helpful for a long time. He intended to search for Trevor himself next. Hermione, however, would not give up midway. Despite feeling a bit reluctant, she stood up, expressing her intention to accompany Neville. Olivia, not yet satiated with the conversation, felt exhilarated to meet another young witch with whom she could communicate. It rekindled feelings reminiscent of her previous study groups. Thus, she expressed her desire to follow Hermione, noting, "Oh, I can change into my robe while I'm at it." "Indeed, I put it on as soon as I arrived," Hermione replied, a self-satisfied expression adorning her face. "You are remarkably astute, Hermione. Would you care to accompany me to the ladies' restroom shortly to change? Of course, let's find the last few stalls first." As Hermione caught sight of Ollie's sparkling green eyes, brimming with anticipation, she felt an overwhelming urge to comply. Hand in hand, Ollie, clutching her clothes, joyfully exited with Hermione, exemplifying how a girl's camaraderie often begins with shared trips to the restroom. Ron stood by, utterly astonished, and once Neville trailed behind the two girls, he finally spoke. "Mate, has your cousin always been like this?" "Like what?" Harry responded, perplexed. "I mean, like that crazy girl, obsessed with reading and studying? A real bookworm?" Upon seeing Harry nod in agreement, Ron's enchantment with Ollie swiftly diminished. He no longer found her as beautiful. He couldn't help it. He loathed such individuals. Much like his brother Percy. Before long, there was a knock at the door. 3 boys entered, and Harry immediately recognized the blonde boy in the center. The boy scanned the stalls, seemingly searching for someone, and upon confirming that only Harry and Ron were present, he fixed his gaze upon Harry. "So, you are indeed Harry Potter? The entire train is abuzz with discussions about you," he said, tilting his chin upwards, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Yes, that would be me," Harry replied, baffled as to how others outside could possibly know. "Oh, so you're here alone?" Realizing he had misspoken, he added, "I mean, you're not with your best friend?" He gestured towards his companions. "These are Crabbe and Goyle," he introduced casually, as if inviting Harry to reciprocate. But Harry failed to grasp his intent. "This is Ron Weasley, a friend I just made. I'm afraid I don't know your name. May I ask who you are?" The blond boy's expression stiffened upon hearing Harry's response, and he introduced himself with an air of aristocracy. "I am Draco Malfoy, of the Malfoy lineage." Ron coughed lightly beside him, suppressing a laugh. How could anyone name their child that? And furthermore, how could this Malfoy not notice a living person standing next to Harry? Draco, noticing Ron's slight movement, turned to mock his family, ultimately advising Harry against befriending such people. "They will corrupt your old friends as well," he emphasized, extending his hand in a gesture of reconciliation, hoping Harry would reconsider. However, Harry coolly declined. "I am well aware of who my true friends are, and I will introduce them to you. I believe Mr. Malfoy need not worry." Draco was nearly apoplectic, particularly at Harry's final remark. "Ha! What gives these red-haired traitors the right to befriend that girl? Potter, I advise you to tread carefully." Draco drawled slowly, "Be wary of following in your parents' footsteps." At the mention of his parents, Harry could hardly contain his anger. He rose to confront Draco. Crossed arms and a smirk graced Draco's face as he regarded Harry, seemingly mocking his impotence and fury. "Care to fight, Potter?" Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward, their intentions clear. Even reaching for the snacks on the table, Ron attempted to reclaim the snacks, but was seized by Goyle by the collar. In a moment of crisis, Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, bit down on Goyle's finger. Goyle yelped in pain, flailing his hand in desperation to dislodge the rat, nearly flinging it into Draco's face several times. Disgusted, Draco took a step back, but then heard a girl's voice approaching. "Harry, what is going on?" Ollie inquired as she approached. Recognizing her, Draco surveyed the chaotic scene, and in a swift motion, he yanked Goyle's hood and seized the wretched rat, tossing Scabbers into the stall before turning to leave. In mere seconds, by the time Ollie arrived, Draco had already pushed through the crowd and fled, leaving only the towering figures of his companions in his wake. Ron anxiously cradled Scabbers. "Oh Merlin, my Scabbers. He has been with me for 10 years. He can't just die on me today." A throng of students gathered to assist in reviving the poor rat. Ollie surmised that a creature of such longevity could not be an ordinary rat, but perhaps a magical breed. A fall should pose no significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved 2 peanuts from the table and presented them to Scabbers. The rat quickly responded, sniffing eagerly, and soon began to nibble on the peanuts. "There we go. He seems to be just fine. He should be able to accompany you for many more years," Ollie reassured. Ron expressed his gratitude, yet Hermione urged them to hasten their wardrobe change to avoid the professor's ire. Just as Ron was recovering from his concern for Scabbers, he glared at Hermione. "Oh, do you know who I am with?" The professors wouldn't dare penalize him. "Oh, really? And who might you be?" Hermione inquired nonchalantly. "He is Ollie's cousin. I suggest you be polite if you wish to maintain a friendship with Ollie," Ron teased Hermione. "Oh, how fortunate he is to be Ollie's cousin." Ron clearly did not anticipate Hermione's response, and he stood up. "I am still Harry Potter. Harry Potter, you know? The Chosen One." "Oh, Harry Potter. I have read about him. Ollie is indeed the cousin of the Chosen One. How incredible!" Hermione exclaimed, her expression brimming with pride. At this, Ron found himself utterly at a loss, plopping back down in exasperation, glaring at Hermione. It was Ollie who noticed the dimming light outside, realizing the train was nearing its destination, and she gently tugged Hermione along. Just before stepping out, Hermione couldn't resist adding, "Oh, by the way, you have something dirty on your nose." With that, she strode out without a backward glance, leaving Ron furiously rubbing his nose. The train came to a halt, and the young wizards jostled to disembark. They found themselves at a dark, small station, and instinctively, Harry grasped Ollie's hand. Suddenly, Harry heard Hagrid's voice and saw him approaching, grinning as he greeted them. "Harry, Ollie, I'm so glad you both made it safely. Now, first years, follow me." Seeing a familiar face, Ollie felt a wave of relief as they followed Hagrid through a rugged path, turning a corner to behold a magnificent castle. Wow, it's Hogwarts." The air was filled with gasps of astonishment as Hagrid led them to boats. Ollie, Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a boat, gliding across the tranquil waters. Everyone silently marveling at the towering castle drawing nearer. Once ashore, Hagrid rapped on the castle doors, and a witch in green robes greeted them. The group followed Professor McGonagall into a spacious room, where she briefly introduced the 4 houses before allowing them to settle in. Once she left, Harry let out a sigh of relief, only to turn and find his cousin already pulling out a small mirror to fix her hair. Truly, Ollie could never let her hairstyle falter. Meanwhile, the others engaged in discussions about the sorting, each feeling a mix of anxiety. Hermione was still reciting incantations fervently when she noticed Ollie, hardly able to believe her eyes. "Ollie, aren't you nervous?" "Fear not, Hermione. Even amidst this examination, there's no reason for us to be afraid. Moreover, Professor McGonagall mentioned that we should tidy ourselves up, which indicates we are to meet many people shortly. Just now, I got my hair snagged in the tunnel." Observing Ollie's demeanor, Hermione felt a slight alleviation of her own anxiety. Glancing at Ollie's flowing golden curls, Hermione wondered what more there was to arrange. Her hair appeared quite impeccable already. "Not quite enough. Look at that," Ollie pointed. "I want it to lie as flat as his." Following Ollie's gaze, Hermione spotted a boy with hair slicked to his scalp with gel, gleaming in the light. For the first time, Hermione began to doubt Ollie's taste. Chapter 33, The Sorting Hat, Part 1. Finally, remembering her cousin, Ollie lent him her comb and also offered a mirror to Ron. "You've still got some dirt on your nose. Professor McGonagall just glanced at you." "Really?" Ron quickly took the mirror. Turning around, he saw Neville, who looked startled and somewhat stiff. "And you, Neville, your hat strap is dangling down to your ears." Neville, as if awakening from a dream, began to untie his strap but fumbled, ending up tying it in a knot. All right, stop. Let me help you." Ollie stepped forward to assist him, readying it into a perfectly symmetrical bow. After surveying her friends once more, Ollie felt satisfied. However, she was oblivious to the fact that her gesture of helping Neville had caught the attention of another. From the moment Draco entered the room, he had noticed that girl. Although he engaged in conversation with Crabbe and Goyle about the sorting, his eyes often strayed in her direction. When he observed Ollie helping the bumbling giant from the Longbottom family with his strap, Draco felt a surge of irritation. Why did he need assistance from another girl? Surely he was feigning ignorance to elicit sympathy. Thus, Draco stealthily began to make his way toward them, intending to warn the girl about the foolish and malevolent giant. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A dozen ghosts suddenly burst from the walls, causing the young wizards to scream in fright. Ollie, leaning against the banister with her back to the stairs, instinctively recoiled as the translucent apparitions floated past her. Forgetting the steps behind her, she lost her balance and began to fall backward, reaching out for Harry, but just missing him. Harry was too engrossed in the chaos to notice his cousin's outstretched hand. "This is it," was Ollie's only thought. Instead of the solid steps she had envisioned, she fell into a warm embrace. Though the person had been jolted by her fall, he managed to steady himself against the railing. A familiar scent wafted to her nose, and Ollie immediately recognized who it was. The warmth radiating from him felt as if she might melt, particularly her face, which she felt could produce steam. Suddenly, her right hand was pulled upward with great force, and Ollie found herself standing again, thanks to Harry, who had finally noticed her. "Stay away from her, Malfoy." Harry glared at Draco, clearly attributing the situation to him. Just as Draco realized the girl in his arms was being taken away, he felt the weight of blame settle upon him. Before he could explain, Professor McGonagall returned, leaving him to follow them in frustration. Ollie wanted to offer an explanation, but Harry firmly pulled her along, the professor leading the way, leaving her to seek another opportunity. Upon entering the dining hall, the inexperienced young wizards gasped in awe once more. "How marvelous." Ollie was captivated by the ceiling above, while Hermione quietly remarked, "It's a spell that makes the ceiling resemble the sky outside." Hogwarts, a history. Both young witches simultaneously uttered the title, exchanging smiles, delighted by their synchronicity. "I hope to learn that spell before graduation. I want to use it at home. My mother would surely adore it," Ollie whispered to Hermione. "I'll help you look it up," Hermione replied, and Ollie returned her with a sweet smile. Oh my, Hermione was utterly enchanted by that smile. Feeling warmth bloom in her heart, longing to fulfill all of Ollie's wishes, Professor McGonagall placed an old hat on the front bench. And once the tattered hat had sung its song, everyone understood that wearing it would determine their houses. Remembering the anxious discussions earlier and the deceptive collaboration of parents and siblings, the naive young wizards felt a surge of indignation. How could they deceive children in such a manner? Observing the older students who had successfully executed their tricks, the newcomers silently agreed that this tradition should indeed continue. How could next year's children not experience this? Professor McGonagall began to call out names, and the first girl donned the hat and sat on the stool. Ollie, watching from the crowd, made a face of disdain. "Goodness, that hat looks as if it hasn't been washed in centuries, and I have to wear it? My hair will surely be contaminated." However, there was no time for further contemplation, as her name was called next. Ollie Olivia Dursley. A few gasps echoed from the seated students, as some of the Muggle-born wizards recognized her and began introducing Princess Ollie to their classmates. Ollie instantly donned an appropriate smile, gracefully stepping out of the line. At that moment, she felt a mix of nerves, mirroring the previous girls as she sat down and placed the hat upon her head. A voice emerged in her mind, reading her thoughts, and finally, the hat proclaimed loudly, "Ravenclaw." A table to her right erupted in enthusiastic applause. Princess Ollie. Ollie is one of us. Oh, she is truly beautiful. We have a little princess among us. Ollie removed the hat and placed it back on the stool, gracefully curtsying to Professor McGonagall and the hat before proceeding to the seat vacated by the upperclassmen. At the staff table, Professor Snape gazed intently at the girl, observing her bright green eyes glimmering with joy as she ran toward the house table. It felt as if everything had returned to that year. Yet, as he noticed the girl's radiant golden hair, he snapped back to reality. Different, it was ultimately different. Snape began to empty his mind, as was his habit. Draco visibly stiffened upon hearing the girl's surname. Dursley? That's not the name of a pure-blood wizarding family. I expected her to be a Potter or something similar. But she bears the name Dursley? She is a... Oh, what a pity. The most beautiful girl of this year has been sorted into Ravenclaw. Blaise discussed the Dursley girl with those nearby. What a pity. She's just a wizard from a Muggle family, a mudblood. She can't possibly enter Slytherin. Pansy looked at Blaise with disdain, clearly embarrassed by him. Don't you think so, Draco? As if recalling something, Pansy nervously fixated on Draco, fearing he might be as smitten as Blaise. Seeing Draco's cool, indifferent gaze fixed in that direction, Pansy finally exhaled, reassured that the bloodline-conscious Malfoy was not merely a superficial admirer. The sorting ceremony continued, and Ollie patiently engaged with the curious upperclassmen around her. Harry observed his cousin navigating the long table with ease, feeling reassured that his worries were unfounded. As long as Ollie wished to forge connections, success was inevitable. Chapter 34. The Sorting Hat, Part 2. Soon, it was Hermione's turn. She nearly dashed to the stool, exchanging a resolute glance with Ollie before placing the hat upon her head, signaling her to wait patiently. To everyone's surprise, the hat bellowed Gryffindor. Hermione hesitantly walked towards the left long table, yet received a warm welcome as she seated herself directly across from Ollie, casting her an apologetic glance. She, too, was bewildered. She had believed herself to embody the traits of Ravenclaw, so how had she ended up in Gryffindor? Observing that Ollie remained unfazed and continued to smile brightly at her, Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her and began to discuss her sorting questions with Percy, who was beside her. Shortly thereafter, Neville was also sorted into Gryffindor. Although he excitedly ran off with the hat still on his head, Ollie led the applause and encouragement. Draco, witnessing this scene, felt quite displeased, pondering what charm Lombard possessed that garnered such concern from Dudley. Before long, it was Draco Malfoy's turn. He strode over with an air of aristocratic arrogance, calmly placing the hat upon his head. Almost as soon as the hat brushed against his hair, it shouted Slytherin. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he made his way to the far right table, welcomed by his housemates. Ollie breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Draco had not completely donned the wretched hat, and his golden hair remained relatively unruffled, though slightly disheveled. Upon closer inspection, she noted that his hair was not as impeccably styled as before, lacking the earlier dashing appearance. At last, it was Harry's turn. Ollie internally reprimanded herself for a fleeting moment, realizing she had completely forgotten about her cousin and had not glanced at him since sitting down, a grave oversight. Determined to rectify this, she fixated her gaze on Harry. As he donned the hat amidst murmurs from the crowd, its wide brim obscured his eyes, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. The hat's voice echoed in his ears, deliberating whether to place him in Slytherin or Gryffindor. Terrified, Harry clutched the edge of the stool, fervently repeating to himself, not Slytherin. Ultimately, the hat acquiesced to his plea, proclaiming loudly, Gryffindor. The hall erupted into the loudest cheers, and as Harry removed the hat, he nervously made his way to the Gryffindor table, where several Weasley brothers greeted him warmly. Finally, he could sit at ease. He noticed Hagrid giving him a thumbs up, and further away, his cousin smiled brightly, forming the shape of a congratulatory mouth. Harry understood and returned her a broad smile. In that moment, Harry felt a whirlwind of emotions. Throughout their childhood, classmates had clamored to team up with Ollie, often resulting in Harry and Ollie pairing together to appease everyone. Now, however, they had been sorted into different houses, making it difficult for them to collaborate. Both cousins were now on divergent paths, and Harry felt a bittersweet twinge in his heart. Shortly thereafter, Ron predictably found himself in Gryffindor as well. Marking the conclusion of the sorting ceremony, the headmaster stood to deliver a brief welcome speech, followed by a peculiar incantation rumored to be a protective charm for the first-year students. A senior beside Ollie noticed her frown and quickly clarified the enchantment, earning a grateful smile from Ollie, which the senior felt was well worth it. With a flick of his wand, the headmaster conjured an abundance of delightful food upon the tables, including fruits and sweets, prompting everyone to dig in heartily. Ollie observed the presence of ghosts hovering at each house's table, but, too intimidated to look closely, focused intently on her meal. After feasting, the food vanished, replaced by an array of desserts, and conversations turned to family matters. At the Ravenclaw table, Ollie garnered the most attention as she meticulously explained that she was not a princess. "So, what is your relation to Harry Potter?" someone asked. "He is my cousin. We grew up together," she replied. "Goodness, you're the cousin of the chosen one." Ollie found it quite novel to be referred to in connection with Harry and nodded cheerfully. "What about your childhood?" "Not far away." Draco appeared to engage with his fellow Slytherins while secretly fixating on Ollie. Upon hearing her connection to Harry Potter, his brow relaxed somewhat. So, she was a cousin by blood. Thankfully, not a childhood sweetheart. However, he couldn't help but think about how many families in the wizarding world insisted on maintaining bloodlines through cousin marriages, like his mother's family, the Blacks. Draco felt a surge of irritation. Why was he contemplating such matters? The proud Malfoy lineage would never allow a Muggle-born to claim the title of mistress. Yet, considering her ties to the Savior, perhaps that title was not entirely out of reach. Once all the food had vanished, Dumbledore rose again to address a few important reminders. Ollie noted how his speech mirrored Hagrid's earlier warnings, clearly delineating what not to do, as if fearing that others might err. Indeed, a few at the Gryffindor table appeared intrigued, brimming with eager anticipation. Finally, the entire school partook in a wondrous sing-along, with each person selecting their tune. Ollie stood with the crowd, softly humming her favorite melody, striving to keep her voice under wraps. When bedtime arrived, the students followed their prefect back to the dormitory. Ollie and Harry had no opportunity to converse, merely exchanging nods and smiles as they joined their respective groups. Following the prefect, Ollie experienced the enchantment of the moving staircases and the talking portraits. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, they arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower. At the entrance, they had to answer a question correctly to gain entry, piquing Ollie's curiosity. However, she was too fatigued to engage in conversation and decided to study the riddle after resting. Upon entering, she found a domed common room surrounded by arched windows. Ollie imagined that during the day, when sunlight flooded the space, it must be breathtaking, offering views of the entire campus. The walls were adorned with blue silk, complementing the starry ceiling, creating an air of mystery. The prefect briefly explained a few points before allowing them to return to their dormitories. Ravenclaw had no fools, and he trusted the new students. Ollie was assigned to a two-person room with a round-faced girl named Susan Bones. After a brief introduction, they began to unpack their belongings. Exhausted, Ollie recalled her encounter with the filthy hat from the previous day. Despite her fatigue, she persevered with a thorough hair care routine, which, combined with her shower, consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time she finished, Susan had already fallen asleep on her bed. Gently, Ollie turned off the light and drew the curtains around her bed, filled with boundless anticipation for her future life at Hogwarts, as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 35, Potions Class. The following day, Ollie accompanied her upperclassmen to the dining hall. She and Susan met an Asian senior named Qiu Zhang and her roommate, Mary. Ollie felt an immediate kinship with Qiu, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Miranda's. Perhaps all Asians shared a common look? During their mealtime discussions, the two seniors expressed sympathy upon learning that Ollie and Susan's first class of the day was potions, and they generously offered to escort the pair to the potions classroom, emphasizing the importance of not being late to this particular subject. Ollie, confused yet appreciative of their kindness, accepted their assistance. Having experienced the castle's staircases the previous night, she understood how challenging it could be for first years to locate their classrooms accurately. Ollie had also invited two other first-year boys, Terry Boot and Richie Bloke. Indeed, there were only 4 new students in their year at Ravenclaw, and the 4 of them followed 2 enthusiastic older girls to the potions classroom. The potions classroom was located in a dimly lit basement, which Ollie found quite comforting, as her home laboratory was also situated in a basement, facilitating the storage of various materials. Consequently, she eagerly took a seat in the front row beside Susan, ensuring a clearer view of the proceedings. Shelves lined the walls, adorned with an array of jars and vials containing various plant and animal specimens. Ollie meticulously examined the materials, attempting to correlate them with the knowledge she had memorized from her textbooks. Professor Snape strode into the classroom with purpose, commencing the roll call. However, Ollie sensed a brief pause when he uttered her name, perhaps merely a figment of her imagination. Upon completing the roll call, Professor Snape surveyed the class with his cold, dark gaze. Several timid Hufflepuff students were so intimidated that they dared not lift their heads. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he spoke, each word imbued with an invisible weight that rendered the class silent. Susan nervously grasped Ollie's hand beneath the table, regretting her decision to sit so close to the front. "There are no foolish expectations of you truly grasping this subject. Yet one thing is imperative. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter." His opening remarks concluded, leaving the classroom in stunned silence, save for Ollie's face. which radiated excitement as she gazed at Professor Snape. Captivated by his words, Ollie could hardly contain her eagerness to delve into the enchanting realm of potions. She felt a profound connection between potion making and chemistry, both disciplines demanding rigor and scientific precision, augmented by the wondrous nature of the materials involved. As Professor Snape concluded his customary address, he noticed the sole student with green eyes, who was gazing at him with sheer longing and anticipation. The questions he had intended to pose evaporated as he proceeded to unveil the lesson. After detailing the ingredients and methods for concocting a Scabbers cure, Snape divided the class into pairs, instructing each duo to gather materials and brew their potions. Most Ravenclaw students had presumably prepared in advance, successfully identifying and procuring the necessary ingredients in appropriate quantities. In stark contrast, the Hufflepuff side was a chaotic mess, with the Badgers cautiously inquiring among one another. Yet few could recognize the components. Consequently, Professor Snape stormed over, reprimanding them harshly and deducting 5 points from Hufflepuff before guiding them on what to collect. Ollie, however, paid little attention to that commotion. Her mind was preoccupied with another concern. The notice had only advised them to prepare protective gloves, and she had assumed they would be provided with protective clothing or hats during class, especially since the textbook had mentioned that a wizard's hair and nails were also considered potion ingredients. She had anticipated that potion making would require meticulous safeguarding, but it appeared they were to proceed directly with their hands. Given the length of her hair, Ollie feared that a single careless moment could lead to a strand falling into the cauldron, thereby compromising the potion's efficacy. Listening to Professor Snape's admonishments, Ollie hesitated to tie her hair back, so she quietly suggested to Susan that she handle the materials while Susan brewed. With Susan's agreement, Ollie donned her protective gloves and began meticulously preparing the ingredients, weighing the dried nettle to an exact measurement and slicing it into uniformly thin pieces, while grinding the venomous tooth carefully into powder. When Snape passed by their table, Ollie had successfully processed all the materials and was conducting a final review. Noticing a shadow cast upon the table, she looked up to see the professor's imposing figure. With confidence, she displayed her work, certain that she would receive praise just as she had in her previous schooling. To her dismay, however, Snape merely cast a cursory glance at her table before striding away to inspect the neighboring group, leaving Ollie with only the swish of his black robes in his wake. Could it be that I made an error? Ollie wondered, doubting herself as she conducted another thorough check, yet found nothing amiss. It was only when Susan had set up the cauldron and began to urge her softly that Ollie reluctantly gave in. Watching Susan carefully brew, Ollie focused intently on the bubbling cauldron emitting wisps of white smoke. Once she confirmed it was at a full boil, she quickly added the dried nettle, ensuring the potion simmered for the appropriate duration. She then reminded Susan to extinguish the flame, and the two of them quietly awaited the potion to cool before bottling it. Ollie, have you practiced at home? Susan wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing at Ollie with gratitude. Thanks to your reminder. I nearly forgot to remove the pot from the heat before adding the porcupine quills. I haven't, but I frequently conduct chemistry experiments in the Muggle world, which is quite similar to potion making. Well, that's impressive. You seem to remember every step with clarity. I believe this is a potion class, not a tea party for young ladies. Miss Granger may converse with her friends elsewhere, rather than in the potions classroom. Professor Snape's voice suddenly cut through, startling Ollie and Susan into silence, even inhibiting their breaths. After a cold huff, Snape departed, allowing the two girls to exhale and share a relieved smile, marking the inception of a remarkable friendship. The potions class was somewhat chaotic, particularly on the Hufflepuff side, where unexpected incidents occurred frequently. Cauldrons emitted plumes of thick, white smoke, while others splattered their contents indiscriminately. Ollie carefully gathered her hair, contemplating that she would need to pull it forward in future classes, given the multitude of hazards present. Before the class concluded, Ollie approached Professor Snape to submit her potion assignment. Susan, terrified of facing the fearsome professor, adamantly refused to accompany her, leaving Ollie to walk alone to the front. Snape accepted the vial, scrutinizing it carefully. The potion was a perfect shade of orange-yellow, and the bottom of the vial was free from impurities, an outcome that met his satisfaction. He decided to award her a passing grade. As he lifted his quill to record the score, he noticed the girl before him had yet to leave, raising his gaze to interrogate her about any further inquiries. He found himself ensnared by her expectant green eyes. Ollie stood at the lectern, craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the grate. But the professor's desk was rather high, compelling her to rise onto her toes. Noticing Snape looking up, Ollie immediately donned a smile, her gaze filled with anticipation. Convinced that her assignment had no flaws, Snape swallowed the words he had intended to voice, the quill's tip curving on the parchment before ultimately inscribing an O. Ollie noticed and gleefully bowed to Snape, thanking him profusely. Humph. Does Miss Granger intend to remain here as a wallflower? Having submitted your assignment, ought you not to depart promptly? Yes, Professor. Ollie noted other students lining up behind her to submit their assignments and hurriedly stepped aside. Upon returning to her seat, Ollie relayed their grade to Susan. Feeling as though they had misjudged Professor Snape, he was, in fact, quite fair. Chapter 36. Two fortuitous encounters. Ollie's buoyant mood persisted into the afternoon. As she and Susan settled into their seats at the back of History of Magic class, they observed Malfoy entering, surrounded by a throng of Slytherin students. The group wore expressions of utter arrogance, laughing boisterously as they rudely shoved aside any students who crossed their path. Reminiscent of the bullies Ollie had encountered at her previous school, that S. Malfoy, their family are proponents of pure-blood supremacy. My aunt specifically cautioned me to keep my distance from such individuals, Susan remarked, noting Ollie's keen interest in the unfolding scene. As Ollie gazed intently at the face of her companion, Susan appeared to grasp an unspoken truth. Despite his decent appearance, one must not be fooled by his looks. His family was notoriously arrogant. Do not let his charming visage deceive you, she warned. I understand that those of striking beauty often gravitate towards their own kind. But would he be willing to divulge the brand of hair gel he uses? What? Susan questioned, doubting her hearing. Do you not think his hair gel is quite effective? The ones I purchased in Diagon Alley are rather mediocre. So, you are merely curious about his hair gel? Susan inquired uncertainly. Indeed, you are unaware of my obsession with hair care products. However, given his arrogance, he would undoubtedly refuse to share such information with me. Ollie sighed helplessly after voicing her frustration. Unable to endure Ollie's despondent demeanor, Susan remarked, but your hair is already quite perfect. She even reached out to stroke Ollie's long locks, which were undeniably smooth and silky. A few rebellious strands added to her charm. Susan found it difficult to comprehend Ollie's taste. She questioned the appeal of Draco's slicked-back hairstyle, illuminated by the light, when Ollie's natural, voluminous hair was far more attractive. She could not resist touching it again. Ollie tilted her head slightly in response to Susan's touch, feigning an exaggerated expression of despair. No, you mere mortals do not understand. As princesses, our hair must remain impeccably arranged. The thought of not having it makes my heart ache whenever I see Malfoy. With that, Ollie seized her hair from the astonished Susan and produced a small comb from seemingly nowhere, meticulously smoothing each rebellious strand into submission. Very well, Susan conceded, deciding to assist Ollie in her quest. I shall write to my aunt and have her inquire about it. Thank you, Susan. How fortunate I am to have you. Ollie beamed, her smile radiant. Susan inhaled sharply, awkwardly turning her head to avoid looking at Ollie, fearing she might unwittingly acquiesce to all of Ollie's wishes. Before long, Professor Binns entered the room, prompting the reluctant gathering of Slytherins at the front of the classroom to cease their chatter and take their seats. Draco swaggered to the back of the classroom, remarking, I hear this class is particularly soporific. I must find a good spot to nap. Laughter erupted from the group, trailing behind him as they followed to the rear. Coincidentally, Draco chose a seat directly behind Ollie, separated by a single desk. Having just spoken ill of him, Susan felt quite uncomfortable as he settled in. Turning to Ollie, she noticed her calmly preparing to take notes, and Susan admired her composure. Unbeknownst to her, Ollie immediately recognized the scent of mint and apple wafting from behind her. It was a fragrance she had only ever detected on Draco. For the first time, she found herself somewhat resentful of her acute sense of smell, as her heart raced uncontrollably. She was acutely aware of the reason. It was not merely due to her desire for the same hair gel as Draco, but rather the tumult of hormones. Curse Malfoy's handsome face, Ollie lamented, hating herself for being such a superficial girl. Professor Binns commenced his lecture in his monotonous voice, and Ollie compelled herself to follow his train of thought, diligently noting down names and dates. Soon, she discerned that Professor Binns structured his lessons around historical figures, leading her to believe that creating a timeline would facilitate her memorization. Without hesitation, she produced a clean sheet of paper and began to sketch and jot down notes. Seated behind Ollie, Draco suddenly realized his folly. How foolish of him to have come so close when he had promised himself not to pay her any mind. His behavior seemed utterly ridiculous, especially as he observed the girl in front of him diligently taking notes, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Frustrated, Draco slammed his book shut with a resounding thud. Beside him, Blaise raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the platinum-haired heir's sudden outburst. After dinner, Ollie finally reunited with her cousin, and they found themselves with an abundance of topics to discuss after their extended separation. Harry, you cannot fathom how incredible potions class was. I've made a decision. I aspire to be a potions master like Professor Snape. Are you serious, Ollie? Harry questioned, struggling to envision the pristine Ollie transforming into the greasy, black-robed potions master. Aunt Petunia would certainly take her displeasure out on him. Harry recounted the sorting day incident, when Professor Snape had glanced his way, causing his scar to throb. He even expressed suspicion about a connection between Snape and the Dark Lord. And what of it now? Does your scar still ache? Ollie anxiously grasped Harry's face, hesitating to touch the scar. It only hurt that one time. Do not worry, Ollie. Harry noticed her concern and sought to reassure her. Moreover, he resembles a villain from a film, so I certainly believe he must be hiding something. You are judging solely based on appearances. That is a prejudice. Wait until you attend potions class to discern for yourself. If it hurts again, do let me know. Ollie attempted to defend Professor Snape, concocting a rationale for her argument. Humph, you are more concerned about your potions professor than your cousin, Harry retorted, displeased. Who says so? You are slandering me. You know it to be true. The two, who had just moments ago appeared to be in harmony, erupted into a quarrel. Ron observed them enviously, wishing his own brothers would treat him with such camaraderie. He knew that if he dared to argue back, he would only receive the loving wrath of his siblings. Soon after, Ollie attended Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, and honestly, the experience was rather dreadful. Professor Quirrell stuttered and struggled to articulate his thoughts, frequently veering off into tangential stories about his own experiences. Ollie found it hard to believe that such a person could be a professor. Did Hogwarts not conduct any evaluations during the hiring process? While she could tolerate the quality of the lesson, what she could not endure was the overwhelming stench of garlic that clung to Quirrell. It was a pervasive and lingering odor, and Ollie detested her heightened sense of smell. Feeling it was pure torment, each breath was filled with the wretched scent of garlic. When it became unbearable, she leaned back in her seat, trying to catch a whiff of the faint fragrance from Draco behind her to alleviate her discomfort. Yes, perhaps it was merely a coincidence, but Draco sat directly behind her. And thankfully, the faint scent helped Ollie endure the class. Chapter 37, Another Explosion. Fortunately, the next class was Charms with Gryffindor. When Ollie entered the classroom, Harry and his friends had already saved her a seat. Ollie sat beside Susan, with Harry and Ron in front of them. Observing his cousin resting her head on the desk without a care for decorum, Harry turned to her. What is it, Ollie? You cannot imagine the torment we just endured. Susan, usually shy, interjected eagerly. Indeed, we were engulfed in garlic for an entire lesson. I doubt I will ever eat garlic again, Ollie lamented weakly. The three Gryffindors instantly understood that it was due to Professor Quirrell, and their anticipation for the yet-to-come defense against the dark arts class waned significantly. The Charms professor was Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, who was diminutive in stature and stood atop a stack of books during class. When he called out Harry's name, he became so excited that he tumbled off the stack. The first lesson focused on the levitation charm, during which the professor guided the class in reciting the incantation and meticulously dissected the corresponding wand movements. Subsequently, each student was provided with a feather to practice. Following the incantation several times, Ollie found her feather utterly unmoved, while Hermione swiftly succeeded in making hers quiver and float. Professor Flitwick, noticing this, promptly awarded 2 points to Gryffindor. Ollie, filled with envy, realized she had yet to contribute any points to her house, prompting her to seek Hermione's guidance. Hermione observed Ollie closely, requesting a complete demonstration. Finding no apparent flaws in her pronunciation or wand movements, Ollie remained perplexed by the feather's stillness. Oh, it must be because I practiced the charm over the summer and found the right feeling. Ollie, give it another try. I struggled at first too, Hermione consoled her friend, encouraging her to persist. Ollie felt a flicker of doubt. Such a situation was unprecedented in her nearly decade-long academic journey, where she had always excelled. The failure of the charm left her astonished. Taking a moment to compose herself, Ollie steadied her focus and waved her wand once more. Bang! Unexpectedly, after completing the incantation, the feather on her desk shook violently twice before exploding. Fortunately, she had leaned back against her chair in time. The explosion caused her no harm, merely releasing a plume of black smoke from the disintegrated feather. Laughter erupted from her classmates, and Ollie felt thoroughly embarrassed. Harry kindly requested another feather from the professor on her behalf. Bang! The second feather also exploded, leaving Ollie too daunted to attempt a third. Despite a Gryffindor boy's feather meeting a similar fate, Harry and her friends reassured her that perhaps this batch of feathers was defective, yet Ollie still felt deeply mortified. In the afternoon, the Gryffindors attended Transfiguration class, taught by Professor McGonagall, the head of their house. It was not until she transformed the podium into a pig and back again that Ollie perked up to pay attention. She pondered whether the cellular structure of a transfigured being remained that of its original form or that of the newly assumed one. How she wished for a microscope. Determined to master this subject, she envisioned bringing home slices of transfigured objects for observation. Ollie diligently noted down an extensive array of complex theories and methodologies regarding transfiguration, despite her belief that it contradicted the principle of conservation of matter. Yet, magic was, after all, wondrous, was it not? Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Ollie, bewildered, wondered if wood could truly become metal. Nevertheless, she recited the incantation and waved her wand. Bang! The matchstick on Ollie's desk met the same explosive fate as the feather earlier, leaving her incredulous. What could be happening that every time she attempted a spell, the object would explode? Undeterred, she retrieved another matchstick. Bang! A similar explosion ensued, capturing the attention of Professor McGonagall. Observing the panic-stricken expression on Ollie's lovely face, she could not bring herself to chastise her, opting instead for a rare tone of gentleness, inviting Ollie to demonstrate again in her presence. Harry promptly offered his matchstick to Ollie. Bang! Yet again, Ollie's matchstick exploded. She felt there could be no more humiliating experience, especially with the entire class now watching her under McGonagall's scrutiny. Oh, splendid pronunciation and wand movements, Miss Dursley. 2 points for Ravenclaw. McGonagall praised, inadvertently restoring Ollie's self-esteem. Ollie looked at Professor McGonagall in astonishment, unaware that to the professor, she resembled a golden ragdoll cat she once cared for, whose pitiful gaze would always disarm any reprimand. As for why her transfiguration attempts failed, it might be attributed to Miss Dursley's wand or some other unknown factor. If you do not mind, you may come and see me this weekend, and we can investigate the matter together. Ollie nodded vigorously. Feeling that Professor McGonagall was indeed her savior, she resolved to master transfiguration under her guidance, aspiring to become a calm and powerful witch like her professor. That evening, Ollie penned a letter detailing the day's events to send home, mindful to omit the numerous explosions, which would only heighten her parents' concerns. Upon reaching the Ollery in the West Tower, she found her owl, Hester, grooming feathers alongside Hedwig. After feeding them the raw beef she had brought, ensuring they were both satisfied, she carefully tied her letter to Hester's leg. Although Ollie had just sent a letter home with Harry the previous day, she still had much to share with her parents. Watching Hester soar into the distance until she became a mere speck, Ollie returned to her dormitory. "Oh dear, Ollie, are you going to tend to your hair again?" Susan remarked, observing her roommate retrieving an array of bottles and jars. "Indeed, after so many explosions today, I've burned a few ends. I'll trim them later." Ollie felt no inconvenience. The pursuit of beauty was never a burden. Anticipating her radiant appearance the following day, she couldn't help but hum as she applied her hair mask. Susan marveled at Ollie's dedication to beauty, acknowledging her as the most beauty-conscious and stunning girl she had ever encountered. No wonder she maintained her looks. Such perseverance was not commonplace. Was she perhaps living too carelessly? "Ollie, what products do you use for your hair?" This question struck at Ollie's forte. She pulled Susan over and eagerly introduced her to her collection, her most effective Muggle and Wizarding hair care products, which she had tested over the summer. She felt a swell of pride. No one knew hair care products better than she did. "Susan, it's still early. Let me treat you to a complete hair care package." Susan hesitated, but Ollie guided her to sit in front of the mirror. "Look, your hair is a bit frizzy and lacks luster. And your curls, my goodness, have you never styled them?" Ollie's words made Susan blush. "Well, I've always lived with my aunt, who is busy with her career and not one to fuss over such things." Ollie selected suitable products for Susan and guided her through the process. It was the first time Susan realized there were so many steps to washing hair. But as she gazed into the mirror at her now soft, wavy brown locks, she marveled at their quality. Gently shaking her head, the curls shimmered under the light. "This is incredible, Ollie. What were those products? I need to order them immediately." Chapter 38, Herbology. Although yesterday had been disheartening, Ollie was not one to easily concede defeat. Rising with renewed enthusiasm, she meticulously prepared herself, donning the tailored robe her mother had made for her. Standing before the mirror, she mused, "Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest girl at Hogwarts?" "Oh, undoubtedly you, my lady, Princess Ollie. You are positively radiant today." Ollie savored the mirror's compliments for a moment before stepping out at Susan's urging. This mirror, acquired from Diagon Alley, offered critiques on her attire and pointed out minor flaws, and Ollie had instantly adored it. Indeed, with this mirror, each day seemed filled with anticipation. The inventions of wizards were truly remarkable. As soon as Harry descended from the tower, he found himself waiting at the staircase, a tinge of concern gnawing at him for his cousin, fearing she might still be disheartened by yesterday's events. After all, she had always been the star of the crowd, effortlessly excelling at everything since childhood. "Harry, your hair. Please, do tidy it up." This familiar opening line echoed the days spent at the Dursleys, and Harry immediately recognized it. "At your service, my princess," he replied. The two siblings exchanged a smile reminiscent of their playful banter at the Dursleys. Knowing that Harry would not be waiting for her unless something was amiss, Ollie urged Susan to head to the dining hall without her. Taking the comb offered by Ollie, Harry absent-mindedly ruffled his hair and casually inquired, "How did you rest yesterday?" "Quite well. I even treated my hair before bed," Ollie responded, shaking her silky golden curls. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that Ollie was unscathed. Yet, as she mentioned that their morning class was herbology, a flicker of worry crept back into his mind. He pondered whether her peculiar constitution might affect her performance in class. Surely, he could cover any damages with the funds in his vault. The morning herbology lesson was a joint session with Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Ollie, having engaged in conversation with Harry, arrived a little late, finding that most of her classmates were already present in the greenhouse. I thought some might have cried their way home. I didn't expect them to dare attend class, Pansy Parkinson sneered as Ollie passed by. Stopping in her tracks, Ollie approached Pansy directly. Why wouldn't I dare? Too bad, I don't have any matches or feathers to blow you up. She leaned closer, but I believe I have a better option. There was a hint of mischief in her tone, though I wonder if Miss Parkinson would be willing. Ollie's voice trailed off as she nearly pressed against Pansy's shoulder, her face looming larger and more beautiful. Pansy froze, having never been this close to someone outside her family. The greenhouse was aglow with a magical simulation of sunlight, casting a radiant light through Ollie's hair, illuminating her flawless complexion. Pansy, consumed by jealousy, quickly realized Ollie had been mocking her. Without a second thought, she attempted to shove Ollie away. Enough, Pansy, Draco Malfoy interjected, promptly grabbing her arm and pulling her aside. This kind of direct confrontation is unbecoming of the Parkinson name, he added, glancing at the approaching trio of Ravenclaw students before releasing his grip. And the professor is on her way. Don't tarnish Slytherin's reputation. Pansy, still simmering, opened her mouth to retort, but, seeing Draco walk away, rolled her eyes at Ollie before hastily following him. She longed to hang onto Draco's arm as she had in their childhood, but this time he shrugged her off, ignoring her as he continued forward. Ollie, are you all right? Did that Slytherin girl bully you? Susan and the two boys beside her looked at her with concern. I'm fine. I put her in her place. I'm not someone to be trifled with, Ollie reassured them. Susan, however, decided it was best not to leave Ollie alone, insisting on staying by her side, wary of potential retaliation from Parkinson. As they conversed, Professor Sprout arrived, a kindly, somewhat stout witch. Ollie adored listening to her speak, convinced that Harry would appreciate her warmth as well. The professor possessed the comforting aura of a beloved gardener, someone who had spent years nurturing plants and soil, exuding a special, inviting charm that drew people near. In the first lesson, the professor did not delve into complex topics, but instead showcased several peculiar plants and fungi, explaining their characteristics and how to identify them. Ollie, having already memorized the book 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, excelled in class, consistently being the first to answer Professor Sprout's questions and even expanding on them. This was the type of student all teachers cherished, and the professor, pleased with the successful interaction in her classroom, generously awarded Ravenclaw 2 points, setting aside the consolation points from Professor McGonagall the previous day. This was Ollie's first achievement in contributing to her house through her own merit, igniting a thrill within her as she rekindled the feeling of being an academic overachiever. Pansy, seething with resentment from the back, thought, damn that Ravenclaw bookworm, all she does is read. Her spells are pathetic. Hogwarts will eventually expel this mudblood. Oblivious to Pansy's venomous curses, Ollie remained unfazed, dismissing it as the wrath of the inept. Despite her own repeated failures in spellcasting, aside from Hermione, no one in their year could successfully perform the levitation charm or transformation spell. Soon, Ollie became engrossed in Professor Sprout's teachings, momentarily forgetting her own peculiarities. When Professor Sprout asked for a volunteer to spray a venomous tentacula with growth potion, Ollie eagerly raised her hand. It was only upon being selected that she recalled her detrimental effect on plants, yet having committed herself, she found no reason to withdraw. Keeping a safe distance from the plant, she lifted the spray bottle high and swiftly administered the potion in the required amount, her movements precise and unhesitant. The professor was immensely satisfied, declaring before class ended that she would gift the venomous tentacula to Ollie. Ollie's face froze upon hearing this. Heaven knows she had never managed to keep a plant alive. However, she couldn't refuse the professor's kindness and reluctantly agreed, arranging to collect it after her afternoon herbology class. She figured she could observe it further to determine if her presence had any adverse effects on magical plants. Returning to the greenhouse for the afternoon lesson, Ollie immediately spotted the poor venomous tentacula, which, despite having just received a growth potion, appeared to be wilting, its buds drooping and leaves crumpling. Professor Sprout inspected it with curiosity but found no apparent issues, beginning to suspect that mischievous Gryffindor students had tampered with it. As class concluded and others began to leave, Ollie urged Susan to head off for a meal, but Susan, anxious about leaving her alone, insisted on waiting at the door. Unable to refuse her considerate roommate, Ollie resolved to act swiftly. She quickly explained her plant-related affliction to Professor Sprout, who initially doubted her, having never encountered a witch with such a condition. It wasn't until Ollie picked up a wilting flower from the ground that its already faded petals began to wither further in her palm that the professor was taken aback and begrudgingly began to believe Ollie's claims. In the end, Ollie and Professor Sprout agreed to temporarily house the venomous tentacula in the greenhouse, with the professor kindly offering to continue caring for it while Ollie promised to visit frequently. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of a pleading tone crept into Ollie's voice as she made her request. Professor Sprout, unable to refuse such a pitifully charming plea, graciously consented to the little witch's request. Chapter 39, The Midnight Duel, Part 1. During the evening astronomy class, Ollie continued to shine, confidently recalling the positions, names, and movements of various planets. She and Hermione competed eagerly to answer questions, while Professor Sinistra smiled warmly at the two brilliant young witches, as the rest of the students looked on in astonishment at their display of academic prowess. After class, Ollie and Hermione felt a lingering sense of exhilaration, a sensation that arises when one encounters a worthy opponent. During Thursday's lessons on charms and transfiguration, both professors kindly indicated that Ollie could refrain from practicing for the time being, suggesting they would discuss her class participation after the weekend's assessments. Although she received this special consideration, Ollie felt inexplicably aggrieved. Watching her classmates wield their wands and cast spells while she anxiously caressed her own pine wand filled her with a sense of longing. She hoped to swiftly find harmony with it and unleash the perfect incantation. The consecutive setbacks had cast a shadow over her spirits, particularly with the daunting defense against the dark arts class looming ahead. Even the fragrance emanating from Malfoy's presence failed to soothe her. Consequently, as soon as the bell rang, she seized Susan's hand and fled as if escaping something dreadful. Draco, seated at the back, wore a grim expression. He noticed that Ollie had neglected her hair today. Her curls were disheveled, and she had not, as was her custom, preened herself like a proud peacock, combing her golden locks. He understood that she was likely disheartened by her struggles with spellcasting, yet he felt neither the authority nor the opportunity to console her. After all, they had yet to exchange a single word since the beginning of term. Frustrated, Draco's ire grew, and during the subsequent flying lesson, upon seeing Neville Longbottom's innocent visage, he recalled how Ollie had tied his hat on Sorting Hat Day. Draco resolved to teach him a lesson. However, before he could act, Neville tumbled from his broomstick, demonstrating such folly that Draco found himself spared the trouble of intervening. Once Madame Hooch had taken Neville away, Malfoy erupted into laughter, and his fellow Slytherins joined in mocking Neville. Silence, Malfoy, a Gryffindor girl interjected, unable to tolerate the taunting. Defending Longbottom, Draco replied, a sardonic smile gracing his face. That clumsy oaf was ever adept at playing the victim to manipulate those kind-hearted girls into assisting him. Look, yet another victim. What was her name, Pavarti or Parvati? I wouldn't mind promoting your touching romance. Pansy, standing behind, chuckled triumphantly, seemingly concocting a scheme to deal with the pitiful couple. Soon, Draco retrieved Neville's memory ball from the ground, carelessly tossing it in the air, as if it were on the verge of being dropped. Return it, Harry shouted. Unable to bear the sight, Draco paid him no mind, mounting his broom to place the memory ball atop a nearby tree. Seeing this, Harry gritted his teeth and seized his own broom, with Hermione attempting to dissuade him, but to no avail. Once airborne, Harry discovered the sheer wonder of soaring through the sky. It felt as though he were born to glide beneath the blue expanse. Effortlessly mastering some skills of flight, flying a broom was simpler than he had imagined. He immediately darted toward Malfoy, even attempting clumsily to knock him off course. Watching Harry's swaying broom approach, Draco deemed Potter utterly mad. He had no intention of risking his life. A clever idea formed in Draco's mind, one that could perhaps rid him of this ostentatious savior. He deliberately ascended to create distance between them, swiftly redirecting his broom. As he observed Harry closing in, Draco smirked, a taunting smile gracing his lips, and with a firm grip on the memory ball, he hurled it toward Professor McGonagall's window in the castle. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry pursued, accelerating into a dive to catch the memory ball just before it hit the ground. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor students, while Draco, arms crossed, watched the scene unfold with amusement. As anticipated, Professor McGonagall soon appeared to escort Harry away, and Malfoy smirked with satisfaction, deliberately proclaiming Harry was to be expelled, leaving the Gryffindor students in a state of concern. During dinner, Draco approached Harry, inquiring whether this was to be his last supper. Harry, eager to share the news of his becoming a seeker with his cousin, found his path obstructed by the detestable Malfoy. Given the professors were nearby, Harry retorted quietly, "Your little friend is right by your side. You're far bolder than when you were in the air." Draco recalled Harry's impressive dive from earlier with a scowl. He had intended to intimidate Harry and make him look foolish, but instead, he had inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to shine. "How about a wizard duel tonight?" Draco suggested, narrowing his gray-blue eyes and curling one side of his mouth into a cold smirk. You might get to know my friends well. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward, menacingly eyeing Harry and Ron. Oh, and as for Mr. Potter's sidekick, let me think. Draco feigned contemplation. Should I choose the one wielding a broken wand? The Weasley? Or, he drawled, that beautiful cousin of yours, skilled in explosive magic? Enraged, Harry felt an urge to pounce on him. He could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Ollie. If Dudley were here, he would surely have pummeled Malfoy's face into a pulp. Ron restrained Harry from acting impulsively, reminding him that the professors were watching from above. Draco, witnessing the struggle between the two, scoffed and departed, gradually calming under Ron's persuasion. Harry and he began to plot whether to strike first at Malfoy's nose or deliver a swift blow to create a panda eye. Excuse me, you can't do this. Hermione's voice interjected. You were eavesdropping on us. Granger, Ron complained first. You can't roam the school at night. If you're caught, how many points will Gryffindor lose? That's none of your concern. We won't get caught, Harry replied defiantly. Exactly. Goodbye, meddlesome Granger, Ron said, pulling Harry away, oblivious to these events. Ollie had a history of magic class that evening. She sighed, wondering who had concocted such a dreadful schedule, placing history of magic at night. She feared she might succumb to sleep this time. Upon entering the classroom, Ollie immediately spotted the golden head surrounded by Slytherins. Draco was oblivious to her arrival, engrossed in recounting his exploits from the flying lesson, boasting that his father, a school governor, would ensure Potter's expulsion. Ollie settled into a vacant spot with Susan and Terry. Upon entering the classroom and seeing their housemates, sat behind them as the four conversed quietly about the day's history of magic lesson. It was only when Professor Binns entered the classroom that Draco ceased his boasting, realizing class was beginning. He instinctively glanced forward, noticing Pansy gazing at him with admiration. Why is it Pansy? He squinted in annoyance, observing the four Ravenclaws seated together, the boy behind obscuring any view of the familiar golden curls. How amusing. These siblings always know how to make themselves miserable. Frustrated, Draco picked up a pristine history of magic textbook, flipping through its pages with a loud rustle, while Blaise regarded the platinum-haired boy's outburst with indifference. Suddenly, Draco halted his actions, a perfect idea striking him. Potter was about to face misfortune. At the stroke of midnight, Harry and Ron stealthily made their way through the Gryffindor common room, wands in hand. Just as they approached the portrait hole, Hermione, who had been waiting for them, suddenly spoke up, startling Harry considerably. I knew you two wouldn't stay in bed like good boys, she exclaimed. What business is it of yours, Granger? Go back to your bed, Ron retorted, still recovering from the shock and sounding quite irritable. I'll tell your brother. And you can forget about not losing points for Gryffindor, Hermione shot back without hesitation. Come on, it's almost time, Harry urged, wishing to ignore the meddlesome girl as he encouraged Ron to crawl through the hole. What kind of brother does Ollie have? You act impulsively without regard for those around you. Are you solely concerned with yourself? Hermione interjected, stepping in front of the exit, arms outstretched, resolute in her refusal to let them pass. How dare you mention Ollie? What kind of friend does she have in you? Haven't you heard what Malfoy said about her? Ron, now thoroughly annoyed, pushed Hermione aside. Hermione hadn't caught the beginning of their dinner conversation, believing the boys were merely being childish about a midnight duel, unaware of the underlying issues concerning Ollie. She empathized with Ollie, recognizing that both were top students in the Muggle world, and as she recalled Ollie's recent struggles, she felt a pang of sorrow for her friend. Despite Ollie's optimistic demeanor, akin to a little son refusing to be defeated, Hermione still felt deep concern for her. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall would be helping her with an assessment over the weekend, and Hermione eagerly anticipated its arrival. Of course, until any issues were identified. She would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Ollie. Those who mocked her had no right, especially considering the failed spell casting. Upon hearing that Malfoy had dared to speak ill of Ollie, Hermione instinctively followed Harry and Ron. I'm going with you, she declared, emerging from the hole. While school rules were to be upheld, friendship took precedence. She resolved to keep watch over Harry and his companions and take action on Ollie's behalf without being discovered. Ron glanced at Hermione, surprised, feeling she had finally embodied the true spirit of Gryffindor. Soon, the trio stumbled upon Neville, who was sleeping at the entrance, but unfortunately, the fat lady was out visiting friends, leaving them unable to return. Ron checked the time and shot a furious glare at Hermione and Neville, warning them not to get caught. The four of them hastily traversed the grounds, the moonlight filtering through the tall windows and casting patterned shadows on the floor. They were fortunate to reach the trophy room on the third floor unscathed. Harry and Ron anxiously watched the doors at either end of the room, ready to strike at the moment Malfoy entered. Time seemed to stretch in the stillness of the night. As they debated whether Malfoy was too frightened to show up, they heard Filch's voice from the adjacent room. Take a good whiff. Dear, This must be what the tip-off letter mentioned. Don't overlook any corner. A tip-off letter? But only the involved parties were aware of this matter. Harry and Ron immediately understood that Malfoy would not be coming, and that he had even written a letter to Filch. Harry gestured for the trio to exit through another door, each of them on high alert as they stealthily made their way. However, when they reached a corridor lined with suits of armor, Neville accidentally knocked one over, its clanging echoing ominously in the darkness. "Run!" Harry shouted, sprinting ahead. Uncertain of how many corridors they fled through, they finally managed to evade Filch's pursuit. Panting as they halted before a door to catch their breath, they discussed how to get back to the Gryffindor Tower as swiftly as possible, but just their luck. They encountered Peeves. "Look what I've caught, 4 little night owls." Peeves suddenly emerged from the wall, immediately yelling. "Shut up, Peeves. Please keep your voice down. We can't afford to be expelled." Peeves cackled, raising his voice even higher. "Not happening, naughty naughty. I'll tell Filch." With no other option, the 4 of them started running again, Peeves trailing behind, shouting, "Students are awake! Students are awake!" They reached the end of the corridor, but there was no way out. Ron pushed against the door with all his might, only to find it locked. "Stand back," Hermione said decisively, shoving Ron aside, raising her wand without hesitation, and knocking on the lock. Alohomora. With a click, the door swung open, and the 4 of them rushed inside, quickly turning to shut the door behind them. Outside, Peeves and Filch were still searching for them. Filch's disrespectful attitude was aggravating Peeves, and they soon began to argue. Peeves, in a fit of anger, deliberately withheld the information about Harry and the others, floating away and leaving Filch cursing in frustration. Listening to the fading footsteps, the group gradually relaxed, though Harry, still shaken, felt Neville tugging at his sleeve. "What is it?" Harry turned to inquire, only to freeze in place, gazing at the massive creature before him. The 3-headed dog was growling menacingly, evidently ready to spring at them. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry found himself wishing that Filch were there instead. He would even welcome being caught by him. Grasping the doorknob behind him, Harry urged, "Go." He swiftly twisted the handle, and the 4 of them fled with even greater urgency than before. With a final bang, Harry slammed the door shut, and the 4 of them sprinted through the school as if their lives depended on it. It was only when they reached the common room that they collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. Once they had regained some composure, an exasperated Ron began to rant about the 3-headed dog, while Hermione suggested that she had noticed a trapdoor beneath the creature's paws, implying it was guarding something. The 3 boys exchanged incredulous glances, wondering who had been observant enough to notice that detail amidst the chaos. As they lay in their beds, Harry continued to ponder what the dog was safeguarding, his thoughts immediately drifting to the small package Hagrid had retrieved that day. It seemed he would need to inquire with Ollie tomorrow to see if she had any insights. "Oh, I almost forgot," he mused. Remembering the duel and his failure to find Ollie, she was still unaware that she had become Hogwarts' youngest seeker. He also recalled Hagrid's invitation for tea that afternoon and resolved to share that with her as well. With these thoughts, Harry gradually succumbed to a sweet slumber. However, he had not anticipated that when he next saw Ollie, she would be lying in a hospital wing bed. Chapter 41. Injured and Hospitalized. It was Friday, and the young wizards were eagerly anticipating the weekend. Last night, Ollie had heard about Harry's remarkable feat during flying lessons and sought him out, only to discover he was not in the dormitory. Arriving late for breakfast on Friday, Harry hurried off to potions class, preventing them from having a proper conversation. With no classes in Ravenclaw that morning, Ollie returned to the common room after breakfast to tackle her homework. Within the common room, several upperclassmen were present, some fiddling with a star chart model, chattering excitedly about incantations known only to them. Some were adorned with animal-shaped heads, while their lower bodies resembled those of humans. Meandering through the lounge, evidently experimenting with some transformation spells, others were busily tinkering with several potion vials in a corner, from which wisps of green smoke occasionally erupted. A few drops of liquid splattered onto the table, sizzling ominously as they burned a hole into the surface. Upon seeing Ollie take a seat, a senior studying potions approached her enthusiastically. "Dursley, would you be willing to try my potion with your spells? I believe the results would be quite remarkable." Ollie gazed at the peculiar assortment of potions, her initial eagerness for experimentation waning. The corrosive nature of the concoctions coupled with her own penchant for explosions could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she politely declined, leaving the senior with an expression of disappointment as he retreated to his studies. A sigh of relief escaped Ollie's lips, as it became apparent that few in Ravenclaw were concerned about her magical mishaps. It was primarily the students from the other 3 houses who whispered behind her back. Yesterday, when Autumn Zhang had come to console her, she had mentioned that the students of Ravenclaw had accomplished numerous incredible feats, and many assumed Ollie was merely engaged in mundane research, such as reciting spells backward or casting counter spells with the correct gestures. Such assumptions were grounded in truth. as there had indeed been instances in previous years where students had attempted such antics. However, Autumn had refrained from detailing the subsequent mishaps, fearing it might frighten the seemingly fragile first-year student. She merely warned Ollie that those incidents had been far more severe than her minor explosions. Ravenclaw students were known for their imaginative ideas and showed respect for one another's research, typically refraining from prying unless invited. Naturally, a declined invitation was not taken to heart, as there would always be future opportunities for collaboration. This understanding brought Ollie some comfort, at least in her own common room. She would not be interrogated about her magical mishaps. During the afternoon herbology class, the professor awarded Ravenclaw 2 points for Ollie's outstanding paper, suggesting that others should follow her example. This incited irritation among some students. After class, as the four friends strolled down a secluded corridor, Pansy Parkinson charged at Ollie like a rabid dog, hurling insults that even included her cousin Harry. Unable to tolerate the provocation, Ollie retorted fiercely. Having grown up amidst a diverse array of individuals, particularly in a place rife with conflicts, she found Pansy's mudslinging ineffectual. Moreover, she had learned the profound art of insult from Aunt Miranda, which involved creative references to bodily organs and relatives. Incorporating a bit of what she had overheard from her seniors, Ollie unleashed a barrage of Snape-style insults, combining repulsive potion ingredients with various body parts. Ultimately, she succeeded in sending Pansy fleeing. The other 3 Ravenclaws nearby stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief at Ollie's transformation. Susan even began to question whether the girl who had just recited such dark, poetic venom could truly be her usually graceful roommate. Terry appeared to be deep in thought, realizing that there were indeed formulas to Ollie's insults and unexpected combinations worth investigating. He promptly retrieved a notebook from his pocket and began jotting down notes. Watching Pansy retreat, Ollie's irritation began to dissipate. She even harbored a rather malicious thought. The first spell she should master would be one that would silence Parkinson. How could someone so inept and eager to be scolded exist? Suddenly, she remembered that her 3 friends were still behind her. Had they overheard everything she had said? With graceful composure, she turned to face them, adopting the demeanor of a victor. Raising her chin, she gently tucked her hair behind her ear with a flourish. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she adorned her face with the most perfect expression. My dear friends, I was simply overwhelmed with anger earlier. Princess Ollie does not usually behave in such a manner. The ever-spirited Rhodey playfully circled her hand in the air before placing it over her chest and bowing. As the princess commands, Susan and Terry erupted into laughter, and the 4 friends joyfully made their way to the courtyard for flying lessons. During the final flying lesson, Madame Hooch instructed the students on how to summon their brooms, while Ollie distractedly attempted to follow along. She had little interest in the ungraceful activity of riding a stick and was reluctant to try. Yet she could not allow herself to excel in any subject less than the others. She needed to practice with patience. Simultaneously, concern for Harry gnawed at her. What had transpired during yesterday's flying lesson that led to rumors of his expulsion? Yet, this morning, Harry had adamantly assured her that he would not be expelled. Leaving Ollie perplexed. Up, she commanded, placing her right hand over the broom. The broom quivered slightly. Was her voice not sufficiently loud? She raised her tone up. She contemplated whether she needed to call for her broom with conviction and emotion to succeed, neglecting the broom's subtle trembling at its end. It was in this moment that the unexpected occurred. Ollie triggered yet another explosion, not of feathers or matches, but rather a broomstick tall enough to tower over her, resulting in severe injuries to her right hand and arm. When Harry heard the news, he abandoned dinner, rushing to the hospital wing. Ollie had just been administered a potion by Madame Pomfrey, temporarily numbing the pain in her arm, but the lingering taste of the potion was unbearable. This was her first experience with the potion, and the acrid, rubbery flavor made her reflect on the ingredients of the healing draught. Murtlap essence, she thought, gagging at the bedside. Ugh. She leaned over the edge of the bed, retching. She could accept concocting potions, but the thought of consuming one was intolerable. When Harry burst in, drenched in sweat, he was met with the sight of his cousin in distress. Ollie's right shoulder down to her hand was swathed in bandages, and she was doubled over, heaving painfully, her body trembling. Hearing footsteps, Ollie struggled to lift her head. Harry's heart ached as he beheld tears pooling in her green eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Overcome with concern, he sat cautiously beside her, gently rubbing her back. Ollie wished to explain that she was not crying from pain, but from the intense nausea brought on by the potion. Yet the acrid taste in her throat rendered her unable to speak, forcing her to continue retching. Chapter 42, Sibling Quarrel. After a tumultuous episode, Madame Pomfrey entered, offering the unfortunate girl a few candies. Feeling the sweet flavor of the candy spread in her mouth, Ollie fought to suppress thoughts of the potion's ingredients and managed to quell her urge to vomit. Ron and Hermione, who had been trailing behind Harry, finally arrived, having struggled to keep pace with his hurried steps. "Ollie, are you all right?" Hermione inquired cautiously, her friends clearly alarmed by her condition. Ollie mustered a feeble smile, assuring them that it was merely the bitterness of the potion and that her arm was no longer painful. She would soon regain movement. "That won't do," Harry interjected, anxiously cradling her injured arm. "What if you've broken a bone? We should go home and get an x-ray. This evening, allow me to care for you here. Tomorrow, we shall take a leave to return home and visit the hospital in London for a thorough examination. For now, let us linger in the Muggle world until you feel ready to return," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion as he spoke. He could no longer bear to hear news of his cousin's explosions or injuries. The thought of her staying at home for a while seemed preferable. For his aunt was right. The wizarding world was indeed perilous. "Mr. Potter, if you harbor such doubts about the abilities of wizards, I suggest you return to your Muggle world at once," Professor Snape's voice cut through, having appeared at the door of the infirmary just in time to overhear Harry's ludicrous remarks. "Perhaps it is you who should pay a visit to the hospital, Potter, to examine that laughably foolish brain of yours." The four of them jumped in surprise, rendered momentarily speechless. Harry felt a surge of indignation, but Ollie tugged at his robe from behind, compelling him to endure. Snape raised an eyebrow at the siblings nestled together, placing the potion he held on the bedside table. "Miss Dursley, the potions requested by Madame Pomfrey," he stated, glancing at Ollie, who still appeared quite unwell. His tone softened considerably as he added, "Remember to take the dreamless sleep potion before bed and the magical stabilizer after your meal." With that, he turned and strode out, leaving no time for a response. Once his dark robes vanished from sight, the four dared to breathe normally again. "Goodness, he is terrifying," Ron remarked, unable to contain himself. "But really, mate, what are you worried about? It's merely a flesh wound, not a dark magic injury. Even if a healing spell fails, a healing potion will surely mend the wound." He proceeded to enlighten these wizards from the Muggle world, who lacked magical knowledge. To comfort Ollie, he even recounted an incident involving his brother. "Fred once got blown to bits by a series of firecrackers when we were young. Mum administered a potion, and by the next day, he was bouncing around, eager to try again." Although Harry acknowledged the wonder of wizarding potions, a heaviness still weighed upon him. For the pain Ollie endured at the moment of her injury was all too real. Guilt gnawed at him. He had promised his aunt to take good care of his cousin, yet within a week, she had found herself hospitalized. "All right, Harry," Ron said. "Perhaps Ollie will be discharged tomorrow, and we can all go visit Hagrid for tea." He winked at Harry, signaling him to share some entertaining stories from the past few days. Drawing from his experience, he knew that injured individuals often preferred not to dwell on their ailments, and discussing lighter topics could help divert their attention. However, Hermione, keenly observant, noted that their presence required Ollie to sit up and converse, realizing that too many visitors would hinder her rest. Thus, she reluctantly pulled Ron away, suggesting they grant the siblings some privacy, hoping it would ease Ollie's discomfort. Indeed, after their departure, Ollie leaned against her cousin and lay back down. "Oh, Ollie, you have no idea," Harry began, recalling Ron's earlier remarks during flying class. He decided to share some other stories to distract her. He enthusiastically described his experiences during the flying lesson and his seemingly innate flying skills, even rising to demonstrate the pose at an exhilarating moment. As Harry animatedly recounted his tale, oblivious to the fading smile on Ollie's face, she interrupted, "Harry, did you come here just to boast?" She paused, addressing him as if he were a wretched soul who had blown up a broomstick. "You flaunt your superior flying skills?" "Not at all. I merely wish to share something amusing to lift your spirits." Harry hastily defended himself. Ollie turned her head away, knowing she was misdirecting her frustration. Harry was the closest person she had at school, yet as he continued to recount his successes, she found his words grating. Moreover, the looming possibility of her own fate weighed heavily on her mind. "Ah, amusing tales, so you've had quite the exciting days, while you don't even care about my humiliation. Do you know what they call me behind my back? They refer to me and Seamus as the blast-ended Scrirt of Hogwarts." As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. "How could I not care? Do you suppose I arranged that midnight duel with Malfoy for fun?" Harry exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Yet he remained patient as he attempted to explain. "You still have time to duel, but you lack the time to comfort me?" Ollie retorted, her voice breaking. Harry faltered, uncertain how to respond. He had indeed spent the entire day plotting how to deal with Malfoy, and had not sought out Ollie that evening. Nevertheless, he felt justified. He merely wanted to confront those who spoke ill of her, to silence their taunts. A heavy silence fell between them, both unsure of what to say next. "Ollie, I won't be able to accompany you to Hagrid's tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to," she finally whispered, breaking the tension. "You refuse to join me to visit Hagrid simply because you're upset with me?" Harry questioned, incredulous. "Hagrid hasn't done anything to you. Ollie, it is those people who have wronged you. How about I take care of them for you?" Harry's voice rose in pitch. Since arriving in the magical realm, he had, for the first time, felt a sense of superiority over his sister in certain aspects. As an elder brother, he longed to prove he could protect her. Ollie lifted her gaze, her misty green eyes filled with disappointment as they met Harry's. You don't even inquire about what I have planned for tomorrow? What do you intend to do? Harry was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ollie's heart felt heavy. She inhaled deeply, slowly explaining, tomorrow, Madame Pomfrey is taking me to St. Mungo's hospital. She suspects that my frequent explosions may be due to an issue with the magic within me. This situation resembles that of a dud firework. Perhaps. Ollie choked on her words, clearly reluctant to voice the troubling possibility. Perhaps what? Harry's concern deepened as he grasped her shoulders, desperate to understand. The worst-case scenario is that I may never be able to use magic again. Ollie's tears streamed down her face once more, which means I would have to leave Hogwarts. Harry could not recall how he made it back to the dormitory. Madame Pomfrey had suddenly appeared, insisting that Ollie required rest, and before he could ascertain the full extent of her condition, he was ushered out of the infirmary. His dorm mates were already asleep, and Harry lay in bed, dazed and bewildered. He could not comprehend how his cousin might have to leave school. After all, she simply struggled with a particular charm, yet excelled in all other areas. Having arrived at Hogwarts together, how had they come to this? If he had only been more attentive to Ollie's needs, perhaps things would be different. Huddled by the window, he embraced his knees as the cold moonlight enveloped the lonely boy. On this night, Hogwarts would surely find itself with one more sleepless soul. Chapter 43, St. Mungo's Hospital. The following day marked Saturday, a day devoid of classes, and the first weekend at Hogwarts brought joy to the new students. However, Harry found himself somewhat distracted from the moment he awoke. Ron attempted to engage him in conversation multiple times, but Harry remained oblivious, prompting Ron to turn away and converse with Neville and others. At the Gryffindor table, Harry lacked an appetite. As he sipped his pumpkin juice, Ollie's roommate, a girl named Susan, approached him. Mr. Potter, how is Ollie faring? She did not return to the dormitory last night, she inquired, her voice laced with concern and urgency. Is she still in the infirmary? May I visit her later? Actually, she is no longer in the infirmary. Harry struggled to find the right words to explain. The intimate companionship forged since childhood led him to believe that Ollie could not easily be defeated. He was convinced that his cousin would return shortly. Last night, he had reassured himself of this repeatedly, yet at this moment, such reasoning offered little solace to others. Oh, has Miss Dursley been expelled? Draco Malfoy, appearing from behind the two, assumed his customary haughty demeanor, his tone tinged with an unusual urgency, as though he were eager to drive away Ollie. What business is it of yours, Malfoy? Harry immediately activated his defensive mode, replying curtly, Ollie will be back any moment now. Mind your own affairs. Having received the answer he sought, Draco exchanged a few customary barbs with Harry before returning to the Slytherin table. Beside him, Blaise observed him with a knowing glance, as if he had uncovered some significant secret. That morning, Professor Flitwick arrived at Ollie's hospital room, accompanying Madame Pomfrey as they took Ollie for treatment. He had already informed Ollie's parents the night before, so when the three of them reached the entrance of a dilapidated department store, Vernon and Petunia were waiting there. Mom. Ollie dashed into Petunia's embrace, the pent-up grievances of the past days finally erupting, tears streaming uncontrollably. This sight deeply pained both Petunia and Vernon, who held Ollie close, offering gentle comfort while carefully examining her arms. Madame Pomfrey had removed the bandages earlier that morning, revealing her flawless skin. Thus, the couple did not witness the horrific injuries they had anticipated. However, their daughter's tears spoke volumes. When had Ollie ever felt so wronged? I entrusted my daughter to your care at school, and this is how you look after her? Vernon shouted indignantly. Oh, Mr. Dursley, please calm down, Flitwick attempted to explain. Miss Dursley's injury has also revealed issues with her magical abilities. St. Mungo's possesses the most skilled doctors and will surely assist her in resolving these matters. The diminutive Flitwick stood in stark contrast to the towering Vernon, and Madame Pomfrey worried that this concerned Muggle father might lash out at Professor Flitwick. Indeed, the priority now is to ensure Miss Dursley receives medical attention. We can discuss other matters later, Madame Pomfrey added to assuage the situation. Vernon, the lady is correct. Let us first take Ollie to see the doctor, Petunia said, gently patting Vernon's arm while cradling the now calm Ollie. Vernon begrudgingly suppressed his anger and followed the group into the renowned wizard hospital. On the first floor of St. Mungo's, in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Dr. White adjusted his spectacles and set aside the case file of the young wizard before him. The prospect of spells exploding or even magical items causing detonations, alongside the effects on plant growth, seemed exceedingly complex. However, as a seasoned physician, he quickly formulated a hypothesis. Dr. White led Ollie into a private room and fitted her with an unusual device. Yet, The moment the instrument made contact with Ollie, it emitted an alarm, shocking the doctor. After several attempts yielded the same outcome, he returned to the examination room, removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and gravely delivered his diagnosis. Child, the monitoring indicates that you have been continuously expelling magical energy, not even a single second of cessation. Now it was Ollie's turn to be perplexed. She responded, a hint of dejection in her voice, but I have never felt any magic, let alone maintained a continuous output. No, child, think carefully. Magic brings with it a distinctive sensation. You must have experienced it, albeit without recognizing it. Under the doctor's gentle guidance, Ollie recalled her extraordinary hearing and sense of smell. She had always believed herself to be exceptionally gifted. Could it be that the leaking magic influenced her abilities? She voiced her hypothesis. Madame Pomfrey was taken aback. If she was not mistaken, such extraordinary capabilities typically manifested during a young witch's magical outburst prior to their enrollment. Dr. White nodded in affirmation. Confirming her suspicion, Miss Dursley had likely been in a state of mild magical turmoil for an extended period, coincidentally less pronounced than that of other young witches. The inexplicably lifeless plants must have also been victims of her volatile magic. As for Miss Dursley's inability to cast spells, it was probably because wands and incantations merely assist witches in channeling their magic. However, if one cannot control it, the magic will overflow uncontrollably, resulting in explosions. Madame Pomfrey comprehended first, gazing down at Ollie with pity. Poor child, it is fortunate that this was discovered so early. If you had continued without intervention, the risks could have escalated. Then, doctor, how can my daughter's condition be treated? Vernon could no longer contain himself. He realized the severity of Ollie's situation and yearned to expedite her recovery. Generally, we have two recommendations, Dr. White began. One is to intervene manually and completely remove the patient's magical energy, thus addressing the problem at its root. The adults gasped collectively. Did this not equate to transforming a witch into a muggle? They all turned to Ollie, whose delicate face was awash with confusion, for none had anticipated such an outcome. Dr. White allowed them a moment to digest the information before continuing. Of course, there is another method, assisting the patient in learning to control their magic. Once they master the ability to regulate their output, they will be no different from ordinary witches. In fact, with prolonged practice, their magical application may become even more precise. Only then did everyone begin to relax slightly. Dr. White did not grant them much time to ease their worries. He needed to explain the pros and cons of each treatment option clearly. However, this could be a lengthy process, demanding considerable patience and perseverance from all involved. Chapter 44, Treatment Options. In the lounge of St. Mungo's on the 5th floor, the Dursleys found themselves still echoing with the doctor's analysis. Ollie, what do you wish to do? Petunia gently caressed Ollie's hair. You know, whatever you choose, your father and I will support you unconditionally. After a while, Ollie reluctantly detached herself from her mother's warm embrace and, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, said softly, Mom, I think I want to choose the second option. Reflecting on her brief week at school, Ollie felt a pang of longing and resolutely declared, her tone growing firmer, I don't want to give up so easily. How could I return home in defeat? I refuse to succumb. As she spoke, her tears once again became uncontrollable. Vernon carefully wiped his daughter's tears with a tissue, just as he had countless times before in resolute support of her choices. If that is what you want, then pursue it. Just promise us that if there is ever a threat to your life, you will return immediately. Ollie, choking back sobs, rushed into her father's embrace. Feeling profoundly grateful for such unyielding parental support. Having settled on a treatment plan, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Ollie's various metrics once again, informing them to return in 2 days to retrieve the treatment device, and advising that she refrain from using any spells during this time, while also taking stabilizers 3 times a day. Ollie spent a brief 2 days at home with her parents, during which Miranda made a special visit. She had long suspected that the Dursleys were keeping something from her, yet she understood the importance of discretion, so she merely engaged in playful banter with Ollie. This lighthearted exchange helped to alleviate the weight of Ollie's worries. On Monday, Professor Flitwick made a special trip to accompany Ollie for her appointment, and the family expressed their heartfelt gratitude to him, with Vernon even gifting him 2 bottles of cherished wine. In the hospital, Dr. White presented Ollie with an antiquated black bracelet, which, at first glance, appeared to be merely a black stone carved into the shape of a bangle. However, upon donning the bracelet at the doctor's behest, Ollie was immediately enveloped by a sensation of stasis, as though a glass barrier had formed around her ears, eyes, and nose. This was the anti-magic bracelet. Quite literally, it rendered her devoid of any magical power. How do you feel? Dr. White inquired. Like I'm 100 years old. Everything seems a bit blurry and muffled. Ollie playfully described her experience, eliciting a chuckle from the doctor. Miss Dursley, What you are perceiving now is the ordinary state of existence. The previous sensations were those experienced during a magical surge, when a young wizard surpasses their sensory limits. This is characteristic of your early wizarding years. Much like how children can cast spells silently, this ability will vanish once you commence your formal education. You must not become enamored with that prior feeling. It is perilous. Ollie nodded obediently, signaling her understanding. The doctor then escorted her to a small room for a magical assessment, and with only the two of them present, Ollie could not help but voice a concern. Mr. White, wouldn't this bracelet pose a significant risk to other ordinary wizards? Dr. White was taken aback by the well-mannered young girl lying calmly on the apparatus. Her seemingly innocent demeanor belied such an astute observation. Indeed, it is a valid concern, but this material is exceedingly rare, and the Ministry of Magic meticulously documents each piece. Even the one on your wrist must be returned once you regain your normal state, he explained patiently. Having been a Ravenclaw himself, he understood the whimsical thoughts that often occupied the minds of his fellow students. So if someone else were to wear it, would they essentially become devoid of magic? Yes. However, you need not worry, Miss Dudley. The inventor of this device anticipated that very scenario. The bracelet is inscribed with a magical array tailored specifically to your magical essence, rendering it effective solely for you. Moreover, this material holds little utility for adult wizards, as their formidable magical prowess can easily break free from such a minor restraint, unless... Dr. White paused, reconsidering the necessity of divulging further details. In any case, you need not dwell on it excessively. Curiosity piqued. Ollie wondered about the implications of the unless. If such knowledge could allow wizards to freely relinquish their magic, how did they differ from ordinary muggles? Perhaps, due to their reliance on magic, wizards neglected physical training, rendering them less capable than muggles. Her brother Dudley, for instance, might easily overpower a wizard with a single punch. Dr. White raised an eyebrow at her, encouraging her to voice her thoughts, though he did not guarantee he would provide answers. After a moment's contemplation, Ollie chose to remain silent, sensing that some thoughts might unsettle other wizards. Subsequently, Dr. White adjusted the bracelet, and Ollie finally felt a gentle wave of comfort. Remember this sensation. During the next few days, I can only provide you with a minimal amount of magic until you successfully cast a spell, which will indicate the efficacy of this treatment, allowing you to return to school. That evening, Ollie penned a letter to Harry, expressing her regret over their earlier quarrel and conveying her apologies. Perhaps the treatment had sparked a newfound clarity within her. She was bemused that she had acted so irrationally that night. Observing Harry's state at that time, it was evident that he had been startled into a daze. So she felt compelled to reassure him that the situation was not as dire as it seemed, and that she would indeed return to Hogwarts. To further soothe Harry's concerns, Ollie enclosed a substantial package of Muggle snacks with her letter, causing Heather to wobble slightly as she took flight. In the subsequent week, Ollie visited St. Mungo's daily, learning to control her magic under the guidance of the medical staff. Dr. White recommended she begin her practice with the Lumos spell, as it was exceptionally simple and its effects were easily observable. This was a daunting journey, akin to attempting to regulate a faucet that had been left wide open for years, now reduced to a mere trickle, yet still required to flow along a controlled path. Ollie could distinctly sense her magic, yet it felt so minute that she doubted her ability to cast any spell. Nevertheless, the doctor assured her that this was indeed the magic required for Lumos, compelling Ollie to grasp that fleeting essence and endeavor to direct it. Within the rehabilitation room of St. Mungo's, the only sounds were those of the girl tirelessly practicing. After approximately a week, drenched in perspiration, Ollie finally witnessed the tip of her wand emit a faint glimmer before it extinguished. Closing her eyes, she recalled the sensation of that fleeting moment, as her magic seemed to draw from her entire being to her fingertips, and then transfer to the wand before manifesting. She dared not breathe too deeply, reciting the incantation once more until the wand flickered again, confirming her success at last. Chapter 45. Return to campus. At Hogwarts, Harry had grown noticeably quieter during the week that Ollie had been hospitalized. Through their daily correspondence, he was aware of her treatment, yet he could not quell his worries. Nor could he shake off his regret over their previous conversation. Since arriving in the magical realm, he had felt somewhat invincible, bolstered by the adulation of others. Yet Ollie's predicament had delivered a sobering blow. The title of the Chosen One was merely a label, stripped of it. He was no different from the Harry who had traversed that Muggle road, and something within him began to quietly grow. That morning, Harry received a Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall. He and Ron planned to find a secluded spot to unwrap the package, but they unexpectedly ran into Crabbe and Goyle. The two, relying on their height and bulk, seized the package and handed it over to Malfoy. Draco, upon observing the shape of the wrapping, immediately discerned it to be a broomstick, and with precision, he taunted, "Potter, first years are not permitted to bring broomsticks to school." The customary exchange of banter ensued. At a critical juncture, Professor Flitwick appeared, inquiring, "I hope you are not squabbling, children?" Malfoy, ever the opportunist, promptly reported them, but was taken aback when Professor Flitwick revealed he was already apprised of the situation by Professor McGonagall. "Congratulations, Potter," he addressed Harry. "And I have more good news. Your cousin will be returning tomorrow." Flitwick, recalling the poor girl, felt a sense of joy for her and could not resist sharing the news with her relatives at school. "Really? Professor, I am so delighted." "Thank you for sharing this news," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at the professor. After the professor departed, Ron and Harry exchanged banter to provoke Malfoy, yet were met with an unexpected reaction. Rather than the anticipated fury, Malfoy simply scoffed, leaving with a smirk. "Did you see that, Ron?" He smiled. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Perhaps it was a cold smile. I suspect he is merely pretending, seething with jealousy," Ron speculated. "Oh, perhaps, but I am simply elated today. I miss Ollie terribly," Harry confessed, casually resting his arm on Ron's shoulder. "All right, mate, let us unwrap the package. You might be even happier." The following day, Dr. White briefed Professor Flitwick on how to adjust the capabilities of the anti-magic bracelet for Ollie. During her time at school, he would manage the bracelet settings based on her condition, and once she reached the limits of this treatment, she could return to the hospital for the next phase. Fortunately, Hogwarts' curriculum was exceptionally well-structured, with spells taught progressively from simple to complex, allowing Ollie to practice alongside her peers, albeit at a slightly slower pace. At breakfast in Hogwarts, Harry absent-mindedly poked at the mashed potatoes on his plate, his gaze frequently darting toward the entrance. Until that familiar silhouette appeared, he did not hesitate, dropping his fork and rushing towards the other. "Harry, I missed you so much." The moment Ollie entered the hall, she spotted Harry sprinting towards her, and she quickened her pace, crashing into his embrace. Their two pairs of similar green eyes gazed at each other with excitement. It had been a week since they last met, the first time in 10 years. It was only when someone entered through the door, gazing curiously at them, that Harry shyly released his sister, though he still held one of her hands as they made their way to the Ravenclaw table. "Ollie, I missed you too. Are you doing well?" "Better than ever. You have no idea." Ollie joyfully recounted her progress with her treatment. Not far away, Draco watched the dazzling scene with a mix of resentment, angrily slicing his steak with his knife and fork. The metallic clinking against the porcelain plate produced a jarring sound, drawing the attention of those around him. "Oh, this steak is utterly terrible," Draco remarked, snapping back to reality. Pansy immediately chimed in, echoing his complaints about the morning's dreadful steak. Goyle and his companion were baffled, perceiving no difference from usual, yet they nodded in agreement out of habit. Only Blaise, standing nearby, wore an expression of knowing amusement, calmly and elegantly cutting into his own steak. Meanwhile, Ollie was surrounded by a throng of admirers at the table, Harry included. And even Neville approached with concern, while Seamus curiously inquired if the girl known as the dynamic duo with him would still be capable of explosive surprises. At the Ravenclaw table, 3 students of the same year, benefiting from their natural advantage, sat beside Ollie, and several upperclassmen also cast concerned glances her way. Ollie cleared her throat and drew out her wand, eliciting a wave of tension among the onlookers, with only Seamus slightly shifting backwards. As Ollie began to chant her spell, the tip of her wand emitted a calm glow. There was no explosion, no sound, no unexpected occurrences, just the performance of an ordinary little witch. Harry gasped, leading the applause to celebrate his cousin, and others quickly joined in, showering Ollie with congratulations. A group of excited children exchanged words of praise. Seamus, no longer fearful, eagerly pushed to the front to ask Ollie how she resolved her explosive dilemma. Ollie succinctly explained, and he immediately expressed his desire to visit the hospital wing. At the staff table, Hagrid was moved to tears, having witnessed Ollie's transformation from the very beginning, standing beside her when she first acquired her wand. He often regretted not noticing the issue sooner, burdened with guilt, but seeing Ollie casting spells filled him with joy. Meanwhile, Professors McGonagall and Sprout inquired about Ollie's condition from Flitwick, and upon learning that the young witch was on the path to recovery, they both exhaled in relief. Professor Snape appeared unmoved, while Professor Quirrell's attempts at conversation evoked no reaction from him. At the head table, Professor Dumbledore observed the reactions of those below and above him, a thoughtful glimmer concealed behind his crescent-shaped glasses. "Miss Dursley seems to be a well-liked little witch. What changes might her unexpected presence bring to the magical world?" From that day forward, Ollie was finally able to enjoy her school life to the fullest. Professor Flitwick explained her situation to several faculty members, and after discussion, it was decided to temporarily relax the requirements for Ollie in classes where spellcasting was necessary, such as transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, while ensuring her theoretical assignments remained in sync with her peers, a task she found manageable. In potions class, Professor Snape permitted Ollie to collaborate with a partner. She would handle the preparation of materials, while her partner would perform the magical processes requiring power. However, he set a higher standard for her potion making, demanding near perfection for her to earn an O. Ollie found the herbology class most comfortable, as she no longer had to worry about her magic affecting the plants. Whether it was the theoretical knowledge or hands-on care of the flora, Ollie excelled in both, significantly contributing to her house's points. The pot of Fulper flowers gifted to her by Professor Sprout was finally able to reside in Ollie's dormitory. Chapter 46, A Tranquil School Life. All subjects progressed smoothly, and Ollie maintained her practice in magical control. The incendio charm was nearly second nature to her, and she practiced at any opportunity. The only interruptions came from Pansy and her friends, who persistently sought to provoke her. Ollie effortlessly dismissed them with succinct retorts, sending them away. In her personal life, Petunia was constantly attentive to her daughter. Nearly every morning, Hedwig and Heather would arrive with packages for Ollie. Indeed, Ollie's own Heather was insufficient, and half of Harry's Hedwig's parcels were also for her. Ollie always prepared food for both pets, resulting in Hedwig's automatic response of landing beside Ollie, nearly forgetting her true owner was Harry. Unlike Draco, who flaunted his latest motherly care packages with glee, Ollie's approach was far more tactful. She often shared her bounty with friends, like Susan and Terry, who eagerly anticipated Petunia's parcels. Most Ravenclaw students had tasted Ollie's family sweets. Among them, Autumn, an upperclassman, was particularly delighted, as Ollie always sent her a portion of any Chinese delicacy she received. Grateful for Ollie's generosity, she appreciated how proactive Ollie was in assisting her. As for Gryffindor, Harry consistently enjoyed half of the parcels, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Quidditch training consumed immense energy, and Aunt Petunia's food was a blessing. He would have gladly eaten 5 meals a day. Yet, each time he collected his packages, he was met with Draco's snide remarks. Harry genuinely believed Draco was envious of Ollie's popularity. Moreover, Ollie finally had the energy to observe the Hogwarts she would call home for the next 7 years. The moving staircases in the castle piqued her interest first. First-year witches and wizards wasted considerable time navigating them, and Ollie suspected there was a method to their madness. In the Ravenclaw common room, she consulted upperclassmen, only to discover that no one had researched the staircases over the years. They simply memorized the patterns through familiarity. I think we could spend time documenting all the changes and study them, she suggested. Only Terry from her year shared her interest. He was a half-blood wizard raised in the Muggle world, and his superior mathematical skills made him an excellent partner for Ollie. Thus, whenever they had free time, they began to document their findings. One day, when Terry had other commitments, Ollie paused her research. After dinner, the castle was still bathed in twilight, the sky resembling a vast blue curtain adorned with golden edges. She decided to practice her incendio charm by the Black Lake, envisioning the spell would have a splendid effect in the dark. After finishing his meal, Draco noticed her and discreetly dismissed Goyle and his companion before stealthily following her. Concealed behind a large tree atop a slope, Draco gazed down at Ollie, who sat on a stone by the lake, her wand tip illuminating a soft glow repeatedly. The delicate features of the girl flickered in the light, while the surface of the Black Lake shimmered under the gentle breeze. Draco felt his heart ripple in tandem with the water's surface, as darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Olivia felt a chill by the lake's edge and rose to make her way back to the castle. Draco trailed the girl once more, only feeling assured to depart once he saw her safely enter the Ravenclaw Tower. It appeared that Olivia had discovered that practicing by the Black Lake at sunset was a splendid choice. Henceforth, whenever she had no classes after dinner, she would venture there alone. Each time, Draco shadowed her like a gallant knight guarding his princess, accompanying her quietly until he ensured her safe return. As for whether Olivia was aware of this, only the gentle night breeze could reveal that secret, for it always carried to her a comforting, distinctive fragrance. A month later, Harry was the first to learn of his cousin's remarkable findings. Preoccupied with Quidditch training, he had not paid much attention to Olivia's daily activities, assuming she was simply leading a normal school life. "Ron, look at what my cousin has discovered. I wager no young witch in Hogwarts has been as clever as she in centuries." While standing on the moving staircase, Harry boasted about his cousin while perusing a booklet in his hands. Following the patterns outlined within, the two swiftly arrived at their desired floor. Ron rolled his eyes internally. This was becoming a repetitive refrain. Every time they reached this spot, Harry felt compelled to announce it. Initially, Ron had played along, but now he had grown numb to it. Nonetheless, he conceded in his heart that Olivia Dudley was indeed a remarkably astute young witch, and she generously shared her research findings, making them accessible to all. Now, nearly every first-year student possessed a copy of the guide to the moving staircases. Fred had mentioned that even upperclassmen who still struggled to find their way were quietly utilizing it, while George lamented that had he known, He would have collaborated with Olivia to sell this manual, envisioning substantial profits. Soon enough, Ron and Harry arrived at the charms classroom, where Professor Flitwick divided the class into 2 groups for practice, pairing Ron with Hermione. Hermione had already mastered the levitation charm. Thus, when she noticed Ron mispronouncing the incantation, she promptly pointed it out. Professor Flitwick, brimming with enthusiasm, encouraged the class to admire Hermione's success. This seemed to bolster Hermione's confidence, while Ron felt increasingly beleaguered. No matter the incantation's timing or wand movement, Hermione consistently found fault in his technique. At last, the class came to an end, leaving Ron in a thoroughly wretched mood. On their way back, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations to Harry, exclaiming that Hermione was nothing short of a nightmare. So what if she excels academically? She's always correcting this, and that suddenly, someone bumped into him, interrupting his tirade as the individual hurried past them and quickly disappeared. It was Hermione. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. She had undoubtedly overheard. Ron dismissed it until dinner, when Olivia sought out Hermione, and they realized they hadn't seen her all afternoon. It was a passing Pettigrew who overheard Olivia's inquiry and informed her that Hermione appeared to be crying in the girls' restroom. What could have happened? Olivia pondered, glancing at the 2 boys whose uncomfortable expressions betrayed them. She suspected their involvement in Hermione's distress. Thus, she turned her gaze to Harry, who was closer to her, narrowing her eyes in a rather unfriendly manner. Harry, unable to meet her gaze, reluctantly recounted the events. Watching her cousin's retreating figure, Harry patted Ron on the shoulder. And for the first time, Ron felt a twinge of regret. However, Ron's remorse was short-lived. Within 10 minutes of entering the great hall adorned with Halloween decorations, his excitement caused him to forget all about Hermione. An array of delectable dishes filled the tables, and students jubilantly indulged in the festive feast. Ron, Olivia, and the others haven't returned yet, Harry noted, casting his gaze toward the Ravenclaw table. Shall we go find them? Ron hesitated. He was reluctant to miss the banquet. But just then, Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, loudly proclaiming the arrival of a troll. As if fulfilling a mission, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Pandemonium erupted in the hall. Merlin, Olivia is still outside. Harry's heart raced, and an ominous premonition settled in. Olivia and Hermione. Harry whispered urgently into Ron's ear, we must find them. Ron, recalling his own reasons, gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. At this critical moment, Professor Dumbledore promptly calmed the chaos, instructing the heads of each house to lead their students back to the dormitories. Harry had been waiting for an opportunity. As soon as they exited the Great Hall, he seized Ron's arm and slipped away from the crowd into the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, Olivia found Hermione in the girls' restroom, where she could hear her softly sobbing from a stall. Olivia deliberately quickened her steps, signaling her presence. Hermione, are you in there? Olivia called out, raising her voice. The sound of approaching footsteps alerted Hermione, who hastily wiped her tears and opened the stall door, indicating her presence. Happy Halloween, Hermione, Olivia said cheerfully, refraining from probing into the reason behind Hermione's tears. I brought you a gift. She then presented a pumpkin-shaped crystal headband. Hermione, taken aback that Olivia had thought of her, gazed into the gentle green eyes that seemed to possess the power to embrace all, amplifying her feelings of distress. Olivia, why doesn't anyone like me? Hermione stammered, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. I overheard them calling me Miss Know-It-all behind my back. Even Ron said so today. Olivia stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Hermione's head, unable to help but notice that she was still slightly shorter. Oh dear. Miss Know-It-all is hardly an insult. It's rather a compliment. You know they call me and Seamus the dynamic duo, right? Seeing Olivia's self-deprecating humor, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't they actually envying your vast knowledge? Olivia continued to comfort her, glad to see Hermione smile once more. After all, even those students like Ron, who have grown up in the wizarding world, don't know as much as you do. Besides, dear Miss Granger, they may not wish to listen, but I certainly do. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me? Olivia wore a look of eager anticipation, gently tugging at Hermione's hands. Hermione couldn't resist, and as for Ron and the others, they had long faded from her mind. Discussing things with Olivia was far more engaging. Although she couldn't yet practice spells normally, Olivia always presented novel theoretical insights. As they chatted, the 2 girls happily decided to form a study group, even agreeing on which days of the week they would do their homework together. The girls' thoughts shifted rapidly. Suddenly, Hermione remembered, Olivia, you always hang out with your roommate. Several times, I hesitated to interrupt you. Just like today as headband. I bet she has one too. Of course, Susan has one too. After all, you're both such wonderful girls. You're my friends. Olivia replied sincerely, her large eyes sparkling with honesty. She had encountered similar situations in the Muggle world numerous times and handled them with ease. Then, she playfully pressed Hermione's hands to her heart and smiled mischievously. But yours is a pumpkin headband, hers is a pumpkin bracelet, and mine is a pumpkin necklace. With that, Olivia retrieved the headband she had just tucked away, carefully tucking Hermione's hair behind her ear before, on tiptoe, placing the headband atop Hermione's head. It suits you perfectly, Hermione. You look quite lovely with your forehead exposed, said Ollie, eliciting a doubtful response from Hermione as she hesitantly touched the headband atop her hair. Ollie gently guided her from the stall to the wash basin, encouraging her to gaze into the mirror. See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? As she spoke, she placed her wand on the counter and retrieved a pumpkin-shaped crystal necklace from beneath her robes to showcase it to Hermione. The two girls examined their reflections, the matching headband and necklace shimmering in the light, causing Hermione to forget her earlier sorrow. They giggled and bantered joyfully together. Suddenly, Ollie caught a whiff of a repugnant odor. Hermione, I believe we should step outside. The restroom still reeks. Oh, yes, Ollie, you're right, Hermione acknowledged, also detecting the unpleasant scent. She regretted having secretly wiped her tears in the restroom. Let us go, she began. But her words faltered as she was startled by a ghastly sight at the entrance. A grotesque behemoth with long arms dragging a wooden club approached them. Hermione let out a piercing scream, which only attracted its attention further. As the troll drew closer, Hermione instinctively wanted to retreat, but realized that Ollie, who had yet to master any spells, was still behind her. There was no time to waste. Hermione dashed sideways, with the troll's heavy footsteps trailing her. Ollie, filled with anxiety, grabbed both of their wands from the counter and chased after the troll. The troll's club shattered several stalls, splintering wood flying everywhere. Fortunately, Hermione managed to crouch down just in time to avoid the devastating blow. Ollie attempted to toss Hermione's wand to her, but alas, the wand was intercepted by a flying splinter and landed out of reach. As the troll raised its club for another strike, Ollie had no choice but to act. She leaped out from the side, raised her wand, focused intently, and recited the spell she had rehearsed countless times. A luminous glow flickered to life. At that critical moment, Ollie felt a remarkable sensation surge through her body. The magic coursed through her limbs and flowed to her fingertips, radiating from her wand. It had never felt so smooth before, and Ollie was confident of her success. Indeed, a light comparable to a flare burst forth. Milky white brilliance erupted from the tip of her wand, illuminating the entire restroom and spilling out into the hallway. The troll, blinded by the dazzling light, staggered back a few steps, causing its club to swing wildly, allowing Ollie to rush to Hermione's side. The two girls clasped each other's hands tightly. Ollie, Hermione, came the voices of Harry and Ron, who had appeared at the restroom door, oblivious to how they had arrived. Without a moment to catch their breath, Harry, seeing the troll advancing towards the corner where the girls stood, suggested to Ron that they divert the creature's attention. The two began to create a cacophony, hoping to lure the troll away. Indeed, the sound of a metal faucet crashing against the wall echoed loudly, causing the troll to stop just a few paces from the girls. It clumsily turned, blinking as it sought the source of the noise. Ron continued banging on the pipe he held, while the troll stumbled toward the door. Seizing the moment, Harry maneuvered around the troll and sprinted behind it, intending to pull Ollie and Hermione to safety. However, Ollie shook her head. Hermione was still shaken and weak, unable to rise, making it impossible for them to escape from the troll's grasp. Just then, Ollie caught sight of a terrifying scene behind them. She pushed Harry to look back, realizing that Ron had been cornered against the wall by the troll. In a moment of bravery, Harry charged at the troll, leaping up as he approached. Thanks to his recent rigorous Quidditch training, he managed to land on the troll's neck. Unfortunately, the troll seemed oblivious to his presence, with no other tools at hand. Harry shoved his wand into one of the troll's nostrils. The troll began to thrash about wildly, its club flailing erratically, causing Harry to cling precariously to its back, nearly losing his grip several times. Ollie, watching in horror, rushed forward to cast her enhanced version of the Lumos spell again. Regrettably, it only momentarily halted the troll, and as the light faded, it writhed with renewed vigor. Hermione finally regained her composure but could not locate her wand, just as uncertainty loomed over them. Ron accurately intoned the incantation Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew from the troll's grasp, soaring high into the air before crashing down with a thud upon the troll's head, causing it to sway and then collapse. Harry scrambled off its back, and Ollie rushed forward to support him, feeling the tremors in his hand as he grasped hers. Hermione, leaning against the wall, approached slowly. Is it dead? She asked. Probably just unconscious, Ollie mused, recalling a similar scene when Hagrid had fallen. But now was not the time for conversation. They needed to escape quickly. Your wand, Harry, Ollie urged, poking him in the chest with her own wand. Once Harry recovered, he bent down to retrieve his wand, still smeared with the troll's mucus. Ollie turned her face away in disgust as Harry wiped it on the troll's trousers. The four children dared not linger, supporting one another as they exited the restroom. Observing Ron stiffly dragging Hermione's arm, Ollie finally found the courage to jest, perfect levitation charm. Ron, thanks to Professor Granger's daily guidance. Indeed, Harry chimed in, his arm still draped over his cousin's shoulder, mimicking the professor's tone. Gryffindor earns 5 points for Mr. Weasley's outstanding spell work. At this, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. It seems Mr. Potter aspires to a teaching position at Hogwarts. Though with a brain akin to a slug, perhaps in another lifetime, a low voice interjected, startling Ollie. It was none other than Professor Snape, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Quirrell. What kind of mischief are you all engaged in? McGonagall's voice brimmed with anger. Her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at Harry and Ron. In her mind, Hermione was a model student, while Ollie was merely a poor girl who couldn't even perform a spell, leaving Harry and Ron as the usual suspects challenging school rules. Snape's gaze sliced through Harry, particularly the arm draped over Ollie's shoulder, causing Harry to feel a chill and quietly lower his arm. With a disdainful snort, Snape disregarded Ollie entirely and proceeded to inspect the troll in the restroom. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. They came looking for me, Hermione interjected at a crucial moment, taking the blame upon herself, claiming it was her desire to confront the troll that brought the others along. As Hermione recounted the entire ordeal to the professors, Ollie attempted to explain, but felt Hermione tugging at her robe from behind. Accepting this silent plea, Ollie fell silent. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe that the most rule-abiding Hermione would lie to the professors for their sake. It was utterly astonishing. McGonagall scrutinized the girl before her, unsure of her trust in Hermione's account. Yet she adhered to Hermione's narrative and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. You three, come with me to the common room immediately, McGonagall commanded, redirecting her attention to the seemingly obedient Ollie. As for Miss Dursley, allow me to escort her back to Ravenclaw, for I have business to attend to with Professor Flitwick, Snape interjected suddenly from behind. The matter concerning the troll should be entrusted to Professor Quirrell. I believe the esteemed defense against the dark arts instructor should be capable of managing a comatose troll, considering even 4 first-year students were able to handle it. Yes. Professor Quirrell clutched at his chest, meekly agreeing. Ollie lowered her head, hesitant to speak, while the 3 little lions sympathetically watched as she trailed behind Professor Snape. It was the first time Ollie noticed how long Professor Snape's legs were. Each of his strides was exceedingly large, and his pace was remarkably swift. Ollie found herself nearly jogging to keep up with the figure cloaked in black ahead of her. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, where Professor Snape came to a halt. Ollie, panting heavily, managed to keep her focus and stopped just in time to avoid colliding with the professor, suppressing her breath in an effort to diminish her presence. Miss Granger's magical aptitude is not as lackluster as one might presume. I shall speak with Professor Flitwick about this, for she possesses the capability to vanquish a troll, Snape remarked in his icy, sardonic tone. Professor, Ollie looked up, wanting to explain. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, fearing that a slip of the tongue might expose Hermione's deceit. In that fleeting moment that Ollie raised her gaze, Snape caught sight of the trepidation and unease in her eyes, causing his heart to lurch. Now, immediately, return to your common room, he commanded. And without waiting for Ollie's response, he strode past her and departed. Ah, is that all? Ollie's astonished eyes followed the professor's retreating figure. She had sensed it. Professor Snape's words may have been harsh, yet he genuinely cared for his students, as evidenced by his efforts to ensure her safe return. Suddenly, she recalled the unique magical currents she had felt earlier that day, prompting her to quicken her pace. She must draw that phenomenon. Look at her, Princess Ollie, truly extraordinary. The magnificent flickering glow she had conjured was not something just anyone could achieve. Once she mastered her control over magic, how remarkable it would be. Ollie hummed cheerfully as she made her way toward the common room. Meanwhile, the 3 stood awkwardly before the fat lady's portrait, avoiding each other's gaze until they simultaneously uttered, "Thank you." Hermione's face flushed as she recited the password and hurried inside. Sorry. Ron's voice trailed from behind, eliciting a radiant smile from Hermione. The Gryffindor common room was bustling with students enjoying delectable food, seemingly in the midst of a festive celebration. Pettigrew spotted Hermione's return and eagerly beckoned her over. Hey, Granger. You seem a bit different today. What a lovely headband. Hermione smiled, sat down, and touched the headband atop her head, realizing that perhaps there were indeed people who appreciated her. It seemed she had made a few good friends after all. Chapter 49, The Study Group. After that day, Hermione Granger and the 2 boys finally became good friends, for there is no bond more precious among children than that forged through shared adversity. Simultaneously, Hermione formed a study group with Ollie, and the 2 often met to work on their assignments. The 4 Ravenclaws had always studied together, and now they welcomed Hermione, recognizing her as another capable young witch. One day, Hermione and the other four were seated at a table in a corner of the library, diligently working on their homework. Hermione, you really should join Ravenclaw. Susan sighed for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Ever since they became acquainted, Hermione had grown much closer to her. And as Ollie remarked, they were all delightful girls. If that was the case, why not spend time together? Hermione awkwardly smoothed the parchment in her hands. Susan, even if you say that, I cannot agree with your earlier assertion regarding the contributions of the goblins to the anti-witchcraft movement. Why not? Susan perked up with renewed vigor. The 4 laws of witchcraft clearly states that they discussed learning at that time. Mandy adjusted her glasses, eagerly expressing her viewpoint. I actually concur with Susan, Terry chimed in, leaning forward with palpable excitement. Ollie sat nearby, her heart swelling with pride as she observed the lively discussion. Indeed, this was the atmosphere that studying should embody. Just look at Hermione now. How could she possibly concern herself with whether others liked her or not? When Harry and Ron arrived at the library, they found the 5 at the table passionately debating, oblivious to what they were arguing about this time. Listening to their references and citations, Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Was this really the knowledge first-year witches and wizards were expected to grasp? Both boys reflected on how Hermione truly ought to be in Ravenclaw. Spotting their cousin approaching with textbooks, Ollie waved for them to join. They had not arrived too early, as the library was already sparse in available seats. Since Harry and Ron had rescued Hermione from the troll, she had become much more amicable towards them. Typically, she would only assist when they sought her help or when their foolishness became unbearable. Consequently, Ron and Harry found themselves adjusting to this new dynamic, often gravitating towards Hermione and even proactively seeking her guidance on their homework. Hermione would offer gentle reminders or help them check their answers. The Quidditch season had commenced, and for the past few weeks, Harry had been tirelessly training under Wood's relentless guidance while also evading others, which was quite taxing. With his cousin in another house, seeking her help with homework was unrealistic. Fortunately, he still had Hermione as a friend, without whom he would have struggled to complete the mountain of assignments. Hermione even lent him a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, through which he gained considerable insight into the game and the mishaps to avoid, for which he was immensely grateful. Unfortunately, that book was confiscated by the detestable Professor Snape, who nitpicked and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry was loath to lose the gift from a friend, so he strategically chose a time when other teachers were present to seek Snape in the staff room, knowing it would be difficult for the professor to refuse him. However, upon arriving at the staff room's entrance, he overheard something dreadful. Rushing back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry collapsed onto the sofa, panting. Ron and Hermione approached, concerned. What happened? Weren't you going to get the book? Harry lowered his voice and recounted everything he had just witnessed, even sharing his suspicions that Snape was the one who had let the troll in, likely to obtain that object. Hermione attempted to defend the professor, asserting that it was absolutely impossible for Snape to steal anything under Dumbledore's watch. Furthermore, Ollie had mentioned that he treated her quite well, even personally escorting her back to her dormitory. Oh, come on, Hermione. That can't be called an escort. It was more like a detention. Ollie is completely blinded by that old bat. She can't see what he's truly like, Ron scoffed dismissively. Indeed, Hermione was adamant in her disbelief. We'll find evidence. Harry nodded in agreement with Ron's perspective, doubting whether the Snape Hermione spoke of was truly the same person they had encountered. Moreover, this situation posed certain risks. Ollie's magical issues were far from resolved, and he suggested to both of them that it might be best not to inform Ollie just yet. Hermione undoubtedly recalled the challenging predicament that faced Ollie that day against the troll, where she could only wield a single spell. Thus, she nodded in agreement with Harry's assertion and decided to temporarily conceal the truth from Ollie. The trio reached a consensus to uncover the truth themselves before revealing it to Ollie. However, at that moment, Ollie was preoccupied with another matter. As November arrived, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and a delicate layer of ice formed on the surface of the Black Lake during the night. On this day, after completing her practice, Ollie let out a long sigh, which instantly morphed into a cloud of white mist upon meeting the cold air. She resolved not to return to the lake's edge, for it was unbearably cold. Nevertheless, before departing, she had one final question to address. Draco remained hidden behind the large tree on the earthen slope, observing Ollie as she began to pack her belongings, pondering why her session seemed to conclude rather early today. At that moment, a sudden burst of dazzling light erupted from the direction of Ollie, prompting Draco to shield his eyes, the brilliance compelling him to shut them momentarily. When he reopened them, he could hardly believe the sight before him. Ollie stood less than an arm's length away, beaming at him with a radiant smile. At that moment, the tip of her wand emitted a soft glow, illuminating her delicate features, rendering her particularly enchanting in the darkness. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Ollie said, crossing her arms, deliberately explaining. I apologize, I thought I heard a little mouse. And no, it's fine. Draco, feeling the chill of the air stifling his speech, realized this was indeed their first conversation. Her voice was melodious, laced with laughter, sweet as honey. Was Mr. Malfoy fortuitously passing by here? Ollie's next inquiry interrupted his thoughts, drawing him back to the present. Yes. It was quite a coincidence, Draco replied, turning his gaze slightly away, unable to meet her sparkling eyes. He struggled to formulate a reason and merely followed Ollie's lead in the conversation. Oh, what a pity, Ollie paused, I thought. Thought what? Draco swallowed, feigning calmness, although his slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed him. Thought you were waiting here for me, Ollie said, stifling a laugh as she elongated her words, inching closer to Draco. As she uttered this, Ollie nearly leaned into Draco's ear, causing his heart to race and breath to quicken as their proximity felt overwhelming. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away, but as his hand reached out, he found himself uncertain of where to place it. In his hesitation, he lost his balance on the slope and stumbled backward onto the earth. However, Ollie did not relent. She leaned slightly, continuing to advance towards Draco. With his hands braced behind him, he attempted to rise, but found himself captivated by the sight of her smiling face drawing nearer. Ollie raised her wand toward Draco's face for a clearer view. Wow, I must say, you are truly handsome. Below, Draco felt a blush rise in his cheeks, something he was unaware of, as his brows knitted together in confusion while he gazed up at Ollie. His meticulously styled golden hair, previously unruffled, had a few strands fall forward due to his earlier tumble, playfully framing his forehead. Ollie suddenly realized that this disheveled look suited Draco rather well, perhaps even more than his usual slick-back style. She leaned in closer, so much so that their noses were almost touching. In the stillness of the night, devoid of any sound, two heartbeats echoed like drum beats, initially out of sync, but gradually harmonizing. Thud, thud, thud. The pulsing of their hearts stirred their very beings, and Draco felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips. Overwhelmed with shyness, he paid no heed to the flush of Ollie's earlobes, unsure if it was due to the cold or something else entirely. As Ollie lowered her head, her thick golden curls cascaded down her shoulders. The chilly strands brushed against Draco's warm face, providing him with a fleeting moment of clarity, leading him to realize that this could not continue. He struggled to control his right arm, hesitating before finally placing his hand gently on Ollie's shoulder, giving her a slight push. The force was so minimal that Ollie merely shifted back a little, unable to stifle a laugh. That laughter was monumental. It made Draco acutely aware of how he had just behaved like a bashful girl. Are you humiliating me, Dursley? He retorted indignantly, seizing the moment as Ollie stepped back to create some distance between them. With his left hand planted firmly, he finally stood upright, now able to meet her gaze. He feigned his usual haughty demeanor, lifting his chin and arrogantly declaring, Are you humiliating me? Humiliating a Malfoy? He felt a surge of indignation, mimicking Ollie's earlier approach, stepping forward in an attempt to make her feel as uncomfortable as he had. However, Ollie did not conform to Draco's expectations. She did not retreat, but instead took a step forward, softly saying, Draco, will you call me Ollie? Suddenly, Draco's face flushed. To call her by her first name? That implied a level of intimacy that was reserved for close relationships. They had only spoken for the first time today, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Caught in a whirlwind of complex thoughts, he chose to flee. Draco unceremoniously turned and ran. Ollie watched him stumble awkwardly, using both hands and feet to escape up the slope. The castle is this way, and the boy froze in place, rigid with embarrassment. Ollie fought to suppress her laughter and added, I want to be coming here to practice tomorrow. She decided to spare this poor boy, having already gleaned the secret she sought. With that, Ollie turned and walked briskly toward the castle, kindly leaving space behind her for Draco to ease his awkwardness. In the dormitory, Ollie drew the curtains of her bed and carefully retrieved a book, illuminating the title with a flick of her wand, 100 Ways to Win at Love. She hummed a tune softly as she flipped to the chapter on how to test his affection. The text advised to draw closer to the other person, and if they exhibited signs of shyness or blushing, especially when alone together, congratulations were in order. She underlined the passage with a wavy line and cheerfully doodled a pink heart beside it. As Ollie lay down, closing her eyes, she couldn't help but reflect on how indeed every endeavor requires learning. She resolved to procure more such books from the Muggle world next time. Recalling today's tentative foray, her heart felt both sour and sweet, akin to biting into an unripe apple. With this delightful sentiment, she gradually drifted into slumber. After that day, encounters between the two always bore a hint of awkwardness, though it was only Draco who felt this discomfort. Ollie, on the other hand, was eager to delve deeper into the contents of that book. Draco found it increasingly difficult to meet Ollie's gaze. Yes, in his heart, he could now naturally call her Ollie's name, as she had indeed suggested it that night. He simply complied, uncertain if Ollie would ever think of him as Draco in her heart. During this herbology class, his gaze remained fixated on the most radiant golden head among the Ravenclaw students. As he bent down to plant the uva ursi in the pot before him, he seized the opportunity to nonchalantly glance into the distance. Distracted, he reached for the watering can, only for Blaise to swiftly interject, his hand shielding the poor plant. "What are you doing, Draco? The uva ursi needs to be completely dry before you water it." It was only then that Draco realized his blunder. Retracting his gaze, he began to justify his actions. "I was merely testing it. Perhaps it would be happier with a bit of water." He carelessly tossed the watering can onto the table, resolutely refusing to admit that he had momentarily lost his focus. Blaise, utterly speechless, maintained his composure as a Slytherin and elegantly rolled his eyes at Draco. "You've been acting a bit unusual lately, have I?" Draco raised an eyebrow dismissively, clearly uninterested in Blaise's observation. "Oh, your eyes are practically glued to Dudley," still in denial. Among those close to Draco, Pansy is airhead and only interested in romance, while Goyle and Crabbe are simply gluttonous, leaving only me to see the truth without the means to share it. Thus, Blaise resolved to thoroughly test Draco, aiming to help him confront his true feelings. Chapter 51, The Quidditch Match, Part 1. That evening, the Slytherins strode into the History of Magic classroom with an air of confidence. As Draco instinctively moved to sit at the back, near Dudley once more, Blaise intervened with a hand. "Today, I wish to sit at the front," he said, his expression teasing as he awaited Draco's reaction. Draco paused for a moment, his gaze fleetingly skimming over the golden crown of Ollie, but ultimately chose to sit down. Leaning back in his chair as he remarked, "You can sit at the front if you like. It's more conducive to sleeping back here. After all, isn't History of Magic all about dozing off? Why would you sit so far ahead?" "Indeed, Blaise, if you wish to sit at the front, go ahead." "I will sit with Draco," Pansy eagerly interjected, clearly having plotted to displace Blaise and sit beside Draco. "Oh," Blaise chose to disregard the foolish Pansy, shoving her aside with his arms and plopping down in Draco's seat, inwardly lamenting, "I'm still too alert." Draco had maintained an inexplicable good mood for several days, during which Blaise had attempted to expose the truth multiple times, only to be skillfully deflected, until the day of the Quidditch match, when he could no longer evade the so-called truth. It was a crisp, clear day. Despite the chill, the Hogwarts students' fervor for the match remained undiminished. At breakfast, everyone buzzed with excitement for the impending match. As Ollie approached the Gryffindor table, she found Harry nervously unable to eat. Fortunately, Ollie had brought his beloved jerky, which, combined with the bread on the table, allowed Harry to shove a morsel into his stomach. As the time for the match approached, the entire school gathered in the stands surrounding the pitch. After greeting Susan and the others, Ollie settled beside Hermione and Ron. Even though the stands were elevated, the trio continued to ascend until they reached the highest row. Hermione showcased a banner adorned with a lioness head, which quickly captivated Ollie with its shimmering colors and fireworks. "Hermione, what magic did you use?" Hermione meticulously explained her creative process, and after some contemplation, Ollie illuminated her wand with flickering light, incorporating Hermione's idea, causing the orb to radiate a spectrum of colors. Ollie controlled the orb, eventually settling it to transition between Gryffindor's red and gold. "Absolutely incredible, Ollie. It's akin to a star-studded concert." With a proud tilt of her chin, Ollie soon pondered the potential drawbacks of her creation, lamenting that it would distract the players, especially since it was daylight, rendering the effect less striking. With a hint of disappointment, she extinguished the orb. "Hermione, let us save it for when Harry triumphs. Perhaps we can invite the whole house to join in. A sea of lights would surely be stunning." Ollie's spirits lifted instantly as the two began strategizing how to teach others the spell. As the players prepared to enter the field, the Gryffindors raised the banner high in support of Harry. Ollie felt genuine happiness for her cousin, since entering the magical realm. Harry seemed to have transformed, growing increasingly popular. Her mother had worried he might be burdened by the title of the boy who lived and subsequently isolated. Yet the reality was that Harry had adapted splendidly, becoming an exceptional young wizard and even the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Once he caught the golden snitch today, she would write home, especially to Dudley, who would undoubtedly be curious about what the golden snitch looked like. Ollie couldn't help but smile at the thought. It would surely be amusing. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Harry listened anxiously to Wood's speech before stepping onto the cheering pitch with hesitant steps. Madame Hooch concluded her briefing, and the players mounted their brooms. The silver whistle sounded, and the match officially commenced. Holding her binoculars, Ollie focused intently on the players. Truth be told, she found it nearly impossible to track everyone's movements. The match was so intense. The situation was ever-changing, with the red and green teams trading blows. For Ollie, who had regained her ordinary vision, it was challenging to discern what was occurring. Only the cheers and shouts from those around her allowed her to gauge which side had scored. "Ollie, you're here too. Hagrid squeezed in beside her, and the three of them made room for him. Still no sign of the snitch. Ollie shook her head slightly. No, I haven't seen it. Harry is still searching. She abandoned her focus on the other players, concentrating solely on Harry, who was gliding gracefully through the air. Although he needed to search for the snitch, his speed was comparatively slower than the others, allowing Ollie to keep a constant watch on him. Don't worry, if luck is on his side. I'm here to watch, Hagrid remarked, lifting his own binoculars to peer at Harry in the sky. The aerial scene was chaotic, and Harry had to rely on his instincts while avoiding the bludgers. Fortunately, his teammates were there to help him navigate. Before long, Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, overlooked the fleeting snitch, but Harry spotted it. He maneuvered his broom, gliding through the air smoothly as he pursued the golden glimmer. Higgins finally caught sight of it as well, and both seekers raced towards the snitch, their brooms neck and neck, struggling to gain distance. Often, one would momentarily surge ahead, only for the other to quickly catch up. A fierce contest ensued. Ollie felt a rush of anxiety as she saw Harry being maliciously bumped by an opponent, but thankfully, he skillfully evaded the collision. How despicable! How could they do that? Ollie couldn't help but complain. That would have gotten them penalized in a muggle match. Slytherin always resorts to cheating. Their house is utterly rotten. Ron gritted his teeth, clearly incensed. Ollie contemplated defending someone, but, reflecting on his usual behavior, found it challenging to justify. Considering the daily rivalry between her cousin and Draco, she had to concede that he truly was insufferable. Oh my goodness, what is Harry doing? Hagrid's exclamation reached her ears, and Ollie looked up to see the unfolding scene, her heart sinking involuntarily. The broomstick soared as if possessed, attempting to unseat Harry, who was clearly exerting every ounce of control he could muster, yet the broom ascended ever higher. The most perilous moment ensued as Harry found himself suspended in the air, gripping the broom's handle with only one hand. Ollie could not suppress a hand to her chest, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. The height was treacherous, and there was no safety rope in sight. The sport of wizards was indeed terrifying. She nearly faltered, leaning weakly against Hermione, barely able to keep her gaze fixed on the unfolding drama. The crowd speculated whether Harry's predicament was a result of a collision with an opponent, but Ollie was certain that was not the case. Although she had not observed Harry's routine practices, she was aware of his considerable athletic prowess, having harbored dreams of becoming a professional footballer from a young age. Moreover, since arriving at school, Harry had frequently confided in her about his flying skills. Ollie was convinced this was not a matter of her cousin's inadequacy, unless it was the work of formidable dark magic. Hagrid's conjecture sparked a revelation within her. Instinctively, Ollie exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, and the two began to search the crowd in unison. What are you doing? Ron inquired, his frustration evident. Someone is definitely meddling. Hermione replied, her anxiety palpable as she continued her search. It's Snape. It's Quirrell. Ollie and Hermione exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes darting toward the individuals they had named. Indeed, Snape and Quirrell were both fixated on Harry, their lips moving as they cast incantations. What should we do? Ron queried, shaking his head in confusion. Ignoring him. Hermione swiftly descended the stairs, with Ollie trailing closely behind. They soon vanished from view. Ron was left to refocus on the field, where Harry was clearly struggling to maintain his grip. The Weasley twins attempted to pull him onto their broom, but were thwarted, and the despicable Slytherin players seized the opportunity to launch 5 bludgers at him. As Ron surveyed the chaotic scene, he could only hope Hermione and Ollie would return swiftly. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ollie navigated through the throng to the stands where the teachers were seated, suppressing their breaths as they searched for Professors Snape and Quirrell. At last, they located them, Quirrell sitting directly behind Snape. Hermione positioned herself between the 2 rows of seats, drawing her wand and formulating the incantation she intended to use, yet hesitated as she contemplated whom to target. Noticing a conspicuous black robe draping down towards the ground, she seemed to find her answer. Ollie interrupted her in the nick of time. Look, don't you want to know what is hidden beneath that purple turban? Hermione followed Ollie's pointing finger, realizing that a corner of the purple scarf also hung behind the seat, albeit less conspicuously than the black robe. Hermione nodded in understanding, finally uttering the spell. Her curiosity piqued. Soon, chaos erupted in the stands, as people surged around Quirrell, who was now on the defensive. Professor Snape was also interrupted by Quirrell's struggles. Rising to his feet, his gaze darting to the fleeting blonde figure in the distance, remaining silent. This was Quirrell's first display of behavior befitting a defense against the dark arts professor, as he clutched his purple turban tightly, indifferent to the flames singeing his arm. Ultimately, he drew his wand and extinguished the blaze. Snape's eyes bore into Quirrell, surveying the top of his head as if attempting to discern the secrets concealed beneath the turban. However, none of this concerned Ollie. As she reached the edge of the field, Harry triumphantly raised the golden snitch, showcasing his success to the crowd. The match concluded, and it was unquestionable that Gryffindor had triumphed. Ollie did not glance back at the stands, rushing onto the field at the first opportunity. "Ollie, look, this is the first snitch I caught," Harry exclaimed gleefully, eager to show off to his cousin, yet Ollie did not accept the snitch. She quickly scanned Harry for injuries. Aside from a few scrapes on the back of his hand, he appeared fine, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ollie enveloped Harry in a warm embrace, relieved that he was unharmed. Harry affectionately patted the top of her head. Having grown significantly taller over the past few months of rigorous training, he was no longer the boy of equal height to his cousin. Now, he could see over Ollie's head, while she, since arriving at Hogwarts, had not grown an inch. "I'm fine, Ollie, don't worry. Come see my first snitch," Harry said, naturally placing his arm around her shoulders, lifting the trophy before her eyes. "Wait, Harry, if I'm not mistaken, that snitch just came out of your mouth. I don't want to touch it. It's covered in your saliva." "Really? You're going to turn your nose up at your cousin?" Harry retorted, a teasing tone in his voice. Ollie quickly covered his mouth, uncertain of what embarrassing childhood story he might share. Even though she couldn't recall any particularly humiliating incidents herself, it was best to silence him for now. The exhilaration of victory had Harry particularly animated that day. Disregarding his cousin's protests, he playfully thrust the snitch toward her face. Ollie refused to take it, and the two engaged in a childish chase around Hermione, who stood helplessly nearby. Not far away, Draco glared darkly at several individuals in the center of the field, his expression grim, emanating an icy aura that made Pansy hesitant to engage him, opting instead to retreat to the back rows to find her friends. The Slytherin team's defeat elicited angered curses from the surrounding spectators, making Draco's demeanor less surprising. Only Blaise understood that Draco's ire stemmed from far more than the match outcome. He glanced down at the two cousins still immersed in their playful antics. A lively scene that only fueled Draco's fury. It was likely he had finally come to a realization. After ensuring the vicinity was devoid of eavesdroppers, he spoke quietly. "Draco, did you see? Just like today, she stands with her cousin on the Gryffindor side while you belong to Slytherin. In the future, she may well be the wife of the Savior, while you are destined to be like your father." Blaise did not finish the sentence, but his lips formed the words Death Eater. "I know she's beautiful. I once thought the same." The sentence remained unfinished as Draco shot a piercing glare at Blaise. All right, I was just joking," Blaise quickly clarified, eager to avoid any repercussions. "Anyway, if you're interested, just enjoy your time at school with her. You're not meant to end up together." With that, Blaise rose, patting Draco on the shoulder. "I've said my piece. Think it over, don't forget your surname, and remember which side you are on." With a flick of his robes, Blaise resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. When he had turned slightly, he noticed a second-year girl whose face was flushed with anger, clearly needing the comfort of someone like him. Draco retracted his gaze, leaning back against the chair, raising an eyebrow as he offered a faint smile. But beneath his casual posture lay a determination that Blaise had never witnessed before. It was well known that the Malfoy family possessed a vast fortune within the wizarding world. With Lucius and his wife doting on their only son, everything he desired was easily within reach. Thus, Blaise had never seen Draco exhibit such resolute conviction. "Blaise, you're right. The Malfoy family will always stand with the victors." Blaise came to a halt, gazing in astonishment at Draco, wondering if he meant what he thought. Blaise chose not to elaborate further. The brilliance of youth often imbues one with the audacity to challenge the world. Yet, with each external setback he faced, he would eventually come to realize what he was truly meant to do. He continued onward, resolutely observing Draco, pondering where his pursuits would ultimately lead him. Chapter 53, A Special Tool. Over yonder, Ollie was oblivious to a conversation that pertained to her. After her classmates from Harry's house rushed to congratulate him, she exchanged a few words with Hermione before taking her leave. The jubilant cheers belonged to her cousin. She could partake, but could not monopolize. Today marked the beginning of Harry's ascent to glory, and she had far more pressing matters to attend to. As she neared the castle, Ollie softly recited the incantation Hermione had used earlier, and as she envisioned, the tip of her wand ignited with a brilliant blue flame. She had finally mastered a second spell. Ollie exuberantly dashed through the castle, her golden hair flowing behind her, oblivious to the disarray, until she burst into Professor Flitwick's office. At that moment, Flitwick was perched on a ladder, tidying up books. Ollie was so overwhelmed with excitement that she forgot to knock, and simply entered. Flitwick was startled, swaying precariously on the ladder, but managed to grasp the side railing and steady himself. Once reassured of the professor's safety, Ollie eagerly showcased her newfound skill. "Professor, look." "Oh my, Ollie, you are simply magnificent," Flitwick exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the blazing flame, causing him to lose his balance and tumble from the ladder. Ollie rushed to assist, but the professor had already cast a levitation charm, landing safely on his feet. Dr. White said you might not master a second spell until the end of your first year. Yet here you are, only a few months in. Truly remarkable. Flitwick moved behind his desk, gesturing for Ollie to sit opposite him. With a gentle flick of his wand, 2 cups appeared on the table, his filled with an alcoholic beverage. Hers with orange juice. Ollie, how did you manage that? Ollie discreetly omitted her escapades with Hermione regarding the other professor's robes, claiming she simply witnessed Hermione's spell and inexplicably knew how to perform it. Flitwick raised his cup, clinking it with hers. Regardless, congratulations, Ollie. You are indeed one of the most talented and diligent young witches I have encountered. Ollie, unashamed by the professor's praise, proudly tilted her head and clinked her cup with his. After taking a sip of her orange juice, she voiced her confusion. But Professor, I tried other spells, and it seems I can only conjure this flame. Do you have any insight? This was a topic Flitwick relished, being the charms professor at Hogwarts. And few in the magical realm delved into spellcraft with greater depth than he. He meticulously explained the pronunciation of the 2 spells, illustrating their gestures on paper, highlighting both their similarities and distinctions. From the origin of the spells, it is indeed understandable that they share commonalities. Your ability to synthesize this knowledge is not surprising. What should I do next? Ollie inquired, puzzled. Am I to begin practicing the flickering illumination charm? Oh, those others are not within your current grasp. I suggest you focus on mastering the second spell as thoroughly as you did the first. Flitwick then recalled something. Just as you creatively controlled the size of your light sphere, Professor Snape mentioned that you can produce a light sphere large enough to illuminate an entire classroom. Is it like this? Ollie teased, brandishing her wand and releasing a dazzling sphere of light reminiscent of a firework. Flitwick squinted against the brilliance. All right, Ollie. I understand now. Please spare your poor professor. Ollie obediently ceased her incantation, sitting demurely as though she hadn't just experimented on her teacher. However, using your spell in such a manner could temporarily render an opponent invisible, which could prove beneficial in a duel, Flitwick remarked, guzzling his drink for a moment of solace. As Ollie began to chant again, Flitwick instinctively wanted to retreat. This time, however, the spell manifested as a swirling orb of shifting colors, like a rainbow. Professor, I discovered I can use it this way. Ollie excitedly recounted how Hermione had inspired her and the scenarios in which she hoped to employ it. Fortunately, Ollie remembered her identity as a Ravenclaw and, aware of the esteemed presence of her headmaster, controlled the orb to oscillate between blue and bronze. She hastily added, once we win the Quidditch match or secure the House Cup, we'll celebrate in this manner. What a splendid idea. That would surely be delightful, the professor praised, feigning ignorance of Ollie's initial intent to impress Gryffindor's Potter. Professor, will I need to engage in extensive and tedious practice every day? Ollie pondered, recalling the countless spells she had attempted over the past few months. The mere thought of having to approach each spell in such a manner sent a shiver down her spine. Oh dear, this is exceedingly difficult. Noticing Ollie's evident reluctance, Flitwick contemplated alternative approaches, acknowledging that her concerns were valid. He rummaged through the supply cabinet, inspired by the anti-magic ring he had seen in the hospital, as he had recently been delving into magical artifacts. Ollie observed as her headmaster appeared to forget her presence, engrossed in his work at the desk, extracting a wooden shield emblazoned with the house emblem, then producing 2 metal wires, even sketching out magical symbols that Ollie could not comprehend. Finally, he crafted an object reminiscent of a magical measuring device from the hospital. Professor, what is this? She inquired. Flitwick was startled back to reality, realizing he was not alone. This device will assist you in controlling your magical output. Though it may appear crude, it allows for a more nuanced distribution of magic. Now, place your hands on the wires and channel your magic. Ollie complied, noticing a scale-like indicator beneath the wires. As soon as she placed her hands down, the red lines surged to the top. Control. Ollie, control your output. Flitwick urged, his voice rising. Ollie strained to follow his instructions, yet the red line oscillated wildly, stubbornly refusing to descend. After some time, she began to doubt the device's functionality. Given their rapport over the past months, she felt comfortable voicing her concerns, understanding that Flitwick was a kind-hearted teacher who mingled well with the students. Upon hearing Ollie's words, Flitwick too grew doubtful. He took the device, examined it thoroughly, and then placed his hands upon it. Ollie watched as the red lines obediently ascended and descended under the professor's control. Ollie felt immensely awkward, and Flitwick was at a loss for words. For a moment, the room hung in an eerie silence. Chapter 54, The Enigmatic Tome. Well, Ollie conceded it was her fault. Despite multiple attempts, she struggled to gain control. Yet, when the device returned to Flitwick's hands, the red line remained obedient. After several attempts, the professor began to hum a melody she had never heard before, while skillfully manipulating 2 red lines that danced rhythmically. Oh, it is no surprise that our esteemed headmaster excels as the conductor of the campus choir, thought Ollie, her expression stoic as she absorbed the entire performance. It is indeed effective, trust me, Ollie. Utilizing this will significantly enhance your control over magic, exclaimed Frivy with palpable excitement once the song concluded. Ollie opened her arms to cradle the shield-sized instrument, hesitating momentarily before voicing her curiosity. Professor, does the size and shape of this apparatus possess any special capabilities? Oh, not particularly, why do you ask? Frivy replied. Don't you find its appearance a tad peculiar? Ollie raised the device, mimicking the motions of deflecting an attack, and then fixed a blank stare upon the professor. Frivy paused, finally grasping her implication, and envisioned Ollie, delicate and refined as a little princess, trudging about the campus wielding a wooden shield. Indeed, it appeared rather odd. It is somewhat unsightly. So what design do you prefer? This time, Ollie refrained from making a direct request. Instead, she diligently inquired about the principles and essential components of the instrument. After all, you still need to teach 7 grades. I wouldn't want to monopolize your time, she added thoughtfully. Ollie expressed her intent to take the device back for modifications according to her own vision, stemming from her waning confidence in the professor's aesthetic judgment. Oh, you are such a good child. Once you have mastered your second spell, I believe we should pay a visit to Dr. White, Frivy said, eliciting a smile from Ollie as she instinctively twirled the anti-magic bracelet on her left wrist, brimming with anticipation. Oh, by the way, I heard you have been studying the moving staircase in the castle center? Frivy suddenly recalled something. He rummaged through the back materials repository for a while before emerging with a small booklet. It was about the size of an adult's palm, adorned with the emblems of the 4 houses. Judging by the yellowed pages, it had clearly been around for some time. Yet the booklet was meticulously folded with hardly any signs of wear. This is a relic from Lady Rowena, the founder of Ravenclaw. I believe you will find it intriguing. Ollie's eyes lit up as she carefully accepted it with a handkerchief, noticing a corner of the cover dedicated to honoring every little wizard fascinated by the castle. You may take it home to peruse at your leisure. Few have had the privilege to see it since Hogwarts' inception. This is only the second time I have shown it to anyone. It is said that each individual who lays eyes upon it perceives different content. Cherish and study it well, Dudley, and return it to me upon your graduation. Realizing the weight of the professor's suddenly serious tone, Ollie understood the rarity of the booklet, meant solely for her eyes and not to be shared. She sincerely thanked the professor, carefully wrapping the booklet in her handkerchief and placing it into her satchel, before awkwardly departing while holding the instrument. As Ollie walked away, Frivy was lost in distant memories, ultimately sighing softly, I hope you do not end up like that person. Fortunately, all the students had gone to watch the Quidditch match, allowing Ollie to roam the campus without encountering anyone, lest she suffer extreme embarrassment. In the corridor facing the courtyard, a row of exquisitely carved Roman columns stood tall, their archways allowing sunlight to filter through, casting arc-shaped patterns on the ground, reminiscent of a piano's black and white keys. The typically reserved Ollie, in the deserted corridor, succumbed to whimsy. She began to regulate her steps, ensuring that each footfall landed upon the illuminated spots. In areas where the gaps were wider, she found herself needing to leap slightly. Ollie was thoroughly enjoying herself. Though she had overestimated her stamina, the shield was quite heavy for someone unaccustomed to physical exertion. Ultimately, she obediently held the shield as if it were a platter, struggling to maintain her grip on the apparatus, which somewhat obstructed her view. Around a corner, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Startled, Ollie took 2 steps back before the individual promptly grasped her arm to steady her. Recognizing the familiar scent, she realized it was him. Draco, upon realizing whom he had bumped into, quickly pulled Ollie back, using one hand to assist her in holding the cumbersome object. Merlin, what on earth are you doing with the shield? As the weight of the shield was lifted from her hands, Ollie felt a sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps seeking assistance was a good idea after all. It also provided an opportunity to discuss the contents of the book with Draco. However, her mind was racing with thoughts, leaving her momentarily dazed. To Draco, it appeared as though Ollie might have sustained an injury. He took the shield from her, guiding her to a seat nestled between the Roman columns. Are you all right, Ollie? Draco inquired cautiously. Oh, of course, I am quite well. Ollie felt as though he treated her like a fragile treasure, and this feeling of being cherished made her heart leap with joy, suddenly at a loss for words. Draco felt his clumsiness resurface in Ollie's presence. This simply would not do. He resolved to seek advice from Blaise on how to engage in conversation effectively. He awkwardly initiated a topic. Ollie, that shield is rather heavy. Do you plan to take it back to the Ravenclaw Tower? I can help you. That would be splendid. Can we rest a bit longer before we set off? Of course, Ollie. Draco, with a sly intention, made sure to utter her name after every sentence, wondering why she had yet to refer to him in kind. Unbeknownst to Ollie, Draco's mind was swirling with thoughts. Draco, did you not attend the match? Of course I did, he replied, though he had no desire to discuss the competition between their houses. I saw you. You and your cousin Potter appeared quite joyful, embracing each other. Oh, Merlin, why did I bring up the most sensitive topic? Draco resolved to inquire further with Blaise. What I meant was, you two seem close, rather happy. Ollie observed Draco's face, which turned crimson as he hurriedly attempted to clarify his words. I am a bit concerned about him. You saw? He nearly fell. Ollie offered a simple explanation. Yet, this did not satisfy Draco's curiosity. He was too invested in his feelings, ultimately voicing his doubts. Was that merely a sibling embrace? Or is there something more? Chapter 55, Misunderstandings Resolved. Oh dear, what are you thinking, Draco? Ollie finally grasped his intention, finding it absurd. She interjected without hesitation. That is my cousin, akin to a brother to me. We grew up together, practically inseparable since infancy. How could there be anything inappropriate? That simply defies ethics. In her exasperation, Ollie sprang to her feet. Harry resembled me so much as a child. He was practically my male counterpart. I admit to being a tad self-absorbed, but I cannot possibly seek another version of myself in this world. Ollie, I apologize, Draco said, rising as well. He tugged at her sleeve, attempting to coax her back into her seat, but Ollie remained irked, crossing her arms defiantly. Seeing her reaction, Draco could only reiterate, I was merely too anxious, fearing that you might have some sort of engagement. As he spoke, he noticed the girl's emerald eyes widening with indignation, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a torrent of fury. He hastily added, I am unaware that the Muggle world deems this a breach of ethics, for in the wizarding realm, even siblings can wed. Which raises my concern that you might share the same view. Ollie, however, was oblivious to this notion. Her readings predominantly revolved around magical subjects, leaving her unfamiliar with the intricacies of wizarding unions. Could it truly be so? The prospect of siblings marrying significantly heightens the likelihood of genetic complications. Moreover, with such a limited population within the wizarding community, perpetuating such practices could prove perilous. Did they perhaps possess some extraordinary elixir to circumvent these issues? The thought of herself and Harry sent a shiver down Ollie's spine. This was utterly unacceptable. In her heart, both Harry and Dudley occupied the same fraternal position. How could such a thing occur? Oh God, forgive me for my earlier musings, and Merlin too. While she pondered, Draco attempted once more to guide Ollie into a seated position. This time, she did not resist. Fatigue overcame her, and she settled into the chair beside him. Their bodies angled toward each other beneath the corridor's arch. I was mistaken, Ollie. Could you find it within you to pardon my earlier foolishness? From her response, Draco discerned her stance, realizing their relationship was merely that of ordinary siblings, which filled him with uncontainable elation. Yet, he maintained an expression of contrition, anxiously awaiting her reply. To his relief, Ollie's ire dissipated. After all, who could remain angry at someone so extraordinarily handsome? He resembled a pitiful little kitten beseeching its owner for forgiveness, a striking golden tabby at that. Ollie admitted her superficiality in this regard. Regaining her composure, Ollie remembered something she had yet to do. She lifted a strand of her golden curls from her shoulder, presenting it to Draco. Look, such beautiful golden hair, she declared. Draco, unsure of her intent, recognized that he ought to compliment her. Indeed, it is, he replied, his chin lifted in agreement with her aesthetic appreciation. Harry has black hair, but I only fancy golden-haired babies, so she deliberately elongated her words, her gaze drifting to the light golden strands atop Draco's head. A playful smile gracing her lips. Thus, I shall undoubtedly seek a golden-haired partner. Once Draco comprehended her insinuation, his neck, face, and even his arms flushed crimson, rendering his typically pallid complexion incapable of concealing his embarrassment. Ollie was taken aback. Never had she witnessed someone blush so vehemently. Draco nearly radiated heat. With his hair slicked back, his head resembled a perfectly ripe red apple. A sudden urge to take a bite overtook her, but Ollie quickly quelled the dangerous thought. It was far too early for such musings. And you, Draco, what hair color do you prefer in a partner? Ollie inquired, inching closer, narrowing the distance between them. Her gaze locked onto his eyes. I, Draco stammered, caught in the moment much like that fateful night by the Black Lake, choosing once again to evade the question. Fortunately, he remembered to escort Ollie back to the tower, refraining from fleeing. Remaining seated, he swiftly turned his back to her, facing the adjacent column. If I avoid looking at her face, perhaps it will be easier, he silently mused. Do you like golden-haired babies? Just like your own golden locks. Ollie pressed on, inching closer still. Draco found himself cornered between the chair and the pillar, her breath tantalizingly close to his neck, a constant reminder of their proximity. Or perhaps like my golden hair, she continued, unrelenting in her inquiry. All are fine. Anyone is acceptable, he blurted out, overwhelmed by the pressure of her proximity. Recognizing that she could not continue to press him without risking further fright, Ollie shifted her gaze to the neatly styled hair gel at the back of his head. Draco, what hair gel do you use? She finally voiced the question that had lingered in her mind. Huh. The abrupt change in topic caught Draco off guard. Still immersed in the charged atmosphere, he almost thought he misheard her. Your hair gel. I notice it stays perfectly in place every day, never a strand out of place. Ollie retreated slightly, resuming her original position. Oh, that's a proprietary formula from the Malfoy family. I'm not entirely sure of its ingredients or proportions, but if you like, I can give you some. Feeling the distance between them widen, Draco experienced a pang of disappointment mixed with relief. He feigned calmness as he turned back. Or if you'd prefer, I can inquire about the formula and send it to you. No need for the formula, Ollie thought. Such recipes are typically family secrets. Akin to how Harry's family guarded their shampoo recipe, locked away in Gringotts. Could you sell me some? No need to buy it. I shall simply give it to you. I'll have my family send me more. It will arrive today. No, tomorrow at the latest, Draco exclaimed excitedly. This was to be his first gift to Ollie. A token of affection. That night at the Malfoy estate, Lucius opened his son's letter, deep in thought after reading it. Does little Draco go through hair gel so swiftly? Has Narcissa not warned him about overuse leading to baldness? Ollie was perplexed by his excitement, but accepted his kind offer with gratitude. Draco's reaction made her realize he was willing to share family secrets, which would undoubtedly answer her questions. As a pure-blood wizard, he surely possessed knowledge of many undisclosed mysteries. A smile crept upon Ollie's lips. She appeared to have found a valuable ally. Chapter 56. What do you prefer? Finally, Ollie picked up the device they had cast aside. Draco, this is actually a magical control training instrument. She began instructing him on its use, guiding his hand to the wire and signaling him to channel his magic. Initially, Draco was uncertain of the purpose, but once he witnessed the red scale's fluctuation, he grasped how to operate the device and swiftly began elevating the red line. Although there was a slight inconsistency in the heights, it was far more stable than Ollie's first attempts. Ollie felt a pang of disappointment. Not comprehending her aims, Draco continued to channel his magic, striving to synchronize the heights, a challenging yet engaging task. Ollie observed the red line oscillate back and forth, and Draco appeared utterly absorbed, akin to a teenager engrossed in a video game. Wait a moment, a video game? Yes, I could design this instrument to be as entertaining as a game console, making practice far less tedious. Yet, what type should it be? Ollie glanced at Draco, still focused on channeling his magic. Draco, what sort of games do young wizards enjoy? Games. What are those? Draco queried, puzzled. The wizarding world lacked video games? What did you play as a child? Merlin, is she actually concerned about me? Draco felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained his composure. After a brief reflection, he replied, Quidditch, gobstones, wizard's chess, and various delightful treats like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and pepper imps. That's it. How unfortunate for young wizards. They must have such a dull childhood. Ollie mused, recalling the abundance of toys that filled her own home's basement, especially after she began earning an income as a child model. Whenever it came to her two older brothers and her own preferences, she would buy everything without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Ollie couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Draco, who was intently focused on controlling the red threads, utterly oblivious to her gaze. Look at him. Engrossed in those two shifting lines. It's no wonder Professor Flitwick became so animated while using rhythmic songs to manipulate the red threads. They truly have never encountered anything of quality. If I could create a gaming device suitable for young wizards, wouldn't that be a lucrative venture? Ollie mused on the exorbitant potion ingredients, the rare magical plants, the extraordinary magical creatures, and the anti-magic artifacts she had long desired to explore. Oh, who could resist the allure of galleons? Besides, it would benefit the little wizards, wouldn't it? Ollie rapidly sifted through her memories of gaming consoles, determined to keep the design simple. Overly complex mechanisms were beyond her current magical prowess. Fixating on the ever-changing red threads, she suddenly recalled that Dudley had a mini basketball game, which also tested one as control. Perhaps the pressure sensitivity could be transformed into a measure of magical output. How could I infuse more magical elements into it? She shifted her gaze back to Draco. Draco, she called softly, using the gentlest tone. Draco looked up, a hint of confusion on his face, but as her sweet voice called his name, incredulity gave way to delight. Ollie observed the transformation with clarity in her mind. One part found him utterly adorable and wished to reach out, while another part urged restraint, reminding her that the moment was not yet right. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion, and she recalled the pressing matter at hand, forcing herself to return to the topic. She briefly explained her concept to Draco, and as she watched him listen intently, she initially intended to ask about incorporating wizarding elements. However, the words took an unexpected turn. What kind of gaming device would you like? Merlin. Was she inquiring about his preferences? Was she designing a gaming device for him? Draco felt a surge of joy within, reminding himself to remain composed and not to revert to his earlier foolishness. Yet, the involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth betrayed his excitement. I would like one styled like the golden snitch. Ollie, noticing Draco's captivated demeanor, felt compelled to be even kinder and asked, "What if we designed 2 little dragons at the ends of the wires?" Draco instantly lowered his head, not wanting her to see his embarrassment, leaving Ollie with only the sight of his slick hair. How adept she was at charming him. Ollie glanced down and noticed Draco still held the practice device. But the 2 red threads had lost their previous synchronized movement, clearly in disarray. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends arrived at Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid brewed 3 cups of strong tea. "Where's Ollie? I just saw her a moment ago." Hermione cautiously took a sip, detecting a hint of unbearable bitterness, and discreetly set her cup down, stating she had urgent matters to discuss with Professor Flitwick. Perhaps it was related to their earlier conversation about the burnt robes, which Hermione recounted to Hagrid. "It must have been Snape," Ron bluntly declared, sharing his theory. "We can't be certain. Both he and Professor Quirrell were casting spells at the time, but his involvement cannot be ruled out," Hermione interjected fairly. "But he has had it in for Harry since the beginning," Ron insisted. "Indeed, he has targeted me since the start of school," Harry added. "Nonsense," Hagrid interrupted their conjectures, firmly believing that Professor Snape could not have committed such an act. The 3, feeling helpless, decided to share their suspicions with Hagrid, and Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry. After much hesitation, Harry revealed their encounter with the 3-headed dog, concluding that Professor Snape had been bitten while attempting to steal something. "How would you know about Fluffy?" The 3 exchanged knowing looks, quickly realizing that the 3-headed dog belonged to Hagrid. Before Harry could inquire further about what Fluffy was guarding, Hagrid abruptly interrupted, attempting to defend Snape, yet inadvertently revealing that the matter was connected to Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry seized upon the clue. "So this is related to someone named Nicholas Flamel?" Hagrid, enraged, was furious with himself for letting slip such information. Consequently, he refused to divulge anything more, silently pouring tea for the 3. Hermione held her cup to her lips, pretending to drink, though the liquid never diminished. Harry and Ron, eager to glean more from Hagrid, continued to sip the bitter tea, cup after cup. Chapter 57, The Prototype of the Gaming Device. After that day, Ollie became utterly engrossed in the transformation of the gaming device, dedicating all her spare time to contemplating its design. She intended to cut the shield smaller. Yet for some unknown reason, despite trying every method, she could not create even a small notch. Reluctantly, she opted to find another piece of wood to craft a new one, this time choosing a board the size of a book, perfectly fitting into her crossbody bag. However, she worried that the soft fabric might compress the gaming device, so she wrote to Aunt Petunia, expressing her desire for a suitcase-shaped handbag that was both exquisite and would not crush the delicate items inside. Returning to the gaming device, Ollie ingeniously replaced the simple rising and falling red lines with a fiery effect, employing the spell Hermione had used during the Quidditch match to enhance the banners supporting Harry. A small golden snitch hovered between 2 flames. By controlling the flames, it could move forward and backward, as well as turn left and right. Naturally, she did not forget her promise to Draco, designing 2 chubby golden dragons at the ends of the wires. Their mouths gaped wide, and whenever flames were emitted, it would create the illusion of 2 little dragons breathing fire. On the weekend, under a cerulean sky, another splendid winter day, Ollie gathered Harry and his friends on the castle lawn. "This is incredible," Hermione exclaimed, gripping the gaming controller as she watched the golden snitch move in response to her fiery incantation. Though it merely weaved through simple obstacles, it was already remarkably close to the Muggle gaming experience. Let me try? Ron, growing impatient, seized the gaming device from Hermione as soon as she paused. His spellcasting abilities were not as reliable as Hermione's, but the little ball still moved forward, swerving left and right in an attempt to navigate the barriers. Another young wizard, unfamiliar with gaming devices, became entranced. Ron felt as if he had discovered a new world, unable to tear himself away from the device. "Ollie, how did you conceive of this? Bringing Muggle gaming design into the wizarding world?" Hermione marveled at Ollie's ingenious creativity, completely unaware of the significant role this small gaming device would play in their future endeavors. "It was inspired by Dudley's mini basketball game," Ollie explained broadly. Harry, overhearing, felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place it. After all, with 2 boys at home, their toys were abundant, and something so simple might have been discarded after a few uses. In response to their inquiries, Ollie detailed the entire story, deliberately omitting any mention of Draco. "Oh, you mean the golden snitch? On the day of the Quidditch match, I was inspired when I saw Harry catch it." Harry, with a sense of pride, adjusted his glasses, his green eyes sparkling with joy. "As for the golden dragon, Do you not recall the fire-breathing dragon from Gringotts? The effect was learned from Hermione, who instantly sat up straighter, her chin held high with pride. The three young wizards from the Muggle world engaged in a discussion about the gaming console, while Ron, on the other side, provided sound effects as he played. The golden snitch zipped through the air with a whooshing sound when it encountered obstacles. It emitted loud wails of despair. What a youth utterly absorbed in his game. In an instant, all three of them were captivated by him. Ahem. Ollie cleared her throat twice, regaining their attention, and promptly stated her purpose. I have 2 matters for which I require your assistance. The first was a request for their feedback after they played the game. The three turned their gaze towards Ron, who was now standing, and then back again, internally pondering how inexperienced this young wizard truly was. And what is the second matter? Hermione inquired. Ollie appeared somewhat bashful, casting a pleading glance at Harry. The other matter is to locate my dear cousin. Harry looked at his cousin with confusion, wondering why she had come to him personally when she could have simply sent a message. Ollie immediately rose from her seat, approached Harry, and kindly adjusted his tie, gently brushing off the dust from his shoulder. Before returning to her seat, she noticed Harry's little cake was nearly finished and eagerly cut him another piece, selecting the one with the most chocolate sauce, as Harry adored chocolate. Harry felt overwhelmed by her attentiveness. He had only seen her behave this way with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. No wonder they doted on her so much. It was indeed a delightful feeling to have such a little darling around. Ollie continued to chatter, mentioning how she knew her cousin was impressive and that their close relationship meant he would certainly agree to help her. Harry took a bite of the cake, finding it sweeter than any he had ever tasted, so much so that his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Ollie, speak up. I will certainly help you. Ollie felt a rush of delight, her voice softening further. Cousin, as you know, this gaming console has consumed a great deal of my energy. Harry regarded his cousin, taking in her disheveled appearance, and nodded in agreement. She truly looked worn out, her hair lacking its usual luster. Noticing her use of hair gel, he realized she was trying to hide her fatigue from him. It was curious how Draco's gel made him appear so unappealing, while Ollie's use of it looked so charming. Harry inexplicably felt a surge of paternal pride, akin to what Uncle Vernon must feel. Oblivious to the source of the hair gel, Ollie hesitated for a moment, seeming reluctant to voice her thoughts. What is it, Ollie? Is there something troubling you? Harry's eyes widened, halting his fork mid-air, abandoning the chocolate cake. Ollie observed the chocolate crumbs on Harry's lips and silently retrieved a small mirror and tissue from her bag, offering them to him to wipe his mouth. Harry accepted the items but did not immediately check his reflection, instead keeping his gaze fixed on his cousin, concern filling his bright green eyes. After a moment, Ollie replied, It's not that I'm harmed. Rather, my wallet is suffering. Cousin, I'm out of money. Could you lend me some? She finally articulated her true intent, her voice noticeably softer than before. Uffed. Hermione sprayed her coffee upon hearing this, astonished at such an approach. Little did she know that later, when faced with Ollie's sweet-talking, she would fall right into the trap. Chapter 58, Christmas Eve. Harry shot Hermione a reproachful glance before turning to Ollie with a gentle tone. If you're short on funds, why didn't you say so sooner? He promptly pulled out his wallet, emptying its contents onto the table without counting and pushing it towards his cousin. If that is not enough, I can help you borrow more. Harry looked at Ollie with compassion, wondering how difficult it must be for her to be without money. Having never faced such indignities at home, was Ollie feeling wronged? Not at all. In fact, she felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't anticipated that creating such a simple gaming console would require so much expenditure. The seemingly inconspicuous wire turned out to be the best magical conductor in the wizarding world. Her attempts with ordinary wire had all failed until she consulted Professor Flitwick, only to learn that 1 meter cost a gold galleon. The reason she switched the wire to a fire-breathing dragon was due to this revelation. Now, only a short length remained in the console to keep it operational. And then there were the inks for drawing the patterns, which were exorbitantly priced, 11 galleons a bottle. Ollie was grateful she had made the console small. She suspected the elaborate designs on the giant shield had cost Professor Flitwick quite a bit. Altogether, before Ollie could earn any galleons from the wizards, she had exhausted her own savings. How fortunate I am to have you, cousin. Ollie beamed at Harry, her smile radiant as spring blossoms, seemingly dispelling the chill of winter. What do you think about me drawing a little wizard riding a broom at the finish line? Just like your first Quidditch victory. Harry felt a swell of gratitude for his cousin, her words resonating deeply within him. At that moment, he felt utterly satisfied, even declaring that she need not repay him. Hermione watched in awe, wanting to interject several times, but ultimately opting to remain silent, observing Harry's endearing, brotherly demeanor. Ollie then invited them to sample some candies, which Harry found strangely familiar, reminiscent of those brought by Malfoy's mother. Soon, Harry dismissed the thought, realizing how unlikely it was. He knew that Malfoy always wore a scowl whenever he encountered his cousin, exuding an air of disdain. Yet, with Ravenclaw and Slytherin sharing numerous classes, he constantly worried that Malfoy might bully her in ways he couldn't see. Do you have any other suggestions? Ollie cheerfully poured each of them a cup of hot milk. I think the obstacles are a bit too simple, Hermione remarked after taking a sip of her overly sweetened milk. Indeed, this is the kind of sweet drink children should enjoy. Although she and T completed the game, she felt it wouldn't take long. Ollie reflected on Hermione's gameplay. Recognizing her own lack of control, she currently found it challenging. However, there were undoubtedly clever young witches like Hermione to consider. But how can that be? It's already quite difficult, Ron chimed in from the side, having seated himself next to them and grabbing a piece of cake to eat. Oh right, we must also consider those like Ron and myself. So the gaming console should ideally have a balance of challenges. A spark of inspiration flickered in Ollie's mind, easing her thoughts considerably. Collaboration was essential, and solitary creation was ill-advised. Temporarily pausing her thoughts, Ollie wished to relish the rare winter sunlight, and the four of them engaged in laughter and merriment. Suddenly, Ollie recalled her mother's letter from the previous day. Harry, are you not planning to return home for Christmas? Harry paused mid-sip, a forced smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, I'm not particularly keen on going to Aunt Marge's, as you know. Moreover, many students are staying at school, including Ron and his brothers. So it will surely be lively. Although Ollie felt a tinge of regret about spending Christmas apart from Harry for the first time, she refrained from trying to persuade him further. She was well aware that Aunt Maggie had always disapproved of Harry, seemingly finding fault with everything he did. Whenever they were together, Harry often appeared discontented. However, on the other hand, Aunt Maggie was still her relative, and Ollie was at a loss as to how to navigate the dynamics between them, ultimately deciding to minimize their encounters. Coincidentally, this year, her aunt's family had welcomed a new cousin, and the Dursleys planned to visit France for Christmas. Her mother wrote to solicit Harry's opinion, and unsurprisingly, he expressed a desire to remain at school. Her mother felt a pang of sympathy for her nephew being left alone at Hogwarts and contemplated how to persuade him otherwise. Ollie, however, believed it best to respect Harry's wishes. When I return, I shall bring you some delicacies from France. Don't forget to write to me about the Christmas festivities on campus, Ollie thought to herself, resolving not to dwell on it any longer. Professor Flitwick had indeed enlisted her help in preparing numerous decorations, which would undoubtedly be splendid. Of course, if it proves enjoyable, we can stay at school together next year, Harry remarked cheerfully. That sounds delightful. Without parents and teachers hovering over us, we can do as we please, Ollie mused about the idyllic life at school. And Harry's attention was evidently captivated by her enthusiasm. Their conversation flowed, brimming with anticipation. Ron, on the other hand, remained engrossed in his video game, oblivious to their exchange. Nearby, Hermione quietly observed Ollie and Harry, noting the absence of the earlier bitterness on Harry's face, replaced instead by a radiant expectation for the future. Ollie possessed an innate ability to soothe the hearts of those around her. As Christmas approached, all the students eagerly anticipated the holidays. Their enthusiasm undimmed even by the several feet of snow covering the ground. Only the potions class in the dungeon felt chillingly cold. Some unfortunate children were truly pitiable. Left alone at school, Draco pouted, feigning sympathy for others, while his companions Goyle and Crabbe mimicked him, theatrically wiping away imaginary tears with their fingers. The trio huddled together, bursting into laughter, though their glances occasionally darted towards Harry, who remained unfazed, meticulously grinding potion ingredients. He was certainly not an unwanted child. His aunt felt guilty about him staying behind and continually attempted to persuade him to change his mind in her letters, which were filled with an abundance of food and supplies sent with Hedwig. Uncle Vernon devoted considerable space in his correspondence describing the winter beauty of France. And although he ended with a lament about certain individuals being unable to appreciate it, the subtext of his desire for Harry to visit was unmistakable. Dudley, needless to say, even suggested asking if he could spend Christmas at Hogwarts. Noting Harry's indifference, Draco's expression darkened. Although he understood that Potter and Ollie did not share the relationship he imagined, his jealousy towards Potter remained unabated. Yes, jealousy, though he would never admit it. He was indeed quite envious of Potter. Ever since the Quidditch match, everyone around him had been praising Harry, and the mockery he had once directed at Potter was no longer echoed by anyone, save for the two dimwits, Goyle and Crabbe. Thus, he could only ridicule Potter for choosing to stay at school, careful not to delve too deeply into his family situation. After all, it was Ollie's parents who were raising him. At that moment, witnessing Potter's calm demeanor, it was evident that he enjoyed a close-knit family, which only further fueled Draco's ire. Chapter 59, Christmas. After class, Harry and Ron emerged from the dungeons, rubbing their arms for warmth. Ron complained, "It's freezing down there. How do those Slytherin lot endure it?" Harry replied, "Indeed, But considering those annoying individuals, Malfoy and Snape, they must find winter quite unbearable. Harry seemed unperturbed by Malfoy's remarks during class, even finding the spirit to jest with Ron. Ron nodded in agreement. The dungeons are no place for humans, as they made their way toward the Great Hall. Along the way, they encountered Hagrid transporting a fir tree to the hall. They offered to assist, but Hagrid, glancing at their slight frames, chuckled and declined. You two should head to the Great Hall. This year is quite different. Ollie had a splendid idea. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron quickened their pace, nearly breaking into a run to reach the hall. Inside, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning the space with Christmas decorations, while Ollie stood between them, occasionally passing them items. The hall was imbued with a festive atmosphere, with a massive fir tree encircling the dining tables, leaving only a space at the entrance for the tree Hagrid was bringing in, besides the usual garlands, icicles, and small candles. The most captivating aspect of the tree was its exterior, which shimmered with a vibrant, ever-changing array of colors. The red and gold hues represented Gryffindor, yellow and black for Hufflepuff, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, and green and silver for Slytherin, with the tree occasionally bursting forth with corresponding colored fireworks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The 4 trees were arranged in alternating positions, totaling 12, encircling the hall, and young wizards from each house gathered beneath their respective trees, clearly enchanted by the scene. Magic is truly remarkable. Muggle lights could never create such an effect, praised a young wizard from the Muggle world. Not just Muggles. I've never seen anything like this in the wizarding world either. It's evidently a homegrown idea from a young wizard, another chimed in. Oh, are you referring to that Dudley who studies staircases? Indeed. As Harry walked past the tree, he overheard several students discussing his cousin. No longer with the initial curiosity stemming from her magical explosion at the beginning of the term, but rather with genuine admiration for Ollie. Harry straightened his back and strode proudly past them, feeling utterly elated. The 2 friends reluctantly wandered around the hall, aware that they had an appointment with Hermione in the library and needed to rush to meet her. Ollie noticed their impending departure but remained on the ladder, opting to wave at them with a smile instead of coming down. Harry waved back and then turned to leave. I think we should share this with Ollie. She has read so many books, she might know who Nicholas Flamel is, Ron suggested once more, coming up empty-handed. He closed the book in his hands and picked up another from the pile. Absolutely not. Let us allow Ollie to delve into her interests without dragging her into danger. Harry firmly rejected Ron's proposal. We can simply not inform her about the search for answers. Do you think Ollie is as simple-minded as you? Hermione, who had just approached with another stack of books, couldn't help but scoff, placing her books heavily beside Ron. Well, it seems we'll have to search on our own. Ron begrudgingly opened the book in his hands. But Harry is right. It would be good for Ollie to finish researching that game console sooner. I find myself wanting to play it every day, Ron soon reassured himself. Ultimately, they left the library without any new discoveries. As they exited, Hermione rummaged through her bag. A gift from Ollie, reportedly designed by her mother, and similar to Ollie's but in a different color. Ollie always had a penchant for the finer details in these seemingly mundane items, calling them best friend bags, as they intended to carry them to classes together. The thought of Ollie, earnestly insisting that they must carry this bag to their joint classes, made Hermione chuckle. She remained quite perplexed. Yet this did not deter her from proceeding. Her hand moved more gently as it rummaged through her bag. Hermione handed Harry a list, detailing the titles and subjects of the books they had yet to explore. You can look for them during Christmas. Once you discover anything, send word to me immediately. Ron reluctantly accepted the list, as what child would wish to pore over books during the festive season? Hermione crossed her arms, casting a stern glance at the 2 boys. Sensing her frustration, Harry, with an instinct akin to that of a small animal, was the first to react. Don't worry, I'll make sure Ron helps me search. We'll come by whenever we have time, he assured, tugging at Ron's sleeve. Ron nodded perfunctorily, his unwillingness evident to anyone who looked. I certainly hope so, Hermione replied skeptically, uncertain of their reliability. On the day they departed from school, Harry had been waiting by the Ravenclaw common room for a while, eager for Ollie. A senior girl had cast a levitation charm on Ollie's suitcase, and Harry assisted her in pulling it along as they reluctantly bid farewell at the small platform. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed, urging passengers to board swiftly. Harry handed his cousin the last of his bags, filled with her favorite snacks for the journey. Ollie, make sure to stick close to Hermione. If anything comes up, seek her help. Do not venture alone. Remembering the chaos of their first day, Harry felt compelled to remind her once more. Suddenly, the window beside them was yanked open, revealing Hermione's head as she peered out, casting a cool glance at Harry. Opposite her sat Susan, who rolled her eyes dramatically upon noticing Harry's gaze. All right, you both are aware of Ollie's situation. I mean, you can keep each other company. Harry stammered, attempting to clarify. In any case, Ollie, do let me know when you arrive home. Before Ollie could respond, Ron's impatience got the better of him. Harry, how many times have you said that? Let Ollie board already. The train is about to leave. He grumbled, his annoyance palpable. It seemed absurd that sending her off was such a hassle. Ollie would return to school soon enough. Moreover, she was merely taking a train home. Yet Harry was treating it as if she were heading to the lair of a troll. He had become increasingly verbose, resembling not Ollie's cousin, but rather her father. Don't worry, Harry, I'll write to you when I get home. After Harry had seen Ollie safely into the compartment with Hermione and Susan, he finally felt reassured enough to disembark, lingering on the platform as he watched the train depart. Chapter 60, Similar Blueprints. Upon exiting the train, Ollie spotted her parents waiting for her. Hermione's parents were also present, and after exchanging pleasantries, they arranged to travel together on the first day of school before parting ways. Her parents embraced their precious daughter, showering her with affection and concern about her well-being. Ollie, why didn't your brother come to pick me up? She inquired curiously during the ride. Isn't Dudley supposed to be the best brother in the world? Well, he wanted to come, but unfortunately, he couldn't, Vernon interjected, driving while mocking. Your brother injured his arm in a match the day before yesterday and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, Petunia added with a sigh. Ollie, worried about Dudley's condition, learned that it was merely a sprain and not a fracture. Aunt Miranda had recommended a reputable traditional Chinese medicine clinic specializing in treating such injuries, which proved highly effective. They would stop by to pick Dudley up afterward. Ollie felt considerably relieved upon hearing this. She had great faith in traditional medicine. The ointment from the school nurse had worked wonders, and she privately thought that the concocting of various herbs resembled potion-making quite closely. At the clinic, Dudley had yet to finish his treatment for the day, so her parents went to settle the payment while Ollie chose to remain in the waiting area. Bored, she gazed at the promotional materials on the wall, though they were in a language she could not comprehend. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a human model in the corner. The porcelain figure, with one arm's length, was covered in red dots interconnected by black lines, appearing quite mysterious. Ollie felt an uncanny familiarity with the arrangement of the black lines and bent down to observe more closely. Little girl, are you curious about this? A voice startled her. Turning around, she saw an elderly man with a white beard, clearly of Chinese descent, who was stroking his beard while smiling at her. Yes, sir, it looks fascinating. I haven't seen any foreign children interested in this, she replied honestly, shaking her head when asked if she could understand. She was unfamiliar with Chinese and had only heard a few medicinal properties from the school nurse. Ollie shared with the elderly man what little she knew. The old man looked at the golden-haired, blue-eyed girl with surprise. She was quite knowledgeable for someone so young. It seems you have a connection with our traditional medicine. I cannot give you that model, but I can offer you something else. He rummaged through a cabinet by the door and handed her a promotional poster. Study well. There will come a day when you understand. With that cryptic expression, he turned and left without another glance. Before Ollie could even unfold it, she heard Dudley's voice calling. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Following the sound, she saw him rushing down the stairs like a gust of wind. He dashed over, joyfully enveloping her in his arms. Even attempting to spin her around until he remembered he shouldn't exert himself. He settled for holding her tightly, expressing his longing. Finally gasping for air, Ollie pushed him away. What happened? You seem to have grown taller since we last met, she remarked, noticing that he appeared taller than even their mother. A pang of disappointment struck her. Why was everyone growing taller while she remained the same? Dudley, unfazed by the shove, glanced around. Harry still hasn't returned. Huh? I miss him. Just then, Vernon and Petunia emerged, and the family of four reunited, discussing a visit to a delightful restaurant for dinner. During their long-awaited family gathering, they recounted the events of the past few months. Though they had exchanged letters frequently, many topics were only briefly mentioned, and face-to-face conversation was far more engaging. This family reunion was missing Harry, yet his presence loomed over the discussion, with Ollie recapping their school life in detail, conveniently skipping any mention of perilous incidents. Dudley listened intently, even expressing a desire to visit Hogwarts for Christmas, earning him incredulous glances from their parents. That evening, Ollie opened the promotional poster, which showcased a more detailed depiction of the human anatomy, allowing her to discern the distribution of red dots and black lines more clearly. The more she examined it, the more familiar it seemed, as if she had encountered it before. Suddenly, she recalled the incident with the troll when she had drawn a magical flow diagram after casting a dazzling illumination spell in the dormitory. Utilizing her memory, Ollie replicated the drawing on paper and compared it with the promotional poster. Indeed, the trajectory of magical energy was identical to the black lines, and in some areas, due to her hasty spell casting, she had failed to perceive certain segments, leaving her diagram lacking. She connected the missing sections, closing her eyes to recall the experience. It indeed seemed more coherent this way. Ollie felt an overwhelming urge to verify it once more with the illumination spell. Alas, there is no recourse, regrettably. I cannot wield magic outside the school confines. I shall defer this until my return to campus. With a tinge of disappointment, Ollie tucked away the 2 sheets of paper, seeking a place to secure them lest they be forgotten. During her rummaging, she stumbled upon the booklet previously gifted to her by Professor Flitwick. With nothing else to occupy her, Ollie reclined upon her bed and reopened the booklet. Although it appeared to comprise fewer than 10 pages, upon further inspection, she discovered an array of pages beneath, albeit only 2 of them bore text. The remainder were blank. The wonders of magic indeed are remarkable. The first page introduced the moving staircases of Hogwarts Castle. Previously, Ollie and Terry had only delved into the staircases' changing patterns. The underlying principles of these transformations remained a mystery to them. This booklet, however, elucidated the intricate mechanics at play, revealing that the staircases were inscribed with complex magical runes to facilitate these changes. Yet, it failed to define what these runes were, leaving Ollie feeling somewhat enlightened, yet still perplexed. She carefully closed the booklet and wrapped it in a handkerchief, a cherished relic of their academy that deserved her utmost care. Ollie resolved to descend for a snack, her mental exertion having left her slightly famished. Upon reaching the first floor, she barely had time to pour herself a glass of milk before encountering Dudley, who had come in search of her. "Ollie, there you are? Come quickly, I need you," he exclaimed. With a hint of suspicion, Ollie followed Dudley upstairs to his room, where she beheld a red and white gaming console adorned with 2 controllers sprawled upon the carpet. Chapter 61, The Gaming Console. Dudley gazed at his sister with eager anticipation. He had intended to wait for Harry to return for a gaming session, yet he was undeterred. "You'll play with me, won't you?" he implored, resigned to her fate. Ollie acquiesced, grasping one of the controllers. The game was straightforward. A diminutive figure clad in overalls navigated through pipes, encountering various obstacles, mushrooms, and coins along the way. Soon enough, the room echoed with Dudley's frustrated outcry. "Ollie, can you please cooperate with me? Oh no, I've fallen. Hurry, avenge me." "But I can't defeat them," Ollie murmured timidly. "How can you not? Just eat that mushroom and squash it." Dudley, having no opportunity for character revival, stood behind Ollie, watching her play and occasionally barking commands, his earlier demeanor of a caring brother entirely forgotten. "I don't want to play anymore, Dudley. I haven't finished my homework," Ollie finally declared, seeking a plausible excuse to escape. Playing games with her brother was far more nerve-wracking than Professor Snape's potions class. "What homework are you talking about? You all have no assignments for Christmas," Dudley grumbled, dissatisfied. His sister's gaming skills were far too lacking. He missed how well he and Harry worked together. "Oh dear cousin, how I truly miss you." The siblings' inaugural foray into cooperative gaming ended in utter disgrace, with Dudley's clumsiness and Ollie's ineptitude ruining their experience. Their bond, once affectionate, frayed within a single evening squabble. The ruckus drew Aunt Petunia's attention, prompting her to investigate. Ollie immediately rose, entwining her arm with her mother's, resting her head on Aunt Petunia's shoulder as she began to recount Dudley's misdeeds. Aunt Petunia affectionately patted her daughter's golden head and admonished Dudley. "You cannot allow your sister to struggle. She has just returned home." Dudley, feeling aggrieved, remained silent, his face set in a frown. "All right, your arm still needs to recover. Perhaps it would be best to limit your gaming," Aunt Petunia said, her favoritism for her son evident beneath a veneer of maternal concern. Ollie accompanied her mother as they exited, casting a heavy huff in Dudley's direction, which sent him into a fit of indignation. Aunt Petunia escorted Ollie back to her room, reminding her to rest early as they had a flight to catch the following day. Ollie, with her hair cascading over her soft pillow, nodded obediently, embodying a demeanor that delighted Aunt Petunia, who felt that with her daughter's return, the home had transformed into a haven of warmth and comfort. Before descending, Aunt Petunia could not resist planting a kiss on Ollie's forehead, whispering, "Good night, my darling Ollie." However, sleep eluded Ollie. Without her mother's gentle prodding at school, she often retired much later, and it was still too early for her to succumb to slumber. Ollie reflected on the earlier altercation with Dudley, pondering that he hardly embodied the qualities of a good brother. Perhaps the title of best brother in the world should be bestowed upon Harry instead. Her thoughts drifted back to the game. She begrudgingly acknowledged her lack of skill, vexed by her inability to excel at it. She replayed each step in her mind, recalling where the man-eating plants lurked and where the moving staircases were located. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Ollie had an idea for her gaming console. She threw off her blanket and quietly tiptoed to her desk, adjusting her lamp to its dimmest setting. She retrieved her magic control training device, which she had affectionately dubbed the Magic Game Console. She scrutinized the obstacles within the Golden Snitch's play area, wishing they could move unpredictably, appearing and disappearing as they did in the game, resembling the castle's moving staircases. Filled with excitement, Ollie eagerly flipped back to the booklet, intending to examine the second page. To her astonishment, the previously blank pages at the back suddenly bore content. Upon reaching the third page, she studied it closely, revealing the magical runes governing the staircase's operation. The page meticulously illustrated the patterns of the runes, detailing their principles and methods of inscription, even indicating which strokes required more pressure than others. It seemed that as long as one possessed magic, they could successfully replicate them. Casually flipping through, Ollie discovered approximately 20 pages chronicling the runes from simple to complex, corresponding to the staircase transformations that ranged from basic to intricate. If she could inscribe these runes onto the back of her magic game console, her obstacles could transform just like the staircases. In that moment, the golden snitch could navigate through a labyrinth of transformations. There were even various levels of challenges. Merlin, Lady Rowena is truly magnificent, Ollie exclaimed joyously, twirling around her room with the booklet clutched in her hands, before throwing herself onto her soft bed. Thus, beginning the next day, whenever Ollie found herself with a moment to spare, she commenced drawing peculiar circles on paper, even practicing aboard the airplane. Dudley, utterly perplexed, felt compelled to apologize for the previous night's events and could only assist by passing her paper and pencils or, ultimately, tearing up her sketches. Did Ollie truly have Christmas homework? At Hogwarts Castle, the dormitory housed only Ron and Harry. The common room was notably quieter, with the two lounging by the fireplace, food within arm's reach as they indulged in jovial banter while eating. Harry had fully embraced a carefree existence, with his cousin absent from school. No one was around to oversee his attire. He neglected grooming and changed out of his pajamas solely for meals, embodying a disheveled version of himself. On Christmas Eve, as Harry settled into bed, he eagerly anticipated the gifts of the following morning. True to his expectations, upon awakening the next day, his eyes instantly landed upon a heap of parcels at the foot of his bed. Without donning his shoes, he leapt from his bed, rousing Ron in the process, who sleepily exchanged Christmas greetings with him. Harry seized the topmost package, a handmade flute from Hagrid that produced a sound reminiscent of Hedwig's hoots. Next, he picked up the largest parcel, a gift from his aunt and uncle, which turned out to be a set of Quidditch protective gear, accompanied by a note stating it had been custom-made in Diagon Alley, crafted from the sturdiest dragon hide. It bore no discernible differences from the gear used at school, and wearing it would not appear out of place. Uncle Vernon explicitly stated that he wished to hear no more news of Harry injuring himself while playing, hoping only that he wouldn't break his neck. With a chuckle, Harry set aside his protective gear and opened another package, this one belonging to his cousin. It was likely a collaborative purchase between Aunt Petunia and her, a pair of goggles designed for use during play, complete with waterproof and anti-fog features, and thoughtfully fitted with prescription lenses. Harry then opened a parcel from his cousin Dudley, which contained a classic Nintendo Entertainment System, accompanied by a thick letter detailing his and his cousin's dismal gaming teamwork. He expressed a desire for Harry to practice diligently at school, so that upon returning home for the summer, the two could dominate in their gaming endeavors together. In Chapter 62, The Mirror of Ariste, the remaining parcels included gifts from wizarding friends, such as Hermione's chocolates, alongside some from Muggle friends, all sent by Ollie. Upon picking up a particularly bulging package, Harry noticed Ron's gaze fixated upon him, realizing it must pertain to him. As he opened it slowly, he observed Ron's anxious anticipation regarding whether he would appreciate the gift. As Harry tore away the innermost wrapping, he uncovered a thick, vibrant green sweater. "It's knitted by my mom," Ron explained, "a signature piece from the Weasley family. I have one just like it." In his letters home, Ron often wrote about how well he and Harry got along, which delighted Mrs. Weasley, prompting her to send this thoughtful gift. Opening his own package, Ron revealed a matching dark purple sweater. "This is fantastic. We can wear them together. Isn't this what Ollie always refers to as best friend attire? No, wait, we should call it brotherly wear," Harry exclaimed joyfully, slipping the sweater over his clothes. There remained one last package, its sender unknown, piquing Harry's curiosity. Upon tearing it open, a silvery liquid substance slipped to the floor. "Merlin, it's an invisibility cloak," Ron exclaimed with excitement. Harry draped the shimmering fabric over himself, prompting Ron's astonished outburst. Peering into a mirror, he was amazed to see his body had vanished, leaving only his head floating in midair. As Harry pondered a note that had fallen from the cloak, he realized it might have belonged to his father. He was baffled as to who had sent it, but the novelty of the cloak quickly seized his attention. The two boys began experimenting with it until Fred and George entered, prompting Harry to hastily conceal it beneath his covers. "Ron, why haven't you put on your sweater yet?" George queried. "Look, you don't appreciate what Harry's mom has crafted," Fred complained. The twins assisted their younger brother in donning his sweater, while Percy urged him to change as well. The group of boys jostled their way to the great hall for the Christmas feast. The tables were laden with delectable food and delightful games. Harry was mesmerized by the array of treats. The remaining students, disregarding house rivalries, crowded around the central long table, eagerly exploring an assortment of whimsical gadgets. The professors at the head table appeared unusually jovial, with Professor Dumbledore even donning a floral women's hat. Harry mused over the peculiar taste, finding it amusing that Ollie believed the headmaster was on the cutting edge of Hogwarts fashion. After dinner, Harry joined the Weasley brothers for a snowball fight, and when fatigued, retreated to the common room for a game of chess. This Christmas was the most vibrant and fulfilling he had ever experienced, albeit tinged with the regret of not being with Aunt Petunia's family. That night, as Harry lay in bed, restless thoughts of the invisibility cloak swirled in his mind. Unable to resist, he quietly slipped it on and ventured out of the dormitory. He reveled in the tranquility of the campus, accompanied only by the moonlight and the shimmering snow. He stealthily made his way to the library's restricted section, where he could peruse freely, perhaps uncovering the identity of Nicholas Flamel. Holding a lantern, he scanned the titles but found himself at a loss. Indeed, the restricted section was intimidating. When he pulled a book from the shelf and opened it, a piercing scream erupted from within. And despite his swift action to close the book, the wails echoed through the dark library. "Oh no, Filch is coming." Harry hastily knocked over his lantern and concealed himself in a corner, watching as Filch and Professor Snape searched for him. His face paled as he prayed not to be discovered by the two fearsome figures. As Snape passed by, he seemed to sense something and glanced in Harry's direction, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. The professor reached out, but found nothing. Holding his breath, Harry cautiously backed away and squeezed into a nearby room. Once the footsteps of the two men faded away, Harry exhaled in relief, shedding the cloak and collapsing on the floor, gasping for fresh air. After a brief respite, he summoned the strength to rise, surveying the room, which appeared to be a long-abandoned classroom. In the center stood an ornate mirror that seemed out of place amidst the disarray. Approaching it, Harry sought to decipher the inscription, but the scene reflected within left him utterly astonished. This was the most remarkable day of Harry's 11 years, for he beheld his family. At the forefront stood a couple. The woman possessed deep red hair and emerald green eyes he had only seen in Ollie and himself. Trembling, he reached up to touch his own eyes. The husband, exuding vitality, embraced his wife, his unruly black hair reminiscent of Harry's own. Harry's hand instinctively brushed his hair, realization dawning upon him. He had never known his father's visage, having only glimpsed a few childhood photos of his mother at Aunt Petunia's, which she had later taken the liberty to hang in Harry's own bedroom. "Mum?" he called, but the reflections offered no reply. "Dad." Silence enveloped him. They smiled down at him, and he soon spotted Aunt Petunia's family, with Dudley and Ollie waving cheerily at him. In the distance, others bore the same eyes, the same hair, and the same knees. Ollie had once jested that the Potter family was dedicated to researching shampoo, perhaps because their ancestors, like herself, struggled with unruly, rapidly growing hair. To think she had guessed correctly, Harry was overwhelmed with joy at the realization that he had inherited familial traits, granting him a sense of belonging. He was not alone in the world, but a continuation of a lineage. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face as he reached out, yearning to touch his relatives. It was only when he felt the cold sensation that he was jolted back to reality. Reluctantly, he left the room, returning to the dormitory as dawn approached. Eager to share his discovery, he called out to Ron, who groggily awakened. "Are we getting up to search for books again?" he mumbled. Harry, with his icy hands, thrust them into Ron's warm bedclothes, rousing Ron completely, who retaliated by swinging a pillow at him. In Chapter 63, Return to School, Harry was filled with excitement at the prospect of introducing his best friend to his newfound family. After all, he too had a multitude of relatives. However, Ron did not envision himself as Harry had anticipated. Instead, he beheld a magnificent and successful vision of himself as the student council president and captain of the Quidditch team. Could the mirror perhaps foretell the future? Ron exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Impossible," Harry responded, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "Aside from the Dursleys, my family is no longer with me." The two boys continued to jostle for position before the mirror until the sudden appearance of Madame Loris compelled them to retreat to their dormitory. Harry, having lost interest in other pursuits during the day, sensed something amiss with the mirror. He urged Harry to refrain from returning, but Harry's heart was filled with the presence of his loved ones, and nothing could deter him. On the third night, he returned to the classroom once more. Harry sat quietly alone before the mirror, each of his relatives gazing back at him with warm smiles. The winter chill was lost on him, as his heart overflowed with an endless warmth. This sensation was intoxicating. He wished to remain here forever, surrounded by his family. "You are back again, Harry?" Dumbledore's sudden appearance startled him, as the headmaster elucidated the mirror's purpose, to reveal the deepest desires of one's heart. Harry contemplated silently, a foreboding feeling creeping upon him. Never allow yourself to be ensnared by fantasy. It is crucial to live in the present, Dumbledore observed quietly, regarding the boy before him. "Live well, Harry. Think of your real family. The Dursleys will soon return to school. Do you wish merely to gaze at her reflection in the mirror?" Harry instinctively glanced back at his cousin in the mirror, who continued to smile and wave at him. Indeed, his cousin would not foolishly wave at him indefinitely. She would tire of it after a couple of times. With a determined effort, Harry shifted his gaze, composed himself, and finally rose from the floor. He turned away from the mirror and curiously inquired about what the headmaster had seen within its depths. Upon receiving the answer of a pair of woolen socks, Harry skeptically returned to his bed. With Dumbledore's counsel echoing in his mind, Harry resolved not to visit the mirror of Erist again. He hid the invisibility cloak deep within his trunk and began to play with the Christmas gifts he had received. He believed that these delightful toys, sweet confections, and lovingly crafted garments could help him forget all that lay within the mirror. However, they did not. Once again, Harry awoke from a nightmare, haunted by the chilling sound of malevolent laughter as his parents vanished in a flash of green light. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he donned his glasses and felt an urgent desire to write to the Dursleys, hoping that their concern in reality might alleviate his suffering. Hedwig flapped her wings beside him. During the Christmas season, Harry had worried about her loneliness in the Ollery and had brought her back to the dormitory. Usually, she perched quietly on her shelf, but she was always the first to offer companionship when he needed it. Harry picked up his quill, but hesitated. "Ollie is probably enjoying a Merry Christmas," he mused. "Perhaps I should spare them from any unpleasant news." He gently stroked the feathers on Hedwig's back and adjusted the festive hat adorned with a pom-pom that Ollie had gifted her. She looked quite adorable wearing it. He couldn't resist giving the pom-pom a playful squeeze. Besides, the distance between England and France was considerable. The English Channel was quite wide, and he could not bear the thought of Hedwig braving the elements to deliver messages. "For now, this will suffice," Harry sighed and returned to his bed, burying himself in the soft covers, attempting to dispel the darkness and cold outside. Ollie, blissfully unaware of Harry's tumultuous experiences, was thoroughly enjoying her time in France. Paris was indeed the fashion capital, a veritable paradise for designers. Petunia dragged Ollie out shopping almost every day, exploring every shop along the Champs-Élysées. Ollie spotted a pair of emerald cufflinks, likely fashioned from some jade or similar stone, polished into the shape of green apples, exuding a gentle yet captivating glow, simple in design yet appealing to the youth. She was instantly enamored and thought they would suit someone perfectly. Realizing she had yet to exchange addresses with him, and thus had no gift to send for Christmas, Ollie resolved to purchase them and present them to Draco upon returning to school. On the final day, Ollie concocted an excuse to wander alone, separating herself from Petunia, and used her pocket money to buy the coveted cufflinks. "No need to inquire why I kept it a secret," she mused. If she purchased a pair of clearly masculine cufflinks, her mother would undoubtedly be curious about to whom they were intended, and explaining it would be quite troublesome. However, France proved to be a city of romance, as she stumbled upon several books on love techniques in a flower-laden bookstore, which she promptly purchased, envisioning their application with someone special. Back at Malfoy Manor, Draco felt a chill run down his spine, uncontrollably sneezing as a house elf nervously draped a blanket around him, only to be pushed away in disdain. Draco had been irritable throughout the holiday, vexed by a gift he could not send and another he could not receive. The young wizards returned to Hogwarts the day before classes resumed, and Hermione was disappointed that they still had not deciphered the mystery of Nicholas Flamel. But with the prospect of the invisibility cloak, she considered a return to the restricted section. Ollie, however, was far more elated than the three of them. Upon returning to school, she immediately cast a spell to verify the flow of magic within her body, discovering it mirrored the meridian lines of traditional Chinese medicine. It was utterly astounding. Could it be that someone from that mysterious eastern land had discovered this long before she did? Furthermore, she was finally able to use her magic to draw magical circles. Previously, she had practiced with ordinary paper and pens in the Muggle world, but now she could finally put her skills into practice. Gathering several small wooden blocks, she placed them within the magical circle, and as described in the book, they began to animate, confirming that her magical device was indeed feasible. Overjoyed, Ollie reveled in her prowess, effortlessly sketching magical circles and relishing in her triumph, completely forgetting the struggles she had endured while memorizing the incantations during the holiday. She hummed a tune softly, ensuring only she could hear, maintaining her elegance while making her way briskly towards Gryffindor. Along the way, she encountered familiar classmates, smiling and exchanging pleasantries, complimenting her new hairstyle and expressing gratitude for the thoughtful gifts. In just half a semester, she had formed a nodding acquaintance with nearly every young wizard in her year, as well as those from Ravenclaw and other houses whom she had previously questioned. Thus, she flitted through the castle like a butterfly, pausing occasionally on a branch, much to Draco's chagrin, who could not find an opportunity to appear. Chapter 64, Similar Gifts. At last, as he rounded a corner in the corridor, Draco seized the moment and suddenly appeared before Ollie, not allowing her a chance to react before pulling her into an empty classroom. Startled, Ollie nearly squealed. But upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, she quickly realized who it was and obediently followed him. Yet, once inside the empty classroom, Draco's earlier irritation had dissipated. He recognized that the fault lay with him. Had he asked for Ollie's address before Christmas, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Their first Christmas together had transpired without the exchange of gifts, a significant oversight for any young man. Lost in self-reproach, Draco found himself at a loss for words, leaving the two of them standing in silence within the classroom. "Why do you keep pressing your hand against me?" Ollie gently shook the hands they were holding, her eyes glimmering with a tender affection that could drown a person. It wasn't until Draco registered her gesture that he realized, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had taken her hand. The body is the most honest of instruments. Its reactions often outpace the mind. Before Draco was fully aware, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and his hand radiated warmth that even transferred to Ollie. "Dursley, don't you want to explain yourself?" Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, casting his gaze down upon the girl before him. Although his tone was meant to be accusatory, the firm grip he held on her hand inexplicably diminished his authority. How could it be that after just a few days of holiday, the boy before her seemed to have grown taller? He could now look down upon her. And for the first time in her life, Ollie felt a twinge of insecurity regarding her stagnant height. "Draco, you seem so cold," Ollie feigned a pout, lowering her head and exerting slight pressure to free her hand from his grasp. "No, Ollie, it was my fault. I let my emotions cloud my judgment," Draco replied in a fluster, gripping her hand even tighter. Ollie took this opportunity to guide him to a nearby bench, but as soon as Draco sat down, she stood up again, leaning against the table in front of him. This resulted in a curious tableau. Ollie stood above, looking down at Draco, who was compelled to gaze up at her, their hands still firmly entwined. This arrangement felt just right, Ollie thought, her inner self reveling in the success of her little scheme. "What are you upset about?" "I'm frustrated with myself for being foolish, unable to send you a gift, while also not receiving one from you," Draco silently added in his heart. "Then what do you think this is?" Ollie asked, reaching into her bag and tugging at their clasped hands. Draco, reluctant to let go, was finally persuaded when she lightly tapped the back of his hand. She produced a palm-sized black velvet box and offered it to Draco. "Is this for me?" he asked incredulously. "If you don't want it, I could always give it to Harry," Ollie teased, pretending to retract the box, only for Draco to grasp both her hand and the box firmly. "Of course I want it." Ollie looked at her hands, now both captured by his grip, and questioned how she would unwrap the gift. Draco, in a state of indecision, eventually relented and slowly released her hand. The heat radiating from his palm was palpable, sending shivers through her. Ollie rubbed her flushed hand, watching him excitedly unwrap the gift. Upon seeing the green cufflinks shaped like green apples, Draco felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Ollie was truly remarkable. She was indeed the girl he admired. And this gift resonated deeply with him. He immediately took out the cufflinks, raised his sleeve, and gestured for her to help him put them on. Ollie thought to herself that he was becoming quite demanding, wondering whom he had learned such behavior from. Nevertheless, recognizing her obligation to reciprocate his gift, she acquiesced. "It matches your scent beautifully. It wouldn't look out of place in Slytherin. Do you like it?" Ollie asked casually. "Of course, I love it," Draco responded quickly, fearful that any delay might hinder her understanding of his intentions. "Moreover, it complements your eyes splendidly." Ollie paused, realizing that was not the reason she had chosen them. But Draco was unfazed. He felt an unspoken bond between them, as though they had both selected gifts that mirrored each other. He retrieved another identical black velvet box from his pocket and handed it to her. "See if you like this one," he said, feigning nonchalance, adding, "If you don't, I can always pick another." When Ollie opened the box, she discovered a delicate green bracelet made of rounded emeralds strung together on a slender silver chain. The chain was fine and lightweight, causing the small gems to shine brilliantly without being overpowering, elegantly understated yet luxurious. "I absolutely adore this," Ollie exclaimed, her delight unmasked. She recalled reading that expressing one's likes and dislikes could prompt the other to choose suitable gifts, and this bracelet truly resonated with her aesthetic. Draco observed the genuine smile on her face, unconsciously tilting his head and biting his lip to suppress his own smile. "Let me help you put it on." He boldly reached out, pulling Ollie's left hand toward him, and carefully fastened the bracelet around her wrist, ensuring the clasp was positioned inward. As Ollie lifted her arm, the exquisite green bracelet complemented the ancient black anti-magic bracelet beautifully, creating an unexpectedly stunning combination. She couldn't help but shake her wrist. The contrast of her porcelain skin against the green and black was mesmerizing. Draco dared not look further, clearing his throat to suppress the fluttering in his chest. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. I thought it would match your eyes perfectly. We truly have a connection. Our gifts are so similar. Ollie remarked with a smile. Indeed, and you even recognize my scent. Have you been paying attention to me, Dursley? Draco enunciated with a theatrical flair. Gazing at her with deep affection, Ollie shivered uncomfortably, feeling a wave of nausea at his syrupy tone. Stop it, Draco, what are you saying? And why are you using my surname? Don't you like it? Don't you feel a flutter in your heart? Draco asked, puzzled. Observing her furrowed brow, he added softly. Using your surname is meant to sound more assertive. Merlin, where did he find such domineering lines? Ollie thought, rolling her eyes at the classroom ceiling. Who told you to act this way? Do you really not like it? Ollie, unwilling to engage further, turned to distance herself from him. Seeing this, Draco could hesitate no longer. It was Blaise. He said girls like when boys act like this. Just as Ollie had sternly warned Draco to cease such behavior. He entered the dormitory to find Blaise inquiring. So, how did it go? All he received in response was a cold huff from Draco and a shower of paper scraps, inscribed with strategies and plans. Chapter 65, Nicolaim. After soothing Draco, Ollie sought out Harry in Gryffindor, as she had sensed something amiss with her cousin since returning to school. But the crowded daytime offered her no opportunity to inquire. Ollie, you won't believe it. I saw my mom and dad and other relatives. Harry excitedly recounted his holiday experiences to his cousin, though Ollie felt a heaviness in her chest. When Harry spoke about the erased mirror being taken away, his tone dipped noticeably, prompting Ollie to think that perhaps she could do something more for him. The trio had made no progress in finding Nicolaim, and while Hermione suggested another trip to the restricted section, Harry strongly opposed. You have no idea how terrifying it is there. Those books are like some malevolent creatures, possibly filled with dark magic. Harry still shuddered at the thought. With no other options, they continued to peruse books in the library, and Ollie noticed her cousin diligently studying. Curious, she approached him, but fortunately, Hermione skillfully concocted an excuse to divert her attention. Thankfully, Ollie had her own tasks to occupy her, aside from group studies. She rarely visited the library. However, soon enough, Harry's Quidditch practice resumed, leaving him with even less time to search for books. Wood had become stricter with the players, calling them out for training regardless of the weather, and complaints echoed throughout the Gryffindor team. As the crowd began to waver under the weight of fatigue, Wood finally unveiled the reason behind their plight. Snape was officiating. Harry's face darkened as he leafed through the book in his hands, while Ron and Hermione were at a loss on how to console him, for they, too, were powerless to prevent Professor Snape from taking the role of referee. Harry, why not ask Ollie to intercede on your behalf? I've heard from the Hufflepuffs that Ollie is one of Snape's favorite students and has even received extra points from him. Harry rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the suggestion. Yet Ron found it plausible, asserting, Look, Ollie always speaks highly of Professor Snape. If he were willing to grant me extra points, I could perhaps say a few kind words about the old bat. Hermione, uninterested, continued to peruse her book, while Ron seemed to have found a convenient excuse to avoid researching. However, it was also likely that with Ollie's current magical prowess, she could only succeed in potions class. Just as he finished speaking, the two across from him shot him incredulous looks. Hermione's expression was one of disbelief, while Harry's was ablaze with anger. All right. I was only joking, Ron stammered, feigning nonchalance as he propped his forehead with his hand and resumed his reading. He dared not speak further, having nearly forgotten that one of his companions was an ultimate sister complex and the other fancied herself Ollie's best friend. At that moment, Neville burst into the common room, his face drawn and his body trembling. Spotting Hermione and the others, he collapsed onto a nearby chair. What is the matter, Neville? Hermione inquired with concern. It's Malfoy. He tried to take my notebook. Neville's voice quivered, tinged with tears, but thankfully Ollie was passing by and helped me. As if recollecting something urgent, he began rummaging through his belongings, finally recalling the item was on his wrist. He hastily rolled up his sleeve, relieved to see the dial-shaped notebook still securely fastened. What about Ollie? Harry inquired sharply upon hearing his cousin's name. Ollie's fine. She scared Malfoy off and even enlisted a passing upperclassman to help me with the curse. Neville explained through his sniffs. Hermione suggested he report Malfoy to Professor McGonagall, but Ron countered that Neville first needed to regain his composure. Once Harry understood that his cousin was unharmed, he dug into his pocket, recalling he had a piece of chocolate left. You are already far superior to Malfoy. You are in Gryffindor, the embodiment of bravery, Harry reassured him, noticing Neville still trembled. He assisted in tearing the wrapper, setting aside the card, and handed over the unwrapped chocolate. Gratefully, Neville accepted and nibbled on the treat. Perhaps you should return to the dormitory to rest, Hermione suggested sincerely. Noticing Neville still appeared dazed, he found her advice reasonable and, after thanking the trio, stumbled back to the dormitory. Harry began to tidy up the mess of wrappers on the table, his fingers grazing a card that bore Dumbledore's name. Ollie, doesn't he need this right now? Harry suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on the back of the card. I found it. He passed the card to Ron and Hermione, who examined the introduction of the celebrity, the final line clearly stating his remarkable achievements in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Hermione leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "Wait for me," before dashing to the dormitory above. On the eve of Christmas, Ollie had sought Hermione's assistance in researching items related to the Philosopher's Stone, during which she had borrowed a book titled 100 Extraordinary Stones. Apart from the Philosopher's Stone, the book also mentioned the Sorcerer's Stone. Hermione quickly returned with the book in hand, exclaiming, "Look here, he is the creator of the Sorcerer's Stone." Fearing that her companions might not grasp the significance of the Sorcerer's Stone, Hermione proceeded to explain. He has lived for over 600 years. No wonder he can't be found among modern great wizards, Hermione realized with clarity. They then deduced that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, must be guarding the Sorcerer's Stone, and Snape must be intent on stealing it. Everything began to make sense, yet regarding the subsequent steps to safeguard the stone, the trio found themselves utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Ollie and Draco found themselves once again in the vacant classroom. "Why do you always pick on Neville?" Ollie stood, arms crossed defiantly, casting a disapproving gaze upon the seated Draco. However, this time Draco appeared disinclined to cooperate, stubbornly turning his head away, refusing to acknowledge her. Ollie's finger absent-mindedly tapped against her arm as she glanced at her watch. 2 minutes had already elapsed. The book had stated that one should boldly express themselves when the other first disregards them, lest the situation worsen. Without a second thought, Ollie decided to stride toward the door. Realizing her intentions, Draco quickly grasped the edge of the table, trapping her between himself and the furniture. "You actually sent him a Christmas gift," Draco hastily clarified, fearing that if he remained silent any longer, it would be too late. Ollie, momentarily perplexed, asked in surprise, "Didn't we already clarify that last time? This year, I didn't know your address. Besides, if that's the case, I also sent gifts to Ron and Terry." "That is different." "In what way is it different?" Observing Draco's pursed lips, a clear indication of his reluctance to elaborate, Ollie bent down, her back against the desk. Meeting his gaze directly, quietly studying him. "Draco, have I ever said you could act recklessly in my presence?" Draco visibly flinched, shaking his head. He beheld a seriousness in her eyes that he had never encountered before, piercing straight to his heart. "Because you're particularly special to Longbottom." He gazed unflinchingly into Ollie's eyes. "Special?" Ollie reflected, failing to identify what was so exceptional. She merely felt that Neville resembled a friend from her Muggle school, equally innocent and genuine. And the girls often enjoyed playing with him, constantly worrying that he might be bullied. "You helped him find that wretched pet toad on the train at the start of the term. Before the sorting, you helped him adjust his hat. You even led the applause for him. You consistently tutored him on his homework. For Christmas, you gifted him the latest version of that wrist notebook for the forgetful Longbottom." The more Draco spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising to near breaking point. Ollie was nearly amused by his indignation. What feeble justifications were these? Yet, seeing the visible tension in his forehead revealed how much he genuinely cared, and she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Wondering how long he had been observing to accumulate such a list of grievances. Feeling fatigued from her bent position, Ollie decided to squat down. Placing her hands on Draco's knees and leaning her upper body against him, resting her head upon his lap. Draco, startled by her actions, remained motionless, rigid as she maneuvered. Ollie lay there, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with the cosmos. "But it is our connection that is truly special." Chapter 66, Potions Talent. The shadow of Snape officiating loomed heavily over Harry, and as the competition drew near, his anxiety intensified. Ollie was at a loss on how to console him, as the identity of the referee was beyond the students' control. The weekly potions classes became a torment for Harry, while Ollie, having learned some unsettling information over Christmas, hesitated to share it with her cousin. At that time, she had been enthusiastically introducing her family to the teachers at school, and when she mentioned her fondness for the potions professor, Snape, her mother had asked for his full name. It was then that Ollie learned a story she could scarcely believe. Who would have thought that Professor Snape had once been close friends with Aunt Lily? According to my mother, Professor Snape once resided on a street near the Evans family home, and he and Aunt Lily shared a close bond even before their enrollment at Hogwarts, so intimate, in fact, that Petunia felt entirely excluded. However, after a few years at school, Aunt Lily ceased to mention Snape, and it seemed that a significant rift had developed between them. Petunia was uncertain of the specifics, as her own relationship with Lily was not particularly strong at the time. Ollie boldly speculated that perhaps it was a tale of estranged friends harboring mutual resentment, which could elucidate the professor's harsh demeanor towards her cousin. Yet, Ollie hesitated to share this with Harry, knowing how crucial Aunt Lily was to him. if he were to discover that Snape was also an adversary of his mother. She feared he might act impulsively. Thus, she chose to suppress the matter, acknowledging it as mere conjecture, and resolved to wait for the truth before confiding in Harry. In potions class, Ollie observed Professor Snape from a distance, ridiculing a Hufflepuff student. It was no wonder, she thought. Being friends with the professor must be quite arduous. Nevertheless, Ollie did not fear him as much as the other students did, for she had long been accustomed to her Aunt Miranda, who had a sharp tongue and a penchant for stabbing others with her words. In a moment of nostalgia, Ollie found herself missing Aunt Miranda and decided to write her a letter that evening. She also intended to inquire about any new fashionable hair accessories, as she had taken to braiding her hair into twists for the sake of caution in potions class, which now seemed rather monotonous. After reprimanding the Hufflepuff student who failed to comprehend his instructions, Professor Snape sought solace in the orderly setup of Ollie's potion ingredients, meticulously sliced and uniformly thick, with each material categorized and arranged in the order of use, while the cut-off scraps were neatly piled together. This was the cleanest workstation in the classroom, and Snape felt his irritation dissipate considerably. As he moved to the back row, he overheard Miss Dursley discussing potion techniques with her partner. Place the daffodil roots and the lacewing flies into the cauldron from opposite sides, Ollie advised. But doesn't the procedure state to add them simultaneously? Susan queried. Indeed. But the lacewing flies possess slight corrosive properties. When they come into contact with the daffodil roots, they turn black, potentially tainting the potion with impurities, Ollie explained. Is that true, Ollie? Susan asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. She trusted Ollie's reliability, but this was potions class, and she was hesitant to deviate from Professor Snape's instructions. Absolutely. Some advanced potions demand a higher quality, and the instructions explicitly state that these two ingredients must not touch before entering the cauldron. As for today's lesson, I suspect it's because simpler potions can tolerate some impurities without affecting their efficacy, hence the lack of mention regarding their contact. I believe Ollie is correct, Terry, seated at the front, interjected as he turned around to show their group's assignment, revealing tiny black impurities floating at the bottom of their vial. I'm certain we followed every step from the board, so the issue must stem from what Ollie mentioned, Roti added, adjusting her glasses and gazing intently at Ollie. Susan bit her lip, but ultimately decided to follow Ollie's advice. Despite Professor Snape's fearsome reputation, she chose to trust her friends for once. Behind her, Snape's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile, barely perceptible. See, it's not that I cannot teach. Potions requires a certain talent. Those too foolish to comprehend the instructions are simply unfit for potion making. Merely following steps is insufficient. Only those who understand the nuances and pursue deeper principles have the potential to become true masters of potions. After Susan implemented Ollie's suggestions and meticulously stirred the cauldron, Ollie's control over her magic allowed her to brew the simplest, scabbiest potion without issue, although some newly learned potions still required Susan's expertise, as Ollie was solely responsible for preparing the ingredients. The two focused intently on the reaction, and once the cauldron cooled, they filtered the potion, revealing a pure, unblemished milky white liquid, clearly more successful than Terry's group. Ollie took charge of submitting their assignment, and indeed, they received an O, while Terry's group only managed an E. Susan was elated, hurriedly jotting down the earlier tips, while Ollie tidied their workstation, eagerly awaiting the end of class. Nearby, the Hufflepuffs had encountered continuous issues and ultimately produced a pot of dark, murky solids, clearly unfit for submission. Dejected, they stood up to retrieve more potion ingredients. In potions class, even receiving a T was preferable to submitting nothing at all, so the two slumped their shoulders and began preparing their materials once more. Hey, Ibois, Ollie remarked, unable to bear the sight of someone cutting plants while leaning awkwardly against the wall. Maybe you could cut at a 45-degree angle instead. Ollie demonstrated by angling a plant, allowing her to cut at a proper position. Hannah Ibois' cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she mimicked Ollie's actions and was pleasantly surprised to find it effective. Her eyes wide with excitement, she thanked Ollie softly. Ollie winked at her, encouraging her to continue. However, Hannah seemed to draw some form of encouragement from Ollie's kindness, prompting her to confirm each step with Ollie to avoid any further mistakes. With nothing else to occupy her, Ollie patiently assisted her. To her surprise, the other Hufflepuff students appeared to have activated some kind of switch, as they began seeking her help as well. The commotion grew rather loud, and Ollie cautiously glanced up towards the front of the classroom. Chapter 67. Pre-match comfort. There stood Professor Snape at the podium, still engrossed in his grading, seemingly oblivious to the chaos below, which he clearly heard, yet chose not to quell, an implicit sign of approval. Thus, Ollie began assisting the nearby Hufflepuff students with their queries, finding their shy gratitude after receiving help utterly endearing. Susan, Terry, and Roti were perplexed as to why Ollie was helping them. but they figured it was merely her way of assisting them as well. They found it amusing that even the simplest clockwise directions required Ollie's confirmation, leaving them to wonder how long this would continue. The involvement of Ravenclaw significantly expedited the Hufflepuff's potion brewing process, and the last group managed to finish their potion just before class concluded. They cautiously submitted their assignment. Professor Snape inspected their work, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized it. The purity was lacking, and the filtering was flawed, rendering the potion rather mediocre. However, it was still the best assignment those two had submitted all semester, and he acknowledged them with a slight click of his tongue, marking a large A on their paper. Outside the classroom, Hannah awaited their emergence, and upon seeing Ollie and Susan, she rushed over, beaming. "Thank you so much, Dursley. It was nothing, really. I'm just glad you could complete your assignment." Hannah felt even more embarrassed. "You're so kind, Dursley. Is there anything you need? I mean, how can I assist you?" Olive gazed at the anxious yet expectant little girl before her. "Might that classmate of yours, Ibo, spare me some of the compost you've crafted? I've heard you're the best at it, and Professor Sprout has praised your work. My dormitory's lotus plant is in dire need of it, may I?" Hannah was pleasantly surprised that her classmate, Dursley, was aware of such things, a flicker of pride mingling with her joy at being recognized for her homemade fertilizer. The two arranged a time to meet, and Hannah skipped away in delight. "No wonder the school arranged for our two houses young witches to attend classes together. They are rather charming, aren't they?" Olive linked her arm with Susan's, engaging in light conversation. "Indeed," Susan replied, her other hand brushing the pocket where she had just received sweets from Hufflepuff, a smile gracing her lips. "But I've heard that the other two houses are having a dreadful time in potions class. Which class do they not struggle in?" Olive said with a hint of exasperation, extending a hand towards Susan. "I saw it all, Miss Susan. Are you really unwilling to share even a single sweet with your poor friend?" Olive feigned a woeful expression, on the verge of tears. Reluctantly, Susan produced a candy and handed it over, appeasing her friend who often played the drama queen. The two chewed on their sweets in unison, and then Susan asked, "By the way, Olive, why are you asking Ibo for fertilizer? You could always ask your cousin. I've heard he excels in herbology as well." "I wouldn't say that. That Ibo is still grappling with how to thank me." "That's true, but how do you know she is good at it? There are barely 50 of us in the first year. I've overheard other classmates mention it. You seem to care quite a bit about everyone." "Huh. Don't think I didn't catch that. Are you mocking me?" "I am not." On the surface, the two girls strolled hand in hand through the campus. Yet in reality, they were playfully nudging each other, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The day before the match, after dinner, Olive returned to the Gryffindor long table to wait for Harry. The match was tomorrow, and Harry's recent anxiety was palpable to all. According to Ron, their cousin had been plagued by nightmares every night. So Olive had come to deliver a vial of dreamless sleep potion, hoping that her poor cousin might enjoy a restful night. "Ron, could you please wake Harry in the morning? This is the first time he's using this potion, and I'm not certain he'll wake up on his own. Perhaps a reminder from you would help." "No problem," Ron readily agreed, and as Harry was called away by Wood, he discreetly asked Olive, he practiced the leg locker curse. "How about you?" Olive quietly replied, "Rest assured, the long-distance incendio will certainly be no issue." Unbeknownst to Harry, Ron and Hermione had been secretly practicing the leg locker curse to protect him, with Olive also joining in. Indeed, while Professor Snape was, in Olive's eyes, a respectable instructor, her cousin held the utmost importance in her heart. Harry's evident rivalry with Snape made Olive trust that the professor would not harm her. Yet she could not in good conscience claim he wouldn't harm her cousin. Thus, while Ron and Hermione practiced the spells in preparation to safeguard Harry, Olive also quietly practiced the long-distance incendio, hoping Snape wouldn't harm her cousin during the match. When Harry returned, looking grave after Wood's tactical briefing, Olive pulled him down to the table, handing him a cup of hot milk. "Try to relax, Harry." She comfortingly patted his shoulder from behind. "At least you're competing against Hufflepuff. Professor Snape doesn't hold them in high regard, so he won't be overly biased." "Indeed, Harry. It's fortunate it's not against Slytherin," Ron added. "According to my records, Hufflepuff hasn't triumphed over Slytherin in the last 3 years of Quidditch." Hermione chimed in. "And you, having just defeated Slytherin in the last match, have a significant chance of victory." Harry accepted their good intentions, yet as the one directly involved, the weight of the impending match rested solely upon him. The following afternoon, Olive declined Susan's invitation and chose to sit with Hermione instead. The three exchanged glances, each drawing out their wands. Hermione was still reminding Ron of the incantation, and though he seemed a bit impatient, he quietly rehearsed. "Wait, look." Ron's voice prompted Olive to lift her gaze. "It's Professor Dumbledore." Olive was thrilled. Harry would undoubtedly be safe now. The headmaster had promised to protect every young witch and wizard. "I must share this wonderful news with Harry. He'll be so pleased." Without waiting for their responses, Olive dashed down the stairs. Hermione intended to explain that Harry would soon see it for himself, but Olive had already sprinted away, leaving only her golden hair fluttering behind. When Olive reached the changing room and shared the good news with Harry, his eyes brightened. Really? He exhaled in relief. That's splendid. He recalled the headmaster's assurance at the Disley's home. He would safeguard every young wizard. If Snape dared to harm him, the headmaster would undoubtedly intervene. Wood urged everyone to enter the field, and Olive scanned Harry once more. He was donned in Quidditch gear, his protective goggles replaced with the pair she had gifted him. Everything appeared in order. Olive embraced Harry warmly, offering him encouragement as she watched him lift the curtain and step out. However, upon returning to the stands, she was met with a scene that filled her with exasperation. Chapter 68, The Fire Extinguisher. In the stands, although there were no designated seating arrangements for the four houses, students typically sat with their housemates or friends. So, who could explain to Olive why Draco was seated next to Ron? Before Olive departed from her front row seat, she was positioned beside Hermione, then Ron, and now Draco, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, had settled on Ron's other side. As Olive approached, she could hear the two engaging in childish taunts, their tempers seemingly flaring. Thus, Olive chose not to return to Hermione's side but instead squeezed between the two boys, intending to physically separate them. Reluctantly, Ron shifted closer to Hermione, who glanced over Ron's shoulder at Olive. Olive nodded, signaling that she could handle the situation. Hermione regarded Ron, who was muttering complaints as he shifted positions, and Draco, who obediently adjusted his seat, even placing his robe beneath him. Olive paid no mind and sat down directly. Surely, she must be imagining things, or perhaps Draco had unintentionally placed his robe that way. The usually astute Hermione found herself doubting. Yet before she could contemplate further, the boos from the crowd drew her attention. Professor Snape had penalized Hufflepuff again. An unjust action that elicited a chorus of disapproval from both the stands and the field. Hermione's focus shifted entirely to praying for Harry's success. Her thoughts on robes forgotten. Olive's intervention had temporarily halted the boys' bickering, allowing Ron to pay attention to the match. However, unbeknownst to them, Olive was exerting considerable effort out of their sight. From the moment she sat down, Olive's left hand deftly seized Draco's right hand. Fortunately, the wizarding robes were ample enough, and they were seated close enough that no one noticed. Draco was momentarily startled by the girl's actions, but once he regained his composure, he began to revel in secret delight, mischievously squeezing the delicate softness of her smooth little hands. How could they be so tender? Meanwhile, Ollie remained completely focused on the match, oblivious to his playful antics, treating her hand as a mere comforting toy to pacify Draco's restlessness. Yet, it wasn't long before Draco found himself fidgeting once more. Their private hand-holding was a covert affair, and they couldn't openly converse. Thus, he began to caress the soft back of Ollie's hand while seeking a target for his mischief. Neville from the Longbottom family, never mind. Ollie had just cautioned him about that, and he had promised her not to stir up trouble. Reflecting on this, Draco couldn't help but recall the adorable sight of Ollie resting on his lap that day. Merlin, how many surprises did she have in store for him that he was yet unaware of? She must be utterly enamored with me, he thought, pulling her hand to his chest. At that moment, the match was intensely contested. Professor Snape, in an unreasonable manner, awarded a penalty to Hufflepuff, much to the outrage of the spectators. Ollie glanced at her left hand, which had been pulled from beneath her robes, and shot Draco an annoyed glare. Quickly surveying the crowd, she was relieved to find that everyone was focused on the game, oblivious to their exchange. Draco, unperturbed by her glare, playfully hid their joined hands once more, allowing Ollie to concentrate on the match again. Harry was intently surveying every corner of the field while perched on his broomstick. Observing the quiet figure in black robes who remained grounded, it was clear that Snape was quite pleased with his recent penalty. Harry resolved to locate the golden snitch quickly. Only then could he prevent Snape from finding more faults. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of gold appeared above Snape's head, starkly contrasting against his dark, glossy hair. Harry squinted, then dove downwards. To onlookers, it appeared as if he was shooting towards Professor Snape like a bullet. Had he lost his mind? Did he intend to confront the professor? Draco widened his eyes at Harry's bold move, and he wasn't the only one. Many spectators shared the same sentiment. Ron was tense, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, suspecting that Harry had finally reached his breaking point and intended to settle scores with Snape. While he could entertain such thoughts, he would not permit the likes of Malfoy to gloat. "I warn you, Malfoy, if you dare say another word," Ron began, but Draco dismissed Ron's threat with a casual tilt of his body, peering at him from the gap between Ollie and the chair's backrest, a condescending smile gracing his lips. "Oh, and what will you do?" he taunted. Ron, refusing to back down, turned to glare fiercely at Draco, their eyes locked in a silent battle behind Ollie's oblivious back, each unwilling to relent. Oblivious to the tension brewing behind her, Ollie remained focused on the match, serving as an unintentional buffer, ensuring it remained a war of glances rather than escalating into physical confrontation. "Harry, accelerate!" Hermione exclaimed, leaping onto her chair, oblivious to the silent duel between the two boys or to Ollie's struggle to rise only to be pulled back down by unseen forces. Her eyes were solely fixed on Harry's plunging form. Snape had also noticed Harry approaching him and had already concocted several justifications for penalizing him again. It seemed Hufflepuff would gain a few more opportunities. As for Harry daring to confront him, Snape scoffed at the audacity of Potter, vowing to make him regret such boldness. However, before Snape could finish his thoughts, Harry suddenly raised the broom's nose, beginning to slow down. Simultaneously, Snape finally noticed a golden object whizzing past his ear, followed by Harry's figure, who abruptly halted beside him, hand raised high, clutching the golden snitch. The stands erupted in jubilation. Never had the snitch been captured so swiftly in any match. "Harry won! Harry won! Gryffindor leads!" Hermione screamed, bouncing on her chair, nearly trampling Ron in the process. "Watch it, Hermione, you're stepping on my robe," he exclaimed. "Oh, Merlin, my leg too." Ollie finally exhaled in relief, her heart racing. She felt she might develop a heart condition from the tension of watching her cousin play. She couldn't fathom how the families of professional Quidditch players managed such stress. Relaxing her body, she leaned back, only to be preempted by the observant Draco. He subtly shifted back, his chest pressing against Ollie's back. She felt the warmth behind her and did not resist. Having a human chair back was indeed more comfortable. On the other side, Hermione and Ron were bickering, while Ollie and Draco nestled together, basking in the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 69. The self-proclaimed truth. Harry guided his broom down to Snape's side, unperturbed by the professor's stormy demeanor, as a throng of Gryffindor students surged onto the field, cheering for him. They encircled Harry, and in an impromptu display of camaraderie, began lifting him into the air and tossing him joyfully. The sounds of the wind mixed with their cheers filled his ears, and he felt as though he were soaring towards the heavens. In that instant, he experienced unparalleled happiness. The physical strains of rigorous training and the psychological burdens imposed by Snape seemed to dissipate. Eventually, as the crowd dispersed, Harry was set back down on the ground, where he spotted Ollie, Hermione, and Ron rushing towards him. With eager anticipation, he awaited their arrival when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Professor Dumbledore. "Well done, Harry," the headmaster remarked, a smile illuminating his face. "I'm glad to see you have not become lost in that mirror of yours, and fortunate to have found such sincere friends." Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Ollie, who was sprinting ahead, vibrant and alive in his eyes. Before Harry could respond, the headmaster departed, and by the time Ollie and the others arrived, Dumbledore had vanished from sight. Though the match was brief and no one had maliciously targeted Harry, Ollie was still concerned about his well-being. Upon seeing him, she immediately scanned him from head to toe, relieved to ascertain he was unharmed. As Harry recounted his recent experiences, the four of them strolled towards the castle, engaged in lively conversation. Not far off, Draco watched the scene unfold with a piercing sense of jealousy. The warmth of Ollie's fingers still lingered on his, yet he could only watch as she walked away with others. This simply wouldn't do. He couldn't remain the one left behind forever. Harry suggested they return to the dining hall for a meal while he headed to the broom shed to retrieve his broom. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant discovery along the way. Panting as he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he found Hermione and Ron waiting for him in the hallway. "Where have you been, Harry? Did you skip dinner?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Yes, Harry, lucky for you we brought you some food," Ron said, rummaging through his pockets to produce some packed snacks. "And don't forget to tell Ollie. She was quite worried about you, but she has astronomy class tonight, so—" "Enough chatter, let's find a place," Harry interrupted. Harry and his companions found an empty classroom, where he recounted the earlier incident of overhearing Snape threatening Professor Quirrell. As he observed Hermione and Ron's astonishment, rendered speechless, he leisurely bit into his hamburger, feeling a sense of relief as the burden of one became a shared burden among three. "Let us untangle this," Hermione calmly analyzed. "The Guardian is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape desires to obtain it. He seeks Professor Quirrell's assistance, as Quirrell is well versed in the defense against the dark arts, which likely equips him with knowledge on how to subdue the Guardian." Hermione pondered further, considering that there might be more than just the Guardian. Snape had alluded to Quirrell's little tricks, suggesting that Quirrell might have set up additional traps. Could the troll from Halloween have been Snape's threat against Quirrell? Ron hesitated before voicing his suspicion. Hermione nodded in agreement. Then his leg injury was due to sneaking off to steal the Philosopher's Stone, resulting in an encounter with the Guardian? Harry ventured his own theory. Hermione again affirmed his deduction with a nod, believing they had uncovered the truth and recognized Quirrell's significance. Their attitude towards him shifted immediately. When Ollie lamented about needing to shower and wash her hair after the defense against the dark arts class, Harry surprisingly urged her to be more lenient. Ollie, don't speak of him that way. He truly has it tough and has shown remarkable strength. Ollie stared at Harry incredulously. Quirrell has it tough? What do you mean by that? Regardless, don't criticize him. He really has a hard time. Besides, you need to shower and wash your hair every day, don't you? Ollie was nearly laughing in disbelief, sensing he was hiding something yet unwilling to divulge. Oh, I see now. Yes, trying to find that much garlic in such a tiny place as the Wizarding World. That indeed must be a challenge. Perhaps Mr. Potter could recommend a nearby supermarket? With that, she huffed and flipped her hair, ensuring her long braid accurately struck Harry before she stormed off. Harry, feeling helpless, wished to explain himself but could not disclose the true reasons to Ollie. His hand reached out but paused midair, ultimately failing to call her back. Forget it. Once we've secured the Philosopher's Stone, I shall reveal the truth to my cousin. She should understand. Meanwhile, Ollie sat in the empty classroom, furiously flipping through her books. Across from her, Draco stole cautious glances but dared not inquire, his quills scratching becoming softer. Ollie felt a mix of anger and sadness. Harry had been acting mysteriously with Ron and Hermione lately, asking them questions without providing her with explanations, all the while wearing a mask of concern for her. His sudden disappearance after the match had gone without an explanation, and she was fed up. Today, he even stood by Professor Quirrell's side without telling her why. Ollie stared at her book but absorbed none of its content. The more she thought, the angrier she became, slamming the book shut, which caused several loose sheets to flutter to the floor. Isn't Harry being unreasonable? Indeed he is. How could he speak in favor of Quirrell? Ollie, you are his cousin. Draco seized the opportunity to disparage Harry, relishing the rare chance to speak ill of him without reprisal, knowing that typically, Ollie would disapprove. Ollie. Although I am an only child, I have heard that siblings grow apart as they develop their social circles, losing the closeness of childhood. Ollie frowned at such remarks. Remaining silent, her lips tightly pressed together. Draco capitalized on this moment, continuing, you see, he is always studying with Weasley and Granger. You know Potter best. Do you truly believe he is such a studious person? I am not trying to sow discord between you. He has his good friends, and you have me. You both merely have new close companions. You must accept it. Draco spoke earnestly, knowing that Ollie was perceptive. He should say no more, for even a few hints could plant seeds of doubt in her mind. Suddenly, he rose from his seat, bending down to retrieve the fallen sheets, concealing the smirk that threatened to break through. The thought that Ollie's most significant person would not be Harry, but rather himself, filled him with a desire to laugh aloud. Draco's long fingers gathered the papers, intending to organize them before slipping them back into the girl's book, only to notice that the content on the sheets was a magic circle he recognized. Chapter 70, The Two Bookworms. Oh, a mobile magic circle? Draco pondered, eyeing the contents of the paper curiously. How dare you peek at what's on there? Ollie immediately snatched the paper from his hands, her expression wary. She recalled Professor Flitwick mentioning that the contents of the booklet were not to be shared. I apologize, Ollie. I merely wished to discern the content and organize it for you. Draco shrugged, attempting to explain that he had only glanced briefly. I didn't look extensively, just saw a few combinations of mobile magic circles. Now Ollie was astonished. Draco recognized the magic circles and comprehended their specific functions. Indeed, Draco maintained an air of calm, feigning nonchalance, though internally he reveled in the opportunity to showcase his talents before the girl he admired. They are merely a few common mobile magic circles, primarily used in alchemical mechanisms. I understand. You intend to apply them to a magical travel machine, correct? A brilliant idea. He subtly complimented Ollie. Yes, you guessed correctly. Ollie hadn't anticipated such a swift revelation. Wasn't alchemy a subject typically taught in the 6th or 7th year? Hogwarts hadn't offered that course for many years, and it was not available this year either. The fact that Draco, a first-year student, could comprehend and infer her intentions astonished her. Magic circles are a means of channeling energy, commonly employed in alchemy, Draco continued, tilting his chin upward as he elaborated. This opportunity was too precious to squander. Ollie excelled academically, with only a minor issue regarding spellcasting. Draco had never considered himself superior to her until today, which finally presented a chance to express himself. Alchemy? I rarely encounter related introductions. The school library lacks extensive resources. Ollie lowered her guard, recognizing Draco's eagerness to demonstrate his knowledge, which could allow her to extract some information. There should only be some basic introductions. The rest is likely in the restricted section. Draco went on to explain that there were few books on alchemy available on the market, because alchemy requires substantial investment. Typically, only wizards from affluent pure-blood families can afford it, leading to a concentration of such literature within noble households. Consequently, those outside such circles find it impossible to learn. perpetuating the scarcity of available books. He spoke with the exuberance of a peacock, detailing the alchemical knowledge he possessed. For instance, an ancestor of the Malfoy family was obsessed with alchemy. Draco had perused some of his manuscripts, those that were not dangerous, of course, such as those on the transmutation of stone into gold, while Lucius had kept the more perilous texts hidden from him. So it is indeed possible to turn stone into gold? Ollie mused, recalling the scams in the Muggle world that exploited chemical knowledge for deceit, typically involving the gilding of stone surfaces through oxidation or producing merely superficial imitations of gold and silver. Certainly, the ancestors have verified it. Draco racked his brain to recollect the details of what he had previously observed, vaguely outlining the specific methods. He returned to his chair opposite the girl, intermittently jotting down notes to supplement his narrative. The process was exceedingly intricate, and the value of the gold produced paled in comparison to the materials consumed, which was why the ancestors had never attempted it a second time. They even documented the experience as a cautionary tale for the future generations of the Malfoy family. As Draco spoke, a hint of nostalgia crept into his demeanor as he lamented the loss of a means to augment his family's coffers. At that moment, feeling somewhat fatigued, Draco propped one arm on the back table, languidly leaning against the chair's backrest, while the other hand rested upon the table, idly drawing a large cross with his quill over the contents before him. Typically, Draco exuded a somewhat spoiled and aloof demeanor, occasionally displaying an irritable temperament, often overshadowing the fact that he had undoubtedly received a superior upbringing compared to the average young wizard. This was the first time that Ollie beheld him in such a poised and confident light, and she found the contrast to be quite captivating, causing her to rest her chin on her hand, fixated on his every movement. Perhaps only the Philosopher's Stone could genuinely achieve the alchemical transformation of base materials into gold with minimal expenditure. Eventually, Draco concluded his discourse on the transmutation of gold in alchemy, and, upon lifting his gaze, found Ollie gazing at him with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Those enchanting green eyes he cherished sparkled like the sunlit ripples dancing across a lake in March. And Merlin. It seemed he had stumbled upon the most effective way to captivate Ollie. He ardently hoped she would continue to idolize him. For the first time, he did not conceal his smile, his somewhat cherubic cheeks puffing up and the corners of his mouth nearly reaching the heavens. A grin that momentarily restored his former bad boy charm. What Blaise had said was utterly irrelevant. He was dealing with an ordinary girl, whereas an exceptional one like Ollie could not be so easily swayed. Look, today he had indeed garnered her starry-eyed admiration. Draco resolved to delve into more books upon his return and intended to write to his father that very night, requesting all the alchemical texts from their home. However, he could not simply lend them to Ollie. He mused that such an act would undermine his scholarly image. It would be best if he studied them first and then elucidated their contents to her, thereby creating more opportunities for them to spend time together. The Philosopher's Stone? He had encountered it in a book once, created by Nicholas Flamel, which not only transmuted base metals into gold, but also granted him 6 centuries of life. Ollie, however, was eager to hear more, prompting him to elaborate on the stone. Indeed, Draco nodded in agreement, realizing that Ollie's understanding was profound. He would wager that nearly every young wizard in the castle was unaware of who this master alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, was. In truth, Draco was also aware that another master alchemist resided within the castle, Albus Dumbledore, but his father had always held a particular disdain for him. So Draco had no intention of broaching the subject. The following day, under Draco's suggestion, Ollie planned to borrow a foundational text on alchemy from the library, but unfortunately, Madame Pants informed her that the book had already been checked out. Fortunately, Ollie always greeted Madame Pants with courtesy during her visits and maintained a quiet demeanor while reading, ensuring that the books she returned were in pristine condition. Consequently, Madame Pants had a favorable impression of her and divulged that the individual who had borrowed the book was none other than Hermione Granger. Ollie was taken aback. Had Hermione's reading scope extended this far? It seemed her decision to commence her revision 2 months earlier had been astute. There were indeed many exceptional individuals around her. She then sought out Hermione in Gryffindor, inquiring if she could borrow the book to peruse, provided there was no rush. Hermione, of course, was in no hurry. The book had merely been one of many she had checked out while researching information about Flamel, and now that she had uncovered who he was, it was no longer of use to her. However, Hermione refrained from elaborating, fearful that Ollie might inquire about their efforts to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, she was astonished that Ollie's reading interests had even ventured into alchemy. Surely, she must have sufficiently reviewed the textbook material to find time for such miscellaneous literature. Suddenly, Hermione felt that her own revision, which had only commenced this month, was rather belated. The 2 young witches engaged in a brief exchange of books, both appearing at ease on the surface while inwardly worrying about the other's diligence. Chapter 71. the success of the magical device. Upon her return, Hermione began to rally Harry and Ron to start their revision. Initially, Ron thought it was too early, but when he learned that Ollie might have already completed her review, he immediately grew anxious. Harry, could this possibly be true? Harry, pursing his lips, nodded. That was always the case. Ollie would start revising at least 6 months before an exam and would often bring me and Dudley along. Merlin, Ron lamented, burying his head in his book. He simply could not fathom how there could exist someone who was even more studious than Hermione. Thankfully, they were already friends. Otherwise, he would surely have been intimidated by Ollie's shining reputation as a model student. Turning to share his thoughts with Harry, he found him lost in contemplation, a perplexed expression on his face. Harry had just realized why Ollie had not included him in her revision sessions at Hogwarts. It didn't seem to stem from Ollie. Whenever he sought information about Nicholas Flamel, Ollie would come to him, yet he would invariably divert the conversation, fearful of her discovering the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. Was she upset? Indeed, she was remarkably clever. How could she not perceive his concealment? At that moment, Harry was eager to rush to Ravenclaw to clarify everything. But it was not yet the right time. He resolved to wait until they had addressed the issue of the Philosopher's Stone before involving Ollie in any potential danger. Unaware of Harry's turmoil, Ollie began to read the foundational alchemical text she had acquired. The book detailed that alchemy encompassed 3 dimensions: the physical, which was easily comprehensible; the spiritual, illustrated through an example of a mental enhancement process; and the soul, which merely cautioned that it was perilous but provided little further information. Ollie found the example concerning the spiritual dimension to be strikingly familiar. It reminded her of the magical energy pathways she had sensed. However, after scouring the library's collection for related texts to delve deeper, she found none and thus resolved to consult Draco. Have you ever heard of an alchemist being able to directly perceive the flow of energy? Fortunately, Draco had recently been diligently studying the alchemical texts sent to him by his father, so he was knowledgeable about the subject and seized the opportunity to demonstrate his understanding to Ollie. Draco slightly lifted his chin, his voice elongated as he replied. It is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Typically, prior to engaging in alchemy, one would perform certain rituals to focus their mind, facilitating the guidance of energy. Reflecting on the knowledge he had forcibly crammed into his brain over the past few days, he recalled hearing that advanced alchemists could temporarily attain mental enhancement through these rituals, even perceiving energy fields, thereby assisting them in achieving their objectives. As for whether there are specific alchemists who can see directly, I am uncertain. If you are curious, I could write to my father to inquire. Draco felt he had yet to absorb enough information, but he was grateful for his all-knowing father, whom he could turn to for assistance. Ollie instinctively hesitated to reveal her unique ability, as it seemed the magical world was quite sensitive about those qualities that ordinary individuals did not possess. It felt as though they were a portent of misfortune. Thus, she feigned that her previous question had merely been a casual remark, shifting the conversation to discuss how concentrating one's mind could aid in the drawing of magical circles. It is indeed the case, yet the effects on a typical magic array should be minimal. However, Ollie appeared deep in thought. Minimal effects? No, that cannot be the case. Days later, Ollie discovered the results to be remarkably pronounced. Previously, she had merely followed the steps outlined in the pamphlet to draw the magic array, which simply advised her to focus and practice repeatedly. She believed the emphasis lay in the faithful reproduction of the array's design, and thus, she practiced the pattern thousands of times. As for the success rate being merely 1 in 10, she assumed it was due to her control over magical energy. However, when she began to gather her magical power at her fingertips according to the flow of energy, witnessing it attach itself to every stroke of her wand's movement, the completed array was unprecedentedly successful. After several attempts, she found her success rate had risen to 50%, and this was merely in the initial stages. It was reasonable to conjecture that in the future, she would undoubtedly achieve a 100% success rate in drawing familiar magic arrays. At that moment, Ollie truly grasped the terrifying potential of this ability. It must remain a closely guarded secret, uttered to no one. Furthermore, she could no longer rely on Draco for insights, as his inquiries and correspondence to his family might expose her. Unless one day she encounters an entirely trustworthy alchemist, she could not seek counsel regarding this unique talent. Ollie remained acutely aware that, in times when she lacked the means to safeguard herself, revealing her distinctiveness would only render her a tool for others' exploitation. She picked up the nearly successful magic game device in her hand. The golden snitch-like orb swayed amidst 2 clusters of dragon flames, while the maze ahead featured wooden obstacles shifting positions as if awaiting the golden orb's intrusion and challenge. As Ollie inserted more cards into the back of the device, the difficulty level escalated from 1 to 7, with the wooden obstacles becoming increasingly unpredictable and rapid. The challenge intensified significantly. nearing the complexity of the gaming devices she had seen in the Muggle world. Eager to find someone to test it with, she lamented the onset of curfew. Fortunately, she had a dear friend and roommate, did she not? Drawing back the curtain before her desk. Yes, in Ravenclaw's dormitory. Each student had a circle of curtains around their desks, as they often conducted curious little experiments that were not meant for prying eyes. Of course, should one feel that their experiment could be displayed, they might opt to leave it open. Ollie shared a close bond with Susan, and it was only during their study sessions that she would draw the curtain. Now that the magic game device had succeeded, it was the perfect opportunity for Susan to assist in testing it. Oh, dear Susan, have you completed your hair treatment? Ollie observed her friend, who stood before the mirror, applying products to her brown locks under Ollie's guidance. I still need to set it. It will save time tomorrow morning. Do you need something, my Princess Ollie? It's my magic game device. It's probably a success. Ollie suggested her desire for Susan's help in testing it, to which Susan eagerly agreed. Just a moment. My hair treatment will be finished shortly. Is this magic game device even more enjoyable than the last? Of course, you'll understand soon enough. How marvelous. Susan exclaimed as the golden snitch once again found itself trapped in a dead end, yet she fervently expressed her thoughts to Ollie. This is far more challenging than the last one. Although I failed to clear the level, I want to try again. I feel I can conquer the first stage soon, Susan assured. However, it is already 10 o'clock, Susan, Ollie responded helplessly, pointing to the clock on the wall. Knowing she shouldn't have asked her to test it at night, as Susan was reluctant to sleep without clearing the stage. Just one more time. I promise it will be the last. You've already said that 5 times. Ollie, unrelenting, tucked the magic game device away into the drawer. Observing Susan still rolling about on her bed, yearning for another round, Ollie had already realized that this magic game device must indeed be a success. Dear Miss Bones, if you do not cease your movements, I fear your meticulously styled hair may become disheveled. Oh, Merlin. Ollie, may I borrow your new hair gel tomorrow? The one in the unmarked bottle. Finally shifting Susan's attention from the game, Ollie exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. As for Susan's request for the hair gel, she certainly chose to oblige her friend, as Draco had plenty to spare. Chapter 72, A Dilemma. The next day, Ollie sought out Harry, Hermione, and Ron in Gryffindor to test the magic game device, and of course, she could not forget that jealous little dragon. She secretly enlisted Draco for a test, in an empty classroom as well. Both groups were immensely satisfied, offering no further critiques, merely wishing Ollie could produce more devices for them promptly. She wished she could hasten the process. However, with each level added, the magic arrays behind the cards became more intricate and complex, making it impossible for her to speed up. At her current pace, it would take nearly a week to craft a set. Initially, she had thought of enlisting her most intelligent acquaintance, Hermione, for assistance. She too hailed from the Muggle world and had minimal ties to wizarding families, making her utterly trustworthy. However, seeing Hermione diligently scribbling in the library, completely absorbed in her studies, Ollie abandoned that thought. Hermione could not perceive the flow of energy, and drawing the magic array would require time, even if she possessed great talent. Their combined efforts would still be slow. At that moment, Ollie contemplated that this revolutionary magic game device for the wizarding community ought to be produced in a manner akin to Muggle factories for rapid mass production. Yet, she was loath to divulge the secrets behind the magic game device, thereby finding herself ensnared in a dilemma. Ollie first approached the most trusted Professor Flitwick. Knowing she could not make a request empty-handed, she had thoughtfully prepared some liquor-filled chocolates as a gift. Watching the professor relish the chocolates, pausing occasionally to savor the flavors, Ollie brought forth the magic game device and gradually articulated her quandary. Oh, I must say, Ollie, you are destined to pioneer a remarkable venture. I have scarcely encountered a young witch with such vision as yours, he remarked, popping another chocolate into his mouth, all while continuing to engage with the magic game device. As for the assistance you seek, I could introduce you to a few students who studied alchemy, although they have been graduated for quite some time now. You know, Hogwarts has not offered that course in many years, and the number of wizards capable of drawing magic arrays is dwindling. Though Professor Flitwick was diminutive in stature, he was undoubtedly an upright man. He did not pry excessively into the secrets behind the magic game device, candidly admitting his ignorance regarding its sale, ultimately expressing only his fervent enthusiasm. I can hardly wait. This is just as thrilling as a wizarding duel. Realizing he had become overly excited, his voice pitched slightly higher. Professor Flitwick lowered his tone and added, I am eager to compete in a challenge with my friends. In a mere few hours, the professor, skilled in spellcasting and adept at magical control, had already conquered the first level, while his friends had yet to engage with the magic game device. This thought filled him with a sense of pride. With his prior training, he was certain he would claim the top spot. Before leaving, Ollie repeatedly assured him that the first batch of completed devices would be reserved for him, prompting Professor Flitwick to reluctantly escort her to the door. Upon departing the staff lounge, Ollie felt an immense weight settle upon her shoulders. How many had she promised? With so many requests made, when could she possibly complete them all on her own? Ollie, with a furrowed brow, ascended the tower at a languid pace. On a platform somewhere on the 4th floor, a gentleman adorned with a top hat greeted her. "Ah, Miss Disley, you appear rather dismal today. Why do you resemble a wilting flower bud?" It was only after Ollie pinned the guide to using the moving staircase that this little platform began to attract the attention of her fellow students. After a brief respite, it offered a staircase directly to the 8th floor, thus saving considerable time. Beside the platform hung an exquisitely crafted oval frame, within which resided Mr. Rickman, who expressed his profound gratitude to Ollie. As he stated, he was delighted that so many could finally appreciate his daily wardrobe changes. Upon hearing Mr. Rickman's compliment, Ollie immediately straightened her posture. She must always shine brightly. How could she allow herself to wilt? No matter how heavy the burden, elegance must never be forgotten. "Good day. Mr. Rickman, your top hat is splendid today. I dare say you have paired it with a cane," she remarked. With a cheerful smile, Mr. Rickman produced a silver-tipped cane from behind him, exclaiming, "You truly are my kindred spirit. There is no obstacle too great to overcome. You are far too tense, my dear. Relax. Do not bear the weight of the world upon your shoulders. Sometimes, it is not a bad idea to trust others," he continued, seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to see into the hearts of others. "You are also my kindred spirit," Ollie replied, curtsying in gratitude for his wise counsel. As the staircase arrived, Ollie ascended and waved farewell, still able to hear Mr. Rickman's velvety voice resonate behind her. "Never forget your elegance." Indeed, Professor Flitwick's reluctance to provide concrete advice regarding his desire for assistance in drawing the magical circle, while simultaneously wishing to keep his secrets hidden, was due to his lack of business acumen. Thus, it was only sensible for her to seek someone skilled in that area. In the same empty classroom, Ollie confided in Draco about her predicament. As a young witch from the Muggle world, she truly struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the wizarding world's commerce. Observing the furrowed brow of the girl, Draco peeled a buzzing honeycomb candy and handed it to her, reassuringly saying, "It's perfectly normal. The designers of those products in Diagon Alley have signed contracts with the producers, some even binding themselves with unbreakable oaths." Understanding that Ollie needed more than mere platitudes, Draco took a seat beside her and began offering practical advice. "Ollie, if you wish to sell this magical device, why not consider the Malfoy family? When you had me test it yesterday, I realized it could be a lucrative venture." He recalled how his father never excluded him from the management of the Malfoy family enterprise, and from a young age, he had developed a keen sense of how to earn galleons. Previously, he assumed Ollie sought to create something unique on her own. But upon learning she desired to hire someone for production, Draco eagerly began to extol the advantages of choosing the Malfoy name. He highlighted their ownership of several prime locations in Diagon Alley, assuring her that if she needed, they could relocate and repurpose a shop for the sale of her magical device. "There will be no rent, no cuts taken, and we will provide management staff. Essentially, you will have no worries, and all profits will belong to you." He further reassured her that there was no need to fear imitation, for that would be a provocation to the Malfoy family in the wizarding world. Ollie couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. With such a plan, won't your family go bankrupt? Seizing the opportunity, Draco subtly revealed his feelings, stating, "I am only this kind to you. I scarcely regard others." Moreover, he privately believed that with Ollie's talents, she would undoubtedly create more innovative products in the future, ensuring her success in sales. After their graduation and marriage, one could invent while the other managed sales, surely filling their coffers to the brim. Ollie turned to gaze at the boy's expectant expression. Yet she voiced the true reason for her hesitance. "Draco, while I can allow others to create the magical circles, the combinations must remain a closely guarded secret. I promise that, and even an unbreakable vow cannot sway me." The booklet Professor Flitwick had given her was passed down from Lady Rowena, and as a proud Ravenclaw, she would never betray the founder of her house. Draco, however, did not relent. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then why not keep the combinations to yourself and hire a few wizards skilled in drawing circles for the other parts?" Ollie indicated she needed more time to consider, as she had to ensure that none of her steps would reveal her abilities, leaving no room for error. Draco, respecting her decision, shifted the conversation back to his observations. "Have you noticed how Potter and his friends have been frequenting Hagrid's lately?" Ollie shook her head, admitting she was unaware, as she had been preoccupied with revising and studying the magical device, alongside practicing her magical control. Observing her, Draco's thoughts shifted and he proposed, "Did they not mention anything when you saw Potter yesterday? It seems they forgot you. How unfortunate." He frowned, displaying his indignation. "That Potter." Then, turning back to Ollie, he consoled her, "Do not take it to heart, Ollie. They likely just overlooked it. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer to her, one hand gliding along her waist, his fingers playfully twirling around her curls. With his other hand, he nudged a strawberry cupcake towards her, emphasizing it was the same one she had found delightful last time. Having asked his mother to send another, his demeanor subtly conveyed, "See, they keep secrets from you, but I remember the little things, like how much you enjoyed that cake." Ollie could not suppress her laughter. When he previously made veiled remarks about Harry, she had been too absorbed in her anger to notice. Only realizing it later in the dormitory, she truly did not expect the seemingly self-possessed Draco Malfoy to engage in such underhanded antics. However, this time his provocation was too blatant. Ollie smiled, her eyes sparkling, gently swatting his unrepentant hand. "How childish of you. And no touching my hair without my permission." Draco's attempt to stir trouble fell flat, as Ollie quickly learned what Harry and the others had been up to. After Hermione and the others inadvertently discovered that Hagrid was illegally hatching a dragon egg in his hut, Harry was eager to share the news with his cousin, knowing she would undoubtedly be intrigued. While he could not disclose the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone, this news was harmless enough. His concealment from her filled him with guilt and discomfort, making this revelation a sort of compensation. As for Hagrid, he would have to excuse him. Pleasing Ollie took precedence, and he was confident she would never divulge the secret. Hermione, aware of Ollie's preoccupation with the magical device, suggested, "Perhaps we should wait until the dragon hatches, and then invite Ollie." "Indeed. Harry, would you prefer to see Ollie gazing longingly at the black egg or watching in delight as the little dragon emerges?" Ron chimed in. Harry pondered their words, finding wisdom in their reasoning, and so a few days passed. During this time, Ollie tested the magical device with them, and they kept her in the dark, awaiting the moment to surprise her. One morning at breakfast, Harry received a small note from Hedwig. He understood the time had come. After completing all his classes that day, he arranged to meet Ron on the castle's front lawn, rushing out to find Ollie. In this lesson, Ollie found herself attending History of Magic alongside her fellow Ravenclaw students and those from Slytherin. She fought to keep her eyelids from drooping, diligently noting the key points articulated by Professor Binns. Throughout the class, she exchanged notes with Draco in the back row, having agreed to rendezvous in an empty classroom after the lesson to discuss matters concerning the magical gaming machine. As she exited the classroom, intending to refresh herself for their meeting, Harry suddenly materialized, seizing her hand and sprinting away. Susan, who had been holding Ollie's other hand, was taken aback, watching their retreating figures with a wry remark about the reckless nature of Gryffindors. Just then, she felt a shove and turned to see two of Malfoy's henchmen barreling past, with Malfoy himself trailing behind, his expression dark and brooding. Not wishing to provoke him further, Susan stepped aside to let them pass. Meanwhile, Ollie was being pulled through the campus by her cousin, Harry. Despite her repeated pleas for him to slow down, his stamina far surpassed hers. And this was merely his moderate pace, oblivious to the struggle she faced in keeping up. At last, they arrived at the fourth-floor landing, awaiting the staircase to descend. It was only then that Harry noticed Ollie's breathlessness. "Ollie, why do you look so exhausted?" he inquired, gasping for breath and supporting herself on her knees. Ollie managed to roll her eyes at him in a decidedly ungraceful manner. At that moment, Mr. Rickman from the portrait frame chimed in, "Young man, you ought to consider the stamina of the young lady." Harry scratched the back of his head, realizing his oversight. Once Ollie had regained some semblance of composure, she firmly declared that should Harry continue this way, she would absolutely refuse to accompany him anywhere. When Hermione finally spotted the two, she found Ollie jogging, with Harry keeping pace beside her. The two girls immediately clasped hands, and the four of them set off toward Hagrid's hut. Suddenly, Ollie recalled her promise to someone, unable to resist glancing back toward the castle. By chance, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden head beside the castle door. Could it be that Draco was following them? How could she return and inform him not to wait for her? As thoughts raced through her mind, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. To her astonishment, they were about to witness a dragon hatching. Ollie's excitement surged, temporarily banishing all previous concerns as she fixated on the black egg. "It's about to come out," Hagrid urged, and the five of them gathered anxiously around the table. Suddenly, a crack echoed from outside, resembling the sound of a branch snapping. "Someone's outside," Hagrid exclaimed, rushing to the door. Ollie, sensing a possibility, stood up to follow him. Before she reached the entrance, she saw Hagrid return, gripping Draco by the collar of his robe. "It's Malfoy." Harry and Ron immediately drew their wands, aiming them at Draco, who was struggling against Hagrid's grip. Harry glared at the boy, convinced he had been seeking trouble and thus discovered their secret. He could not be allowed to leave. He would surely report them. Ron nodded in agreement and suggested trying a memory-erasing spell on him, despite having yet to learn it, but he was eager to practice on Malfoy, leaving the outcome to chance. "Do you really think Malfoy would just give up?" Despite Hagrid restraining one of his arms, Draco managed to draw his wand with his free hand, defiantly raising his chin. You dare to raise a dragon? I'll see to it that you all end up in Azkaban. A confrontation was imminent when Ollie quickly stepped forward, her words tumbling out in a rapid-fire explanation. Harry, don't panic. He came with me. We arranged this beforehand. It's complicated, but I assure you, he won't tell anyone. As her mind raced for an excuse. Fearing that any delay might spark a curse, she added, P.S. my friend, trust me, he won't say a word. Then, she turned to Draco, urgently signaling him with her eyes. Right, Draco? Reluctantly, he conceded, his brow furrowed, but seeing the urgency in Ollie's expression, he begrudgingly affirmed, yes. Hermione narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss in the dynamics before her. Just then, a crisp crack from the egg drew everyone's attention. At that moment, Hagrid's sole focus was on protecting his hatchling. He forcefully snatched Draco's wand and rushed to the table. This lad isn't a threat anymore. We'll deal with him later. My little one can't wait. Seeing Hagrid's determination, Harry and the others relaxed, recognizing Draco's inability to pose a threat, and turned their attention back to the dragon egg. The standoff temporarily ceased as Ollie approached Draco, whispering reassuringly, Don't worry, I will protect you. As she discreetly tucked her wand into the boy's sleeve, signaling him to remain calm, she led him toward the table. Draco ran his fingers over the wand that was not his own, his expression softening slightly. Ollie had entrusted him with her wand and vowed to protect him. How amusing it was to feel superior to Potter for once. He followed Ollie, curiosity piqued. For how often does one witness a dragon hatching? Ollie, come here, Harry called, creating space beside him for his cousin. To his surprise, Draco shamelessly attempted to squeeze in as well, ready to interject something. But at that moment, the dragon was wobbling its way out of the shell. A cluster of bodies crowded around the round table, eyes fixed on the black creature. Ollie found it rather unappealing. Its wrinkled form a far cry from the dragon she had encountered in Gringotts. Yet, when the hatchling unfurled its black membranous wings and emitted a few sparks from its mouth, Ollie finally accepted that it was indeed a dragon. She envisioned its future dominance in the skies, soaring freely. Hagrid, akin to a nurturing mother, gazed fondly at his baby, affectionately stroking the dragon's head and naming it Norbert. Norbert? Ollie mused, the name barely befitting the Malfoy lineage. Draco, undeterred by the earlier tension, fixed his intense gaze on the hatchling, unwilling to look away. Ron scoffed. It's Hagrid's dragon. What does it have to do with you, Malfoy? Huh? Do you really think Hagrid alone can provide for Norbert in that little hut? Draco donned his aristocratic arrogance. At Malfoy Manor, he would receive the finest care. Shut it, Malfoy. You're in no position to adopt it, Harry retorted without reservation. It was only then that he noticed how closely Draco and his cousin were standing together, which irked him greatly. Without hesitation, he stepped between them, determined to separate them. Suddenly, an idea struck Harry, and he turned eagerly to Ollie. Ollie, when did you two become friends? At this, Ron and the others recalled the earlier exchange. Their gazes fixed on Ollie. She was one of them. How could she befriend the nefarious Malfoy? Under their scrutiny, Ollie awkwardly tugged at her lip. Her mind raced, striving to concoct a plausible explanation. She had no intention of revealing her connection with Draco. Harry would undoubtedly explode with rage. Meanwhile, Draco, standing on Harry's other side, crossed his arms and tilted his head, watching Ollie with keen interest, as if curious about the excuse she might offer. It's about the magical gaming machine. I discussed a potential collaboration with him. As one accustomed to grand affairs, Ollie swiftly settled on this rationale and began to elaborate in that direction. Simultaneously, she did not overlook the spectacle of Draco's amused expression. HMPF, just wait for me. Hagrid, engrossed in watching the baby dragon, felt assured about Harry and the others. They would surely find a way to prevent that Malfoy from speaking. How could you possibly choose the Malfoy family? Harry was displeased with his cousin being so close to Malfoy, harboring a persistent worry that Ollie would undoubtedly be bullied. Ollie elaborated on her choice, citing reasons such as the location of the industry, family prestige, and the sincerity of collaboration, leaving Harry and the others bewildered. They were utterly ignorant in this regard. Yet Ollie seemed to present a valid argument. Moreover, they could not conceive of any other means to assist Ollie in managing the magical arcade machine. You can only regard them as partners, not friends, Harry interjected, insisting that Ollie must not associate with bad company. Draco, displeased by this assertion, thought it absurd for Potter to meddle in their affairs. After all, Potter was merely a cousin. He intended to mock further, but was interrupted by Ollie. She explained that Draco wished to prove his worth to his father, hence he needed to achieve something significant and would never jeopardize their collaboration. If he dared to inform on her, she would immediately terminate their partnership. Harry and Hermione, lacking knowledge of the wizarding world, temporarily accepted this explanation, while Ron's family, having no dealings with those aristocrats, remained oblivious to such matters among the larger families. In any case, Ollie managed to pacify the trio on her cousin's side. You need not worry. For the sake of collaboration, he would undoubtedly keep the matter of Norbert confidential. Under Ollie's threatening gaze, Draco reluctantly acquiesced, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Norbert sneezed, astonishingly releasing sparks from his nostrils. The group swiftly redirected their attention to the baby dragon, momentarily letting the matter slide. Chapter 75, The Battle for Norbert. After Hagrid returned the wand to Draco, Ollie seized the opportunity to remind him of a few things. Leading him away from the wooden hut. Once out of sight, she took Draco, still sulking, to their familiar spot by the Black Lake. They sat side by side on the grassy slope. Despite Draco's frosty demeanor, he remembered to spread his robe beneath Ollie as she settled down. Draco, do you not wish to see Norbert at school again? If you go and tell, he will certainly be taken away. Draco remained silent, fixated on tugging at the grass beneath him. Observing this, Ollie resolved to salvage the meager greenery of Hogwarts. Are you troubled by my failure to clarify our relationship? Ollie ventured, probing gently. Yet, I am uncertain of what our relationship truly is, she sighed, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. Upon hearing this, Draco felt an urgency. Insisting, no, I am aware that Potter and the others must not know at this moment. Ollie had already utilized her wand for his benefit. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, she had even lied to her cousin for the sake of seeing the dragon, indicating her growing importance in his life. So why was he still being obstinate? Our relationship. For now, just wait for me. I will resolve these matters. He promised firmly, fearing the girl might misconstrue him as an unwilling scoundrel. Draco had always scoffed at emotions easily defined. To blindly embark on a relationship while neglecting the lurking dangers hidden within sweet fruits would ultimately lead to bitterness. And love could only decay. As he recognized his feelings for Ollie, he immediately recalled the obstacles standing between them, until he felt assured. He would not hastily define their relationship. This was a responsibility he owed to Ollie and a means of protecting her. This was the reason Draco had refrained from confessing his feelings despite their time together. Witnessing her desolation now, he wished to bare his heart and elucidate everything. Ollie, with a gentle smile, looked at him with trust. I certainly believe in you. With that, she tenderly took Draco's hand, placing something in his palm. Then I shall wait for you, anticipating the day you present it to me. Draco looked down to discover a grass-woven ring resting quietly in his hand. No longer concerned about tugging at the grass, a warmth surged within him, igniting something deep inside, his blood boiling as he gazed passionately at the girl before him. As if the world had shrunk to the two of them, Ollie felt the intensity of his gaze and turned her face away shyly. Clearing her throat and beginning to address the events of the day regarding his amusement at the unfolding drama. Will you cooperate with me in front of them from now on? Of course, I am willing to do anything. Draco replied excitedly. Blaise had been waiting in the dormitory for quite some time when he finally saw Draco swaggering back. Upon his return, Draco rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a delicate little box and carefully placed something inside it. Blaise leaned in for a closer look, only to see Draco treat the box like a treasure, placing it beside his pillow before cautiously drawing the bed curtains shut. All right, he realized whose gift it was. The following week, Draco was in high spirits, as Ollie seized every opportunity to bring him to see Norbert. Although they occasionally encountered Potter and Weasley, it did not significantly dampen his mood. He even patiently urged the clumsy giant to relinquish Norbert to him. Hagrid, you must understand, there are mountains and waters near Malfoy Manor, providing Norbert with a paradise perfectly suited for him. He will be the happiest little dragon in the world. Ron, forever stationed at the forefront of the anti-Malfoy brigade, retorted. This is illegal dragon keeping. Are you not afraid of being reported? Draco merely chuckled, responding, Oh, I see. Has your father's repeated searches not been sufficient? Does he need to steal a few galleons to be satisfied? You damned Malfoy. Ron again brandished his wand at him. Draco remained unfazed, even adding fuel to the fire. Oh, I understand now. It must be that Norbert prefers to gaze at you because your head shines like a light bulb, Weasley. Witnessing the brewing confrontation, Ollie cleared her throat, interrupting the mutual barbs. Draco, apologized to Mr. Weasley. You cannot speak of Ron's father that way. Draco obediently complied, delivering a flat apology that only served to infuriate Ron further. Ollie sighed, wondering why matters always escalated in such a manner. It was only today that Harry had gone to practice Quidditch, leaving only Ron and Hermione, which emboldened Draco even more. She set Norbert's paw down, signaling for Hermione to hold him, then removed her gloves as she approached the two boys. All right, you came here not to see Norbert? She pulled each of them by the arm, guiding them to the table. Norbert, who had been struggling in Hermione's arms, settled down instantly upon seeing Draco, fixating his gaze upon him. This only served to heighten Draco's pride. See, even Norbert knows whom to choose. Ron seethed with gritted teeth, glaring at Draco. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a discovery. I know. It's because your head shines like a light bulb that Norbert stares at you. He laughed mercilessly. If you shaved your head, he might prefer you even more. Ollie closed her eyes in exasperation. With a mouth like Ron's. It was no wonder that Draco and he always clashed. Each had a sharper tongue than the last. Hermione, however, suddenly understood, and her gaze shifted to Ollie's head. While studying the baby dragon, Ollie always wore a low ponytail, with all the hair slicked back and secured with gel, though not as extravagant as Malfoy's. Her hair was equally immaculate. The flickering candlelight within the wooden cabin danced, illuminating the two golden-haired individuals whose heads sparkled like luminous yellow gemstones, twinkling in the dim light. The sole distinction between them was that one shone particularly brightly while the other glimmered slightly less. It was no wonder that Norbert's gaze lingered upon them. In just a week, Norbert had tripled in size, and upon witnessing Hagrid feeding him a dead mouse, Draco was utterly incredulous. How could his beloved little dragon consume such a thing? He promptly contacted home, requesting his mother to send the freshest veal ribs daily. Simultaneously, he endeavored to persuade Hagrid to allow Norbert to reside at Malfoy Manor, where he could at least be well fed. Observing the little creature eagerly tearing into the fresh beef, Hagrid remained steadfast in his decision. Norbert was still a baby, and he could not bear to part with him. Even as Norbert grew, Hagrid would absolutely not relinquish him to the Malfoys, although he had no objection to Draco's offerings, as he too wished for Norbert to enjoy fine fare. Thus, he continued to feed him without uttering a word. Chapter 76. The Farewell to Norbert. While Draco was passionately imploring Hagrid, Ron arrived just in time. Shooting him a fierce glare, "No, I do not agree. Ron, keep your voice down. You're scaring Norbert while he eats," Hagrid said affectionately, attempting to pet Norbert's head, but nearly getting bitten in the process. Ron eagerly produced a letter from his brother Charlie, which earnestly explained the necessity for the little dragon to live in the wild among its kind, thoughtfully assuring Hagrid that he could visit Norbert anytime. Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes. He was still quite reluctant to part with his baby. At that moment, Harry stepped forward, casting a glance at Malfoy, and remarked, "If you don't make a decision soon, be wary of someone playing tricks." The implication was understood by all. Ron, waving his bitten finger, said to Hagrid, "You see, if Norbert goes to Malfoy Manor and accidentally harms them, he might end up having his teeth pulled, or worse." Hagrid immediately envisioned scenes of his little creature being mistreated. Considering that pure-blood families were capable of anything, especially the Malfoys, he wiped away the tears from his eyes and ultimately agreed with Ron's suggestion. After all, his brother Charlie was an authority on dragons, studying them in Romania. Draco repeatedly explained that he and his father had a special fondness for dragons and would never harm Norbert in the slightest, but Hagrid stubbornly held to his choice. Disregarding Draco's assurances, Ollie did not comfort the frustrated Draco, as she too aligned with Ron's viewpoint. She believed that rather than being a pet of the aristocracy, Norbert would thrive better living freely with his kin. Thus, the contest for Norbert's future finally reached its conclusion. For Ollie's sake, Draco temporarily ceased his protests and began to vent to her about Norbert, claiming the dragon had a temperament as poor as Hagrid's. "When we eventually get a gentler Australian opali at home, with its pearly white skin, it will be far more beautiful than Norbert." Ollie glanced at Draco, who clearly was reluctant, yet feigned indifference, choosing not to expose his pretense. "Oh well, let us indulge him," she thought, contemplating the feasibility of having a dragon at home. Perhaps they could move to Romania. Before long, Ron wrote to Charlie to arrange a specific rendezvous, and Hermione let out a long sigh. The days of torment were finally coming to an end. They would finally be rid of Norbert, and Ron and Harry could also be free from Malfoy. The world would finally be serene, allowing everyone to focus on their studies. They had originally intended to secretly use the invisibility cloak to transport the little dragon, but an unforeseen mishap occurred. Norbert's bite was venomous, leaving Ron incapacitated in the hospital wing. They might as well include Draco, suggested Ollie, who was exhausted after carrying the wooden crate up the tower. "No way." Harry immediately rejected the idea. "I think you should reconsider, Harry. It's really hard to manage with just the three of us," Hermione urged, gasping for breath. "Don't worry, Harry. I'll keep an eye on him," Ollie assured, and though Harry was reluctant, he saw no other option. When Saturday midnight arrived, the four of them cautiously lifted the wooden crate towards the castle. "Potter, you should come to me sooner," Draco remarked, despite the laborious task, his tone tinged with a subtle air of superiority and barely concealed delight. "Shut it, Malfoy," Hermione quickly interjected, clearly eager to conclude the conversation. "If Ron hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have needed to include you." Harry, oblivious to Hermione's good intentions, quickly retorted. "Huh, poor Weasley indeed," Draco replied, relishing in the misfortune. "And you're quite unfortunate too, not to have Norbert." "Here we go again," they groaned, while Ollie, lifting one corner of the crate, remained silent. rolling her eyes in the obscurity of the night. The arrival of Peeves finally silenced their banter, as the four of them cloaked themselves in shadows, hardly daring to breathe. "Potter, your invisibility cloak is splendid. I must get my father to buy one." After Peeves departed, Draco resumed speaking to Harry. "You can't buy one. It's unique." Harry hinted, allowing Malfoy to think it was merely an ordinary cloak. "Impossible, my father." Harry, not wishing to hear Draco boast about his father, attempted to kick his heel, hoping to silence him. However, he inadvertently stepped on Draco's foot, causing him to stumble and fall out of the cloak, the crate hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The sound echoed through the silent staircase, startling Norbert inside, who began to thrash about. "Who's there?" Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from the staircase below. Having heard the commotion, she hurried upstairs. Draco glanced at Ollie, who was peering out with concern, pressed his lips together, and swiftly turned to flee down the stairs towards Professor McGonagall. "Detention!" came her authoritative shout. Harry and the others dared not delay any longer and hurriedly dragged the crate towards the tower, while Draco continued to loudly explain something, effectively masking the sounds emanating from above. Finally reaching the tower, they anxiously awaited Charlie's friend to arrive, while Ollie remained worried about Draco, uncertain how Professor McGonagall would deal with him. At long last, the individual arrived to take Norbert away, and the group mounted their brooms, gradually disappearing into the night. Free from the burden of Norbert, Harry and Hermione descended the stairs with lightened steps, yet Ollie's brow remained furrowed, her fingers nervously stroking the emerald bracelet on her wrist. What about Draco? Harry's steps faltered. Malfoy was to be punished, a situation he should have reveled in. Yet, he recalled that it was his own actions that had led to Draco's exposure. Hermione cast a glance at Ollie, whose worry was palpable, and a realization dawned upon her. Was that truly the case? The confusion of previous days suddenly became clear, and she was astonished to realize it now. She stole a glance at Harry, who was still deep in thought. At least someone was more oblivious than herself. Malfoy isn't entirely irredeemable, Hermione defended him, still intending to side with her best friend. Girls understand each other's sentiments best. Although she harbored reservations, she chose to respect Ollie's feelings. The trio found themselves in a stalemate when suddenly, Filch's face appeared around the corner of the corridor. "You needn't worry about him. You should be more concerned about yourselves." Alas, they had forgotten the invisibility cloak atop the tower. Chapter 77, Aftermath Discussions. The three were escorted to Professor McGonagall's office by Filch. Draco raised an incredulous eyebrow upon their entrance. Had he not successfully diverted Professor McGonagall's attention? How were they captured once more? Hermione trembled, her normally law-abiding nature shaken by this unforeseen predicament. Harry attempted to justify their actions, yet the excuses he conjured were utterly unconvincing. As for Ollie, she could hardly fathom a plausible explanation for 4 students from 3 different houses roaming the grounds at night. To make matters worse, Neville soon joined them. Having been searching for Harry and the others after overhearing Malfoy mention his intention to procure a superior dragon, a warning he felt compelled to deliver. What a conundrum this was. Harry and his friends no longer needed to fabricate ridiculous excuses, as the truth about Norbert could no longer remain concealed. Draco pondered when exactly he had been overheard by Longbottom. He recalled only confiding in Goyle and Crabbe within the Slytherin common room. Meanwhile, Ollie buried her face in her collar, unable to bear the disappointment etched on Professor McGonagall's face, feeling a deep sense of shame for her actions. Recent successes had led her to become rather complacent, a stark departure from her previous vigilance. Professor McGonagall was furious, particularly because 2 of her favorite students, Hermione and Ollie, were among the culprits. Fortunately, after carefully crafting their narrative, she deduced that Harry, Ollie, and Hermione had merely been feigning dragon care to lure Malfoy into a late-night escapade, a ruse that Longbottom naively believed, prompting him to come out and warn them. Regardless, the matter concerning Norbert remained undisclosed. This fair-minded witch docked 50 points from each of them and imposed a detention to dissuade them from further transgressions. That night, Ollie lay in bed, unable to find sleep, her heart heavy with an unsettling weight. She repeatedly reminded herself that late nights lead to dark circles and dull hair. Not only she, but all the young witches and wizards that night tossed and turned in their beds, anxiously anticipating the dawn. Indeed, the point deductions from the 3 houses attracted the attention of the entire student body and faculty, particularly for Gryffindor. A loss of 150 points meant their hopes of contending for the House Cup this semester were utterly dashed. Hermione and Neville suffered greatly, ostracized by their peers, while Hermione grew increasingly silent, her focus solely on her studies. Harry, on the other hand, was hit with unprecedented despair, the once admiring accolades he received. The renowned hero of the wizarding world and twice a Quidditch champion, now felt like mocking echoes crashing back upon him. Draco, too, fell into an unprecedented silence. His usual arrogance, which led him to believe he could control everything, was shattered by the realization that even his closest followers, Goyle and Crabbe, had eluded his grasp. After all, it was their loose lips that had allowed Longbottom to overhear vital information. Regardless of their intentions, Draco felt compelled to re-evaluate those around him. The only one unaffected was Ollie. Although whispers about her circulated, she refused to succumb to negativity. Each day, she adorned herself beautifully, holding her head high as she navigated the castle. She diligently attended her classes, striving tirelessly to earn points for Ravenclaw. When encountering acquaintances, she greeted them with her usual ease, and though some felt awkward due to the gossip, Ollie remained unfazed. Observing Ollie's unwavering demeanor, the gossipers found themselves at a loss for words. Should anyone dare mock her in her presence, she would not shy away from retorting. For instance, when Slytherin's Parkinson, believing she had discovered Ollie's Achilles heel, approached her the following day, she scoffed. "I've accumulated 117 points since the beginning of the term. I wonder how many points you've added to Slytherin?" Ollie maintained her characteristic flawless expression, appearing genuinely inquisitive, yet the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. Particularly given Parkinson's well-known academic shortcomings, it was a miracle she hadn't deducted points from her own house. Watching Parkinson retreat in defeat once again, Susan linked arms with Ollie, her smile radiant as she remarked on her inability to learn from past encounters. The study group of 5 continued unabated. The Ravenclaw quartet's attitude towards Hermione remained unchanged, granting her a brief respite. One day, after completing their assignments, she inquired, "Ollie, don't you care about their gossip?" Ollie raised her gaze from her book, setting down her quill, and replied, "Hermione, do not let them occupy your thoughts. They merely see an opportunity to catch up with you. As long as you strive to become strong enough that others can only look up to you, they will no longer dare to criticize." Noticing Hermione's newfound understanding, Ollie leaned in to smooth the stray hairs from her face, continuing, "Moreover, to put it plainly, those who truly recognize your worth will not isolate you. Only fools engage in such antics. Why bother with them?" Enlightened, Hermione resolved to work diligently to regain points lost, determined to emerge as the top student in her year. Hermione faced considerable challenges within Gryffindor, prompting Susan to lament as she watched her friend's retreating figure. If only she were in Ravenclaw. Indeed, the Ravenclaw students reacted minimally to the incident. Some exhibited remarkable rationality, while others remained blissfully absorbed in their own affairs, particularly after Ollie's recent surge in points. Even the gossip had dwindled. In previous years, odd incidents had resulted in point deductions for the house, but as long as one could make amends, such occurrences were hardly catastrophic. At that moment, Ollie found herself in agreement with Susan's sentiments. However, recalling the time during the troll incident when Hermione bravely took the blame, she wondered if the Sorting Hat had detected her inherent bravery. Ollie was unfamiliar with the exact workings of the Sorting Hat. How splendid it would be to study it and uncover how it discerned each individual's traits. Alas, time was a luxury she could not afford, so she heeded Draco's advice and entrusted the operation of the magical creature shop to him. With plans to commence sales during the summer holiday to avoid disrupting students' revisions before exams. As the exams loomed closer, the students gradually immersed themselves in their studies, and the incident faded from conversation. Harry, too, temporarily set aside his worries, until one day, he overheard a conversation between Quirrell and Snape. Rushing back to inform Hermione and Ron that Quirrell seemed on the verge of surrender, Ron was tempted to resolve the matter. But Hermione's immediate instinct was to inform Professor Dumbledore. After all, she and Harry had learned their lesson and were hesitant to overstep boundaries again. One morning, the group received a note that reminded them of their impending detention. Chapter 78, The Forbidden Forest. At 11 o'clock that night, the 4 arrived at the entrance hall, where Filch awaited them with a lantern, casting a sideways glare to intimidate the children. Ollie felt a wave of trepidation. She was not well acquainted with the caretaker and was uncertain of the nature of their punishment. When he led them to Hagrid's small hut, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, Filch was not pleased to see their expressions of relief. With ill intent, he remarked, "Enjoy your time in the Forbidden Forest. I hope to see you back tomorrow." The Forbidden Forest? Draco halted abruptly, recalling that his father had specifically warned him about the dangers within, cautioning him against entering. Now he was to be confined there? There were werewolves inside. How dare you make us go in there? He cast an irate glance at Hagrid, for there was no reason to curry favor with the lumbering giant, and thus his words were particularly brusque. "You all better stick close to me. We are about to undertake a perilous endeavor tonight. Malfoy, if you wander off, I cannot guarantee what may ensue." With that, Hagrid, lantern in hand, strode ahead into the Forbidden Forest. We followed closely behind him. He frequented this area and surely knew where it was safe. As they passed Draco, Ollie tugged at Harry's arm and made a point to say something that seemed a reminder for Harry, but was equally a caution for Draco. Draco, suppressing his irritation, glanced at the retreating figures and ultimately chose to follow them. They ventured along a nearly invisible path deeper into the forest, the mist rising from the ground, while the moon was intermittently shrouded by clouds, rendering their surroundings almost indistinguishable. At last, Hagrid discovered some silvery liquid on a leaf. He wiped it with his hand and showed it to the children, explaining that their task for the evening was to locate the injured unicorn. If something dares to attack a unicorn, do you not think it would come after us? Draco's voice trembled with an unmistakable dread. Finding it utterly absurd to send a group of first-year students to investigate such a matter, Ollie tugged at Hermione's hand, and the two young witches exchanged a glance that betrayed their shared concern, for they had read about the circumstances under which unicorns were attacked. Hagrid, unfazed by his worries, merely reiterated the importance of staying close to him and Fong, assuring them that the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would pose no threat. Harry had initially intended to team up with Ollie and Hermione, forming a trio, but Malfoy insisted on joining him. Ultimately, it was Hermione who suggested she could pair with Neville, which left everyone somewhat satisfied. Before they set off, Hagrid reminded them of the signal once more, and the two groups split off in different directions. Draco led the way with a lantern, Fong by his side, while Harry held Ollie's hand, bringing up the rear. Ollie's wand, which she had diligently practiced with, emitted a brilliant glow at that moment, illuminating a considerable area around them. We must be cautious. Harming a unicorn exacts a dreadful price, a horrific curse. The perpetrator must be driven to desperation to act in such a manner. Such individuals are capable of anything. As Ollie recounted what she had read, Harry tightened his grip on his wand and drew Ollie closer to him. So Dumbledore is using us as bait? Draco scoffed, his eyes cold, determined to inform his father of this matter. The headmaster would never do that. Harry shouted back. Dumbledore was the person he held in the highest regard, and Harry would not permit anyone to speak ill of him. Is it Hagrid who is acting on his own accord? Not at all. Hagrid knows this place well. But can he be sure he can defeat whatever lurks here? The two exchanged barbs, leaving Ollie unable to interject into their conversation. At times, she found herself questioning whether Draco was truly fond of her or Harry, for when he and Harry bickered, he seemed oblivious to her presence. The three of them, along with Fong, navigated the pitch-black woods, following the trail of blood deeper into the forest, where the ground was littered with gnarled roots that threatened to trip them at any moment. Look over there, Harry said, peering through the tangled branches to spot a shimmering object on a clearing not far away. Wait, Ollie cautioned, stopping her cousin from charging ahead. Had he not seen enough television shows? The culprit always lurked nearby, observing the scene. It would be reckless to rush in blindly. Ollie's wand emitted several bursts of light toward the object, and the three soon realized it was a pure white unicorn, lying motionless and pitifully on the grass. Quick! Alert Hagrid! Ollie urged Harry and Draco, but she could not yet produce the signal. Draco was the first to react, sending a green firework into the sky, the agreed signal for finding the unicorn. The three tightened their grips on their wands, cautiously gazing toward the clearing. This was the first time Ollie had seen such a creature, and she instinctively ran her fingers along her wand, for its core was made from unicorn hair. The creature lay not far from them, its mane splayed across the ground, each strand dazzlingly white, beautiful and pure, evoking a sense of reverence. At that moment, Ollie felt an overwhelming loathing for the perpetrator who had harmed it. How could anyone inflict harm upon such a being? The light from the orb on the left side of the clearing dimmed first, the radiance fading as darkness enveloped that area. Just as she prepared to cast another light spell, she noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, resembling a beast, yet bearing human traits, with what appeared to be silver blood staining the corners of its mouth, swiftly approaching the three. Run! Ollie shouted, grabbing one person and pulling back, while Fong bolted away, leaving only an afterimage. Draco seized Ollie's hand and pivoted, but before he could take more than a few steps, she wriggled free. Turning back, he discovered Harry, inexplicably sitting on the ground, clutching his forehead as the shadow lunged towards him. Merlin, the savior, is frightened. But in the next moment, he had no choice but to turn back to save Harry, for Ollie had already returned to her cousin's side, casting a spell at the shadow. Ollie currently knew only 2 spells, and the only offensive one was a blazing fire spell. She summoned all her magical energy and uttered the incantation. A massive flame shot forth from her wand, striking the shadow. However, it did not ignite the creature, which merely paused for a moment, swaying ominously as it continued to approach. Chapter 79, The Centaur's Prophecy. As Draco recalled the dark spells his father had taught him, he barely had time to recite the incantation before a figure leapt over their heads, lunging at the shadow. It was a centaur. When Harry regained his senses, he found himself sprawled across Ollie's lap, who was anxiously calling his name. "Harry, are you all right? Were you attacked?" "I'm fine," he replied, struggling to rise but unable to steady himself, while Ollie struggled to support one of his arms. Draco, dissatisfied with the scene, snorted, yet his body instinctively moved forward to assist, lending his other arm to alleviate Ollie's burden. "You should return to Hagrid quickly. This place is highly unsafe, especially for you." The centaur's gaze fell upon the scar on Harry's forehead, and Ollie keenly noted this, along with his words. What did he mean by it being particularly unsafe for her cousin? The savior? A thought flickered through her mind, nearly eluding her grasp. "I am Forenza. Can you ride?" he asked. "It would be faster." The centaur bent his forelegs, and Ollie and Draco helped Harry mount once more. "Goodness, I never thought I would find myself assisting Potter like a servant," Draco grimaced, overwhelmed by the sheer number of events that had transpired in a single night. He had expected the evening to conclude in a certain way, only to soon find two more centaurs bursting forth from the woods. Ollie strained to listen to the centaur's argument. Their enigmatic nature piqued her interest, as they were reputed to possess exceptional skills in divination based on celestial alignments. Forenza's words had truly captured her attention. Perhaps she could gather further information. Thus, while Draco incessantly tugged at Ollie's sleeve, she grasped the boy's hand firmly, preventing him from moving any further, lest she disturb her eavesdropping. Indeed, upon hearing Forenza mention that Harry was the boy from the Potter family, the centaur named Bane evidently possessed some knowledge that caused him great concern regarding the potential disclosure of secrets by Forenza. Upon learning that Forenza had rescued Harry, he erupted in outrage, claiming that he had violated the prophecy of the stars. Ollie was perplexed, questioning how saving Harry could possibly be a transgression, unless, in the original prophecy, Harry was not meant to be saved, leading to dire consequences for him. A chill ran down Ollie's spine as she realized that certain prophecies within the wizarding world were indeed destined to come to pass. Just like the prophecy of Harry as the boy who lived through peril, which had undeniably manifested, what could Bane's prophecy entail? She felt enveloped in a fog of uncertainty, unable to discern what lay beyond, and this sensation was utterly dreadful, as it genuinely pertained to Harry's safety. Another centaur named Ronan had remained silent, merely observing them. As Forenza prepared to depart with Harry, Ronan finally spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow, remarking on the brilliance of Mars that night. Ollie cast a puzzled glance back at him, and he reiterated, "Mars shines brightly tonight." With lingering confusion, Ollie followed Forenza as he hastened away with Harry, finding it arduous to keep pace with Draco trailing behind. The centaur controlled his speed, ensuring that they neither fell behind nor overheard his conversation with Harry. This was troubling. The centaur must have noticed her earlier eavesdropping and thus remained cautious. Draco, feeling the chill in Ollie's hand, deliberately tugged her sleeve down slightly to shield her from the cold. His stamina exceeded hers, allowing him to pull her along while conversing softly. "Ollie, why did you ignore me earlier?" "You were fixated on those centaurs," he lamented. "I was trying to glean some information from their words." "Don't you think their conversation held deeper meaning?" Ollie replied. "Not really," Draco said wistfully. "I merely noticed they weren't wearing shirts." "Draco, what on earth are you thinking?" Ollie retorted, both amused and exasperated, shaking off his hand. Did he truly believe she was ogling the centaur's abs? At that moment, Hermione appeared, running down the path. Ollie eagerly rushed over to grasp her friend's hand, sharing the events that had just transpired. Hagrid, panting heavily, trailed behind, having retrieved Harry from Forenza's back and exchanging a few words with the centaur before leading the group back to the castle. "Harry, you still look quite unwell. Do you have any of that dreamless sleep potion left?" Ollie inquired with concern as they approached the Ravenclaw Tower, observing Harry's pale complexion. "I'm fine now. I'll drink it later." Harry forced a weak smile and added, "Ollie, you should head back and rest." Ollie wished to discuss her discoveries with him, but sensing his condition, she opted to retreat to the dormitory, glancing back multiple times. Unbeknownst to her, that night, Harry returned home, filled with a mixture of fear and exhilaration after learning from Forenza about Voldemort's intent to kill him. He dragged Ron into a lengthy discussion, and by the time he collapsed onto his bed, he discovered the invisibility cloak had been returned to him. Who could have done such a thing? As he felt the cold touch of the cloak in his hands, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The following day, Ollie arrived with a package sent from home, filled with provisions prepared by Petunia, mostly items for both of them, with only one particular snack differing for their individual preferences. As Ollie unwrapped the parcel, she casually inquired, "Harry, did Forenza say anything else to you last night? I heard centaur prophecies are quite accurate, but you ran off so quickly that I couldn't hear anything." "Nothing much. He only spoke about unicorns," Harry replied nonchalantly, deliberately omitting the terrifying truths. Fearing Ollie might suspect otherwise, he added, "Just like the curse you read about in your book concerning unicorn blood." "Oh, I see. It seems they are not inclined to divulge much," Ollie remarked. taking out each item without revealing her own deductions. Both of them harbored secrets from one another, while outwardly they eagerly unpacked the package. Upon unveiling the final folded paper, it turned out to be a signed poster of a football star procured for Harry by Dudley. Ollie opened the poster, lamenting Dudley's unreliability, as she recognized that the signature did not even match that of the player on the poster. Had Dudley actually managed to get the right signature from someone else? Watching his cousin chatter away about these trivialities, Harry noted her complaints were accompanied by an uncontainable smile. Even Dudley, despite the distance, remembered him. Not to mention Aunt Petunia's thoughtful preparations of his favorite jerky and chocolate. Harry's hand, hidden beneath his robe, trembled slightly with resolve. He would not allow Voldemort to shatter this happiness. He vowed to defeat him, to survive, and to live on surrounded by his loved ones. Chapter 80, The Exam. In the following days, Harry remained consumed with anxiety over Voldemort's intent to kill him. The pain from his scar seemed to cling to him, accompanied by an inexplicable burning sensation. Night after night, he awoke from nightmares, and burdened by the weight of his studies during the day, he gradually grew more despondent. Ollie feared that if Harry returned home in such a state, his mother would suspect he had been using drugs at school. She could only oversee his meals and rest. Yet to no avail. Soon, the day of the exams arrived, with all 4 houses gathered in a large classroom. The first portion was theoretical, a section Ollie approached with confidence. Yet, out of caution, she double-checked everything. When it came to the practical component, however, matters became complicated. Normally, the professors would be lenient with her small issues during assignments, but during an exam, such leniency would be unfair to her peers. Consequently, Ollie was unable to make a pineapple dance or transform a mouse into a snuff box, which meant those subjects would yield no operational scores. The sole consolation was that she had successfully brewed a perfect forgetfulness potion. As she approached to present it, she carefully observed Professor Snape's expression. He showed no signs of discontent, nor did he wear a frown or a peculiar smile. That indicated satisfaction, and she felt a surge of delight, believing her potion might earn her a high score. The last subject was History of Magic, and when Professor Binns instructed them to put down their quills, nearly all the students erupted in cheers. Ollie linked arms with Hermione on one side and Susan on the other as the trio exited the examination room together. "It was easier than I anticipated," Hermione remarked, her tone tinged with regret, for she had memorized the entire history book, only to find that the exam had not delved into such detail. In agreement, Susan chimed in. Indeed, several questions had been asked in previous years. Her voice brimmed with excitement, as she had obtained nearly 5 years' worth of past exam papers from upperclassmen and had diligently worked through them thrice, just in time for the current exam. As they walked, the two began discussing their answers from the very first question. Although Ollie found the question simple, their method of comparing answers was rather thrilling and tested their psychological endurance. Did they not notice how their fellow students hastened away, eager to distance themselves from the 3 of them? Furthermore, what if one among them realized they had answered incorrectly at that moment? They would be disheartened for days. Thus, for the sake of their harmonious friendship, as they strolled hand in hand into the courtyard, Ollie suddenly broke free from their grasp, took 2 quick steps forward, and then turned back to deftly pinch both of their cheeks. Ah, indeed, a girl's face is quite delightful, so plump. She couldn't help but squeeze a couple more times. Hermione and Susan were compelled to pucker their lips like little goldfish, and at last, they could no longer communicate. Before Olivia could utter a word, a burst of laughter echoed nearby. She quickly lowered her hands, nonchalantly adjusted her robes, and turned to see who had arrived. It was senior student Cho Chang. She had come to relay a message from Professor Flitwick, who requested Olivia to see him immediately after her exam, indicating that there was something of great importance. Confused, Olivia bid farewell to them and hurried off to the professor's office. Upon knocking and receiving permission to enter, Professor Flitwick excitedly asked her to repeat the exam task, instructing the pineapple to tap dance across the desk. Olivia obediently complied, but as 1 minute turned into 2, then 3, the pineapple remained unchanged. She looked up at the professor with a forlorn expression. "Do not fret. Look here," the professor said, turning the pineapple upside down to reveal its interior. One side was astonishingly devoid of flesh, while the other was brimming with juicy fruit, some pieces still quivering. "No wonder the students behind you failed. I later realized that your incantation must have partially worked," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I believe we need to consult with Madame Pomfrey." Olivia was overjoyed. She had thought her practical exam was in vain, but it turned out to be effective. Relieved to learn that her classmates had another chance to retake the exam, she felt comforted, as it did not affect anyone else. The two quickly traveled directly from the school's fireplace to St. Mungo's. Their abrupt departure prompted Professor Flitwick to send a message to Susan, instructing her to inform anyone inquiring about Olivia that she had gone to the hospital. Meanwhile, Hermione, who remained beside Susan, received the news and sought out Harry by the Black Lake to share it with him. Harry felt a slight relief. Olivia's magic was gradually returning to normal, which was splendid news. She could practice her spells and protect herself should anything arise. The trio leisurely strolled to a grassy slope by the lake, searching for a patch to sit upon. Damn it, why is this patch of grass so bare? Ron exclaimed. Perhaps Yaya urinated here, he added, grimacing in disgust and stepping further away. He had seen similar patches in the Muggle village near his home, where the grass would wither after being marked by large dogs, and Hogwarts indeed had a giant dog named Yaya, explaining his assumption. Upon hearing this, Hermione stiffened at Ron's remark, unsure whether to remain seated or stand, but regardless, she resolved to properly wash her robe tonight. Ron chose a lush patch of grass to lie down on, stretching out comfortably, while he noticed Harry still wore a gloomy expression. Harry, cheer up. Olivia is recovering. And we still have a week until grades are released, he said, stretching lazily. Your eyebrows look as if they've been glued together. They haven't relaxed at all. Harry rubbed his forehead and placed his hand on his lightning-shaped scar, irritated. It's been aching, like it's on fire. Hermione suggested checking the hospital wing, but he vehemently retorted, this isn't an illness. I know what this is. It's a warning that my enemy is coming. Hermione was taken aback. She had never seen Harry like this before. After the Forbidden Forest incident, Olivia had been deeply worried about Harry, frequently seeking him out, which is why he had not disclosed the matter further, with only Ron being privy to it. This was the first time Hermione had heard of these concerns. She patiently urged Harry to relax, reassuring him about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, mentioning that Professor Dumbledore was at the school, and that Snape wouldn't dare attempt anything. Moreover, he could not even pass the three-headed dog, and Hagrid would certainly keep the secret safe. Trust Hagrid to keep a secret? Harry scoffed, as if hearing a joke. At Gringotts, his disguise seemed to have been a deliberate hint that there was a secret. Harry's face turned pale. We must go find Hagrid immediately. Though Ron and Hermione were unsure of the situation, they followed him as he rushed toward Hagrid's hut. Chapter 81. Crossing the Trapdoor. After questioning Hagrid, Harry's anxiety dissipated. Indeed, someone had used a dragon egg as bait to gain Hagrid's trust and extracted from him the means to deal with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. Just play some music. And he'll fall asleep, Ron remarked with a bemused expression. He felt Hagrid's mouth was like his father Mr. Weasley's wallet, incapable of keeping any secret. Now, the three of them were also aware of this secret. With heavy steps, Harry and his friends returned to the castle in silence, completely caught off guard by the turn of events. The Forbidden Forest incident had taught Harry and Hermione a harsh lesson, and their immediate instinct was to inform Professor Dumbledore. However, they were uncertain of the location of his office. They sought out Professor McGonagall, but she informed them that Dumbledore had just received an urgent letter and had left the school. When the trio alerted her to the dangers surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall sternly reprimanded them and assured them that no one could steal it. Downcast, the three emerged from the staff room only to encounter Snape, who mocked them. Observing the twisted muscles on his face and the strange grin he wore, Harry felt it was a display of his triumph. Flaunting his perfect scheme to lure Hagrid away, he was about to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. It must be done. Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. I will steal the Philosopher's Stone first, tonight. Ron thought he had lost his mind, and Hermione cautioned him that such an act would lead to expulsion. Yet, Harry was resolute. He believed that if Snape obtained the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort would return, threatening himself, his family, and friends. Who would care about expulsion then? Ultimately, Hermione and Ron decided to accompany Harry, and the trio planned to don the invisibility cloak to reclaim the Philosopher's Stone that very night. They stayed awake until every Gryffindor had retired for the night, preparing for action. What are you doing? A voice suddenly called from the corner. It was Neville. Why was he still awake, wandering about with his toad? Sensing their intent to sneak out, Neville exclaimed, Do you want to get caught? Olivia told me to keep an eye on you. I can't let you make another mistake. What is this about? Ron groaned, stepping forward to explain. But Neville stubbornly blocked their path, even attempting to fight them. Hermione stood back, watching as Harry and Ron desperately tried to persuade Neville. Eventually, she pushed past them, wand drawn, and proclaimed, Petrificus totalis. Neville fell to the ground, immobilized, and Hermione gently turned him over, apologizing. I'm truly sorry, but I had to do this. She then started toward the passageway. All right, problem solved. Let us go? Harry glanced back at the poor Neville, kindly adjusting his robes to ensure he wouldn't be cold, then stepped over him to follow Hermione. Ron lagged behind, watching Neville with only his eyes moving in terror, and tenderly pulled his hood over his eyes, whispering, Sleep well. Good night. That night, Harry experienced a harrowing adventure, facing a three-headed dog, the devil's snare, and wizard's chess, only to discover that all he thought he knew was wrong. The true villain was none other than Professor Quirrell, who had concealed Voldemort's snake-like face beneath his turban. Far away in the hospital, Ollie was filled with exuberance. Dr. White marveled once again at her remarkable speed. The magical energy left by the suppressive stone was now insufficient for her to utilize. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor decided to adjust her bracelet, enabling her to harness a greater amount of magic. Ollie, congratulations, you are on the verge of mastering your third spell, Professor Flitwick exclaimed with enthusiasm. Watching the young girl make gradual progress, he felt a genuine joy for her, believing that the day of her full recovery was not far off. The doctor advised Ollie to remain in the hospital for one more day for observation, to see if she could adapt to the new phase of the suppressive bracelet. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ollie gradually drifted into slumber, utterly unaware that Harry was facing a life-and-death ordeal at that very moment. The following day, Ollie donned the bracelet once more. The familiar sensation of constriction returned. However, she endured the discomfort and recited the very first spell she had learned at Hogwarts, the levitation charm. As she watched a white feather obediently float in the air, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her, and her eyes brimmed with tears. She discreetly lifted her chin, determined not to let the tears fall. Although the feather soon lost control and plummeted back to the table, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Very good, you may try other spells today. If all goes well, you can return to school tomorrow, Dr. White remarked. Closing the medical record, he speculated that Ollie could now attempt 1/3 of the first-year spells. At her current pace, she would likely be able to completely remove the bracelet by the end of her second year. Upon hearing this, Ollie's eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the dark night. That day in St. Mungo's rehabilitation room, the sound of the girl's relentless training echoed once more. However, when she returned to Hogwarts on the third day, she was met with the devastating news of her cousin's grave injury and unconsciousness, leaving Ollie feeling as if the world had collapsed around her. Outside the hospital wing, Hermione and Ron recounted the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone incident, revealing that they had suspected something was amiss during the midnight duel at the start of term, but had kept it from her. As they explained their reasons for wanting to protect her, Ollie found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, and uncertain of whom to blame for the situation. After much pleading with Madame Pomfrey, she was finally granted permission to enter the ward and care for Harry. Upon entering, she was struck by the sight of Harry lying motionless on the bed, his face marred with scabs and his hands bandaged. A wave of suffocating despair washed over her, and her nose tinged with an unbearable ache. Taking a deep breath, she stepped outside to retrieve some supplies. The hospital wing was bustling with students seeking treatment, especially during this week devoid of classes, as idle young witches and wizards often found themselves in various predicaments. Thus, Madame Pomfrey could only do her utmost to tend to the patients, lacking the energy to attend to other needs. Ollie carefully avoided Harry's scars while wiping his face, then used a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten his cracked lips, gently placing his bandaged hand back under the covers. It was worth noting that Ollie herself had only required a day to recover from her own injuries after her broomstick exploded. Yet Harry's hand had remained unhealed for 3 days. As she brushed Harry's forehead hair aside, she discovered a small stone trapped within, undoubtedly a remnant of his tumble on the ground. Chapter 82, Harry Awakens. Harry regained consciousness, immediately sensing a bitter taste in his mouth. Was it potion? His mind lingered on the moment Professor Quirrell had broken free, and he felt himself sinking, convinced that everything was over. How could someone be feeding him a potion? He blinked fervently, gradually discerning a golden figure through the slits of his eyes. It was Ollie. "Harry, you're awake," Ollie exclaimed, turning to see him open his eyes. His green irises were clouded with confusion, as if shrouded in a thin mist, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. Ollie suddenly remembered something and picked up the glasses from the bedside table, placing them on his face. Now, Harry could finally see clearly. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was on a hospital bed in the wing. Just as Ollie was about to say something further, an elderly yet gentle voice interrupted her. "Good afternoon, Harry." Professor Dumbledore appeared in the ward, his tone radiating cheerfulness. He turned his gaze to Ollie. "Miss Dursley, I hear from Professor Flitwick that your little issue is nearing resolution. What splendid news." Ollie was unsure of his intentions, but politely expressed her gratitude. Dumbledore winked at her and continued, "May I have a moment alone with Harry? I assure you it will only be a brief interlude." "Of course, Your Excellency," Ollie replied, though a twinge of concern for Harry lingered within her. She was currently in a state of suspicion towards everyone. It was only when Harry nodded at her that she reluctantly gathered her belongings and stepped outside. Just before she closed the door, she heard Dumbledore cheerfully remark, "Harry, I am delighted you have true friends and family who care for you." Upon exiting, she encountered Hermione and Ron, who had been waiting outside the ward. Upon hearing the news of Harry's awakening, They all sighed in relief. Before long, Dumbledore emerged, and the three quickly sought permission from Madame Pomfrey to visit Harry. Rushing back into the ward, Hermione, bursting with excitement, nearly enveloped Harry in a hug, but upon seeing his injuries, she restrained herself. Ron, noticing Harry's recovery, felt reassured and even suggested tasting the sweets he had received. Ollie poured water for everyone, and Harry drank a generous amount, finally feeling some comfort in his throat. Seeing her cousin's expression, Ollie knew she had undoubtedly heard about the events of that night, so she refrained from concealing what had transpired subsequently. As they learned that the mastermind behind it all was Quirrell and Voldemort, who bore a snake-like face devoid of a nose, the three young witches and wizards collectively gasped in shock. Wait, you say he has a snake face and no nose? Ron fixated on the peculiar details, smirking as realization dawned upon him. No wonder. How could Professor Quirrell sleep if he had a nose? This bizarre yet plausible speculation left Harry, Hermione, and Ollie exchanging glances. Utterly speechless, Harry cleared his throat, redirecting their attention, and inquired about Ron and Hermione's well-being. Once reassured that they were unscathed, he recounted his conversation with Dumbledore. Ollie and Hermione exchanged glances, but it was Ron who spoke first, pointing out that the headmaster seemed to possess foreknowledge of impending events and even guided Harry and his friends in subtle ways, such as returning the invisibility cloak and explaining the mirror of Eris's function. If that's the case, that's terrifying, Hermione said with a shiver. You nearly lost your life. Ollie, maintaining a serious demeanor, remained silent, as she shared the same sentiment. However, Harry disagreed, believing that the headmaster had been secretly aiding him, for in his view, only he had the right to confront Voldemort. Upon hearing this, Ollie furrowed her brow even more tightly. What reasoning was that? Just then, Madame Pomfrey burst in, insisting that Harry needed rest, and firmly ushered Hermione and Ron away, leaving only Ollie to keep watch. Noticing the pain still etched on Harry's forehead, Ollie temporarily set aside her lingering doubts and tended to him, settling down in the adjacent bed for the night. As Harry listened to his cousin's nearly imperceptible breathing, he felt as though he had returned to the small house of the Dursleys, and thus, he fell into a deep, reassuring slumber. The next morning, feeling revitalized, Harry was once again visited by Hagrid, who bent down to sit beside him in the ward. Without uttering a word, tears cascaded down his cheeks. He listened as he confessed that his own indiscretion had precipitated the subsequent events. Harry, feeling a sense of helplessness, attempted to console him. Such was Hagrid's nature. There was little that could be done. All that could be said was that he must never again be entrusted with secrets. Ollie presented him with a towel, which Hagrid held as if it were a diminutive handkerchief, dabbing at his tears while still sniffling. Upon hearing Harry suggest he assist in vanquishing the pile of snacks, he finally remembered the other purpose of his visit. He looked up at the girl who had remained silent, saying, Ollie, I found what you asked me to look for last time. With that, he retrieved a beautifully bound book adorned with intricate designs from the pocket of his leather jacket. Truly, Ollie's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at him, the first smile gracing her face in days. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry will surely cherish it. Curiously, Harry accepted the book and slowly opened the cover, revealing an album of photographs of his parents. It turned out that on the day they returned from Christmas, Ollie had overheard Harry mention seeing his parents in the mirror of Eris, and his despondent demeanor had deeply affected her. Thus, she sought Hagrid, who knew Aunt Lily and Uncle James, and implored him to procure some photographs from an old classmate of Aunt Lily. Do you like it, Harry? Hagrid inquired cautiously. Clearly eager to amend his past misstep, Harry was rendered speechless, yet from his careful gestures, Hagrid discerned the boy's sentiments. Harry was profoundly fond of this gift, poring over it even before sleep. Ollie sat by his bedside, leaning in to catch a glimpse. Aunt Lily was truly a great beauty. Our eyes are remarkably alike, she remarked. As for Uncle James, well, he seems quite lively. Aside from his green eyes, Harry resembles him from head to toe. Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that my father saved Professor Snape, which is why he is willing to protect me, Harry said, reaching out to touch the photograph of the man who appeared spirited while riding a broomstick. Ollie, incredulous, turned her head to Harry. Do you believe Professor Snape treats you kindly out of gratitude? She was entirely unconvinced. Why would that professor be so benevolent to you? Is it perhaps because of Uncle James? But why not be a tad more amiable to Harry, who shares closer blood ties and a striking resemblance? She found the headmaster's words rather questionable. I reckon the probability of my father saving the professor is far greater than the likelihood of your father having done so, Ollie remarked, gently closing the album. And did you know that Aunt Lily and Professor Snape were good friends before attending school? Harry's eyes widened, as this was the first he had ever heard of such a thing. Ollie recounted the tale of friendship turned sour that Aunt Petunia had shared with her. Or perhaps I would rather believe that Aunt Lily saved Snape. As Harry lay on his pillow, staring at the immaculate ceiling, he found himself unable to drift into slumber. pondering the complex relationship between his parents and Professor Snape.